Tian found himself inexplicably transported to the planet Azure Star, a world undergoing a resurgence of spiritual energy. Here, monstrous beasts roamed freely, slaughtering humans without restraint. To avoid becoming prey to these creatures, one must awaken their martial talent and cultivate the martial path to slay the beasts. Tragically, the bodysuit Tian inhabited possessed only an F-grade innate talent, destined to remain an ordinary person, forever barred from the ranks of martial artists. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, a lottery system emerged, presenting him with a novice gift pack of 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Primordial Sacred Body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the imprisoning heaven finger of the great wilderness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the Asura's slaughtering gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining the martial value grand gift pack. From that moment on, Tian embarked on a journey to exterminate monstrous beasts, earning points to continue his draws that he would leave an unparalleled legend across Azure Star. Years later, in a zoo. Teacher, class, this is a monstrous beast that once wreaked havoc across Azure Star. Elementary student, teacher, you're lying. The sign clearly says it's an endangered protected animal. Chapter 1. The Martial Lottery System. Recently, there have been frequent sightings of monstrous beasts in the suburban areas of our city. We urge all citizens to remain vigilant and avoid remote locations whenever possible. On television, the female anchor of the city news channel delivered the report with precise articulation. Seated in the classroom, Tian listened to the broadcast with distracted indifference. His gaze drifted out the window, where sunlight bathed the world in warmth and leaves swayed gently in the breeze, painting a scene of serene tranquility. A week ago, he had inexplicably crossed over into this parallel world. This world's Earth was named Azure Star, superficially indistinguishable from his original home. Bustling streets, towering steel structures, and the same azure skies and white clouds. Yet, in reality, it was a realm where spiritual energy had resurged, overrun by monstrous beasts that continually encroached upon humanity's living space. Only through the collective efforts of countless martial artists had a handful of cities been established on this planet. The Martial Arts College entrance exam served as a crucial selection process for outstanding martial artists, a coveted opportunity for every youth harboring dreams of the martial path. Tian glanced down at the martial artist ID displayed on his wristband. Tian, ID 12138. Talent, F grade. The so-called talent was determined through genetic testing. It defined the upper limit of one's potential in the martial arts. An F grade meant his ceiling was merely slightly above that of an ordinary person. In this world, both martial artists and ferocious beasts were ranked from 1st and 9th tier, with each tier further divided into 9 levels. An F-grade martial artist probably couldn't even defeat a chicken demon. Tian lamented inwardly with a sigh. Ring, ring, ring. A shrill bell abruptly pierced the air, jolting Tian from his thoughts. Attention, all students, please assemble immediately at the gymnasium. I repeat, all students. The classroom erupted into a clamor. Students rose to their feet, chattering with curiosity. What's going on? Could it be another monstrous beast invasion? Tian followed the crowd as they streamed out of the room. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host compatibility detected as meeting requirements. The martial lottery system is now binding. Tian stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He quickly steadied himself, feigning nonchalance as he continued forward. Internally, however, a storm of excitement raged. My golden finger has finally arrived. System, dear father, you've come at last. The martial lottery system. Through drawing cards, one could obtain various talents, physiques, items, and more. Tian's heart swelled with exhilaration, yearning to immediately perform a 10 draw and discover what treasures he might acquire. System binding in progress. Please wait patiently. Suppressing his fervor, Tian trailed the crowd to the gymnasium. The gym buzzed with activity, a cacophony of voices rising and falling like the lively atmosphere of a marketplace. Tian squeezed into a relatively open spot and gazed up at the stage. Principal Zhang Ming stood there, clad in a suit, his expression grave, as if preparing to announce something of great importance. Once the crowd quieted, Zhang Ming cleared his throat and began, Students, I called you here today to share an important announcement. But he paused, scanning the audience before continuing. The War Eagle Martial Hall will be conducting a special recruitment at our school. The gymnasium erupted into an uproar, boiling over with excitement. Students whispered animatedly among themselves, discussing the news. Though the War Eagle Martial Hall couldn't compare to the top-tier martial universities, it represented a solid opportunity for ordinary students. In this world, martial resources were scarce. Only a handful of elite martial universities existed. Gaining admission required surviving the hellish martial arts college entrance exam, which involved hunting monstrous beasts. Those who succeeded were truly 1 in 100. Securing a place in the War Eagle Martial Hall meant one could become a standard martial artist. In this world, that guaranteed a lifetime free from what? Tian's heart raced, and he clenched his fists in anticipation. Hey, Tian. Turning, Tian saw a graceful young woman jogging toward him. She wore her hair in a ponytail, dressed in a simple school uniform, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, like a ray of winter sunshine, bringing warmth to all. Su Mengling possessed a sweet appearance and a cheerful disposition, making her well-liked in class. More importantly, she had awakened an A-grade talent. She had already secured a spot at the prestigious Tianfu University, a clear victor in life. Su Mengling? Tian expressed surprise that haven't you already been admitted to Tianfu University? Why are you here for the assembly? Su Mengling smiled, a flicker of pride in her eyes. Even though I've been admitted, I wanted to come and see. The two stood together. Su Mengling leaned against the railing, speaking softly. Don't worry. My father is with the Martial Association. I can help you secure suitable cultivation resources. Tian was taken aback, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. Su Mengling's father held a high position in the local Martial Association. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a sharp voice interrupted. With your F-grade talent, you should be thinking about dropping out. The speaker was Wang Nan from their class. This fellow had always held a grudge against Su Tian, embodying the classic school bully. He had long harbored feelings for Su Mengling. Due to her friendship with Su Tian, he viewed Su Tian as a thorn in his side. He had bullied him numerous times in the past. As Su Tian prepared to retort, Zhang Ming's voice resonated once more. The first round of testing begins now. Numbers 5 through 10, please step forward. A force exceeding 800 gene qualifies you for admission to the War Eagle Martial Hall. In the center of the gymnasium stood a massive force testing apparatus, poised and ready like a steel behemoth. The first to step forward was Zhang Yu, a classmate of Su Tian's. He appeared frail and pale, visibly nervous. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu threw a powerful punch at the testing machine. With a beep, the numbers fluctuated before settling at 300 gene. A collective sigh swept through the crowd, laden with disappointment and resignation. Like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, that a force of 300 gene surpassed that of an average person. Yet it fell far short of the threshold to become a martial artist. Gaining entry into the War Eagle Martial Hall remained an impossible dream. Subsequent candidates were tested, yet their results remained consistently disappointing, their spirits wilted like frostbitten eggplants. That it wasn't until Wang Daniu's turn that morale saw a slight uplift. Towering and robust as an iron fortress, he delivered a punch that registered 800 gene of force. Wang Daniu pass. I succeeded. His jubilant cry echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Next, Wang Nan. Hearing his name, Wang Nan strode forward with an air of pride, chest out and head held high, confidence radiating from his expression. He possessed a genuine C-grade talent. Assuming a flawless punching stance, he unleashed a strike like a cannonball, slamming fiercely into the testing apparatus. Beep. The numbers rapidly climbed before settling at 1,000 gene, cutting through the stifling atmosphere like a bolt of lightning. Wow! A wave of astonishment and envy erupted among the spectators, surging like a mountain torrent. At such a tender age, he had already surpassed the threshold of a martial artist's strength to be by the time he graduated, he would likely attain the level of a first-tier martial artist effortlessly. Such an achievement easily overshadowed the majority of students present. Wang Nan descended the platform with a triumphant swagger, casting a deliberate, provocative glance at Su Tian as he passed. His eyes brimmed with disdain and mockery. Su Tian clenched his fists, a flicker of anxiety stirring within him. Just then, the long-awaited chime of the system resounded in his mind. Ding! System binding complete. Host is granted 1/10 draw summon use now. A surge of joy filled Su Tian's heart, and without hesitation, he silently affirmed, use. In an instant, a brilliant golden light blossomed in his consciousness, dazzling as the sun. 10 cards materialized in the void, turning over slowly. Gold rarity obtained in 10 draw summon. The system's notification sounded promptly. 0.9 of the cards were ordinary, but the final one shimmered with a resplendent golden glow. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the SSS grade physique, Primordial Sacred Body. Chapter 2, The Ancient Sacred Body. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Ancient Sacred Body. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 200 points of martial value, cumulative. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a teleportation array to the secret realm. The system's notification echoed in Su Tian's mind as he beheld the 3 items in his system backpack, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ancient Sacred Body, a legendary supreme physique, endowed with boundless potential, when fully realized, can contend with emperors. Contend with emperors? That sounded quite impressive. Current status, not activated, requires the host to infuse martial value. Martial value, usable for enhancing physique, martial skill proficiency, activating special abilities, etc. Su Tian understood. It was simply a matter of applying points through the system. He decided to infuse 100 points into the Ancient Sacred Body. Infusing points. Point infusion successful. As the system's notification faded, an indescribable sensation of comfort surged from the depths of Tian's bones. He felt his body undergoing a monumental transformation. His bones grew more resilient, his muscles became significantly stronger, and even his internal organs seemed to have been reforged. Ancient Sacred Body successfully activated. Current progress. 1. He continued to inspect his status. Host, Tian. Physique, Ancient Sacred Body, 1. Cultivation level, Preliminary Martial Artist. Talent, F grade. Observing the data on the system panel, Tian exhaled softly. From an unactivated state, he had progressed to level 1. Just how formidable was this physique, which only existed in legends? In the next moment, he exited the system and returned to the reality around him. The cacophony of voices flooded his ears as he opened his eyes. Look, Tian is about to test his strength. How much can this waste possibly lift? Probably not even 300 gene. An F-grade martial artist. Aspiring to join the Eagle Martial Arts Academy? Such aspirations were utterly delusional. Wang Nan stood amidst the crowd, a smirk plastered on his face, speaking with palpable disdain and mockery to his companion. Indeed, he is notorious for being a waste. I can't fathom why Su Mingling is so close to him. Another classmate chimed in, their tone laced with schadenfreude. Su Mingling, the school beauty and a martial arts prodigy, contrasted starkly with Tian, who was renowned for his abysmal martial talent and had long been the subject of ridicule among peers. Upon hearing Wang Nan's words, Su Mingling furrowed her brow and approached Tian. Gently patting his shoulder, she spoke softly, Tian, do not heed their nonsense. I believe in you. Tian met her gaze with gratitude and nodded appreciatively. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Boom. Tian unleashed a punch, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, striking the testing device with a thunderous force. Beep. The piercing alarm blared, slicing through the silence like a sharp blade. He immediately broke the 1,000 gene mark, and it continued to surge. 1,500 gene, 2,000 gene. Ultimately, the final number settled at an astonishing 3,000 gene. The crowd erupted in astonishment, eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at the digits on the screen. How is this even possible? How could this waste possess such strength? Wang Nan stood dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Is the machine malfunctioning? Someone questioned skeptically. Zhang Ming, equally incredulous, approached the testing device to inspect it personally, confirming that it was indeed functioning correctly. This young man is a genius. A burly middle-aged man strode over with purpose, exuding an aura of power akin to a tiger charging down a mountain. Dressed in black athletic gear, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Zhang Ying approached Tian, extending a warm hand. On behalf of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, I formally invite you to join us. Should you accept, I will grant you core martial artist status immediately. You possess immense potential, and joining the Eagle Martial Arts Academy will undoubtedly propel you to prominence in Tian City. The surrounding students cast envious and resentful glances towards Tian. To join the Eagle Martial Arts Academy and immediately attain core martial artist status was a coveted achievement that many martial artists labored for years to attain. Tian remained composed, shaking his head to decline Zhang Ying's invitation. Thank you, Coach Zhang, for your kind offer, but I have no such plans at this moment. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Zhang Ying's eyes. May I inquire about your reasoning? The reason was simple. With the system in his possession, the Eagle Martial Arts Academy felt too limiting for him. I aspire to challenge the Martial Artist University. Tian's declaration resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Martial Artist University? Did I hear that correctly? He actually intends to pursue Martial Artist University. Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd. Principal Zhang Ming approached, a hint of concern shadowing his expression. Tian, I understand you have dreams, but gaining admission to Martial Artist University is no easy feat. You may not fully grasp the situation at Martial Artist University. While your strength of 2,000 gene certainly meets the admission criteria, the martial arts entrance examination equally demands a contest of martial resources. Tian comprehended the truth in Principal Zhang's words. Su Mingling, with her A-grade talent, was the daughter of a high-ranking official in the Tian City Martial Arts Alliance. With such dual advantages of talent and resources, she had achieved the prowess of a first-stage ninefold martial artist at a young age. Even Wang Nan, possessing C-grade talent, had family ties to the underground black market business. Zhang Ying was more forthright. The martial arts entrance examination necessitates one to venture onto the battlefield to hunt magical beasts. One misstep could result in death. On the battlefield, mere strength is insufficient. You likely do not even possess your own weapon yet. Both men urged Tian in unison. I understand your concerns, Principal Zhang, Tian replied. However, I still wish to give it a try. Should I meet my demise on the battlefield hunting magical beasts one day, I would have no regrets. Is that not the fate of a martial artist? A spark of determination flickered in Tian's eyes. You. Zhang Ming sighed, resigned. Very well, young man, you possess ambition. Zhang Ying laughed heartily. Since you are so resolute, I shall not compel you to join the Eagle Martial Arts Academy. However, should you change your mind, my door is always open for you. Su Mingling regarded Su Tian's steadfast gaze with admiration. Principal Zhang calmed the crowd's emotions and continued the testing. Su Tian and Su Mingling walked back together, the surrounding students casting envious glances at them, especially the boys, who were filled with jealousy towards Su Tian. Su Mingling, the school beauty, not only possessed striking looks but also exceptional talent, making her the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. The fact that Su Tian, an F-grade martial artist, had captured her affection left them seething with envy. I believe in you. You will surely gain admission to Martial Artist University, Su Mingling smiled, her expression akin to a blooming flower in spring. Thank you. Su Tian believed Su Mingling was merely offering encouragement. To his surprise, she continued. Your true strength surely exceeds 3,000 Jin, does it not? Did you conceal your true power just now? Su Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Mingling to notice. The testing device had a limit of 5,000 Jin. After all, a person with an F-grade talent who could obliterate a testing device would indeed be quite astonishing. He hesitated for a moment, chuckling softly. You managed to see through me. You truly deserve your A-grade talent. I am quite curious. How did you discern that? Su Tian believed he had disguised himself quite well. Su Mingling offered a mysterious smile, leaning closer to Su Tian and whispering, that's my secret. Upon hearing Su Mingling's response, Su Tian felt a deep understanding. He surmised that Su Mingling did not yet trust him completely enough to reveal all her cards. Observing Su Tian's expression, Su Mingling's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Haha, I was just teasing you. In truth, my talent is the martial Dao Eye. Chapter 3, The Martial Dao Eye. A faint golden hue shimmered in Su Mingling's pupils, reminiscent of starlight cascading into her gaze. Her words detonated within Su Tian's heart like a bomb, stirring up tumultuous waves. The martial Dao Eye. Su Tian had encountered it in his textbooks, and it was indeed described as a godly talent, capable of piercing through all illusions. On the battlefield, it was akin to a human radar. Any martial artist team that had a master with the martial Dao Eye at its helm would have an unparalleled advantage, significantly increasing their survival rate. If this were a game, it would be the quintessential top-tier support character, fiercely sought after by all major guilds. Her revelation sent ripples of astonishment through Su Tian. No wonder Tianshu University had chosen to admit Su Mingling early. A warm current surged within him. She had so readily divulged her trump card. Was she perhaps intimidated by my talent? Su Mingling playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes glinting with mischief. Mingling, thank you. Su Tian said sincerely. Su Mingling responded with a sweet smile, her eyes enchanting like a crescent moon. We're friends, after all, by revealing her talent to Su Tian. It was evident that she regarded him as a very close friend. After a moment, Su Tian rubbed his hands together, clearing his throat with an air of feigned seriousness. His gaze flickered uncertainly before seemingly nonchalantly landing on Su Mingling. I have a question. He elongated the last syllable. The martial Dao Eye ahem. Can it see through things? Su Mingling was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized what Su Tian was implying. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach, vibrant and alluring. Embarrassed and annoyed, she lightly punched Su Tian's chest with her petite fist, chiding, What are you thinking? Of course not. Su Tian exaggeratedly clutched his chest, yet could not suppress a smile. I was merely curious. It wasn't mentioned in the textbooks. He feigned regret. What a pity. Such a remarkable talent. His performance earned him more playful swats from Su Mingling as they frolicked together. At that moment, a steady sound of footsteps interrupted their cozy exchange. Su Tian turned to see Principal Zhang Ming approaching. Hello, Principal. Zhang Ming greeted with a smile and a nod. Since Su Tian had made up his mind, as the principal, all he could do was offer some advice. Su Tian, which martial artist university do you wish to apply to? Su Tian glanced at Su Mingling beside him and replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. I aspire to attend Tianshu University. Tianshu University is the pinnacle of martial artist institutions in Huaxia, and crucially, it was the very school chosen by Su Mingling. A flicker of appreciation flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes, clearly satisfied with Su Tian's ambition. However, a deep concern soon clouded his expression. He did not wish to see his students perish at the hands of demonic beasts. Your strength has reached the threshold of a martial artist, Zhang Ming stated gravely. An F-grade talent is your Achilles heel. If you truly wish to enroll in Tianshu University, my advice is to swiftly enhance your combat capabilities. Real combat ability is fundamental to surviving on the battlefield. As long as you can survive, everything else will have a chance for improvement. Su Tian nodded appreciatively. He understood that Zhang Ming spoke the truth. I understand. Thank you, Principal. Zhang Ming patted the young man's shoulder with satisfaction. Keep striving. I hope to one day see an F-grade talent from our school gain admission to the country's most prestigious martial artist university. Zhang Ming encouraged, chuckling. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Ming turned and departed. Su Tian watched his retreating figure. Although he now possessed a system, Zhang Ming's words served as a poignant reminder. Real combat ability is paramount. Upon returning home, Su Tian sat on his bed. The first thing he did was check the system. System, How can I perform the next 10 consecutive draws? Hunt demonic beasts to earn points. 1,000 points are required for 10 consecutive draws. To hunt demonic beasts, then, Tian pondered as he gazed at the system's inventory. The secret realm map could indeed come in handy, although he was still merely a prospective martial artist with the ancient sacred body. Defeating some first-tier demonic beasts should not pose a problem. Moreover, he currently possessed 100 martial arts points. Where should he allocate them? It seemed that martial techniques could be enhanced. Tian thought. First, I will use the 100 martial arts points to elevate the proficiency of my martial technique before entering the secret realm to hunt demonic beasts. System, allocate points. Add 100 points to the Tongbei Fist. It is a martial art inherited from ancient Huaxia traditions. After the revival of spiritual energy, it was reformed into a basic F-grade martial technique. The entry barrier is low, yet its practicality is notably strong. Tian, having lost both parents at a young age, was exceedingly impoverished and could not afford any martial techniques. He could only practice the most basic ones taught at school. Points being allocated. 100 martial arts points consumed. Proficiency of Tongbei Fist elevated to perfection. Ding. Tongbei Fist has surpassed its original level and has upgraded to D grade. 10 echoes Tongbei Fist. An unexpected gain? The original Tongbei Fist could only achieve 8 echoes, yet the system enhanced it to 10. Tian was immensely pleased. After a brief period of adjustment, he retrieved the teleportation array for the secret realm. It was a green gem embedded with a formation. Tian crushed the gem. A flash of white light enveloped him. And suddenly, the world spun around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar jungle. Is this the secret realm? It resembles a dungeon. Tian surveyed his surroundings. The air was thick with abundant spiritual energy, far denser than the outside world. It felt as though he were in another realm altogether. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from nearby. Tian turned alertly, spotting a beast the size of a bull glaring at him menacingly. The creature was covered in black scales, its blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity, and sharp fangs protruding menacingly. A first-tier demonic beast, the black-scaled bull? Tian recalled the knowledge from his demonic beast class. A flicker of excitement passing through his eyes. Just the right target to hone my skills. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged forward, his fists imbued with an overwhelming force of vitality. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of Tian's arms echoed ominously. The 10 thunderous fists. His fist struck mercilessly against the skull of the black-scaled bull. Bang! With a resounding impact, the massive body of the black-scaled bull was sent flying by Tian's blow, crashing heavily against the trunk of a tree. Its life hung in the balance. The ancient sacred body, invincible in close combat. The body itself is the mightiest weapon. Is this the true power of the ancient sacred body? Tian gazed at his fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He then rushed to the side of the black-scaled bull, exerting thousands of pounds of force to snap its neck. Thus, this first-tier beast breathed its last. Slaying his first beast, Tian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Not long ago, he was merely a high school student with an F-grade talent. The aspiration to become a warrior seemed a mere delusion. Now, a first-tier beast had perished so easily at his hands. Tian reflected inwardly. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in his ears. Ding. Host has slain a first-tier beast, black-scaled bull, gaining 10 points. One could earn 10 points for defeating a first-tier beast. Defeat 100 of them, and a 10 consecutive draw awaits. Chapter 4. The Great Wilderness's Prisoning Finger. In the subsequent hours, Tian relentlessly hunted beasts within the secret realm, feverishly reaping the lives of low-tier creatures. The sound of the system's notifications confirming his points never ceased. What Tian harvested was not merely points. Through each battle, his combat skills grew increasingly refined, his strikes more ruthless. If a single blow could suffice, he would not strike twice. Tian darted like lightning, engaging in a fierce skirmish with a monkey beast. Their forms intertwined, creating a dizzying spectacle. Ultimately, he seized a fleeting opportunity in the monkey beast's defense, delivering a fatal blow. Having continuously slain beasts, a faint aura of murder surrounded Tian. He stood there, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from nearby, causing Tian's eardrums to thrum. His heart tightened. He scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Amidst the thick fog, a colossal shadow gradually emerged, its scarlet eyes glimmering like ghostly flames in the mist. A gigantic gray bear, towering 3 meters high, barreled toward him from the distance. The bear beast was cloaked in a thick layer of black fur, its massive frame exuding an oppressive aura akin to a small mountain. The pressure that hit Tian was unlike anything he had felt from a first-tier beast before. A second-tier beast. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Tian's eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged directly toward the gigantic bear beast. His feet moved with astonishing speed, executing a peculiar twist in midair to evade the bear's attack, while his right arm tensed, muscles bulging, the energy swirling within his fist. The 10 thunderous fists. Tian unleashed his punch. The air crackled with 10 sharp sounds, akin to popping beans. With a howling wind, his fist struck fiercely at the bear's midsection. This punch was delivered without the slightest restraint. Roar! The bear roared in fury, feeling the might of Su Tian's attack. The thick black fur on its powerful right arm stood erect like steel needles as it swiped a claw at Su Tian's fist. Bang! The collision of fist and claw produced a deep, thunderous sound. A violent shockwave emanated from the two combatants, rustling the nearby leaves. Su Tian felt an immense force pushing him back, leaving a long trail in the ground. Damn, this bear is tough and resilient, not easy to deal with. Su Tian shook his slightly numbed right arm. That punch had merely been a test of his full strength. He realized that confronting a second-tier beast head-on was somewhat daunting. Engaging in a battle of brute strength was certainly not a viable option. Prolonging the fight might yield unfavorable outcomes. After all, his stamina was limited. Slaying more low-tier beasts to accumulate points was the true path to success. Su Tian already formulated a plan in his mind. Without hesitation, he turned, propelling himself into the depths of the forest. Behind him, the enraged giant bear unleashed a thunderous roar, its voice echoing hauntingly through the open woods, sending shivers down his spine. Its enormous body barreled forward like a bulldozer, mercilessly trampling over shrubs and producing a cacophony of snapping branches. However, despite the bear's ferocity, its sheer size became a hindrance. In the dense thicket, its speed was severely hampered, making every turn appear clumsy. For a moment, the giant bear could not keep pace with Su Tian. Swish, swish, swish. Su Tian moved with agility, like a wraith, darting between the trees in pursuit of other beasts. With each strike, he precisely claimed the life of a beast. The bear followed closely, repeatedly missing its mark, letting out furious roars, yet failing to lay a claw on Su Tian. As time passed, Su Tian sensed something amiss. His speed began to wane, and his steps felt increasingly heavy. Lacking any breathing techniques, his stamina recovery could not keep up with the exertion. The bear seemed to sense this, and, with an enraged roar, surged forward towards Su Tian. His situation turned precarious as he narrowly evaded the bear's strikes several times. The bear's hot breath nearly singed his back, sending waves of heat coursing through him. 900 points, 920 points, 950 points. Su Tian mentally counted his points while feeling his stamina plummet. The bear drew nearer, its heavy breathing audible in his ears. Almost there, just one more. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a brownish figure darting through the underbrush. It was a rabbit beast, agilely attempting to escape Su Tian's line of sight. However, he had already sensed it, a smile creeping onto his lips. Su Tian inhaled sharply, his entire body coiling like a bowstring pulled taut. Whoosh! The rabbit beast, in sheer panic, widened its eyes, trying to evade, but it was far too late. With a single punch, he obliterated the rabbit's head, blood gushing forth. Points have reached 1,000. Would you like to proceed with a 10 consecutive draw? Su Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 10 consecutive draw was now available. Draw. Golden light shimmered as 10 cards unfolded before him. 9 ordinary cards shattered instantly, dissipating into flecks of gold. The final golden card slowly turned, radiating a brilliant glow. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank martial skill, Great Wilderness's Prisoning Finger. Congratulations, host has gained 400 martial value. In a daze, Su Tian felt as if enlightenment had struck him. The method of utilizing the Great Wilderness's Prisoning Finger etched itself into his mind. Ancient Sacred Body, domineering and fierce, allows the use of martial skills without regard for personal level limitations. The system's notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Just in time. Die. Su Tian uttered a low growl. The vital energy within surged wildly, coursing along designated meridian pathways, converging at the index finger of the right hand. The skin of the finger began to emanate a faint golden glow, which intensified and gradually spread, transforming half of the finger into a lustrous gold, as if forged from purest metal. An aura of desolation, antiquity, and dominance radiated from the fingertip. The great desolate prisoner finger. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, as the space subtly trembled. This was a formidable martial technique he had drawn from the system. With a mere flick of his finger, he could imprison heaven and earth. Although it was merely half a finger's worth, it was far beyond the capabilities of a mere second-tier bear demon. Su Tian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he abruptly thrust his finger forward. A dazzling beam of light erupted from his fingertip, slicing through the air like a keen arrow, striking the bear demon in an instant. Roar! The bear demon let out a piercing, mournful cry, its massive form beginning to disintegrate rapidly. Flesh, bones, and internal organs were reduced to dust beneath that singular point of power. Ultimately, the ferocious bear demon vanished entirely, leaving only a swirling mist of blood in the air. The atmosphere was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Defeated the savage bear, earning 50 points. Su Tian retracted his finger, exhaling softly, his excitement barely contained. The might of the great desolate prisoner finger exceeded his wildest imaginings. Yet, the toll it exacted was equally unimaginable. The reservoir of energy in his dantian had nearly run dry in an instant. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his limbs growing feeble. as if his very essence had been siphoned away. It was not just the vitality. His mental fortitude was also on the brink of depletion. Tian's body began to sway, nearly toppling over. At last he collapsed. As he fell, a radiant white light enveloped him, and as the glow intensified, Tian's form gradually faded from view. He was transported out of the secret realm. Chapter 5. The Martial Exam Oath Ceremony. Time passed, though he knew not how long. Tian finally opened his eyes. He had slept soundly during this period, without even a single dream. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he felt exceptionally refreshed. How long have I been asleep? Rising, he fumbled for his phone. To his astonishment, 5 days had elapsed. The power of S-rank martial techniques is indeed formidable. Tian mused. He resolved never to use such a technique lightly on the battlefield again, lest he faint and become an easy target. Stretching languidly, he reflected on how a single use of the great desolate prisoner finger had rendered him unconscious for 5 days. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient rank. Thus, he commanded inwardly, system, allocate points. Add 200 points to the ancient sacred body. Though perilous, his journey through the secret realm had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he acquired the S-rank martial technique, the great desolate prisoner finger, but he had also amassed 400 points of martial value. A warm current surged through him, enveloping every inch of his skin like soothing hot spring water, an indescribable delight. It felt as if a slumbering giant beast within was gradually awakening. This sensation was exhilarating. Tian clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within. 200 points of martial value consumed. The ancient sacred body has been enhanced. Current progress, 2. The system's notification interrupted Tian's reverie. Progress 2. The last enhancement to level 1 required 100 points of martial value. Now, with 200 points spent, it remains at level 1. Tian grimaced, the progress bar appearing somewhat disheartening. Suddenly, he was elated to notice a dense cluster of white gas accumulating in his dantian. Swirling like fog, he held his breath, carefully attuning himself to this newfound power. The Chi Si has been established? Am I now a first-tier martial artist? The Chi Si is the hallmark of a first-tier martial artist. Tian could hardly believe it as he tightened his fist, sensing the abundance of strength within him. By enhancing the ancient sacred body, he had also unexpectedly broken through to a new realm. This expenditure of 200 points of martial value was not in vain. After his breakthrough, Tian felt invigorated, radiating vitality. He hurriedly washed up, donned clean clothes, and hailed a taxi to school. While seated in the car, he pondered his newfound strength. Should he encounter a second-tier bear demon now, he would no longer need to employ the great desolate prisoner finger to vanquish it. He had attained the strength of a second-tier martial artist, qualifying him for the martial arts university. The thought filled him with excitement. The morning sunlight bathed the campus, where the playground buzzed with activity and a lively atmosphere. Today marked the martial arts examination send-off ceremony, with the entire faculty and student body gathered to bid farewell to the students heading to battle. On the platform stood 5 young men and women in combat attire, exuding charisma. They were the school's elite, selected to form a martial arts team representing the institution in the examination. Behind them loomed a large electronic screen displaying their names. The foremost individual was none other than Wang Nan. Wang Nan stood at the center of the crowd, surrounded by admirers like a star among planets. Today, he had styled his hair into a slicked-back masterpiece, convinced of his own striking allure, his nose held high, and his chin nearly touching the heavens. Nangu, you will surely excel in this examination. Don't forget about your brothers when you triumph. A sycophantic junior called from the crowd. Nangu is mighty. Nangu is formidable. Came the chorus of enthusiastic shouts. Su Mingling anxiously scanned the crowd, her eyes brimming with concern. She hadn't seen Tian for 5 days. Her calls had gone unanswered, as if he had vanished into thin air. Tian, where on earth have you gone? She murmured, a swell of unease rising within her. Tian had long yearned to participate in the martial arts examination, but due to missing the team formation, he had to compete alone, which worried her immensely. Only by slaying a sufficient number of demon beasts could one qualify for entry into the martial arts university. A solo endeavor meant Tian would face every danger alone. Mingling, don't fret, Tian will be fine, a friend reassured her. But Su Mingling hesitated, knowing her friend's words were merely comfort, yet her anxiety remained unabated. Wang Nan had leveraged his wealth, promising substantial rewards to his team members, and successfully secured the position of captain. At this moment, he brimmed with self-satisfaction. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping through the crowd, seemingly searching for something. A mocking smile crept across his lips. Some people, who once swore to participate in the martial arts examination, are now nowhere to be seen. Wang Nan's voice was not loud, yet it was clear enough for those nearby to hear. His companions immediately chimed in. Who could Wang Gu be referring to? Surely not that F-rank talent, Tian? During the last strength test, he barely managed to scrape by, and now that the time has come to prove himself, he has gone missing. I bet he is hiding away, afraid of embarrassment. Laughter erupted among the group, echoing through the crowd. Upon hearing these remarks, Su Mingling's expression turned icy. Suddenly, she felt a hand pat her shoulder. She turned to see who it was. A strikingly handsome youth stood before her, clad in pristine athletic attire. His face adorned with a gentle smile and his eyes brimming with confidence. Tian, Su Mingling exclaimed with delight. Where have you been these past few days? I've been so worried. Her tone carried a hint of reproach, yet was predominantly filled with joy. Tian gently patted her back, offering solace. I'm fine. I merely spent a few days in training. Wang Nan, too, recognized Tian amidst the crowd, his eyes flickering with surprise before reverting to a mocking demeanor. Well, if it isn't Tian, you certainly dare to show up. He scoffed, sizing Tian up with a disdained air. What? Am I not allowed to come? Tian retorted coolly. Did you not boast about participating in the martial arts examination? Surely you have registered by now. Wang Nan sneered, his taunting voice echoing through the ears of every student present. Tian chose to ignore him, raising his hand to manipulate his wristband. Shortly thereafter, his information was displayed on the electronic screen, revealing his name in 6th place. On his way here, Tian had discovered that today was the registration day. Thus he had enrolled directly. All eyes were drawn to the electronic screen, astonished that he had indeed dared to register. Wang Nan momentarily stammered in disbelief before bursting into laughter. Well, you have guts, but it's a pity. Our team is already full. Wang Nan feigned helplessness, waving his hand dismissively. You. Su Mingling fumed, indignant that they would deny Tian the chance to team up, effectively putting him at a disadvantage in the examination. Zhang Ming, the host of the event, secretly favored Tian. The 5 individuals before him, led by Wang Nan, represented the school's honor. Zhang Ming could only counsel. Wang Nan, why go to such lengths? We're all from the same school. Having an extra person on the battlefield enhances our chances. The regulations for the martial arts examination stipulated that a team could consist of no more than 8 members. Wang Nan cast a sidelong glance at the principal, aware that, with graduation looming, even the principal could not intervene. All right, as long as Tian begs me, I might consider it, Wang Nan declared, crossing his arms and lifting his chin, assuming a superior posture. Zhang Ming's expression turned troubled as he glanced between Tian and Wang Nan, unsure of how to proceed. With a resigned sigh, he furrowed his brow as if he could crush a fly. Wang Nan's gaze bore into Tian, sharp as daggers, laden with provocation, as if he could foresee Tian's submission. All attention converged upon Tian, some curious, others relishing the anticipated spectacle, standing at the center of the crowd. Tian seemed unfazed, his expression devoid of panic. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, forming a delicate arc. No, my friend, Tian finally spoke. His voice soft yet distinctly audible to all. His tone was relaxed, tinged with jest. I never stated that I wished to join you. As the words left his lips, they fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of astonishment through the crowd, which had fallen into a sudden hush. All eyes fixated on Tian, their expressions a mix of disbelief and derision, as if they were observing a fool unaware of his own insignificance. What did this kid just say? One student questioned, rubbing his ears in disbelief. He said he doesn't want to join Wang Nan's team. Another echoed, his tone dripping with mockery. Is he out of his mind? Competing solo in the martial arts examination? Who does he think he is? Does he truly consider himself a genius with A-level talent? Without the aid of teammates, he wouldn't even stand a chance against a first-tier beast. Confronted by a second-tier beast, he might not even know how to spell death. After a brief silence, a cacophony of chatter erupted, crashing over Tian like a tidal wave, each voice louder than the last, filled with doubt, ridicule, and disdain. One-on-one with a beast is a far cry from surviving in a testing ground teaming with them. Being able to defeat a first-tier beast does not guarantee survival in such an environment. Hence, forming a team is essential to maximize each candidate's chances of survival. Tian's intention to face the challenge alone seemed nothing short of suicidal. Zhang Ming appeared equally astonished. He had not anticipated such a choice from Tian. This boy is far too impulsive. Su Mingling anxiously grasped Tian's arm. Participating in the martial arts examination alone is far too perilous. I am fully aware. Tian replied with a gentle smile. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Wang Nan, momentarily taken aback, erupted into a fit of laughter. Huh, have you perhaps overindulged in your meals? Lost your wits? You truly believe you can escape a second-tier beast? Tian shot him a cold glance, his expression laced with disdain. Ignoring Wang Nan, he turned to leave with Su Mingling. Wang Nan's eyes remained fixed on the retreating figures of Tian and Su Mingling, his jealousy simmering to a boil, a cruel glint flashing in his gaze. Upon returning to class, Tian noted the diminished number of students. With less than a month remaining until the martial arts examination, not everyone qualified to participate. Those lacking martial arts talent or insufficient strength had begun contemplating their futures. In this world, aspiring martial artists have numerous career paths available. They might join the security departments of large corporations, ensuring order and safety, or serve as assistants in martial arts schools, guiding students in basic training. They could also pursue auxiliary professions, such as pharmacists or blacksmiths. Ultimately, everyone was striving for their future. As Su Tian surveyed the empty classroom, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Having chosen the path of the martial arts examination, he resolved to pursue it with unwavering determination. Ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts in this realm, all classes at the school had concluded. The time leading up to the examination was now free time. Su Tian decided to spend the day in the training room, needing to enhance his strength swiftly to distinguish himself in the martial arts examination. The training room exuded a soft glow. Su Tian selected a corner and slowly settled into a meditative position. He closed his eyes, shutting out the world's distractions. His breathing gradually became steady and profound. He began circulating the energy within his body, following a specific path through his meridians. The process of expelling the old and drawing in the new is an essential lesson for every martial artist. As time gradually slipped away, Su Tian found himself entirely immersed in his cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time. Eventually, he opened his eyes. After a whole day of practice, he realized a pressing issue. He was limited to the most rudimentary breathing techniques for his training, which resulted in painfully slow progress. If he wished to enhance his strength swiftly, he required a specialized method of cultivation. He muttered to himself. Before he knew it, it was time for school to end. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the streets, casting a warm glow upon everything. Su Tian, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, ambled along the path home. Humming a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted by the beautiful scenery. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind him. As a martial artist, Su Tian did not need to turn around to discern the identity of the approaching figures. The unique aura emanating from each person was unmistakable. He glanced back, and indeed, it was the martial arts team from the morning. They approached with an aggressive demeanor. Wang Nen crossed his arms defiantly, blocking Su Tian's path. He had been nursing a grudge since Su Tian had outshone him during the special recruitment at the Tianning Martial Arts Academy. Now, as the captain of the school's martial arts team, he felt untouchable, even by the principal. The moment had finally arrived. The other 4 members encircled Su Tian, their faces adorned with malicious grins. Surely, they were not here merely to reminisce? Su Tian's expression swiftly turned cold. What's with the long faces? We don't owe you any money, he retorted. Indeed, you alone are preparing for the martial arts entrance exam. Brother Nan feels sympathetic and has come to teach you a few moves, just to be considerate. A girl beside him chuckled, covering her mouth. Teach me a few moves? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, his smile devoid of warmth. Oh, how do you intend to teach me? Quite simply, Wang Nen smirked ominously. Without further ado, he surged forward. His right fist clenched and propelled by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at Su Tian's face. Tiger Roar Fist. To Su Tian, Wang Nen's movements appeared excruciatingly slow. A faint smile graced his lips as he calmly raised his right hand. His palm, elegant and slender, spread slightly, reminiscent of a blooming lotus flower. An invisible current enveloped his hand, emitting a soft glow. In the instant Wang Nen's fist was poised to strike Su Tian. The latter moved with an astonishing speed, intercepting Wang Nen's punch with his palm. The two forces clashed in the air, and instead of the anticipated cataclysmic impact, there was merely a subtle thud. In an instant, the fierce winds generated by Wang Nen dissipated into nothingness. Su Tian had seized Wang Nen's fist, rendering him immobile. Wang Nen's face contorted in rage, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength. Let go of me. Yet, Su Tian remained steadfast, his expression serene, a faint smile lingering on his lips. His fingers tightened like a vice around Wang Nen's wrist. In the next moment, Wang Nen's complexion turned ashen. A faint crack echoed through the air, almost imperceptible. His wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, the sound of bones fracturing resonating clearly. His hand was broken. Ah! Wang Nen let out a piercing scream, his anguished cries reverberating in the air. The members of his team stood frozen, astonished at the scene unfolding before them. It was utterly inconceivable. Su Tian had effortlessly neutralized Wang Nen's assault, defeating him in an instant. It was important to note that Wang Nen was a first-tier, second-level martial artist. For a moment, everyone was rooted to the spot, at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Who else wishes to teach me? Su Tian surveyed his surroundings, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Wang Nen's companions. Is there anyone else who would like to impart their wisdom? His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The once bullying group now resembled wilted eggplants, their bravado evaporated, particularly the girl who had giggled earlier. Her face now pale, her lips trembling, utterly speechless. She cautiously began to inch backward, fearful of drawing Su Tian's attention. What a farce. Wang Nen, a first-tier, second-level martial artist, was undoubtedly one of the strongest among them. Yet, before Su Tian, even such a formidable opponent could not withstand a single blow. They might bully ordinary students, but to confront someone like Su Tian was tantamount to courting death. At that moment, a sharp voice shattered the standoff. Stop! Su Tian was taken aback. The voice sounded strikingly familiar. He turned to see a petite figure rushing towards him. It was Su Mingling. Breathless, she reached Su Tian's side, glaring at Wang Nen and his cohort. What are you doing? Picking on the weak is hardly a display of prowess. Su Mingling was genuinely incensed. As a direct admit to Tianfu University, with a first-tier, 7th-level strength and A-grade talent, she could easily overpower all 5 of them with a single hand. Her fury was palpable, but as she surveyed the scene, her expression shifted to one of confusion. Su Tian stood unharmed, while Wang Nan clutched his wrist in agony, grimacing and on the verge of tears. What was happening? Su Mingling blinked, perplexed, and turned to Su Tian. Are you all right? Am I all right? I'm perfectly fine. Su Tian replied with a smile, but they seemed to be in a spot of trouble. Understanding dawned on Su Mingling. It was not Su Tian who was being bullied, but rather the other way around. A wave of relief washed over her, though curiosity soon followed. What on earth happened? They said they wanted to teach me a few moves. Su Tian shrugged, feigning innocence. I was merely seeking guidance. Su Mingling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Breaking Wang Nan's hand is quite the lesson. With the entrance exam approaching, Su Tian wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. He released his grip on Wang Nan's wrist. Scram! Wang Nan and his companions, as if granted a pardon, scrambled away in haste. Once their figures had completely vanished, Su Tian inquired, "What brings you here?" "You, honestly." Su Mingling chided, casting a reproachful glance at Su Tian. "You were so impulsive. Do you realize how dangerous it is to face the martial arts entrance exam alone?" She paused, her tone softening. "If you didn't want to team up with Wang Nan, you could have just told me. I could have asked my father to help you find another team. That would be far better than going solo." Su Tian gazed into Su Mingling's expressive eyes. "I wouldn't want others to think I'm relying on others." He flashed a broad grin, showcasing his pearly whites, deliberately teasing her. "You." Su Mingling was exasperated, stomping her foot, her face flushed with indignation. "Who said you were relying on anyone?" I was just." She pondered for quite some time, but ultimately could not articulate her thoughts. Finally, with a huff of indignation, she exclaimed, "Forget it. I won't share anything with you anymore. I had intended to invite you to my home and present you with a gift, but it seems you no longer require it." With that, she turned on her heel, embodying a demeanor that suggested the consequences of her displeasure would be severe. Su Tian hastily grasped her arm, grinning playfully as he replied, "What a coincidence. I've been feeling a bit unwell lately and prefer softer foods. Miss Su, might you take me to your residence for a tour?" Now that was more agreeable. Su Mingling nodded in satisfaction, the corners of her mouth curving into a subtle smile of triumph. Su Mingling's abode was situated in the renowned affluent district of Yunding Villa in Haitianshire. The environment was picturesque, adorned with verdant trees, and luxurious villas were meticulously arranged, each resembling a finely crafted work of art, shimmering under the sun's radiant glow. It was Su Tian's inaugural visit to this locale, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, the lives of the wealthy were distinctly different. As he followed Su Mingling, he realized that not only was the scenery delightful, but even the air carried a faint, refreshing fragrance that was invigorating. "Come, let us go inside and take a look," Su Mingling beckoned, leading Su Tian into one of the villas. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was struck by the stunning sight before him. The spacious and brightly lit hall spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with opulence yet retaining a sense of elegance. At the center lay a colossal carpet fashioned from the pelt of a rare beast, its fur gleaming and soft to the touch, clearly of considerable value. "Is this the hide of a second-tier demon beast, the Gale Wolf?" Su Tian couldn't help but inquire, having read about this creature in books. Noted for its incredible speed and elusiveness. "Indeed, my father hunted it last year," Su Mingling replied nonchalantly, as if it were merely an ordinary matter. Su Tian marveled. A second-tier demon beast was a height that countless ordinary martial artists could only aspire to. Clearly, Su Mingling's father possessed formidable strength. As he continued to survey the surroundings, he noticed that the walls were adorned not with esteemed paintings, but rather an array of weapons gleaming with a chilling luster. There were long swords, battle knives, and an enormous battle axe, its blade shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, unmistakably extraordinary. "These are all part of my father's collection," Su Mingling explained. Having noticed Su Tian's gaze, he has a penchant for collecting peculiar weapons. Su Tian was taken aback. This was no mere collection of oddities, but rather a veritable arsenal. Venturing further inside, he stumbled upon a vast training room. He stepped in, feeling as if he had entered a martial artist's paradise. Various training equipment dazzled the eye, creating a bewildering array. Most prominent were several power-testing punching bags, each significantly larger than those he had encountered at school, their surfaces pockmarked from countless impacts. Su Tian felt a surge of excitement. Coming from a humble background, he typically trained in the public facilities at school. In comparison, the school's training room seemed like a child's playroom. This is the training environment a martial artist deserves, he couldn't help but exclaim, approaching one of the punching bags. He was eager to try it out. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a frame at the center of the training room. Inside, a golden metal gleamed radiantly, as if imbued with magic, firmly capturing Su Tian's gaze. The metal's design was exquisite, featuring a sword entwined with a lifelike golden dragon. Its head held high as if striving to pierce the heavens. At the hilt, a brilliant ruby was embedded, sparkling under the light, casting a dazzling glow. The entire metal exuded an aura of sanctity and solemnity, evoking a sense of reverence. Is that the dragon sword medal awarded by the state? Tian gasped in astonishment. He had seen an image of this medal in history textbooks, rumored to be a distinction reserved for martial artists who had rendered remarkable service to the nation. This medal symbolized unparalleled honor and immense power. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within Tian. He gazed at the medal, his eyes brimming with aspiration. Chapter 8. Su Huayan. Observing Tian's rapt attention, Su Mingling sidled up to him, pointing to the dragon sword medal with an air of pride. Did you know? This is my father's treasure. Back in the day, he participated in the martial artist entrance examination and single-handedly secured second place in the province. Impressive, isn't it? Her bright eyes sparkled with admiration, as if the glory emanating from the medal reflected upon her face. Tian, drawn back to reality by Su Mingling's words, gazed at the emblem of supreme honor, an inexplicable emotion swelling within him. Second in the province, now a bearer of the dragon sword medal. What must the first place holder have been like, possessing such extraordinary prowess? Second in the province. Tian murmured to himself. Surely, the top scorer must have been even more formidable. My father said that the top scorer back then was practically a monster. Alone, he fought through the entire examination venue. Ultimately, despite sustaining severe injuries, he managed to exhaust a third-tier demon beast. By the end of the exam, he amassed over 1,000 points, equivalent to several teams of martial artists. Su Mingling excitedly recounted to Tian. The top scorer. Tian mused inwardly, his gaze igniting with fervor. Ever since he obtained the martial arts card drawing system, his life's trajectory had undergone a dramatic transformation. He was no longer the same person he once was. Just recently, he had slain a second-tier savage bear. Now, having advanced to a first-tier martial artist, his ancient sacred body had further improved. He wondered if he might also have a chance to contend for that top position in the upcoming martial arts examination. As Tian's thoughts swirled, a resonant voice interrupted his reverie. Mingling, you return home with company and do not inform me? The rich voice emanated from behind them, prompting both Tian and Su Mingling to turn. They beheld two middle-aged men standing at the entrance. One was a robust figure with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes, emanating an aura of authority. He was clad in a crisp black training outfit, adorned with a golden dragon, and was none other than Su Mingling's father. Su Huayan, the president of the Haitian Martial Arts Association. The other man appeared more scholarly, somewhat slender, wearing gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of intellect. He donned a gray long robe, holding a folding fan, which he gently waved, exuding the charm of an ancient literati. Dad, what brings you here? Su Mingling exclaimed, sticking out her tongue in surprise. Hello, Uncle Su. Tian greeted politely, inwardly marveling at the formidable presence of this Uncle Su, truly befitting the president of the local martial arts association. Su Huayan nodded, his gaze lingering on Tian for a few seconds, revealing no discernible emotion. Mingling, who is this? The scholarly man inquired, his voice gentle and soothing, like a breath of spring air. Uncle, this is my friend, Tian, Su Mingling introduced. Then turned to Tian. Tian, this is my father's good friend, Uncle Lin Kuei, who is also an admissions officer at Tianfu University. Greetings, Uncle Lin. Tian offered once more. Lin Kuei smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Tian, and a fleeting, imperceptible emotion flickered behind the lenses of his glasses. The young man, though appearing quite spirited, left much to be desired in terms of his capabilities. He reflected silently, his gaze shifting once more towards Su Mingling. Mingling, you are indeed the pride of our city, with your A-grade talent and boundless prospects. Lin Kuei remarked, turning to Su Mingling, his tone brimming with admiration. An individual so beautiful, endowed with such exceptional talent, is truly the envy of many. Su Mingling, flattered by the praise, felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. Stealing a shy glance at the young man beside her, Tian, her eyes conveyed a touch of youthful coyness. Young man, you too must be preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination, am I correct? How is your preparation coming along? Lin Kuei's tone shifted to one of casual inquiry, as if addressing an ordinary student. It's going all right. I'm doing my best, Tian replied, scratching his head awkwardly. As an admissions officer from Tianfu University, Lin Kuei had interacted with various prodigies, and his discerning eye did not miss the mark. Inwardly, he shook his head, noting that Tian had only recently broken through to the first level of martial artists. In the context of the martial arts entrance examination, he was merely of middling caliber. Compared to the true geniuses, he fell woefully short. To think that Mingling seemed to hold him in such regard. Yet, out of respect for Su Mingling, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Finding reliable teammates would significantly enhance one's chances of success in the examination. Lin Kuei casually suggested while his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Su Huayan. I plan to participate in the martial arts entrance examination alone. Su Huayan had remained silent, observing Tian. To him, Tian was unworthy of his treasured daughter, given Su Mingling's extraordinary talent and intellect. Su Tian's voice was barely above a whisper. The moment his words fell, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat charged. Oh, Lin Kuei's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, his tone laced with intrigue. Going solo for the martial arts entrance examination? Young man, you possess quite the audacity. Su Huayan's brow furrowed even more tightly. He harbored a disdain for braggarts among the youth. To him, Su Tian's proclamation was akin to a fool's dream. Attempting to navigate the examination as a first-level martial artist, all on his own, was nothing short of an insurmountable challenge. In front of his daughter, he suppressed his irritation. I look forward to your performance, he stated in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Su Tian sensed that Su Mingling's father held little regard for him. This was understandable. After all, who would want their daughter associating with a brash young man who spoke so fancifully? With this thought, Su Tian awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had indeed come today to seek old Deng for some gold coins. Dad, Su Mingling stepped forward, linking her arm with Su Huayan's and gently swaying it. Did you not mention that we recently received a new batch of martial arts techniques? I would like to take Su Tian to have a look, so he can choose one to practice. Su Mingling made her request known. Martial arts techniques? Su Huayan's brow knitted slightly, ready to elaborate further. Yet, upon meeting his daughter's pleading gaze, he reluctantly waved his hand in concession. All right, go ahead. Yay, you're the best, Dad. Su Mingling cheered, tugging at Su Tian's sleeve as they made their way downstairs. After the two departed, Su Huayan turned to Lin Kuei. What do you think of this young man? His relationship with Mingling seems rather unusual. Su Huayan's gaze lingered on Su Tian as he descended the stairs. The martial arts examination is approaching. We shall see whether he is a horse or a donkey. Su Huayan fell silent for a moment, his eyes growing more profound. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. Otherwise, I shall have a serious talk with Linger about this matter. Chapter 9. The A-Class Breathing Technique. Su Mingling bounced down the stairs, pulling Su Tian along behind her, who felt a quiet anticipation within. What kind of opulence could Su Huayan's arsenal possess? They arrived in the basement, where a heavy metallic door loomed before them. Su Mingling expertly entered a series of digits into the keypad beside the door, which slowly creaked open, a dazzling light spilling forth from within. Su Tian was left in awe by the sight that greeted him. In the spacious room, rows of metallic containers stood neatly arranged, housing an array of weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, all of exceptional quality radiating a chilling gleam. On the opposite side of the room were rows of crystal cabinets, each displaying a collection of glimmering crystals that emitted a soft, ethereal glow, appearing especially mysterious under the light. What is this? Su Tian inquired. Pointing at the crystals in the cabinets, his curiosity piqued. These are martial arts technique crystals, Su Mingling explained patiently, gesturing towards the crystals. They store martial arts techniques, and one must input a password to learn them, ensuring better confidentiality. There's such a mechanism? Su Tian marveled, having never encountered such an object before. He couldn't help but pick one up for a closer inspection. The crystal was a pale blue, about the size of his thumb, its surface smooth as a mirror, with countless tiny runes seemingly flowing within, emanating a gentle energy that brought a refreshing sensation. Su Mingling's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer to Su Tian, lowering her voice conspiratorially. What if I tell you the password for the martial arts technique crystals? She winked playfully. You could use all of them. No, Su Tian exclaimed, startled, quickly covering Su Mingling's mouth to prevent her from revealing more. Setting aside the possibility of surveillance, if Su Huayan were to discover this, he might very well harbor murderous intentions against him. Su Huayan was already unfavorable towards him. No need. I only require one breathing technique, Su Tian insisted, shaking his head earnestly. Breathing technique? Su Mingling pondered. What I currently lack most is a breathing technique. Su Tian scratched his head. I've just broken through to the first level of martial artists and have yet to practice any breathing techniques. A breathing technique is quite simple, Su Mingling said, leading Su Tian deeper into the arsenal. They arrived at a crystal cabinet, from which she retrieved a golden crystal. How about this one? 9 Suns breathing technique. It's my father's prize collection. It's an A-class breathing technique. You should practice this. An A-class breathing technique. Su Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a treasure of immeasurable worth. That's far too precious. I can't accept it. Oh, why be so polite? Su Mingling insisted, shoving the crystal into Su Tian's hands. This breathing technique is a gift for you, an early congratulatory present for passing the martial arts examination. Su Tian grasped the crystal, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. This girl was far too generous. However, the 9 Suns breathing technique was indeed what he needed most at this moment. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Her delicate fingers rested on the martial arts technique crystal, causing it to emit a faint glow. Su Mingling raised the golden crystal to Su Tian's forehead. He felt a cool sensation at his brow as an immense flow of information surged into his mind. The methods of practicing the 9 Suns breathing technique instantly becoming crystal clear to him. The sensation was akin to a sudden enlightenment. Yet it also felt as though a vast trove of knowledge had been forcibly crammed into his mind, causing a slight, throbbing discomfort. All right. Su Mingling retracted the crystal and beamed at Su Tian. What do you think? Isn't it marvelous? Su Tian rubbed his temples, offering a wry smile. It is indeed quite extraordinary, though it feels a bit overwhelming. Hee, you'll get used to it. After all, it's an A-grade martial technique, so the information is rather extensive. Su Mingling patted Su Tian on the shoulder. Is there anything else you need? Feel free to ask. Everything here is at your disposal. Su Tian quickly waved his hands. No, this nine-yang breathing technique is more than sufficient. If I take any more, your father might just flay me alive. He certainly did not wish to owe further favors to the Su family. Su Mingling tilted her head in thought and suddenly clapped her hands. Right, you still lack a suitable weapon. Come, let me help you pick one. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. A weapon? Su Tian was taken aback. I don't think I need one. He hesitated. How can you say that? A good weapon can significantly enhance your strength. Without waiting for his response, Su Mingling seized his arm and led him toward the other side of the room. Su Tian felt somewhat helpless. As an ancient sacred body, his physique was formidable. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat might serve him better, and wielding a weapon could prove cumbersome. Moreover, the Su family's weapons were undoubtedly priceless treasures, and he did not wish to accrue any more debts to Su Mingling. I really don't need one. Look at my body. It's tougher than any weapon, Su Tian asserted, clenching his fist and swinging it through the air in an attempt to showcase his strength. Su Mingling, however, was unconvinced, her lips curling in skepticism. Oh, please. I don't believe you. With that, she suddenly drew a long spear from a nearby metal case. The spear gleamed silver, its tip glinting ominously. How about this spear? Su Mingling stepped in front of Su Tian, proudly displaying the metallic weapon. As Su Tian leaned in for a closer look, she unexpectedly lunged at him without warning. Whoa, that's a breach of martial ethics, Su Tian exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block. To Su Mingling's astonishment, he reached out to grasp the spear's shaft. The spear, propelled by a gust of force, thrust toward his palm. Though she hadn't used her full strength, the speed and power of the strike were formidable. Did he truly intend to catch it barehanded? This was madness. However, the subsequent scene left Su Mingling even more astounded. Mere centimeters from Su Tian's hand, the spear abruptly halted as if held by an invisible force. Su Tian's fingers tightened around the shaft, rendering it immovable despite Su Mingling's attempts to wrest it free. What is happening? Su Mingling stammered, her voice laced with confusion and disbelief. She could not comprehend the unfolding events. How had Su Tian accomplished this? Su Tian scratched his head. I told you, I'm tougher than your spear. Chapter 10, System. Level Up. Su Mingling's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Tian, as though she were staring at a monster. The sparkle of her lively eyes was now replaced by shock and curiosity, her mouth slightly agape. She exerted herself to pull the spear back, attempting to break the bizarre stalemate. Yet, the weapon remained as if welded to Su Tian's grasp, unyielding to her every effort. Su Tian chuckled, relishing Su Mingling's flustered expression, and then slowly relaxed his grip. I told you, I'm tougher than your spear, and you still didn't believe me. He teased her with a playful tone. Su Mingling suspected Su Tian was jesting, but she lacked evidence. Rubbing her wrist, slightly reddened from their struggle, she still found it hard to accept. How did you manage that? Her gaze was fixed on him, a mix of defiance and curiosity evident in her voice. Guess, Su Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Playfully winking, Su Mingling rolled her eyes. This guy was at it again, teasing her without giving a straight answer. Yet, she felt a sense of relief. With such strength, Su Tian would be more than capable during the martial examination. All right, since you're so impressive, it seems you truly don't need a weapon. Su Mingling sighed, shaking her head as she returned the spear to the metal case with a soft clatter. But don't let your guard down. You still need to approach the martial examination with caution. Don't worry, I know my limits, Su Tian replied confidently. Su Mingling nodded, trusting that Su Tian was not the arrogant type. Well then, since you don't need a weapon, let me take you to the training room. In an inconspicuous corner of the armory, numerous miniature surveillance cameras lay hidden. In the dimly lit monitoring room, only the glow of the screens illuminated the space. Su Huayan sat behind a large desk, his posture upright. The screen before him displayed real-time footage from the armory, where Su Mingling was earnestly conveying the code for the martial technique crystal to Su Tian. She then unhesitatingly bestowed upon him the A-grade breathing technique, 9-yang breathing technique. Later, she proposed gifting him a weapon and tested his strength with the spear. Each scene flowed across the screen like a cinematic reel. Su Huayan's gaze was deep and piercing as he scrutinized the footage. Faced with immense temptation, Su Tian remained steadfast, unyielding to the allure of greed. He understood the virtue of moderation, avoiding insatiable desires, which earned him a silent nod of approval from Su Huayan. Su Huayan perceived that Su Tian's closeness to Su Mingling was not merely due to the resources she could provide. He sensed Su Tian's sincerity and kindness, which further enhanced his impression of him. Not a bad person, Su Huayan mused internally, his tone imbued with a subtle appreciation. He observed Su Tian's decision to catch Su Mingling's spear barehanded, raising his eyebrows in mild astonishment. A C-grade spear. Even a third-tier martial artist would approach it with caution. Yet, Su Tian dared to catch it with his bare hands. In the footage, Su Tian effortlessly grasped the spear. This lad could actually catch Mengling's spear barehanded? The corners of Su Huayan's previously tense mouth relaxed slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. His deep voice echoed in the spacious monitoring room, laced with disbelief. It appears that he possesses a certain degree of prowess. Initially, he held a dismissive view of Su Tian, considering him merely a brash young lad, unworthy of his daughter. However, Su Huayan's gaze deepened as he began to reassess this young man. Inside the training chamber, the lighting was gentle, and the walls were constructed from a unique soundproof material that effectively insulated against the clamor of the outside world. A subtle fragrance of sandalwood permeated the air, soothing and conducive to tranquility. This is our Su family's training chamber. The environment is quite pleasant, isn't it? Su Mingling remarked as she led Su Tian inside, gesturing to their surroundings. These training rooms were custom-made, boasting exceptional soundproofing to minimize external disturbances during cultivation. Su Tian surveyed the area, appreciating the minimalist yet tasteful decor that imparted a sense of serenity and depth. He nodded, expressing his admiration. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. Training here will undoubtedly enhance efficiency. Su Mingling's tone shifted, her demeanor turning serious. The A-grade breathing technique is no trifling matter. I too spent nearly a month merely grasping the fundamentals. Do not rush. Take your time and aim to reach the entry level before the martial arts examination. Su Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall not disturb you. Best of luck. Su Mingling offered him an encouraging glance before turning to leave. The sound of the training room door closing resonated softly. Su Tian held his breath, centering his focus. System. Infuse points. He commanded. Inject 200 martial value points into the 9-yang breathing technique. Infusion in progress. 50 martial value points consumed. 9-yang breathing technique upgraded to entry level. 50 martial value points consumed. 9-yang breathing technique upgraded to proficient level. 100 martial value points consumed. 9-yang breathing technique upgraded to minor success level. 200 martial value points infusion complete. Curious about the effects of this A-grade breathing technique, Su Tian rubbed his hands together, excitement radiating from his expression. He took a deep breath, calming his exhilaration, then settled cross-legged on the floor, hands resting on his knees, assuming a standard meditative posture. Slowly, he closed his eyes, concentrating on his breath and beginning to adjust his breathing rhythm according to the methods documented in the 9-yang breathing technique. With each inhale and exhale, he gradually relaxed his body, clearing his mind. It felt as if he resonated with a certain cadence of the universe, entering a profound state of awareness. He sensed the flow of vital energy within him, akin to gentle streams converging into a mighty river, circulating through his being. As he delved deeper into his breathing, he perceived an alluring force in the surrounding air, a scorching energy imbued with a hint of solar essence. This energy seemed to respond to an unspoken call, rushing towards Su Tian eagerly. Following his breath, it entered his body, coursing through his meridians. With each passage through his channels, it refined his vitality, making it increasingly pure. A sensation of unparalleled ease enveloped him. As night turned to dawn, Su Tian emerged from his immersive training, invigorated and alert. He stretched lazily, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. This A-grade breathing technique certainly lived up to its reputation. After just one night of practice, he felt his internal energy reservoir brimming, tantalizingly close to breaking through to the second level of the first tier. Meanwhile, in the Su family dining room, a crystal chandelier cast a soft glow over a sumptuous breakfast. Su Mingling animatedly recounted the events of the previous day to Su Huayan. Dad, you won't believe it. Yesterday, Su Tian caught my long spear with his bare hands. That's a C-grade weapon, she exclaimed, her small fists waving in excitement, embodying Su Tian's spirit. Her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Su Huayan pretended to peruse the newspaper, occasionally offering non-committal murmurs of acknowledgement, while he felt a twinge of jealousy over Su Tian. Hearing his daughter praise another young man stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. That kid is just lucky, he muttered, setting down the newspaper and taking a sip of milk, a hint of envy lacing his tone. Unperturbed, Su Mingling continued her exuberant narration. Dad, could you have caught a C-grade spear with your bare hands when you were young? Upon hearing this, Su Huayan's smile faltered. Jealousy is brewing, he thought to himself. Setting down his milk cup, he feigned seriousness and cleared his throat. Impressive as it may be, one must not succumb to pride. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or regress. He paused before adding, you did teach him the 9-yang breathing technique, right? By imparting an A-grade breathing technique to him, you may think you are aiding him. But in truth, you may be doing him a disservice. While he may excel in combat, mastering the cultivation techniques is another matter entirely. That is why human talents are graded from F to S. He picked up a napkin from the table, delicately wiping the corners of his mouth. Investing excessive time in A-grade martial arts without making progress is a waste of precious time. Su Mingling discerned her father's implications regarding Su Tian's talent and felt a surge of discontent. Pouting slightly, she murmured defiantly, "We'll see." At that moment, she held an inexplicable confidence in Su Tian. As Su Tian entered the dining room, noticing the father-daughter duo enjoying breakfast, he politely greeted them. "Uncle, Mingling, I appreciate your assistance. I'm here to bid you farewell." "Leaving so soon?" Su Mingling set down her chopsticks, a flicker of reluctance flashing in her bright eyes. "Yes, I must return to prepare. The martial arts examination is approaching," Su Tian explained with a smile. "By the way, how did your training go last night?" Su Mingling inquired curiously. "Isn't A-grade martial arts particularly challenging?" "It was passable, more or less," Su Tian modestly replied, rubbing his nose. "I feel close to reaching the entry level." Su Mingling blinked in disbelief. "I trained for nearly a month, and you're already on the verge of mastering it?" Just as she was about to express her skepticism, Su Huayan interjected, aligning with Su Tian's words to bolster his own pride. "Ah, indeed, as expected of you." Yet, a hint of uncertainty lingered in her heart. Su Huayan remained silent, quietly observing Su Tian. Standing tall like a pine tree, Su Tian's posture exuded stability, and his breath was steady and powerful. With every exhalation, a faint warmth seemed to emanate from him. Each inhale and exhale subtly carried a trace of solar energy, continuously circulating within him. Su Huayan's pupils narrowed slightly, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. This was unmistakably a manifestation of the minor success in the 9-yang breath technique. He gazed incredulously at Su Tian, as if witnessing something utterly miraculous. How could this be possible? Hadn't he only practiced for a single night? And yet, he had achieved such a breakthrough? Back in my day, I toiled for a full 2.5 years. If his perception is accurate, this talent is simply monstrous. Su Huayan felt his heart racing uncontrollably. However, with Su Mingling beside him, he could not afford to lose his composure. To exhibit excessive astonishment would be quite unbecoming in front of his daughter. After all, he was the president of the Haiqing Martial Arts Association. What storms had he not weathered? He feigned calmness and cleared his throat. "That's Su Tian," he began, setting down his milk cup and using a napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth, striving to keep his tone as composed as possible. "In the realm of cultivation, one must avoid the pitfalls of impatience and haste." He paused momentarily, gathering his thoughts. "What is most crucial now is to consolidate your foundation steadily, aiming to grasp the fundamentals within a week." "Uncle is right. I will heed your advice." Su Tian nodded obediently, displaying a demeanor of humility and eagerness to learn. Su Mingling cast a puzzled glance at her father, sensing an unusual intensity in his concern for Su Tian. Was it possible that Su Tian was truly on the verge of a breakthrough? Feigning interest in the newspaper, Su Huayan averted his gaze from his daughter. "Mingling, have you eaten your fill?" he inquired, attempting to shift the subject. "Yes, I'm full," Su Mingling responded absently, her eyes fixed on Su Tian, seemingly attempting to glean something from him. "Since you're full, you should practice. Don't just play all day," he chided lightly. "Got it, Dad," she replied with a slight pout. Su Tian, undistracted by the father-daughter duo's divergent thoughts, merely nodded politely in acknowledgement before exchanging a few casual pleasantries and turning to leave. As Su Huayan observed Su Tian's receding figure, contemplation washed over him. Once Su Tian's silhouette vanished from sight, he slowly uttered, "Su Tian, he must possess an F-grade talent, correct?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingling grew somewhat impatient, furrowing her brow with a hint of reproach. "Dad, there's no need to keep nagging," she playfully chided, clearly wishing to avoid further discussion on the topic. "All right then." As Su Tian strolled along the path, excitement coursed through him as he rubbed his hands together. The martial arts examination was merely days away. Moreover, thanks to Su Mingling, he had acquired the A-grade breathing technique, 9-yang breath technique, which promised a significant leap in his cultivation speed. It was the perfect opportunity to strive for a higher realm in the coming days. "Martial examination, here I come," he declared, inhaling deeply and striding forward with purpose. Chapter 12. The martial examination commences. With the day of the martial examination drawing ever closer, Su Tian immersed himself in rigorous practice. In the early morning, he sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, hands forming seals before his chest. As the 9-yang breath technique circulated, the air around him seemed to grow intensely heated. Threads of pure yang energy were drawn into his body, surging through his meridians before finally coalescing in his dantian. With a long exhale, Su Tian released a breath of stale air and gradually opened his eyes, which sparkled with vitality. He had achieved the first stage, second layer, success. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surge of power coursing through him, a grin spreading across his face. The 9-yang breath technique was indeed formidable, worthy of its A-grade status. In just a few short days, he had broken through a level. At this rate, perhaps he could attain another breakthrough before the examination. With delight, Su Tian entertained the thought of reaching the first stage, third layer. When next confronted by second-tier demonic beasts, he would face them without fear. Over the next few days, Su Tian practiced with relentless fervor. Apart from eating and sleeping, he devoted nearly every moment to mastering the 9-yang breath technique. A week passed in a blur of tireless cultivation. His efforts were richly rewarded. After a week of dedication, Tian ascended to the first stage, third layer. Haha. First stage, third layer. Tian exclaimed, leaping from his bed and delivering a punch into the air that resonated with a muffled thud. He exuberantly waved his fists, feeling invigorated with newfound strength. The day he had awaited had finally arrived. The annual martial arts examination in Long Nation stirred the hearts of countless individuals. The morning light illuminated Tian's chiseled features. On the television, a female anchor articulated clearly, "The annual martial arts examination in Long Nation will commence today. It is reported that nearly 10,000 candidates from the entire southeastern province will flock to this battlefield of destiny." Tian, already dressed in a brand new black martial outfit that accentuated his tall frame, looked both spirited and imposing, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached the window, yanking the curtains aside. Sunlight flooded into the room, illuminating every corner. Outside, the streets bustled with cars and the chatter of people, filling the city with an atmosphere of tension and exhilaration. Beep, beep. Below, the sound of car horns echoed. Tian leaned out to see luxury sedans lined along the roadside, each adorned with distinctive markings for the martial examination. Wow, this spectacle is even more grand than the college entrance examination of my previous life. Tian marveled. He casually picked up his admission ticket from the table and turned to head downstairs. As he stepped out of the community gate, he was greeted by a long queue of taxis, with drivers eagerly calling out, "Classmate, heading to the exam site? Free rides. What great treatment." Tian raised an eyebrow before hopping into one of the taxis. "Young man, which assembly point are you headed to?" the enthusiastic driver inquired. "City number 1 middle school." "Thank you, driver." "All right, hold on tight." The driver pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Along the way, Tian noticed that nearly all vehicles voluntarily yielded to those headed for the martial examination, and even traffic police were present at intersections to direct traffic, ensuring candidates reached their destination smoothly. "Driver, your driving skills are impressive. Have you raced cars before?" Tian teased with a smile. "Haha, you flatter me, young man. This is nothing. You martial artists are the real deal." The driver replied as he navigated the road. "I've heard that many geniuses have emerged from other cities. Young man, you must bring glory to our Haiching." "Haha, I will do my best." The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of City number 1 middle school, where a throng of parents and candidates filled the area. "Young man, give it your all. Aim for a good score." The driver encouraged Tian before parting ways. "Thank you, driver. I appreciate your kind words." Tian waved farewell with a smile, then turned to enter the school. The clamor at the school gate seemed to be separated from him by an invisible barrier. The atmosphere on campus was solemn and dignified. The students, poised to embark on their examinations, appeared as tense and expectant as soldiers preparing for battle. Some advanced warriors moved purposefully through the throngs, their expressions grave as they maintained order. The potent aura they emanated seemed to momentarily still the air itself. On the playground, helicopters were lined up in neat formation, ready to transport the candidates to their final testing grounds. "Where do you think we'll be taking the exam this year?" inquired a slender boy, nervously rubbing his hands together, glancing at his companion. "Who knows? Let us just hope it's not somewhere too perilous," his companion replied. A bespectacled lad who adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with unease. Last year's exam site was the Moro Swamp, where many second-tier beasts dwelled, resulting in numerous casualties. He swallowed hard, unable to continue. The slender boy gasped, his face paling. "I certainly don't want to fail." "Stop jinxing it, you crow." A burly boy shot a glare at him. "Let us hope for the best," the bespectacled boy sighed, his eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. Tian listened intently to the discussions around him. The locations for hunting beasts and the examination papers were both classified information, only revealed at the moment of the test. This uncertainty undoubtedly heightened the candidate's anxiety. Suddenly, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. "Tian," the melodious voice rang out, capturing attention like a lark emerging from the valley amidst the clamor of the examination grounds. Tian turned to see Su Mingling, clad in a striking white dress, standing out amidst the throng. She was petite, yet radiated an exuberant vitality. She jogged over to Tian, her delicate face alight with a radiant smile. "I finally found you. Good luck on the exam." The surrounding candidates cast envious glances at the scene. "Thank you." Tian affectionately ruffled Su Mingling's hair. The two exchanged laughter, eliciting admiration from onlookers. "Look, Lin Yaojia is coming. It's really him. So handsome. I heard he awakened an A-grade talent and declined his recommended placement to challenge for this year's top spot in the martial examination. Wow, an A-grade talent. That is a once-in-a-lifetime genius." At the school gate, a commotion drew Tian's attention. He looked up to see a young man in a white training outfit slowly approaching, surrounded by admirers. The youth was tall and handsome, exuding an air of arrogance, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs around him. Tian gleaned information from the crowd's chatter. An A-grade talent, much like Su Mingling. He wondered what his awakened ability was, but it hardly mattered. This year's martial examination champion was a title Su Tian intended to claim for himself. As Lin Yaojia appeared at the school gate, he magnetically captured everyone's attention. Not far behind him, a familiar figure caught Su Tian's eye, Wang Nan. That guy just wouldn't fade away. Su Tian smirked inwardly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yaojia. Wang Nan spotted Su Tian, and their eyes met, igniting a spark of animosity. A flash of malice crossed Wang Nan's face, quickly replaced by a sinister grin as he approached Lin Yaojia, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Cousin, do you see that guy over there?" He pointed in Su Tian's direction. "What about him?" Lin Yaojia asked dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. "That's Su Tian, the one who made quite a scene at school last time. Remember the F-grade waste I mentioned? That's him." "Oh." Lin Yaojia raised an eyebrow. "The one who awakened an F-grade talent?" "Yes, that's him." Wang Nan hissed through clenched teeth. "This waste dares to participate in the martial examination? He's just asking for humiliation. And he's coming alone, without even a teammate." Lin Yaojia's eyes flickered with contempt. "An F-grade talent is indeed rather pathetic. Cousin, you must teach him a lesson," Wang Nan implored. "This waste needs to learn what real strength means." Lin Yaojia nodded slightly, casting a scornful glance at Wang Nan. "I truly do not understand how you lost to such a waste." After a moment, a gleam of cunning flashed in his eyes. "However, since your father has made a statement, I wouldn't mind giving him a lesson. Let him understand that some individuals are beyond his reach for a lifetime." Wang Nan's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, cousin." He turned his gaze back to Su Tian, his eyes brimming with smugness and provocation. Su Tian, discerning Wang Nan's scheming intent, recognized him as a fool who never learned from his past mistakes. Lin Yaojia's gaze lingered on Su Tian for a moment, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he approached with leisurely strides. Wang Nan trailed closely behind, his face alight with malicious glee, as if already envisioning Su Tian's embarrassment. Lin Yaojia stood before Su Tian, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then extended his hand in what appeared to be a friendly gesture, patting Su Tian's shoulder. "You must be Su Tian," he said, his tone laced with amusement. At the instant his hand made contact with Su Tian's shoulder, a chill energy was subtly released, flowing from his palm into Su Tian. This energy was exceedingly covert. Had it not been for Su Tian's ancient sacred body, which granted him acute perception, he would have remained oblivious. Internally, Su Tian scoffed at this petty trick. Did Lin Yaojia dare to flaunt such antics before him? Maintaining an outward calm, he activated his inner energy, effortlessly enveloping the invasive force. As his blood surged, the hidden energy was completely neutralized, absorbed by the golden card within him. With a subtle push of his shoulder, a recoil force traveled up Lin Yaojia's arm. Caught off guard, Lin Yaojia staggered back a few steps, struggling to regain his balance. "Ouch, cousin, are you all right?" Wang Nan rushed forward to support Lin Yaojia, feigning concern. Lin Yaojia steadied himself, his expression darkening. "I am Su Tian, what do you want?" Su Tian inquired, feigning ignorance. Lin Yaojia's eyes glinted with irritation. "Nothing much. Just a reminder that it's wise to remain low-key." Su Tian spoke softly. "Oh, is that so? I believe some individuals are simply in need of a reckoning." Lin Yaojia scoffed in response, confronting him directly. He shot a glare at Wang Nan before turning his attention back to Su Tian. "Su Tian, I shall remember you." Just then, an announcement echoed through the air, shattering the tense atmosphere. "Attention all candidates, please proceed immediately to the helipad for assembly and prepare for boarding." I repeat, attention all candidates, please proceed immediately to the helipad for assembly and prepare for boarding. The announcement reverberated across the campus, urging the candidates toward their final examination point. Su Tian looked up to see helicopters on the helipad, their blades spinning rapidly, producing a thunderous roar. After a brief farewell to Su Mingling, Su Tian hurried to the helipad. A middle-aged man clad in military attire, adorned with stars on his shoulders, solemnly outlined the examination rules. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Candidates, please take note. The rules for this examination are as follows. This examination operates on a point system for hunting demon beasts. 1 point for first-tier demon beasts, 100 points for second tier, and 500 points for third tier. The strength of the same tier of demon beasts may vary, resulting in differing point values. Each candidate will be equipped with a points watch, which will automatically record points upon the slaying of a demon beast. The examination duration is 12 hours. Furthermore, the use of weapons of mass destruction, such as explosive shells and gas bombs, is strictly prohibited. Any violations will result in disqualification from the examination. Now, candidates, please board in an orderly fashion." The interior of the aircraft was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds. Through the windows, the sight of helicopters clustered together resembled a swarm of locusts, obscuring the sky. Inside, candidates buzzed with chatter, their faces etched with anxiety and trepidation, while Su Tian remained remarkably composed. As he gazed through the window, the city below gradually shrank away, ultimately morphing into mere specks. Their destination, the Black Wind Mountains. The anticipated flight duration was 30 minutes. The pilot's voice broke through the murmurs. The Black Wind Mountains. The largest gathering place for demon beasts near Tian City, stretched for hundreds of miles, and housed various formidable creatures, fraught with peril. An hour later, they landed on the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountains. Wow, this is the Black Wind Mountains. It looks quite intimidating. I've heard there are many powerful demon beasts inside, some even at the 4th and 5th tiers. Will we be in danger? What are you afraid of? We'll only be roaming the outer areas. We shouldn't encounter anything too formidable. You're not aiming for the top spot anyway. That may not be the case. If we're unlucky and cross paths with a high-tier demon beast, we could be done for. Don't be such a jinx. Candidates gathered at the entrance of the examination site, engaged in lively debate. Some were anxious, others excited, and some feigned calm. Tian stood amidst the crowd, surveying his surroundings. Towering ancient trees loomed above, casting shadows that obscured the sun, and a faint scent of blood permeated the air, sending chills down one's spine. The Black Wind Mountains certainly lived up to their reputation. Now, we will distribute the examination supplies. The examiner's voice cut through the chatter once more. Several soldiers wheeled in carts laden with supplies. Each of you will receive a vial of blood-replenishing potion and a distress signal device. The blood-replenishing potion will swiftly restore your state in case of injury. The distress signal device can be activated during times of danger, and we will dispatch assistance immediately. However, the examiner's tone shifted, rising sharply. Once you activate the distress signal device, it signifies that you are forfeiting the examination, and your scores will be nullified. Additionally, we will deploy numerous reconnaissance drones to monitor your every move. Any detected cheating will lead to immediate disqualification and a lifetime ban from future examinations. Is that understood? Understood. The candidates chorused, their voices ringing clear. The supplies were quickly distributed to each candidate. Commenced the examination. At the examiner's command, the eager candidates surged forth like wild stallions into the Black Wind Mountains. Charge, slay the demon beasts, and accumulate points. Brothers, let us form a team and hunt together. The air was filled with shouts and battle cries, echoing through the skies. Tian blended into the throng, racing into the mountains. His movements were agile and graceful, akin to a leopard darting through the jungle. Beyond the pursuit of points, he harbored another expectation. To him, the demon beasts scattered across the landscape represented a bounty of system points. With this thought, Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Once within the mountains, the candidates quickly dispersed, each searching for prey. Many drew their weapons. Some brandished long rifles, others swung massive axes, and some carried longbows, all exuding an air of ferocity. In stark contrast, Tian advanced unarmed, devoid of any weaponry. Ha ha ha, is that fellow here to amuse us? He didn't even bring a weapon. He must be so frightened that he forgot to grab one. Who would have thought someone would enter a battlefield without a weapon? It's like taking an exam without a pen. Just wait and see. He'll end up being torn apart by the demon beasts. Laughter and scorn filled the air as many candidates pointed and whispered about Tian. Yet, he appeared unfazed, pressing onward into the depths of the Black Wind Mountains. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of sounds ahead, suggesting a small team was engaged in combat with a demon beast. Intrigued, Tian stealthily approached, parting the dense underbrush. He beheld a group of 5 or 6 candidates besieging a large first-tier black bear. The bear, thick-skinned and muscular, found itself cornered by the onslaught. With a thunderous roar, it swiped its enormous paw, striking one team member who was unable to evade in time. The unfortunate candidate was sent sprawling, crashing heavily against a tree. Blood pooling from his mouth, evidently injured. The black bear, recognizing its disadvantage against the group, began to contemplate retreat. Spotting an unguarded escape route, it charged towards Tian's direction. The bear's heavy footsteps shook the ground, its massive form imposing and fearsome. Tian, observing the bear barreling toward him, remained utterly composed. He raised his fists, ready to finish it. Watch out! A crisp, urgent voice pierced through the air. Tian turned to see a girl clad in a blue training outfit rushing toward him. She moved gracefully, her steps light, wielding a gleaming sword that shimmered with a cold light. This girl was strikingly beautiful, her features exquisite and her demeanor spirited. As the black bear was about to pounce upon Tian, Lan Fangfang leapt forth, as graceful as a swallow in flight. The long sword in her hand traced a swift arc through the air, plunging fiercely into the bear's flesh. The creature emitted a chilling cry of agony before its massive form collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Are you all right? The girl inquired with concern. Tian shook his head. I am Lan Fangfang, the captain of this squad, she stated, regaining her composure. It was then that she noticed Tian was unarmed, devoid of any weaponry. Why are you not carrying a weapon? Lan Fangfang asked, astonished. The surrounding team members also took note of this, casting him incredulous glances. In the face of their scrutiny, Tian merely smiled, offering no explanation. Lan Fangfang scrutinized the youth before her. His attire was modest, and he stood alone without any companions, clearly not hailing from a wealthy family. Connecting this with his unarmed state, she surmised that perhaps he could not afford a weapon due to his family's financial constraints. Perhaps he hoped to alter his and his family's fate by gaining admission to a martial arts university. Kindness welled up within her, and she resolved to assist him. Retrieving a spare long sword from behind her, she offered it to him. Though this blade was not as sharp as her preferred weapon, it was still a decent armament. Take this sword, it is a spare of mine. While it may not be the finest weapon, it is certainly preferable to being unarmed. Fanfan, what are you doing? A tall team member interjected, attempting to dissuade her, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who gives away weapons on the battlefield, especially to a complete stranger? However, before he could finish his thought, Lan Fangfang interrupted him. It's fine, I have other weapons. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. She turned back to Su Tian, her gaze filled with sincerity and goodwill. Su Tian felt a warm surge of appreciation as he looked at the long sword she extended towards him. He sensed her kindness, but shook his head in refusal. Thank you for your generosity, but I do not need it. Lan Fangfang appeared puzzled. Typically, children from impoverished families were more sensitive and self-effacing, often reluctant to accept gifts from others. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested, why not join our team? We can hunt demon beasts together, and it would provide you with some support. Su Tian observed the discontent on the faces of the other team members, clearly unwelcome towards his inclusion. I'm sorry, but I prefer to work alone, he reiterated, declining her invitation once more. Then, please take care of yourself, Lan Fangfang replied, seeing his resolve and refraining from further insistence. I will, and you all stay safe as well. I haven't yet asked for your name. I'm Su Tian, perhaps we shall meet again. Su Tian felt positively towards Lan Fangfang. She was a kind-hearted girl. After speaking, he turned and continued deeper into the Haifeng mountain range. That fellow is truly peculiar. One team member remarked in confusion. Indeed, who would refuse a fine weapon like that? If it were me, I would be clamoring for it. Lan Fangfang quickly interrupted their chatter. Let us conserve our energy for slaying demon beasts. Chapter 15. Luring monsters. Su Tian surveyed his surroundings. The dense forest obscured the sunlight, with beams filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. He frowned slightly, contemplating. The deeper one goes into the Haifeng mountain range. The higher the rank of the demon beasts, this is common knowledge. Most candidates in previous years tended to stay in the outskirts for safety. A faint smile crept across his lips as he mused, but if that's the case, over time, the demon beasts in the periphery will surely be depleted. Eventually, to contend for those meager points, there will likely be infighting. With a resolute glint in his eyes, he made up his mind. Why not seize the opportunity and strike decisively, heading straight into the depths? Determined, Su Tian dashed toward the heart of the Haifeng mountain range. Before long, a large demon beast came into view. It resembled a wild boar, its body cloaked in a thick layer of black bristles, with a pair of tusks glinting ominously, exuding an aura of ferocity. A first-tier demon beast, the black bristle wild boar. Su Tian instantly recognized the creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered to the side of the wild boar. To conserve energy for potentially stronger foes ahead, Su Tian opted to rely solely on his physical prowess. Possessing the ancient sacred body, his physical strength was formidable, rendering this low-tier demon beast a trivial challenge. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow, creating a thunderous crack in the air. The black bristle wild boar, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the head by Su Tian's fist, its massive form collapsing with a resounding crash, raising a cloud of dust. Lifeless. It's dead already? Su Tian felt a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. It seemed he hadn't even exerted himself fully. Previously, he had only slain demon beasts within the confines of secret realms. This was his first encounter with a demon beast in the real world. He hadn't expected the first-tier demon beasts here to be so weak. Ding. Slayed a first-tier black bristle wild boar, earning 5 points. As Su Tian pondered, the system's notification chimed in promptly. Only 5 points? He rolled his eyes at the system's announcement. Indeed, the weaker the demon beast, the fewer points earned. However, to receive just 5 points felt rather stingy. He shook his head, feeling somewhat resigned. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is meat. It's better than nothing. After dispatching the black bristle wild boar, he raised his wrist, scrutinizing the black wristband. This wristband had been given to each candidate by the examiners before entering the Haifeng mountain range, serving to record their scores. A luminous screen appeared on the wristband, clearly displaying several lines of information. Examination number, 009527. Name, Su Tian. Score, 5. 9,527. This examination number is rather arbitrary. Su Tian couldn't help but scoff. The digits reminded him of a classic film character. He continued to scroll down and discovered an option for a leaderboard. Let me see where I currently stand. Su Tian tapped on the leaderboard, and a lengthy list materialized on the screen. The list displayed only examination numbers and scores, with no additional information. This was likely to protect candidates' privacy, but it also served to motivate everyone to strive for excellence, Su Tian speculated. He quickly scanned the leaderboard and soon found his rank, 8,712. He scrolled upward to see how many points the top candidate had. Examination number, 007742. Points, 365. 365 points? It seems this year's candidates are stronger than I anticipated. I can't afford to remain so leisurely any longer. I must quickly clear out the demon beasts in the outer regions and delve deeper to pursue a higher score. The method of searching for monsters one by one proved to be rather tedious. Thus, it was necessary to lure them. Tian recalled the common techniques employed in video games to spawn creatures. However, in reality, no one dared to do such a thing. When faced with demonic beasts, they were fortunate to form a team, let alone risk gathering them together. Yet, Tian possessed the audacity to do so. With a flicker of inspiration, he leapt onto a towering tree, surveying the landscape around him. Although the beasts in this outer region were of low rank, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If he could lead them to a single location, it would be akin to catching fish in a barrel. Tian stroked his chin, musing to himself. He soon spotted a valley not far away, flanked by mountains on three sides, with only a narrow entrance, an ideal ambush site. That would be the place. Resolute in his decision, Tian vanished into the dense forest. He first purposefully meandered before a few first-tier demonic beasts, drawing their attention, and then took off running towards the valley. The beasts, unwilling to let him escape, roared in pursuit. As he ran, Tian occasionally turned back to taunt them, ensuring they remained closely on his heels. Before long, he had led the first batch of beasts to the entrance of the valley. With a swift motion, he concealed himself behind a massive boulder. The beasts, having lost their target, began to scatter chaotically like headless flies. Tian chuckled to himself and repeated the process, drawing in the second and third batches, causing the chaos to escalate. It was time. Observing the throng of dozens of beasts gathered in the valley, densely packed like a rising tide, he sensed the moment was ripe. Come, my precious ones, indulge in this grand feast. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Tian's lips, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he charged into the fray of ferocious beasts, embodying the essence of a relentless deity of slaughter. His movements were as swift as lightning, weaving effortlessly among the beasts, each strike executed with precision and ferocity. His fists, palms, elbows, and knees transformed into the most lethal of weapons. A single punch shattered the skull of an armored rhinoceros, blood and gore splattering everywhere. In an instant, he evaded an attacking wind wolf, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent another beast flying several meters away. Tian appeared tireless, growing more formidable with each clash. Every punch and kick infused with terrifying power. The roars of the beasts, their agonized cries, and the sound of shattered bones intertwined, composing a macabre symphony of death. Blood soaked the ground, severed limbs strewn about, and the air was thick with the stench of carnage. Tian was like an unfeeling reaper, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the demonic beasts. Each blow struck true, targeting vital points with no hesitation. Faced with such relentless onslaught, the beasts finally began to falter, scattering in an attempt to flee from the horrific slaughter. However, Tian had already sealed off their escape routes. He darted like a specter, appearing before the fleeing beasts, delivering blow after blow without mercy. In the valley, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses lay strewn about. Tian stood atop the mound of beast carcasses, drenched in their blood, resembling a bloodied statue of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Breathing heavily, his eyes still sparkled with exhilaration. This massacre had set his blood ablaze. He threw his head back and howled to the heavens, his voice brimming with triumph and exuberance. At long last, the final beast fell at his feet. The valley returned to silence, save for Tian's heavy breaths and the lingering odor of blood. Ping. Killed a first-tier demonic beast. Armored rhinoceros, earning 6 points. Ping. Killed a first-tier demonic beast. Wind wolf, earning 5 points. Ping. Killed a first-tier demonic beast. Chapter 16, A Hellish Scene. In the valley, corpses lay scattered, blood flowed like a river. Severed limbs littered the ground, the air thick with the nauseating stench of blood. Tian stood amidst the carcasses, resembling a statue stained with blood. His body was splattered with the beast's blood, yet not a drop was his own. His chest heaved slightly, excitement glimmering in his eyes as if still immersed in the recent carnage. Surely, this would suffice for points? Tian pondered, eagerly checking his ranking. With a gentle tap, the leaderboard materialized before him. Not bad at all. Tian nodded in satisfaction as he beheld his ranking, having slain over 100 first-tier beasts. He had surged into the top 50, indicating a bountiful harvest. With that thought, his spirits soared even higher. He lifted his gaze to survey the area, confirming that he had thoroughly exterminated every beast in the valley, leaving not a single one behind. Content: Tian exited the valley. With this successful endeavor, he had taken a step closer to his next 10 consecutive draws. He wondered what treasures might await him this time. While lost in pleasant thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Tian. He looked up to see none other than Lan Fangfang and her team. They approached him swiftly, and upon seeing his blood-soaked appearance, they were momentarily taken aback. Tian, what happened to you? Lan Fangfang exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, her voice trembling. Are you hurt? Is it serious? Seeing their anxious expressions, Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This girl truly had a kind heart. But I'm fine, he replied. Lan Fongfong stamped her foot in agitation, rummaging through her backpack to retrieve a vial of potion, prompting her teammates to stare in astonishment. Your healing potion must be depleted, right? Here, take this, it will help. Tian gazed at the red vial, touched by her generosity. Each person was allowed only one healing potion, and Lan Fongfong was willing to part with hers for him. Thank you, Lan Fongfong, but I really am fine. This blood isn't mine. You Lan Fongfong sighed internally. Your entire black outfit is drenched in blood, and you still say you're fine? How stubborn can you be at a time like this? She feared that excessive generosity might offend Tian's pride. All right, then, she relented after a moment of contemplation. If it comes to it, just use the distress signal. After all, your life is of utmost importance. Tian, as long as you have the green hills, you need not fear the absence of firewood. You are still young. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Lan Fongfong earnestly advised him. Tian, touched by their sincere concern, felt warmth in his heart. He knew they genuinely cared for him. Thank you for your kindness, but I want to hold on a little longer, he replied with a smile. After all, this is my first time participating in the martial arts examination. I can't give up so easily, can I? However, before Lan Fongfong could say more, Tian interrupted. Rest assured, I know my limits. Tian gently patted her shoulder, offering her a reassuring gaze. If I truly encounter danger, I will use the distress beacon. Very well then. Lan Fongfong, seeing Tian's determination, felt it unnecessary to press further. Just be careful. Yes, I will. Take care of yourselves too. With that, Tian bid farewell to Lan Fongfong and her companions, resuming his journey. Watching his departing figure, Lan Fongfong let out a long sigh. Without a team, or even a weapon, he had sustained serious injuries at the very onset of the examination. If he did not utilize the distress beacon, he might indeed face life-threatening peril. Indeed, he seems to possess merely the strength of a first-tier triple. How audacious of him. She pondered why she felt compelled to assist a stranger with whom she had only crossed paths once. Perhaps it was his unwavering spirit and determination that moved her. After Tian's departure, Lan Fongfong's team continued their exploration. Which direction should we head? Inquired Li Ming, the tallest among them, responsible for clearing the path ahead. Let us investigate over there, Lan Fongfong suggested, pointing toward the direction Tian had just traversed. Over there? What is so interesting? Just trees upon trees, retorted Zhao Kong, a sharp-featured boy responsible for scouting their surroundings. Perhaps we might uncover something, Lan Fongfong replied, her tone tinged with uncertainty, unsure of why she felt drawn to that path. All right then, we shall follow your lead. Li Ming nodded, wielding his machete as he forged ahead, clearing the way. After a brief while, they were met with a pungent scent of blood. Everyone, be cautious, Li Ming warned, slowing his pace. After advancing further, they arrived at a valley. What is this? The sight before them left the group utterly astounded. The valley was strewn with the corpses of demonic beasts, their blood staining the ground and forming small streams. The air thick with a nauseating stench. Good gracious, have we stumbled upon a nest of demonic beasts? Zhao Kong gasped, this being his first encounter with such a grim sight. This is utterly outrageous, Li Ming echoed, astonished. Despite his considerable strength, he had never witnessed such carnage. What kind of expert could have achieved this? Lan Fongfong murmured, deeply shaken by the scene. Look at the wounds on these demonic beasts. Suddenly interjected Wang Mo, who had remained silent until now, crouching down to scrutinize the corpse of a demonic beast. What is it? The others gathered around him. These beasts have been brutally annihilated. Wang Mo pointed out. Behold this iron-armored rhinoceros. Its head is completely crushed, the skull reduced to fragments, and brain matter oozing out. And this wind wolf, its body nearly torn asunder, its entrails scattered about, a truly tragic demise. This blazed tiger fared even worse. Its limbs were forcibly wrenched apart, the bone splinters exposed. A sight that evokes pain. The manner of their deaths bore no resemblance to that inflicted by conventional weaponry. It was as if a terrifying entity had shredded them apart with bare hands. Wang Mo's voice trembled as he spoke, increasingly alarmed. Torn apart by bare hands. The group exchanged glances, contemplating the sheer magnitude of power required to accomplish such a feat. Lan Fongfong, gazing at the multitude of demonic beast corpses, felt an even deeper shock within her. She inexplicably thought of someone, a person who had entered unarmed. Tian. He had claimed that the blood on him was not his own. Initially, she thought he was merely boasting. Could it be true? A terrifying possibility dawned upon her. Impossible, impossible. He is merely a first-tier triple. How could he achieve such devastation? Chapter 17. Who is 9527? Tian found a relatively safe spot and activated his wristband to check his results. Examination number 009527. Name, Tian. School, First High School of Haitian City. Score, 621 points. Ranking, 36th. The examination was in full swing, with scores rising by the moment. Nonetheless, Tian's recent bout of monster hunting had effectively boosted his score. His methods were undeniably effective. After reviewing his ranking, Tian opened the system. Host, Tian. Constitution, Ancient Sacred Body, 2. Cultivation, martial artist, first tier, triple. Talent, F grade. Martial value, 0 points, 513. The progress of his points had surpassed the halfway mark. Venturing deeper into the Black Wind Mountains and slaying more formidable demonic beasts, he would soon unlock the next 10 consecutive draws. With this thought, a smile graced Su Tian's face. On the other side, Zhao Kong suddenly blurted, could it be that all these demonic beasts were slain by Su Tian? His voice trembled. Impossible. Li Meng was the first to rebut. He is merely a first-tier triple. How could he possibly kill so many demonic beasts? Do you reckon they are made of paper? But he was unarmed. Zhao Kong pointed at the plethora of corpses. Who else in this examination arena is unarmed besides him? Li Meng was rendered speechless, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Zhao Kang's argument. Lan Fangfang's mind was once again flooded with the image of Su Tian's blood-stained face and his words, the blood on me is not my own. Could it be that these demonic beasts were indeed slain by him? If they were, Wang Mo's voice shattered the silence. Then his strength must have far surpassed our expectations. A first-tier triple, tearing apart so many demonic beasts with bare hands. Li Meng murmured, this is nothing short of monstrous. Lan Fangfang stood frozen in thought. Initially, she had perceived Su Tian as an ordinary individual of humble means and mediocre strength. However, it now appeared that everyone had underestimated him. If this truly was the work of Su Tian, then he must possess the strength to contend for a spot in the top 10. Could he really be aiming for the top 10? Zhao Kong remarked. Li Meng's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice caught in his throat, unable to articulate a response. Perhaps we have indeed misjudged him, Lan Fangfang said softly. Wang Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground littered with demonic beast corpses, lost in contemplation. A first-tier triple capable of tearing apart so many beasts, he could not only vie for the top 10, but even for the title of the strongest in Haitian City. The potential for his future was boundless. With this realization, a complex array of emotions surged within Wang Mo, shock, doubt, and a hint of regret. If only Su Tian had joined their team from the beginning, they would now boast an additional formidable ally. Alas, what a pity, Wang Mo sighed. Enough, Li Meng. Noticing the team's morale sinking, rebuked. If all these demonic beasts were indeed slain by Su Tian, we will inevitably see his name among the top 10 soon enough. You mean? Yes. In the final 8 hours, the examination hall will unveil the confidential information of the top 50 examinees, recording their names in the archives. For those within the top 10, their battle scenes will be broadcast live across the nation. This initiative by the Dragon Nation aims to inspire the younger generation of martial artists, allowing them to witness what true prodigies are like. Those who exhibit outstanding performances in the martial arts examination may even have their battles featured in high school textbooks, serving as a study reference for all high school students. Indeed, the results will soon be revealed. Lan Fangfang's eyes glimmered with determination. We should make our move. It seems that lingering on the periphery will yield no encounters with the demonic beasts. Let us venture deeper. All right, let us go. Within the command center of the examination hall, the atmosphere was dense with tension and solemnity, teeming with individuals. Zhang Ming, the principal of Haitian First High School, sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on the surveillance screens before him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Though he held the esteemed position of a school leader, he felt insignificant in this environment. After all, anyone plucked from this command center could shake the educational circles of Southeast Province with a mere stomp of their foot. The principals from over 100 high schools across the 26 cities and numerous counties of Southeast Province had gathered, each mirroring Zhang Ming's grave demeanor. And these were merely representatives from the educational sector. The presence of the formidable leaders from various martial arts associations added to the gravity of the situation, instilling a sense of reverence in those around them. Old Zhang, what are you so anxious about? It's just a martial arts examination. It's not like you're the one competing, quipped a robust and rugged principal beside him, giving Zhang Ming a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Zhang Ming managed a wry smile. Oldly, it's easy for you to say that. Your school has a seed candidate with B-level talent, so securing a spot in the top 50 should be a certainty. Our school only has one C-level talent leading the charge. If we fail to place even one in the top 50 this year, our funding for next year could be in jeopardy. Li Hao, principal of Haitian Second High School, relished Zhang Ming's lament. Don't fret, old Zhang. Sometimes, talent isn't everything. Practical combat experience holds significant weight in this examination. Zhang Ming remained silent, his focus unwavering on the screen. Li's words reminded him of a particular student, Su Tian, with his F-level talent. He wondered how the boy was faring now. Oh, this lad is climbing the ranks quite swiftly, Li suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the screen. And he's from your school. Zhang Ming quickly glanced over. Candidate number 9527 was rapidly ascending the rankings, surpassing many others. How can this be? Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Ming said nothing, fixating on the number 9527, deep in contemplation. The identifier confirmed it was indeed from Haitian First High School. Zhang Ming's gaze remained locked on 9527, his breath quickening with each upward movement in the ranks. 125th, 88th, 61st, 36th. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Ming leaned back, releasing a long sigh. The funding for the following year was secured. But who could this 9527 be? Perhaps it was Wang Nan with sea-level talent. Surely, it couldn't be Su Tian. Zhang Ming's curiosity deepened. In another row of seats, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit with a tall, imposing stature sat at the center of the crowd. His countenance was stern, and his sharp gaze emanated an air of authority. The gleaming dragon sword medal at his collar was particularly eye-catching. Su Huayan was indeed among the elite of all the martial arts association leaders. He too was quietly monitoring the situation of Haitian First High School. That day, Su Tian's performance had genuinely astonished him, be it in practical combat or his grasp of martial techniques. Thus, he had indelibly etched Su Tian's name in his memory. Su Huayan's attention now focused on candidate number 9527. Could it be Su Tian? In the final 8 hours, all would soon be revealed. Chapter 18, Black-Scaled Crocodile Lizard. Old Su, what's got you so riled up today? Lin Kuei, seated beside Su Huayan, lightly nudged him with his elbow, a teasing grin on his face. He had noticed Su Huayan's unwavering gaze fixated on a single candidate number on the screen, 9527. Still fixated on 9527? Is there a relative of yours among them? Lin Kuei jested. Feeling a twinge of discomfort at Lin Kuei's question, Su Huayan rubbed his nose. He certainly couldn't admit that he was concerned about a student with F-level talent, as that would be quite embarrassing. I'm just casually observing, Su Huayan replied nonchalantly, though his eyes betrayed his interest as they strayed back to 9527. By the way, what do you think has become of Su Tian? Lin Kuei suddenly recalled something and became intrigued. Hard to say, Su Huayan frowned, his tone tinged with an unacknowledged hint of worry. I suspect he may have already pressed the distress signal and been eliminated long ago. Lin Kuei, however, remained blissfully unaware, not believing that a candidate with F-level talent could endure for long in the martial arts examination. Old Su, you must have a good talk with Mengling later. Don't let such a wonderful girl go to waste, Lin Kuei advised earnestly, giving Su Huayan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I know what I'm doing. Su Huayan replied coolly, his gaze unwavering from the screen. As time ticked away, the luminous dots representing the candidates on the large screen gradually diminished. Some candidates, having just entered the outskirts of the mountain range, were besieged by a horde of ferocious demonic beasts, outnumbered and forced to activate their distress signals, retreating in despair. Others, aware of their insufficient strength, cautiously evaded the demonic beasts, clinging to the lowest ranks. Meanwhile, there were those who formed small teams, yet when confronted with powerful demonic beasts, they panicked and scattered. The lower-tier demonic beasts had already been cleared out, and the scores of all participants began to stabilize. With only a select few prodigies maintaining a rapid upward trajectory, among them was Su Tian. He moved like a dagger, plunging deep into the heart of the demonic beast mountain range. Throughout his journey, Su Tian showed no signs of slowing down. His objective was clear, to amass as many points as possible. At that moment, he darted swiftly through the dense forest, leaving behind naught but the corpses of demonic beasts in his wake. A low, rumbling roar shattered the tranquility of the forest. Having hunted so many demonic beasts, Su Tian could tell from the sound that something formidable was approaching. He halted, excitement flickering in his eyes. Finally, a worthy adversary had arrived. Not far ahead, a massive demonic beast with a formidable presence was fixated on him. This beast measured 3 meters in length, its body cloaked in thick black scales. Its head resembled that of a crocodile, adorned with a pair of sharp fangs, while its powerful limbs and whip-like tail suggested it would be no easy foe. A black-scaled crocodile lizard, a genuine second-tier demonic beast. It is worth mentioning that this marks Su Tian's first encounter with a second-tier monster in the real world. His last confrontation occurred within a secret realm, during which he resorted to the formidable Great Desolate Prison Finger. However, that encounter left him in a 5-day stupor. Times have changed. After a period of arduous cultivation, Su Tian's prowess has surged to remarkable heights. Now, it is inconceivable for him to recklessly employ his trump card, the Great Desolate Prison Finger. Come forth, great lizard. Show me your true might, Su Tian declared, stretching his limbs, his entire being brimming with martial fervor. The black-scaled crocodile lizard seemed to sense Su Tian's provocation, letting out a low growl before launching itself at him with great ferocity. Su Tian laughed heartily, advancing rather than retreating, ready to meet the creature head-on. He engaged the black-scaled crocodile lizard with sheer physical force, unleashing the 10 thunderous strikes. Huh, Su Tian shouted, his right fist crashing forward. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted in the air, reminiscent of something being violently torn apart. With the system's enhancement, the originally F-tier technique, the thunderous strike was forcibly upgraded to D-tier, transforming into the astonishing 10 thunderous strikes. Boom. Su Tian's fist struck the black-scaled crocodile lizard with a resounding thud, causing the monstrous creature to stagger back several steps in pain. Haha, come again. Su Tian, emboldened by his momentum, darted forward once more, raining down punches like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with terrifying strength. The air was torn asunder, creating waves of white energy. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the dense forest. The black-scaled crocodile lizard was forced to retreat, its black scales cracking under the relentless onslaught. Roaring in fury, the black-scaled crocodile lizard emitted a thunderous cry, its black scales bristling like a myriad of razor-sharp blades. Looking to fight to the death? Then come. Tian sneered. He relished this kind of brutal, head-on combat. With the ancient sacred body, his physique was unparalleled. Tian charged forward without a hint of fear, engaging in the most primal and savage melee with the black-scaled crocodile lizard. With each punch, flesh met flesh, and blood flew. The black-scaled crocodile lizard's armored hide was indeed incredibly tough. Yet at that moment, Tian resembled a human weapon. He clasped his hands together, transforming them into a blade-like strike, forcefully penetrating the gaps in the creature's scales. A foul-smelling blood gushed forth, splattering Tian. Unfazed, he flexed his muscular arms, veins bulging, and exerted tremendous force. Rip! He tore off the most resilient piece of scale from the black-scaled crocodile lizard. In agony, the creature let out a deafening scream, its massive tail thrashing wildly in an attempt to send Tian flying. Tian deftly evaded the lizard's attack with a nimble sidestep. He inhaled deeply, channeling the nine-yang breathing technique within him. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn into his body, transforming into waves of warmth that nourished his limbs and bones. The method of breathing not only served to cultivate one's strength, but also ensured a warrior's stamina during combat. Tian's breath became long and profound as true energy surged within his dantian. With a swift push off the ground, his body soared into the air, charging once more at the black-scaled crocodile lizard. He replicated his earlier maneuver, tearing away another substantial chunk of flesh. The black-scaled crocodile lizard trembled violently, its wounds a gruesome sight, blood and flesh a horrific tableau. Tian, relentless in his pursuit, unleashed a torrential barrage of punches upon the creature's injuries. The lizard's life force dwindled rapidly, its gaze dimming, its movements growing increasingly sluggish. Ultimately, with a desperate wail, the massive form of the black-scaled crocodile lizard crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Defeated the second-tier monster, crocodile lizard, earning 100 points. Current total, 1,000 points. Would you like to initiate a tenfold draw? Chapter 19, S-tier talent. Initiate the tenfold draw. Tian silently commanded within his mind. Slowly, 10 cards materialized in the void. Under Tian's eager gaze, the cards dissipated, transforming into a constellation of luminous points. The system's notification chimed in timely succession. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the S-tier martial talent, Asura Killing Eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 500 martial points, accumulated. As the system's notifications rang out, Tian's heart raced with exhilaration. An S-tier martial talent. He was overwhelmed with excitement, hastily reviewing the description of the Asura Killing Eyes. Lines of golden text appeared on the system interface. Asura Killing Eyes, S-tier martial talent, inherited from the ancient Asura martial god, born for battle. Upon activation, it can pierce through all illusions, significantly enhancing reaction time, combat awareness, and true energy output, allowing one to transcend their limits. Grants an exclusive domain. Asura Divine Ban. Within the Asura Divine Ban, all martial talents become ineffective. The system's concise explanation sent Tian's spirit soaring. The Asura Killing Eyes were truly a talent crafted for combat. Upon activation, it not only enhances his battle capabilities across the board, but also counters all other martial talents with the Asura Divine Ban. This was akin to possessing a cheat. Host, Tian. Realm, first stage, triple. Talent, Asura Killing Eyes, S-tier. Martial points, 500. Points, 0 indeed. His talent category had transitioned from the original F-tier to the dazzling S-tier. Tian felt a surge of fervor. At last, he had broken free from the shackles of F-tier talent. System, allocate points. Infuse 500 martial points into the Asura Killing Eyes. Under the temptation of the S-tier talent, Tian decided to go all in. Infusion in progress. 100 martial points consumed. Asura Killing Eyes cultivated to level 5. 100 martial points consumed. Asura Killing Eyes cultivated to level 7. 100 martial points consumed. Asura Killing Eyes cultivated to level 8. 100 martial points consumed. Asura Killing Eyes cultivated to level 9. 100 martial points consumed. Asura Killing Eyes cultivated to level 10. Martial points infusion complete. Asura Killing Eyes have reached level 10. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Asura Divine Ban. Duration 3 seconds. A profound understanding surged within Tian. Although he had invested 500 martial points, the development of the Asura Killing Eyes had only reached level 10. Nevertheless, the 3-second duration of the Asura Divine Ban was, to Tian, an immensely potent trump card. In encounters between masters, moments often proved fleeting. This brief span of 3 seconds could turn the tide of battle, even leading an opponent to their demise. Tian took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, it was as if an ancient demon had awakened within him. His eyes gradually turned a blood-red hue, radiating a heat akin to flames, thick like blood. Within his pupils, countless tiny blades spun rapidly, gleaming with a chilling luminescence. An intangible aura of malevolence emanated from him, cold and ferocious, as though he had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His senses sharpened, becoming acutely perceptive. Everything around him became remarkably clearer. His thoughts sharpened, and his reaction speed surged to several times its previous capacity. He could sense a qualitative leap in his strength, speed, and reflexes. This was the inherent power of the Primordial Sacred Body, which Tian had previously failed to fully harness. It was only with the enhancement of the Asura Killing Eye that the Primordial Sacred Body could be propelled to its ultimate expression, revealing the unparalleled magnificence that truly belonged to it. Tian gradually lifted his gaze, peering into the distance. Within his eyes, a crimson hue pulsed. His vision pierced through layers of dense forest and towering mountains, encompassing the entire expanse of the Black Wind mountain range. The Asura Killing Eye was acutely sensitive to the vitality of life. In his field of vision, streams of life force were vividly discernible, sparkling like stars in the night sky. Some energies were weak and dim, akin to fireflies that could extinguish at any moment. Others were powerful and resplendent. This life force belonged to both examinees and beasts alike. Tian could even distinctly perceive the emotions underlying each aura. Some were filled with excitement and exhilaration, while others were steeped in fear and unease. Excellent. It's time for me to unveil the full map. Tian flashed a devilish smile and made a beeline for the area densely populated with beastly life forces. A chilling electronic notification echoed throughout the examination venue. 8 hours remain until the end of the examination. 8 hours remain until the end of the examination. 8 hours remain until the end of the examination. The electronic alert resonated across the entire mountain range, as if imbued with a certain magic, instantly tugging at the heartstrings of all present. The wristbands worn by each examinee trembled violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In various corners of the examination venue, every face was etched with a tapestry of emotions, tension, anticipation, and anxiety. The last 8 hours were the true contest. At this moment, mediocrity falters, while brilliance enters the arena. The final 8 hours were a banquet for the gifted. Inside the examination command center, the atmosphere was as heavy as thick ink. Oppressive, tense. Zhang Ming, the principal of Haitian No. 1 High School, fixated intently on the screen, his palms slick with sweat. The other high school principals were equally on edge, each nerve taut. The countdown on the big screen ticked down second by second, resonating with the hearts of all. 8 hours. This was the final 8 hours. Finally, the countdown reached 0. Time is up. In that moment, everyone held their breath. The screen flickered with brilliance as data refreshed at lightning speed. The confidentiality measures for the information of the top 50 examinees were lifted. Their examination numbers would be replaced with their real names. Zhang Ming's eyes were glued to the 20th position on the screen. 9527 had now climbed to the 20th rank. Who could this be? A premonition stirred within Zhang Ming's mind, hinting that the outcome might far exceed his expectations. The number 527 began to flicker. Gradually, the digits blurred and vanished, giving way to two characters, Tian. Zhang Ming leaped to his feet, his eyes brimming with excitement and disbelief. It was him, Tian. This revelation struck like thunder, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of eyes turned in unison toward the big screen. Tian, why does that name ring no bells? Is there such a person among the top students in Haitian City? I've never heard of him. Perhaps he is a relatively low-profile genius. Li Hao approached Zhang Ming, giving his shoulder a firm clap. Old Zhang, you've been rather remiss. With such a promising talent, why have you kept him under wraps? How come you never mentioned him before? Zhang Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He couldn't very well say that Tian's talent was only rated F, could he? Chapter 20, The Unparalleled Sword Spirit. Li Hao's face was alight with anticipation as he rubbed his hands together excitedly. Old Zhang, do you think this kid Tian has any hope of breaking into the top 10? If he really makes it into the top 10, Haitian City will be in the spotlight. Zhang Ming opened his mouth, his expression somewhat awkward. He understood that with Tian's talent rated at F, merely reaching the 20th position was already a significant achievement. Striving for the top 10? That was utterly fantastical. Yet, he couldn't outright extinguish Li Hao's enthusiasm. So he responded ambiguously. The competition for the top 10 is exceedingly fierce. Tian should simply do his best. Haha, you're still so composed, old Zhang. Li Hao laughed heartily, patting Zhang Ming's shoulder. But I believe, young people should have that fighting spirit. Who knows, perhaps Tian will truly surprise us. In the Martial Arts Association area of the command room, Su Huan wore a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction. He had harbored a vague suspicion that 9527 might be Tian, and now it was confirmed, bringing him a sense of relief and quiet joy. Lin Kuei stood nearby, his eyes fixed on the screen, his face a canvas of disbelief. Tian. He abruptly turned, grabbing Su Huan's arm. How is this possible, old Su? Look. He pointed at the glowing name on the screen, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. Tian actually ranked 20th. Lin Kuei's voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of those around him. He shook Su Huiyan's shoulder as though he might shake him apart. How on earth did he achieve this? Su Huiyan chuckled, somewhat bemused. How would I know? He shrugged nonchalantly, though a smile betrayed his amusement. Could it be that he cheated? Su Huiyan teased, his tone laced with jest. Deep down, he knew that under the stringent surveillance of the command center, cheating was impossible. Every move of the examinees was captured by high-definition cameras. This lad truly possesses remarkable skills. Lin Kuei murmured, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, surprise, doubt, and perhaps a hint of admiration. I never expected that Lin Kuei, could misjudge someone. He chuckled at himself, his tone tinged with a sense of reflection. How did he manage to do this? Lin Kuei pondered aloud. If only I could witness his battle scenes. He was eager to know, but only the top 10 could view the live footage, which left him restless. What a pity. I can't see this kid's live performance. Lin Kuei shook his head, his voice heavy with regret. If only he could break into the top 10. He believed that Su Tian making it to the top 20 was already a miracle. The top 10 was utterly out of reach. Look, the first place is indeed Lin Yaojia. Someone in the command room exclaimed once more. All eyes shifted back to the massive screen, drawn magnetically to Lin Yaojia, the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, Lin Yaojia stands in first place. The footage of his battle is being broadcast live nationwide, with countless eyes fixated on this prodigious youth from Haitian City. In the frame, Lin Yaojia's figure emerges amidst a dense jungle, his hand gripping a long sword that gleams with a chilling light. In an instant, he moves like a whispering breeze across the ground, his speed astonishing, almost leaving behind a mere blur. He plunges into a horde of demonic beasts, his form flickering unpredictably, evading capture like a wraith. A colossal black bear demon roars and lunges at him. Lin Yaojia narrows his gaze, sidesteps gracefully, effortlessly avoiding the bear's assault. Simultaneously, his sword carves an elegant arc through the air, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that darts towards the bear like a bolt of lightning. The strike finds its mark at the creature's throat, and blood erupts forth in a torrent. The bear emits a heartbreaking wail before its massive body crashes to the ground. Almost immediately, several wolf-like demons encircle him from all directions. Unfazed, Lin Yaojia lightly taps the ground with his toes, propelling himself into the air. In a graceful turn, his sword transforms into a silver curtain of light. The blade flickers, streaking through the night sky like a shooting star. Before the wolves can react, they are struck down by the energy, collapsing into pools of blood. Lin Yaojia's movements exude an effortless elegance, each gesture radiating a serene composure. With every swing of his sword, a sharp gust of energy accompanies it, toppling the beasts that cross his path. His combat style resembles not a brutal struggle for survival, but rather a sophisticated dance of blades. He glides through the throng of demons, leisurely harvesting their lives. This is the A-grade talent, the unparalleled sword spirit. In the command room, an experienced member of the Martial Arts Association suddenly gasps in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief and envy. Each time Lin Yaojia strikes, an ephemeral human silhouette faintly emerges alongside him, mirroring his every move. This is the hallmark of the unparalleled sword spirit. Possessors of this spirit boast unparalleled swordsmanship. Mastering techniques becomes as effortless as breathing. The unparalleled sword spirit is an exceedingly rare combat talent. Each blade of energy he wields amplifies its destructive power exponentially. In the examination arena, it serves as an invaluable tool for scoring. No wonder he previously declared his intention to vie for the provincial top spot. He certainly possesses the confidence to back it up. So he is the unparalleled sword spirit. No wonder his score accumulates so rapidly. Indeed, he has left the second place far behind. Truly, Lin Yaojia is remarkable. This talent, this prowess, is nothing short of extraordinary. The title of Haitian City's martial examination champion undoubtedly belongs to him. In Lin Yaojia's live stream, the popularity has exploded. The number of online viewers skyrockets as if propelled by a rocket, and the barrage of comments floods the screen, nearly obscuring it entirely. Yaojia Gij is so handsome. His swordplay is simply divine. I'm infatuated. I want to have his children. Various comments express admiration, affection, and excitement, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Yaojia's reputation reaches its zenith. In the forest, Su Tian swiftly navigates, searching for traces of the demons. Suddenly, the examination wristband on his wrist vibrates. He looks down to see the screen, which previously displayed his examination number, now flickering, blurring, and ultimately disappearing, replaced by a series of real names. Su Tian scans the list, the information of the top 50 candidates laid bare before him. They've all switched to real names. Su Tian murmurs. It seems that these final 8 hours marked the true battleground. His gaze darts across the screen, searching for his name. Soon, he spots Su Tian in the 20th position. 20th place, quite satisfactory. Su Tian beams, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. His gaze continues to ascend, finally resting on the first place. Lin Yaojia, 900 points. Su Tian softly utters the name, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. No wonder he is a frontrunner for the champion title. He truly possesses remarkable talent. He strokes his chin, a slight grin forming at the corners of his mouth. I wonder how many points I can earn by defeating this horde of beasts. Su Tian glances ahead at the dense mass of black, demonic beasts, which he had just pinpointed using his Asura Killing Eyes. Chapter 21. The Beast Tide. Rankings surge. Before Su Tian lies a throng of demons known as iron hoof cattle, predominantly at the late first-tier strength. Each one towers over 2 meters, their muscular forms resembling iron. Their horns are sharp as blades, glinting with a frosty sheen, and their sturdy hooves pound the ground, causing tremors with each step. This horde of iron hoof cattle exceeds 100, their eyes blood-red, nostrils exhaling white steam, charging towards Su Tian with astonishing speed, forming a dark tide of beasts. This tide is formidable, akin to a black deluge, sweeping forth with a force capable of obliterating all in its path. The ground trembles, trees sway, and the air is thick with the acrid scent of blood and dust. Trees along the way are uprooted, and smaller creatures that cannot escape are trampled into mush. The scene utterly horrific. Yet, faced with such a terrifying sight, Su Tian shows no fear. Instead, he grins broadly, exposing a set of pristine teeth. He licks his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. In his perspective, these ferocious cattle demons are not to be feared, but rather glimmering points ready to be harvested. Asura Killing Eyes, activate. Su Tian calls out, his eyes instantly turning blood-red, 2 beams of crimson light shooting forth, sweeping across the herd of cattle demons. As he channels his energy, a torrent of true chi surges through his body, filling his limbs with vigor. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he launches himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, single-handedly plunging into the tide of beasts. Come on, my points. Su Tian bellows, his voice echoing across the expanse. He charges toward an iron hoof cattle demon, his right fist clenched, arm muscles bulging as he delivers a powerful strike. 10 thunderclaps fist. Boom. His fist collides with the demon's body, producing a resounding thud. Crack. The sound of shattering bones is unmistakable. The massive beast is sent flying, colliding with several others before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Su Tian's punch, infused with his entire true chi, strikes like a cannonball, forceful, overwhelming, and embodying the aesthetics of violence. Unstoppable, Su Tian swiftly moves on, his form flickering like a specter, appearing beside another iron hoof cattle demon. His footwork is erratic yet agile, weaving through the horde while evading their attacks. His fists rain down like a storm, each blow packed with terrifying force, accompanied by a howling wind. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impacts echo like war drums, reverberating through the air, stirring the heart. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the bull demon and the sound of splintering bones, the scene was extraordinarily intense. Su Tian grew increasingly valiant as he fought, each of his punches striking with precision at the bull demon's vital points, be it the head, the heart, or the spine, each blow landing with unwavering accuracy. His movements flowed like water, devoid of any hesitation, as if he had undergone countless hours of practice. This was the advantage bestowed by the Asura Killing Eyes. Within the realm of the Asura Killing Eyes, all the weaknesses of the iron hoof bulls were laid bare before Su Tian. With remarkable swiftness and ruthless techniques, he dealt them fatal injuries. 1 strike, 1 kill. Violent, efficient, terrifying. This epitomized the pinnacle of combat awareness. Before long, a multitude of bull demon corpses lay sprawled around Su Tian, their massive bodies scattered across the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, evoking nausea, yet Su Tian seemed oblivious, wholly immersed in the battle. Haha, exhilarating. Su Tian held skyward, his voice brimming with unrestrained battle fervor. Bring it on, he bellowed, the sound resonating across the landscape as he charged once more into the throng of bull demons. Akin to a ferocious tiger plunging into a flock of sheep, continuing his bloody feast. At that moment, Su Tian was lost in the fray against the iron hoof bulls. Utterly self-absorbed, he remained unaware of the shockwaves his frenzied accumulation of points would send rippling through the outside world. Meanwhile, in the command room outside the examination hall, the atmosphere was palpably somber. Several staff members responsible for monitoring the exam were seated together, engaging in hushed conversation. Strange. Have you noticed that the rankings on the leaderboard seem to have stagnated for quite some time? A young staff member broke the silence. Pointing at the scoreboard displayed on the luminous screen, his brow furrowed. Indeed, I've noticed it too. The rankings have nearly solidified, with the top 10 appearing as steadfast as a mountain. Another concurred, his tone tinged with curiosity. What is so surprising about that? An experienced staff member interjected, stroking his beard as he spoke slowly. Consider this. With only 8 hours remaining until the exam concludes, the weaker candidates have long since been eliminated. The remaining participants possess similar strengths, and those lower-tier beasts that are easy to dispatch have already been claimed. In such a scenario, rapidly increasing points is no easy feat. The disparity in strength among the candidates has become glaringly evident, Significant shifts in rankings can only arise from extraordinary circumstances. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible. The elder staff member's remarks suddenly enlightened the others present. Ah, so that's it. Your experience is truly invaluable. The younger staff members nodded in agreement. Admiration etched on their faces. Just then, the leaderboard on the luminous screen underwent a dramatic transformation. Tian's name, which had previously occupied the 20th position, began to flicker, and soon thereafter, his ranking soared at an astonishing pace. 20th place, 19th place, 18th place, 17th place. Tian's name ascended like a rocket, unstoppable in its trajectory. Within mere minutes, he had surpassed several candidates and continued to climb, hinting at a potential breach into the top 10. This sudden turn of events captured the attention of everyone present. All eyes were glued to the screen, expressions of disbelief evident. The previously experienced staff member wore a complex expression. What is happening? Tian, I seem to recall that name. Wasn't he hovering around the 20th rank? How did he suddenly unbelievable? This is exceedingly rare, exclaimed one individual in astonishment. Could Tian actually be aiming for the top 10? Zhang Ming and Li Hao were left dumbfounded. I can't believe I actually called it, Li Hao murmured. Zhang Ming clenched his fists, oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on his brow. No way. Chapter 22, The Terrifying Killing Machine. Within the command center of the examination hall, the once somber atmosphere was now shattered, replaced by a fervent uproar. Every gaze was fixated on the enormous luminous screen, eyes wide in anticipation of the rapidly ascending name of Tian. 15th place, 12th place, 11th place, 10th place. A staff member shouted excitedly, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Goodness gracious, is this young man on drugs? His ranking is skyrocketing. Another exclaimed. Lin Kuei stood among the crowd, his mouth agape in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Is this still the Tian I know? He muttered, his tone laced with incredulity. What on earth has he consumed to rise this swiftly? Doubt crept into his mind regarding his initial judgment of Tian. Of course he can. He is more than capable. Su Huayan stood nearby, maintaining a facade of composure, yet his fingers drumming nervously on the table betrayed his inner tension. He had initially thought that if Tian could hold his position in the top 20, it would be commendable. He never anticipated that this young man would deliver such a tremendous surprise by breaching into the top 10. This fellow is rather intriguing, Su Huayan mused, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing his lips. 9th place, 9th place. The staff's exclamations rang out once more, drawing everyone's attention back to the luminous screen. Soon, we will witness his battle footage. I wonder what he has done to achieve such a meteoric rise in rank. Who cares? As long as we can see it. I'm eager to find out what Tian is truly capable of. In the command center, all present held their breath, riveted on the screen, eagerly anticipating the appearance of Tian's combat footage. As his rank continued to ascend, the atmosphere within the command center reached a fever pitch. 9th place. He is still rising. Quickly, bring up his combat footage. It's already in progress. Reconnaissance drones are racing to his location. Finally, the screen flickered, revealing a live feed of Tian's surroundings. Found him. Found him. Zoom in. The image rapidly magnified, clearly displaying the scene around Tian. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed in the command center as everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Tian stood in a vast expanse of grassland, surrounded by a dense swarm of iron hoof bulls, their sheer number inducing a prickling sensation on the scalp. Each of these iron hoof bulls was colossal, each the size of a small car. Oh my heavens! This is a tide of iron hoof bulls, a staff member exclaimed, his voice trembling. How is this even possible? Iron hoof bulls are social beasts, and they are late-stage first-tier demons. Encountering even a single one is challenging enough. There must be hundreds here. Once a tide of iron hoof bulls is formed, the destructive power unleashed is unimaginable. Even second-tier warriors would steer clear. Is this lad mad? How dare he charge alone into the fray of the iron hoof cattle? Within the command center, everyone was utterly astonished by this spectacle. They could scarcely fathom that Tian would confront such a terrifying beast tide single-handedly. On the screen, Tian found himself encircled by a swarm of iron hoof cattle. Yet he displayed no hint of panic. His gaze was icy, and he maneuvered with agility amidst the herd, each strike claiming the life of an iron hoof cattle. Good heavens! Is this lad truly so formidable? Look, he wields no weapon. Are you certain he is unarmed? He has transformed his very body into a weapon. Observe the cunning angles from which he strikes. Can a mere student, freshly initiated into martial examinations, truly achieve this? Incredible! Tian moved with the swiftness of the wind, like a specter darting through the herd. Despite their overwhelming numbers and massive size, the iron hoof cattle proved utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Each movement of the cattle appeared to him as if in slow motion, distinctly discernible. Tian embodied the essence of a merciless reaper, each of his attacks precise and ruthless. At times, he unleashed his fists with a roaring wind, exuding an indomitable aura of dominance. At others, he would bend his elbows, the points as sharp as blades, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. He would also lift his legs, the shadows they cast heavy and forceful, striking the iron hoof cattle with the ferocity of a steel whip. His fists, elbows, knees, and even each finger became lethal weapons. With every point of his fingertips, a terrifying force surged forth, effortlessly piercing the hides of the iron hoof cattle and relentlessly claiming their lives. Each attack was perfectly executed, either striking vital points or shattering joints, rendering the iron hoof cattle devoid of any combat capability. Their lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood pooling into rivulets that stained the grassland crimson. Tian, akin to a deity of slaughter, was drenched in blood, yet he fought with growing fervor. His eyes grew colder, his murderous intent more palpable, as if he had merged with the bloody battleground itself. His garments, long tattered from battle, clung to him in tatters, stained with dark red blood, some areas thoroughly soaked and congealed. His body and face were smeared with grime, yet these stains did not render Tian any less formidable. Rather, they enhanced his wild aura. Beneath his exposed skin lay muscles as solid as forged steel, sharply defined and angular. Each muscle was taut, brimming with explosive power. In this moment, Tian radiated an intense aura of ferocity, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. He resembled a war god emerging from a sea of blood, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Like a tireless machine of death, he mercilessly harvested lives. On the screen, Tian battled the iron hoof cattle barehanded, each punch infused with terrifying strength, sending the massive beasts into a bloody frenzy. Goodness, this brutality is beyond belief. A young staff member could not help but exclaim, his voice trembling. He had never witnessed such a gory display of combat, his stomach churning. Is this truly a 17 or 18-year-old student? Another colleague stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across their face. The candidates they typically encountered wielded various weapons, but to see Tian rely solely on raw physical prowess in close combat was utterly unheard of. Geniuses are commonplace, yet encountering one as ferocious as this is a rarity indeed. A more seasoned staff member mused, though well-versed in the realm of combat. He too was taken aback by Tian's feral fighting style. Tian fought without weapons, his method of combat excessively bloody and ruthless. Each punch landed with brutal force, blood spraying forth like a fountain, staining the ground a vivid scarlet. This shocking scene left an indelible impression on all present. Ugh! A female staff member covered her mouth, retreating to a corner to dry heave, her complexion pale as a sheet. The battle for the top 10 was being broadcast live across the nation, and at this moment, the internet was ablaze with excitement. Chapter 23, the live stream explodes. Suddenly, a new broadcast appeared on various streaming platforms, labeled Dragon Country Martial Examination. Countless curious netizens flocked to witness the spectacle. Upon entering, they were greeted with a heart-stopping scene. Tian was surrounded by a dense throng of iron hoof cattle, akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, in constant peril of being swallowed. In the comments section of the live stream, what on earth is happening? How did this guy become encircled by so many iron hoof cattle? Isn't it obvious? He must have run too quickly and stumbled into their den. Now we have a real show to watch. It's a shame, though, this young man is currently in 9th place, and he is quite the warrior. Goodness. The iron hoof cattle are no joke. Each one possesses the strength of 1,000 pounds, capable of turning a tank into scrap metal. With so many iron hoof cattle, this lad is likely in grave danger. Indeed, what a pity. He fought hard to break into the top 10, only to face annihilation at the hands of the beast tide. Fate can be so cruel. This poor fellow is truly unfortunate, facing such dire straits without even a weapon. It seems he has reached the end of his rope. Sigh, Dragon Country is set to lose another genius. Speaking of which, where is the rescue team? They must hurry to save him. Such a promising talent cannot simply be lost. Are you foolish? This is a real combat assessment, not a game. It's not so simple to rescue someone. Even if the rescue team arrives, facing thousands of iron hoof cattle, they would be powerless to intervene. Alas, this young man is so unlucky. I hope he can perform a miracle. A miracle? Do you think this is a movie? Against such a beast tide, even the most seasoned warriors would think twice, let alone an unseasoned student. It's over. This lad is truly doomed. I can't bear to watch any longer. Farewell, my dear family. The live stream was inundated with a torrent of comments, lamentation, sympathy, schadenfreude, and biting sarcasm all on display. Just as everyone assumed Tian was destined to meet his demise at the jaws of the beasts, he sprang into action. Tian resembled a war machine unleashed, charging into the tide of beasts. He crushed one iron hoof cattle after another with the most primal of tactics. The comments section, once bustling with noise, fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the bloody and shocking scene before them. After a brief period of silence, the comments erupted like a torrential downpour. What is happening? Did I just see correctly? Did he actually explode the head of an iron hoof cattle with his bare hands? And not just that. He even dislocated that iron hoof cattle's hind leg. How utterly brutal. I can hardly bear to watch, yet I cannot look away. This lad is a monster. How can he withstand an iron hoof cattle barehanded? The power he wields is terrifying. My goodness, is this still a martial examination? This is more akin to a slaughterhouse. Why do I suddenly feel a pang of sympathy for the iron-hoof cattle? I hereby declare that from this moment on, he is my idol. Count me in. This lad is simply phenomenal. Uncertain, yet it appears that he is poised to be the dark horse of this martial examination. What a thrilling spectacle. I share your sentiments. My apologies. The barrage of comments surged once more, yet this time, it was not tinged with lamentation or ridicule, but rather with astonishment, adoration, and intrigue. The information on the internet spread like wildfire, captivating countless netizens who flocked from various live streams into Tian's channel. They yearned to witness firsthand this formidable beast of a man who could rend iron-hoofed bulls with his bare hands. In an instant, the popularity of the other 9 contenders in the top 10 plummeted, leaving their streams desolate. Even the once crowded live stream of Lin Yaojia, who sat comfortably atop the leaderboard, felt an unprecedented chill. Boredom set in. Lin Yaojia merely flaunted his skills. How tiresome. Indeed, let us watch the human bulldozer instead. Off I go, nothing to see here. Meanwhile, Tian's live stream was abuzz with activity. His popularity skyrocketed, rocketing to the top of trending charts across platforms. Countless viewers inundated the comments section, expressing their shock and excitement. Having just left Lin Yaojia's stream, they found far more entertainment in this display than mere swordplay. To those upstairs, you are not alone. I've closed all other streams to focus solely on this big brother-esque performance. By the way, who exactly is this fellow? Does anyone know? Uncertain. Yet he seems to be the greatest dark horse of this martial examination. Just as the fervor among netizens reached a fever pitch, the screen of the live stream abruptly went black, followed by the emergence of a large red exclamation mark. What on earth is happening? I was witnessing a pivotal moment. I've already shed my pants, and this is what you show me? What is going on? Is my internet down? After a brief silence, the chat erupted in chaos, with a cacophony of curses and doubts. Soon, an official announcement appeared on the screen. Due to the excessively bloody and violent content, which may cause discomfort to some viewers, the live stream is temporarily closed. We appreciate your understanding. I'll understand your nonsense. One viewer fumed, cursing vehemently. Bloody and violent? I saw nothing but passion and fervor. This is a real combat exam, not a game. Do they expect candidates to charm the beast with love? We demand the restoration of the live stream. We wish to see Tian. Yes, we want to see Tian. We want to witness him tearing apart those monstrous beasts. In no time, the internet was ablaze with fervent voices, expressing dissatisfaction and calling for the restoration of the live stream. Some even began to question the official's judgment, deeming it unfair to the candidates and disrespectful to the audience. This generation of netizens is truly hard to please. A staff member at the command center chuckled bitterly. There's nothing to be done. Who knew Tian would be so formidable? His combat style is indeed somewhat unconventional, another remarked with a shake of the head. Perhaps we should communicate with the higher-ups and see if we can arrange some special treatment? A suggestion was made. Special treatment? I think that's feasible. Ultimately, under pressure, the command center opted for a compromise, expelling all underage viewers from the live stream and issuing a new announcement. In response to the widespread requests from viewers, the live stream has resumed, but is restricted to adult audiences only. We kindly ask all viewers to watch responsibly and refrain from imitation. The live stream resumed. And there stood Tian, still embroiled in fierce combat, his figure weaving through the masses of iron-hoofed bulls, each strike unleashing a tempest of blood and fury. I'm back. Tian, go for it. Tian, you are the best. Bring down these iron-hoofed bulls. Make them aware of your might. The enthusiasm of the adult viewers reignited as they fervently cheered for Tian in the comments. Meanwhile, the underage viewers who had been expelled could only lament their exclusion, filled with regret and frustration. How infuriating, why can't I watch? A chubby boy exclaimed angrily. Indeed, I want to see how brother Tian battles the monsters. A little girl pouted, visibly upset. Humph, when I grow up, I want to be a powerful warrior like Tian. A young boy clenched his fist, his eyes alight with aspiration. Chapter 24, The Horn Bull. The battle raged on. The corpses of iron-hoofed bulls piled up, forming small hills. Blood pooled, winding its way across the ground like a stream. Severed limbs and scattered remains littered the area, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Tian stood amidst the mountain of corpses, his garments soaked in crimson. Despite having slain so many iron-hoofed bulls, his internal energy had only diminished by 30%. This was largely due to the A-grade breathing technique, the Nine Suns breathing technique, he had mastered. The Nine Suns breathing technique not only accelerated his cultivation speed, but also enhanced a warrior's endurance in battle. With each breath, he could absorb external spiritual energy to replenish his own reserves. It was the Nine Suns breathing technique that enabled Tian to contend against such a massive tide of beasts single-handedly. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of vitality emanated from behind the tide of beasts. This power was greater than any iron-hoofed bull encountered thus far. Tian's brow furrowed as he focused his gaze through the throngs of beasts, spotting a particularly enormous iron-hoofed bull emerging from the fray. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its muscles rippling like a moving mountain. Most striking were the golden horns atop its head, glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. "Is that a horned bull?" Tian murmured. The horned bull, the leader of the iron-hoofed bull clan, possessed strength comparable to a late-stage second-tier warrior. With a thunderous bellow, the horned bull charged towards Tian, its heavy footfalls causing the ground to tremble. Tian drew a deep breath, channeling a surge of energy throughout his limbs. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, as if two flames danced within, signaling the activation of his Asura Killing Eyes. In an instant, the horned bull appeared different to him. The flow of vitality coursing through its massive body became apparent, and a particularly vulnerable point near its hind legs was starkly visible. A surge of elation filled Tian's heart. That was the horned bull's weak point. With the Asura Killing Eyes fully activated, Tian felt as though an invisible force guided his body. Every muscle, every bone, moved in unprecedented harmony under this influence. He could distinctly sense the flow of energy within him, even hearing the thunderous rush of blood through his veins. In that moment, the power of his ancient sacred body was completely unleashed. With a powerful push, he propelled himself off the ground, creating a deep crater beneath him as debris flew. He shot forward like a cannonball, charging toward the horned bull with unyielding momentum. The horned bull sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Tian and let out a low growl, filled with both alertness and fury. Its golden horns shone with blinding light, resembling two sharp spears, as it charged fiercely towards Tian. At this critical juncture, Tian crouched low, his body almost gliding along the ground. With an astonishing angle, he narrowly evaded the charge of the horned bull. The golden horns, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, whistled past above his head, severing a few strands of hair that drifted to the ground. Like a specter, he appeared beneath the belly of the bull, his body arched like that of a cheetah. Clenching his right fist tightly, all his strength converged at a single point, akin to a flood breaching its dam. A faint golden radiance flickered across the surface of his fist, with a powerful strike aimed at the bull's weakness. The area where its vital energy flowed was also the most vulnerable point in its defense. The thunderous sound of the 10 strikes of the body reverberated across the battlefield, drowning out even the roars of the iron-hoofed herd. Tian's fist, like a meteor plummeting to earth, smashed forcefully into the bull's abdomen. The massive body of the bull quivered violently, as if struck by a colossal force, and was immediately overturned. Its mountain-like form crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and creating a sizable crater. The surrounding herd, startled by this unforeseen turn of events, scattered in all directions, the previously dense formation collapsing in an instant. The bull struggled to rise, but a wave of excruciating pain surged through its abdomen. Lowering its head, it beheld a gaping wound the size of a fist, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The bull emitted a heart-wrenching roar, its voice filled with resentment and fury. Anger spurred it to rise, yet it found its internal energy in disarray, utterly beyond control. Meanwhile, in the command room of the examination venue, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the screen, their eyes wide with incredulity. A blow nearly fatal. Has the bull truly fallen? How did he know to strike that precise location? This is simply inconceivable. How did Tian achieve this? Just look at how he evaded the bull's charge. Could a mere first-tier martial artist accomplish such a feat? It seems impossible. His agility is astounding. Among those present were military personnel. An officer, adorned with the Star-Spangled Banner, scanned the screen, then spoke gravely, his expression serious. This does not resemble the actions of a high school student venturing onto the battlefield for the first time. Rather, it portrays the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. Only someone who has battled beasts repeatedly could discern their weaknesses at a glance. To cultivate such skills, one would need at least a decade, perhaps more. How old is Tian? 17. Retrieve Tian's profile. The officer's voice brooked no dissent. He could scarcely believe that this was a mere 17-year-old. Had he fought against the horned bull before? Everyone turned to look, and the head of the command center, a middle-aged officer, regarded them with a stern expression. Indeed. An operator promptly replied, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Soon, Tian's profile appeared on the large screen. Tian, male, 18 years old. A third-year student at Tian City No. 1 High School. As the details unfolded, all eyes were riveted to the screen. Both parents deceased. A genetic test conducted upon his entrance to high school revealed a talent rating of the technician's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to continue. Although his voice faltered, the gathered crowd clearly read the words displayed, F-grade talent. How could this be? In the past decade of martial examinations, an individual with F-grade talent has emerged. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence once more. One could hear a pin drop. Zhang Ming, already privy to this information, bore a bitter expression. Su Huayan furrowed his brow, a deep seriousness in his gaze, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Chapter 25, The Black Zephyr Python F-grade talent. Zhang Ming murmured, his voice laced with bitterness and helplessness. He fixated on the image of the young man on the screen, his heart a tumult of emotions. Su Huayan remained silent, his clenched fists displaying his inner turmoil. No wonder, Lin Kuei observed thoughtfully. It's no surprise he didn't showcase his talent. It turns out he left the sentence unfinished, but everyone understood the implication. During the period of lower-tier martial artists, disparities in talent could be compensated for by physical prowess or martial techniques. Another individual interjected. However, as one ascends to higher tiers, the limitations imposed by insufficient talent become increasingly pronounced. Much like Lin Yaojia. Although Su Tian and Lin Yaojia both ranked within the top 10, the gap between them would only widen as their realms progressed. Silence enveloped the group. They all grasped this truth. In the path of martial arts, the chasm of talent is often insurmountable. The officer remarked, regrettably. Such a promising candidate. If only his talent were a touch higher, his future achievements could be boundless. Indeed. Another officer concurred. Nevertheless, for someone with F-grade talent to strive into the top 10 through sheer effort is already quite remarkable. Regardless, Su Tian's performance this time warrants our commendation. In the command room, nods of agreement were exchanged, and the gazes directed at the screen contained less regret and more admiration. Above the battlefield, swarms of drones buzzed, hovering over the scene and relaying real-time footage back to the command center. Due to the elevated vantage point, only indistinct shapes could be discerned on the screen. The finer details lost. Su Huayan's gaze remained fixed on the screen, where a flash of red light caught his attention, as if a realization dawned upon him. On the battlefield, Su Tian had sent the horned bull to its demise. Ding! Killed iron-hoofed bull, horned bull, earning 60 points. With the bull's death, the herd lost its leader. The iron-hoofed cattle, like startled birds, began to scatter in panic, their mooing rising to a cacophony. Su Tian's eyes sparkled. This was a prime opportunity to harvest points. He could not let it slip away. With a gust of wind beneath his feet, he propelled himself forward once more. The Nine Suns breathing technique surged within him, his true energy flowing with unparalleled speed. Su Tian plunged into the herd, each strike imbued with immense force. Moo! The shrill cries of agony echoed as the iron-hoofed cattle were struck with terror, fleeing even more frantically. Su Tian grew bolder with each encounter, his points steadily climbing. Finally, the last iron-hoofed bull fell at his feet. Mission accomplished. Su Tian took a brief respite, channeling the Nine Suns breathing technique to restore his internal energy. Name, Su Tian. Score, 955 points. Ranking, 2. Quite a substantial harvest. Name, Lin Yaojia. Score, 1,135 points. Ranking, 1. It appeared that the two were separated by nearly 200 points. Yet in reality, it was merely the difference of 1 or 2 second-tier beasts. One could say that they now stood on equal footing. The top scholar of High Tian City would arise from the rivalry between him and Lin Yaojia. Time remaining until the exam concludes. 4 hours. With the support of the A-grade Nine Suns breathing technique, Su Tian's true energy flowed robustly within him. In a matter of moments, his internal energy had been restored to 90%. He slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs. Activating his Asura Killing Eyes once more, the pulsating life force within a 10-mile radius became vividly apparent before Su Tian, utterly devoid of concealment. With the entire map unveiled, convenience was at his fingertips. A slight smirk graced Su Tian's lips, reflecting a sense of pride. It was time to contend for the title of champion. This would afford him some dignity in front of Meng Ling, otherwise, he might truly become a mere dependent. He chuckled at his own jest. With a whoosh, Su Tian's figure vanished like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind only a gentle breeze that rustled the ground. Meanwhile, Lan Fangfang's team progressed cautiously through the dense forest. After hours of relentless combat, their morale had plummeted to its nadir. Each step felt burdensome, with their bodies marred by wounds. The mingling of dried blood and mud staining their attire. Li Ming's left arm was wrapped in bandages, crimson stains seeping through the white fabric. Wang Mo bore a ghastly scratch that extended from his forehead to his chin. Zhao Kong limped, his right leg evidently injured. Perhaps we should find a place to rest, Li Ming suggested, his voice hoarse and tinged with fatigue. The beasts ahead will only grow stronger, given our current state. Wang Mo concurred. Indeed, Fang Fang. We have done our utmost. Zhao Kang's countenance was pale, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. His scores were lamentably low. Should they abandon hope now, even the threshold of an ordinary university would be beyond his reach. If only Su Tian were on my team. He is currently ranked second. Zhao Kong lamented. If Su Tian were with us, we'd all have the chance to enroll in prestigious universities. Wang Mo added. But Lan Fangfang bit her lip, her delicate features marred by conflict. Fantasizing about being rescued by Su Tian was futile now. She had misjudged his intentions. He was clearly vying for the top position in Heishanshire and would never carry their burdens. As captain, she had to adeptly navigate the current predicament, unable to merely stand by as her teammates faced elimination. Zhao Kong, you. Zhao Kong lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with defiance. I want to try, he implored. Fang Fang, I know I am weak, but I truly do not wish to give up. Li Ming and Wang Mo exchanged glances, both reflecting mutual helplessness and concern. Very well, Lan Fangfang sighed deeply, arriving at a resolution. She was the strongest among them and had sustained no serious injuries thus far. Let us press onward. But everyone must remain vigilant. Should anything go awry, I will cover your retreat. They advanced, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Cautiously, they evaded the powerful auras of formidable beasts, selecting only isolated and weaker targets to confront. Deep within the forest, sunlight was obscured by the dense canopy, only sporadic beams filtering through the layered foliage, casting mottled patterns upon the damp earth. The surroundings were cool and humid, the air thick with the scent of decayed leaves and earth. With every step, Lan Fangfang's group proceeded with trepidation, their nerves taut as a drawn bowstring. Fearing to relax even slightly, they remained alert, wary of the lurking dangers hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, a wave of putrid wind surged towards them, carrying a nauseating stench. Accompanied by a hissing sound that crescendoed from afar, it was jarring in the stillness of the forest. A massive python, as thick as a water barrel, erupted from the depths of the thicket. This serpent was a deep emerald hue, its body adorned with tough scales. Its triangular head was held high, fixated intently on its prey. It's a second-tier beast, the Black Zay Python, Li Ming exclaimed, his face paling in terror, his voice wavering. The Black Zay Python lunged with lightning speed, targeting Zhao Kong directly. With his right leg injured, Zhao Kong had no time to evade the gaping maw of the serpent. His eyes widened in horror and despair. Be careful, Lan Fangfang cried out. Quick as a flash, she shoved Zhao Kong aside at the critical moment. He stumbled, nearly falling, yet narrowly escaping the python's lethal strike. However, Lan Fangfang had no time to retreat herself. She brandished her sword, attempting to block the python's assault. The clash between her sword and the beast's hard scales echoed with a sharp clang, igniting a shower of sparks. Yet, the strength of a second-tier beast far exceeded her capacity. The sword was knocked from her grasp by the serpent's overwhelming force. Though she had deflected the python's deadly blow, Lan Fangfang found herself ensnared, her body tightly constricted, perilously close to succumbing. Chapter 26. Severed arm. Lan Fangfang was entwined by the python, its grip tightening unbearably, the sound of her bones creaking ominously, as if they might shatter at any moment. Her complexion turned pale, each breath becoming increasingly labored, her consciousness beginning to fade. Fangfang. Li Ming's eyes widened in anguish, swinging his weapon desperately, yearning to rush to her aid, yet fearing to harm her further, leaving him in a state of frantic helplessness. What do we do? What do we do? Wang Mo was in a frenzy, pacing like an ant on a hot stove, yet utterly powerless. Zhao Kong was paralyzed with fear, his face ashen, legs trembling, barely able to stand. He never anticipated that his impulsiveness would endanger Lan Fangfang. In that critical moment, a figure surged forth from the depths of the forest. It was a youth, around 17 or 18, tall and striking, with thin, tightly pressed lips. In his grasp was a gleaming long sword, its blade long and sharp. It was Lin Yaojia, the first-ranked in Haitianshire. Zhao Kong recognized him at once. A wave of hope flooding over him, as if he had spotted a savior. Wonderful. Our captain is saved. Lin Yaojia will surely have a way to rescue her. Lin Yaojia, please, save our captain. Li Ming implored urgently, his voice filled with desperation. Wang Mo echoed his plea. We beg you. Lin Yaojia surveyed the group with a disdainful glance. Just a bunch of useless fools. However, it would be advantageous to eliminate this second-tier beast, lest Su Tian's score catch up. He scoffed, his tone laced with contempt. A faint azure mist emanated from him, growing denser, gradually coalescing into a vague human silhouette behind him. This apparition mirrored Lin Yaojia's form, sword in hand, his expression stern. As the mist thickened, the figure became clearer, ultimately merging flawlessly with Lin Yaojia. An A-grade talent, the unparalleled sword spirit. With a deft flick of his wrist, a crisp sound rang out, akin to a dragon's roar reverberating through the mountains and forests. A fierce sword aura shot forth from the tip of his sword, accompanied by a shrill whistle that pierced the air, hurtling directly towards the Black Zay Python. The sword spirit could exponentially amplify the power of each sword strike. This sword aura, bolstered by the sword spirit, surged forth with heightened ferocity, its speed akin to lightning, aimed squarely at the Black Zay Python. At this very moment, the colossal python was tightly coiled around Lan Fangfang's body. The sword aura, however, showed no sign of abating, as if it were oblivious to her presence. With an unstoppable momentum, it sliced directly towards Lan Fangfang. The sword energy cleaved through the air, carrying with it the scent of death, and struck her arm with brutal precision. The unconscious Lan Fangfang was jolted awake by the sudden, searing pain, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Her right arm was severed at the root, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining her already tattered garments a vivid red. Her pallid face now appeared even more devoid of color. What are you doing? Li Ming exclaimed, his eyes widening, blood vessels bursting with rage as he roared at Lin Yaojia. Wang Mo and Zhao Kong were equally stunned, their mouths agape, gazing at Lin Yaojia with incredulity. They could hardly believe that Lin Yaojia was utterly indifferent to Lan Fangfang's fate. Yet, Lin Yaojia wore a mask of cold indifference, as if the unfolding tragedy held no relevance to him. You should be grateful that I merely severed her arm and did not take her life. Lin Yaojia sneered. You. Anger filled the eyes of the onlookers, but faced with the top genius of Haitian City, they felt utterly powerless. Their bodies trembled slightly with indignation. Hiss. The black python let out a horrifying shriek upon being struck, its massive form quivering as the scales along its body were sliced open. It swiftly retreated from Lan Fangfang. Lin Yaojia raised his sword once more, the tip aimed directly at the black python, a glint of icy murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Just as he prepared to launch another assault, a figure suddenly dashed forward, positioning itself before him. It was Li Meng. In that moment, Li Meng's eyes were bloodshot, akin to a frenzied beast, fixed intently on Lin Yaojia. His chest heaved violently, breaths coming in short and labored gasps. You beast! Li Meng roared, his voice hoarse, resembling the growl of a wild animal. He swung his fists, propelled by a desperate determination, charging towards Lin Yaojia. Lin Yaojia frowned, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. He had not anticipated that this worthless fool would dare to attack him. You seek death. Lin Yaojia scoffed coldly, executing a swift motion with his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that hurtled towards Li Meng. Li Meng managed to raise his long knife to shield his chest, barely withstanding the onslaught of the sword aura. However, the immense force sent him hurtling backward. After being struck by Lin Yaojia's sword energy, the black python had already sensed that its opponent was formidable. Instinctively, it began to retreat. This brief exchange, however, allowed the black python to seize the opportunity. It twisted its massive body and fled at a remarkable speed into the dense forest, vanishing from sight in an instant. Damn it! Lin Yaojia's expression darkened ominously. He had not anticipated being delayed by a mere fool. He wished to pursue the black python, but it was already too late. The creature's form quickly disappeared into the thicket, leaving no trace behind. He turned around, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Li Meng and the others. You lot, very well. Lin Yaojia's voice dripped with menace, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth, sending chills down their spines. He brandished his sword, slowly advancing towards them. The murderous aura emanating from him had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it intensified. What do you intend to do? Wang Yimou discerned the killing intent in Lin Yaojia's eyes, his voice trembling with a hint of fear. Lin Yaojia remained silent, continuing to close the distance. His steps were slow, yet each one seemed to press upon their hearts, suffocating them with dread. The coldness of his voice appeared to lower the temperature around them, filling the air with an oppressive aura of death. Do you wish to understand the difference between yourselves and these monstrous beasts? At last, Lin Yaojia spoke, his voice low and gravelly, laced with mockery. The long sword in his hand glimmered with a cruel light, still stained with the blood of the black python, appearing particularly glaring under the sunlight. Lin Yaojia approached with the demeanor of a reaper. The truth is, your existence merely consumes humanity's cultivation resources. His tone dripped with disdain and contempt, as if Li Meng and the others were no more significant than mere ants in his eyes. Today, I severed her arm without claiming her life. That is her fortunate fate. Lin Yaojia's gaze fell upon the unconscious Lan Fangfang, her right arm severed, blood staining the ground beneath her. If you are unsatisfied, let each of you lose an arm. Lin Yaojia's voice resonated with murderous intent as his eyes swept over Li Meng, Wang Yimou, and Zhao Kong, as if selecting prey. Lin Yaojia, do not go too far. Wang Yimou ground his teeth, his body trembling slightly, whether from fear or rage he could not tell. Too far. Lin Yaojia chuckled coldly, as if he had heard a particularly amusing joke. Let me impart a lesson today. In this world, strength is everything. If you are weak, you deserve to be bullied. Were it not for the restrictions of the examination rules, it would not merely be your arms that I left behind. Not far away, Tian was employing the Asura Killing Eyes to search for the beasts. Suddenly, several familiar fluctuations of blood energy intruded upon his senses. Those few again. Tian raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. But soon, he sensed something amiss. The emotions conveyed by these blood energies were saturated with fear and fury. Particularly Lan Fangfang's energy, which was so faint it was barely detectable, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Something has happened. He had a favorable impression of Lan Fangfang, having noticed her attempts to offer him help on multiple occasions. She was in danger. Tian had no reason to turn a blind eye. After just a few steps, he detected another surge of blood energy, filled with murderous intent. So many old acquaintances. A cold smile graced Tian's lips. Chapter 27. Fierce Battle with Lin Yaojia. Lin Yaojia's long sword traced a chilling arc in the air, the sword energy akin to frost, bearing down on Li Meng and the others. Faced with this sudden onslaught, their faces turned pale, eyes wide with terror. Although they exerted their utmost to defend, Lin Yaojia's strength far surpassed theirs, each assault instilling a sense of impending death. Ah! Zhao Kong let out a scream as his defenses were shattered in an instant. his body sent flying by the sword energy, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spewing from his mouth. Wang Mo's situation was no better. He barely managed to block one of Lin Yaojia's strikes, yet was forced to stagger backward, his hands numb, nearly losing grip on his weapon. Li Meng, being the strongest among them, fared slightly better, but he too was pressed back relentlessly by Lin Yaojia's sword energy. Several bloodied gashes now marring his skin. Such pitifully weak creatures. Lin Yaojia's voice brimmed with scorn and derision. He swung his sword once more, unleashing an even more ferocious wave of sword energy aimed at Li Meng. Li Meng's expression turned grave. He understood he had reached his limit. He gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to wield his weapon in an attempt to block the impending strike. However, the disparity in power could not be bridged by mere desperation. The sword energy instantaneously shattered his defenses, leaving a deep gash across his chest, from which blood gushed forth. Li Meng, Wang Mo, and Zhao Kong exclaimed in horror, their eyes filled with despair. Lin Yaojia let out a cold laugh, raising his long sword and aiming directly for Li Meng's arm. You should count yourself fortunate that this is merely an examination. Otherwise, losing just an arm would be the least of your worries. Li Meng closed his eyes in despair, as if he could already envision his tragic fate. The glimmering blade of Lin Yaojia descended mercilessly. Yet, the excruciating pain he anticipated did not come from his arm. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding erupted in his ears. Li Meng opened his eyes wide, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. A youth had appeared out of nowhere, standing tall with disheveled black hair and splattered with dark crimson beast blood. Despite his bloodied appearance, the young man exuded an overwhelming aura that was both formidable and chilling. Akin to a mountain's weight. Simply standing there, he emanated an unyielding pressure. Su Tian. Li Meng's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Wang Mo and Zhao Kong gazed at the newcomer with excitement, as if they had glimpsed a ray of hope amidst their dire circumstances. They never anticipated that Su Tian would arrive at such a critical moment. Su Tian paid no heed to their exclamations, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. At first glance, he spotted Lan Fongfong lying on the ground, her face as pale as a sheet, blood staining the corners of her mouth, her chest barely rising and falling. Teetering on the brink of life and death, Su Tian's expression turned icy, an invisible fury brewing within him. Lin Yaojia observed Su Tian with keen interest, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. How intriguing that you've chosen to appear, he remarked, lightly waving his sword. The blade still stained with Li Meng's blood, glinting ominously in the sunlight. It seems you intend to defend this worthless lot? Lin Yaojia's voice dripped with mockery and provocation. His eyes filled with disdain as he scrutinized Su Tian. Rescuing a damsel in distress requires strength. His tone was laced with contempt. Although Li Meng and the others were thrilled by Su Tian's arrival, a sense of trepidation loomed in their hearts. They recognized Su Tian's prowess. Yet Lin Yaojia was a warrior who had awakened an A-rank talent. In the realm of martial arts, talent reigned supreme. While Su Tian was undoubtedly powerful, they did not believe he could triumph over Lin Yaojia. Su Tian, quickly take Lan Fongfong and flee. This guy is a lunatic, Li Meng shouted, struggling against the pain coursing through his body. His voice was imbued with urgency and concern. Wang Mo and Zhao Kong echoed his sentiment, unwilling for Su Tian to risk himself on their behalf. Su Tian gradually adjusted his body, the joints cracking audibly. He had initially planned to hunt a few magical beasts to earn some points. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Since I've encountered you here, Su Tian's gaze locked onto Lin Yaojia, a glint of icy murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He advanced step by step toward Lin Yaojia. I shall incapacitate you here, saving me the trouble of chasing after you. Arrogant. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Yaojia's eyes. He roared, and a pale blue light erupted from his body, swirling and coalescing into a humanoid shadow that mirrored his form, albeit with indistinct features. Wushuang Sword Spirit. As soon as the Wushuang Sword Spirit materialized, it radiated a sharp sword aura, slicing through the surrounding air with a hissing sound. Lin Yaojia, wielding his long sword, charged toward Su Tian alongside the Wushuang Sword Spirit. Su Tian, witnessing this, felt a flicker of amusement. He propelled himself off the ground, his body shooting backward like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, his internal energy surged, unleashing a terrifying force from within. Several fierce sword energies, akin to a tempest, hurtled towards Su Tian, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn asunder. Su Tian scoffed, a flash of crimson light crossing his eyes. He exerted force beneath his feet, twisting his body in midair with perfect timing, evading all the sword energies. The sword energies missed their target, crashing into the surrounding trees, sending splinters flying as thick trunks were effortlessly cleaved in two, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. As Lin Yaojia's attack fell short, his form hesitated briefly in midair before charging at Su Tian with even greater speed. Su Tian chuckled coldly. He did not flinch nor evade, instead confronting Lin Yaojia head-on. Surprised, Lin Yaojia's gaze shifted to one of deeper murderous intent. He flicked his wrist, and the long sword emitted a clear ringing sound as a sharp sword energy shot forth, aimed directly at Su Tian. Su Tian sidestepped, the sword energy grazing the hem of his clothes and severing a large tree behind him in two. With a swift movement, he appeared beside Lin Yaojia. Ka. 10 ring thunder fist. A powerful punch erupted, producing a thunderous sound in the air. Lin Yaojia reacted swiftly, pivoting his body and rotating his long sword to block Su Tian's fist. The clash of fist and sword resonated with a deafening clang, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Lin Yaojia felt tremendous force travel through the sword, numbing his grip and forcing him to retreat involuntarily. He was astounded. He had never anticipated that Su Tian's physical strength could be so formidable. How could I be outmatched by a waste with only F-rank talent? Lin Yaojia summoned his internal energy, pushing his sword techniques to their limits. The sword light flickered as his energy surged. Unfortunately, each wave of sword energy, as it neared Su Tian, was obliterated by a single punch. The surrounding trees were decimated by the aftermath of their battle, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Lin Yaojia grew increasingly alarmed. He realized he could not contend with Su Tian. This guy, seemingly unarmed, was more terrifying than any weapon-wielding warrior. Chapter 28. Unity of Man and Sword. Li Ming, Wang Mo, and Zhao Kong stood at a distance, their eyes glued to the unfolding battle. Initially, they believed Su Tian would swiftly succumb to defeat, given Lin Yaojia's exceptional talent and the clear disparity in their realms. Lin Yaojia was a solid first-tier 7th level, while Su Tian was merely at the 3rd level of the first tier. Yet, the scene before them was nothing short of astonishing. Su Tian appeared to hold the upper hand. Wow, is Su Tian really this formidable? Wang Mo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhao Kong was equally astounded, unable to close his mouth in shock. Though Li Ming remained silent, excitement shimmered in his eyes as he clenched his fists, silently cheering for Su Tian. Meanwhile, several hundred meters above, a swarm of miniature drones buzzed incessantly, capturing every moment of the spectacle within the examination grounds. The fierce combat between Su Tian and Lin Yaojia was vividly transmitted back to the examination command center. Inside, a group of staff members anxiously focused on the images flickering across the screens. They were engaged in a bout. The 1st and 2nd ranked contestants were clashing. In the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts examination, as long as lethal force was not employed, skirmishes between candidates were permitted. While there had been instances of conflict among candidates in previous years, it was exceedingly rare for the top 2 to engage in combat. The competition for the top 10 was fiercely contested. Within the command center, dozens of massive screens displayed real-time footage from various corners of the examination arena, with personnel bustling about in a state of tense organization. Suddenly, a commotion shattered the quiet, drawing everyone's gaze to 2 screens simultaneously broadcasting the battle between Su Tian and Lin Yaojia. Look, the 1st and 2nd ranked are fighting, shouted a young staff member. Now this is going to be entertaining, remarked a bespectacled middle-aged man with keen interest. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? It has to be Lin Yaojia, a slightly plump staff member replied without hesitation. With his A-grade talent and unparalleled sword spirit, possessing a strength of the 7th layer of the 1st stage, this is bound to be a one-sided affair. Indeed, although Su Tian is a dark horse, he is only at the 3rd layer of the 1st stage, a gap of 4 small realms. Another staff member added, Alas, you missed it, just moments ago. Lin Yaojia severed the arm of that little girl to slay a beast. Su Tian is likely to lose, and things won't end well for him, lamented a female staff member, shaking her head regretfully. Su Tian ranked 2nd. If he could just push further, our city of Haitian could improve its standing in the Southeast province. What a pity. He had the chance to achieve a higher score. But now the martial arts examination may conclude prematurely, she sighed. With Su Tian in 2nd place, his ranking across the entire Southeast province is likely to drop significantly. The distribution of cultivation resources in university is contingent upon your provincial ranking. The discussions within the command center surged and fell, with nearly everyone convinced of Su Tian's inevitable defeat. After all, the disparity in talent and strength was glaring. At that moment, those familiar with Su Tian, Zhang Ming, Li Hao, Su Huayan, and Lin Kuei, felt a collective tightening in their chests, their anxiety palpable for Su Tian. At the heart of the command room sat a burly middle-aged man. Ouyang, the chief commander of the examination. Since the commencement of the examination, he had uttered not a single word. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Finally, his deep voice resonated throughout the examination venue. Alert the rescue team in the arena, have them stand by. The chief commander issued a decisive order. Should Su Tian fall, they must intervene immediately. After all, he is the 2nd-ranked contestant this year. We cannot allow him to come to harm here. Understood. The staff members responded promptly. On the screens, the battle raged on. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed like a cacophony of exploding beans. Su Tian grew more tenacious with each exchange, every punch slicing through the air with a whistling force, akin to cannon fire, unstoppable in its momentum. Lin Yaojia's complexion grew increasingly grim, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, He could barely withstand the onslaught, his heart heavy with helplessness and resentment. Impossible. How could I lose to this trash? Lin Yaojia roared internally, disbelief flooding his eyes. A wielder of A-grade talent and the unparalleled sword spirit. A formidable contender for the top of the examination. How could he be defeated by someone with merely F-grade talent? Zhao Kong swallowed hard, murmuring, "This is absurdly powerful." Meanwhile, Li Meng excitedly waved his fists, shouting, "Su Tian, go for it. Crush him." The expressions of those in the command center transformed into a spectacle of astonishment. How is this possible? Su Tian is actually overpowering Lin Yaojia? This is utterly surreal. At that moment, Lin Yaojia suddenly exposed a flaw. Su Tian's eyes sparkled with determination as he seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch directly to Lin Yaojia's chest. With a resounding thud, Lin Yaojia flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as a ghost. Struggling to rise, Lin Yaojia was filled with fury and indignation. He refused to accept defeat at the hands of this so-called trash. "Su Tian, you have forced my hand," Lin Yaojia bellowed, his voice laced with desperation and madness. His eyes burned red as he glared fiercely at Su Tian. Gritting his teeth, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He resolved to unleash his hidden trump card, a secret weapon he had prepared to contend for the provincial championship. Yet now, facing Su Tian, he could no longer afford to hold back. Suddenly, a faint azure glow began to emanate from Lin Yaojia's body, growing ever more radiant. Enveloping him entirely, a pale blue phantom emerged slowly from behind him, mirroring his form. It was his A-grade talent, the unparalleled sword spirit. The sword spirit exuded a fierce aura of sword energy. Unity of man and sword. Lin Yaojia roared. His body began to meld with that azure phantom. The phantom solidified, ultimately merging seamlessly with Lin Yaojia. Bathed in the azure light, his aura surged dramatically, while the sword in his hand emitted a chorus of ringing tones. In that instant, he seemed to transform into a drawn blade, radiating sharpness, invincible in its might. "Is this the unity of man and sword?" gasped someone within the command center. Lin Yaojia has actually mastered the unity of man and sword? This technique, an advanced application of the unparalleled sword spirit talent, allowed one to merge with their sword spirit, dramatically enhancing combat prowess. "You will perish." Lin Yaojia's voice grew frenzied. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of azure sword light, darting towards Su Tian with blinding speed. "This is bad." Li Meng's face paled, exclaiming in alarm. "Su Tian, be careful." Zhao Kong and the others shouted anxiously. Yet, faced with this fierce assault, Su Tian merely smiled. "Martial arts talent is not solely your domain." Chapter 29. You are Su Tian? Su Tian sneered, advancing rather than retreating, charging directly toward Lin Yaojia. The command center was left in stunned silence. Has this boy lost his mind? What is he doing? Is he really going to withstand the unity of man and sword? Has the rescue team arrived? Hurry, we need to save him. This is it. The disparity in martial arts talent cannot simply be bridged by physical strength. Su Tian. What a reckless fool. Everyone believed Su Tian was courting disaster, for the might of A-grade talent was already well established. Moreover, Lin Yaojia had invoked the high-level technique of unity of man and sword. The rescue team was racing to the scene, yet all knew it was likely too late. Su Tian, the youth who had just unveiled his astonishing prowess, was perhaps destined to meet his demise in this moment. Li Meng, frantic as an ant on a hot stove, was drenched in sweat, desperately attempting to rush into the examination hall, only to be firmly restrained by Zhao Kong. "Calm down. If you go in now, it's tantamount to a death wish." Zhao Kang's voice quavered with an undertone of desperation. "But Su Tian." Li Meng's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice choked with emotion. At that critical juncture, just a heartbeat before Su Tian collided with Lin Yaojia, an unforeseen transformation erupted. Su Tian's once ordinary gaze abruptly morphed into a vivid crimson, as if blood coursed through his very eyes, an eerie and terrifying sight. A wave of heart-stopping dread emanated from him, engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant. The onlookers felt their breath hitch, as if an invisible hand had tightened around their throats, their hearts racing violently, nearly bursting from their chests. Behind Su Tian, the air began to warp violently, as though something dreadful was about to break free from the void. Then, a colossal blood-red vertical pupil gradually emerged in the ether, devoid of any whites. Only an endless sea of crimson. Within that sanguine abyss lay the imagery of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A gruesome spectacle reminiscent of a hell's cape replete with slaughter and annihilation. This enormous blood-red eye seemed to possess a life of its own, slowly rotating, surveying its surroundings, causing all who met its gaze to feel as though they were being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper, their souls trembling in fear. This was the manifestation of Su Tian's S-class talent, the Asura Killing Eyes' unique skill, Asura Divine Seal. As the Asura Divine Seal was unleashed, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The atmosphere became palpably still, as everyone was left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, even forgetting to breathe. The previously raucous air within the examination hall seemed to congeal into an oppressive stillness. From behind the screen, those in the command center felt an inexplicable weight pressing upon their chests, as if a mountain bore down upon them, stifling their breath. Although Lin Yaojia was unaware of what the Asura Killing Eye entailed, the sight of that massive blood-red pupil instinctively filled him with a sense of foreboding. He felt as though a terrifying demon had set its sights on him, his hair standing on end, and a chill coursing through his body. An overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, akin to prey being hunted by its natural predator, provoking a primal fear. What on earth is this abomination? Lin Yaojia thought, horrified to the core. To make matters worse, he noticed that the faint azure glow surrounding him was rapidly dissipating. The once razor-sharp sword energy seemed to wither as if encountering its nemesis. The connection between him and his sword was being forcibly severed. The state of unity between man and sword had been violently disrupted. How could this happen? Lin Yaojia cried out in terror, disbelief saturating his voice. His prideful A-class talent, the dual sword spirit, had inexplicably faltered. With the union of man and sword shattered, Lin Yaojia felt as if struck by lightning. His form retreating violently. Tian would not let this opportunity to strike down a drowning rat slip by. He blurred into motion, appearing before Lin Yaojia, delivering a powerful punch. This blow, unembellished yet imbued with terrifying force, ruptured the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Lin Yaojia's pupils dilated as he could only watch helplessly as Tian's fist loomed larger in his field of vision. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Tian's fist struck Lin Yaojia's chest with brutal force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang clear, as Lin Yaojia's chest caved in instantly. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Yaojia's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. Tian advanced step by step toward Lin Yaojia, who struggled to rise, only to be met with searing pain radiating from his chest. Trembling, he extended a hand, pointing at Tian, seemingly attempting to utter something. Yet, his throat felt constricted, producing only hoarse gasps. A fresh surge of blood welled up, forcing him into a violent coughing fit, each movement aggravating his wounds, bringing excruciating agony. Tian crouched beside Lin Yaojia, then lifted his foot, bringing it down forcefully onto Lin Yaojia's chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing resounded. As several ribs broke anew, Lin Yaojia emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently. Tian raised his foot again, delivering another crushing stomp. Then, abandoning his feet, he unleashed a flurry of punches. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each blow landed with tremendous weight, mercilessly pummeling Lin Yaojia. Lin Yaojia's cries weakened, dwindling to mere whimpers. In that moment, Tian seemed to morph into a human beast, striking without mercy. Lin Yaojia, utterly defenseless, lay like a lifeless dog on the ground, at the mercy of Tian's relentless assault. His body continued to convulse. Tian's fist connected with Lin Yaojia's face once more. This strike rendered Lin Yaojia's features unrecognizable, blood and flesh mingling grotesquely. Lin Yaojia's body quivered violently before he succumbed to unconsciousness, hanging on to life by a thread. Not far away, several figures hastened toward the scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air heralded the arrival of 3 uniformed rescue team members. Each was a second-tier warrior of considerable strength, tasked with maintaining order and safety within the examination hall. One among them surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixating on the prostrate Lin Yaojia. The information indicated a need to rescue a candidate named Tian. Unbeknownst to them, they had yet to ascertain the true appearance of Tian. Moreover, seeing Tian standing unscathed nearby, the rescue team member erroneously assumed Lin Yaojia to be the one in need of assistance. He strode confidently to Lin Yaojia, his tone grave as he inquired, "You must be Tian, correct?" At this point, Lin Yaojia was unable to utter a word. His bloodied hands flailed helplessly in the air. Chapter 30. S-Class Talent? Tian observed the dramatic scene unfold before him. He pointed to himself, then to the incapacitated figure on the ground, bemusedly explaining to the rescue team member, "That one. I am Tian. The person lying there is Lin Yaojia." The rescue team member paused, his gaze flickering between Tian and Lin Yaojia. One was vibrant and unscathed, while the other lay half dead. The mission had clearly stated to rescue a candidate named Tian. How was it that the Tian in need of rescue stood there perfectly well, while this other individual, Lin Yaojia, appeared in such a dire state? "Are you certain your Haven team made a mistake?" The rescue team member, still incredulous, pressed for clarification. "Absolutely, without a doubt," Tian replied, exasperation evident in his expression. "Very well, I will confirm this." The rescue team member retrieved his radio, contacting the command center. "This is the rescue team. We have located Tian, but he appears to be in no need of assistance. Instead, it is another candidate named Lin Yaojia who is gravely injured. Please confirm who requires rescue." On the other end of the walkie-talkie, an unusual silence prevailed. The rescue team members speculated that it might be due to poor signal reception. Hello? After a brief pause, the voice of the command center crackled through the device. We seem to have made a slight error in our previous assessment. You must bring Lin Yaojia back immediately. Understood. The rescue team member terminated the call, his gaze towards Su Tian now imbued with a complex mixture of emotions. The strength of a first-tier triple seemed capable of incapacitating a first-tier septuple. Just how formidable was this young man? Lin Yaojia was indeed unfortunate to provoke him. It appeared that even if Lin Yaojia's injuries were treated, his future martial arts development would inevitably suffer. Well, Su Tian, since you're unharmed, we shall take our leave, said the rescue team member. Do take care of yourself. All right. Thank you. Su Tian replied with a smile and a nod. Within the examination command center, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with moisture. When the voice emerged from the rescue team's walkie-talkie, the staff momentarily forgot to respond, lost in the bizarre scene they had just witnessed. This script was all wrong. According to their initial assumptions, Lin Yaojia should have been the one to leave Su Tian searching for his teeth, yet the situation had reversed. Rewind the footage of the recent battle, commanded the chief of the examination, Ouyang, his voice low and serious. Soon, the visuals of Su Tian and Lin Yaojia's combat appeared on the main screen. Although the distance rendered the image somewhat blurry, the movements of both fighters were still discernible. In the footage, Su Tian was unarmed, his physique lithe and agile, each strike imbued with an indescribable elegance. In contrast, Lin Yaojia wielded a long sword, its blade elongated and shimmering with a faint azure luminescence. A manifestation of his A-grade talent, the unmatched sword spirit. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, fists and sword lights intertwining. Suddenly, a strange reddish substance materialized behind Su Tian, viscous and writhing. Stop! Ouyang commanded softly. Everyone in the room was already aware of what transpired next. At the moment the red substance appeared, Lin Yaojia's unmatched sword spirit seemed to encounter a natural predator. The once brilliant azure glow of the sword flickered uncertainly before dimming at a visible pace, ultimately collapsing and vanishing without a trace. What is this? Ouyang's brow furrowed, plunging him into deep contemplation. The others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. Could it be a form of specialized martial technique? Yet it seemed improbable. What martial skill could possibly suppress an A-grade talent? Ouyang, having risen to the position of chief commander for this examination, was well versed in various matters. Could it be that this young man? A tremor of realization surged within him as he stumbled upon a monumental discovery. A vague hypothesis took shape in his mind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Quickly, retrieve all battle footage of Su Tian and play it at 32x speed. Ouyang urged the staff, his voice tinged with urgency. The personnel, startled by this sudden command, hastily complied. Before long, the main screen began to rapidly replay Su Tian's numerous battles. With the mental acuity of a high-tier martial artist, Ouyang meticulously absorbed every detail displayed. To an ordinary observer, the 32x speed footage would appear as an indistinguishable blur, yet for Ouyang, each motion was crystal clear. He noted that during each of Su Tian's fights, his eyes emitted a strange red glow, akin to flickering flames, eerie and enigmatic. Increasingly convinced of his earlier hypothesis, Ouyang discerned this was the S-grade talent, the Asura Killing Eyes. As he rapidly reviewed the footage at 32x speed, the high-tier martial artists present held their breath, scrutinizing each scene. Among the crowd, Su Huayan and Lin Kuei exchanged sharp glances. When the battle footage of Su Tian and Lin Yaojia appeared, their unspoken understanding passed between them. S-grade, Su Huayan mused, stroking his chin, his expression alight with joy. Lin Kuei, as a recruitment officer from Tianfu University, found his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. This Su Tian, he had concealed himself so profoundly. I was truly blind to such potential. This was a rare gem that absolutely must not be allowed to slip into the hands of rival institutions. Lin Kuei plotted in his mind, his excitement palpable. He knew well that a student with S-grade talent was an invaluable treasure to any nation. To his knowledge, the Dragon Nation had not produced an S-grade talent in many years. Recently, one had emerged in America. Little did he expect that the Dragon Nation would also be graced with an S-grade talent. Although the battle footage only hinted at Su Tian's potential, concrete confirmation awaited genetic testing, yet Lin Kuei was already impatient. He pulled out his phone, hurriedly stepping aside to call the headquarters of Tianfu University. Hello, Lao Zhang. It's me, Lin Kuei. Prepare ample resources, the more the better. We're going to snatch someone. Lin Kuei's voice trembled with urgency, fearing that if he delayed, Su Tian would be poached by another institution. What? What did you say? The genetic test isn't back yet? I don't care. Just keep a close watch on him. This is an S-grade talent. If someone else gets him, I will not let this go. Lin Kuei bellowed into the phone, completely shedding his usual composed demeanor. After ending the call, he exhaled deeply. A thought struck him, and a triumphant smile graced his face. Right. Isn't there still Su Mingling? I refuse to believe that this young man wouldn't attend the same university as her. It's settled. Absolutely secured. Lin Kuei exclaimed, shaking Su Huayan's shoulder with fervor, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Old Su, I must express my gratitude to you. Your daughter has brought us a promising prospect. Chapter 31, Team Formation. Naturally, the command center was not the backyard of Tianfu University, and the recruitment officers from other universities were not oblivious. Each of them was alert and observant, and upon witnessing Lin Kuei's phone call, they quickly grasped the situation. With a silent understanding, they retrieved their phones and discreetly made their own calls, fearing that others might also recognize the potential for Su Tian's S-grade talent. Some stepped outside the command center to find unoccupied corners, while others frantically typed messages on their screens. S-grade talent? Is that for real? Regardless of its authenticity. The principle of the early bird catches the worm prevailed. This was a treasure rarer than 100 A-grade talents, and if they could secure it, they would undoubtedly dominate the collegiate league. The command center erupted into a cacophony of ringing phones, bustling like a marketplace. Recruitment officers unleashed their full arsenal, bombarding the recipients on the other end of the line with fervent appeals, fearful that if they lagged behind, this coveted opportunity would be snatched away by another. Hello. Laoli. It's me. You need to prepare the finest cultivation resources immediately. Yes, the more the better. What? You need a reason? Let me tell you. WeVE discovered a student suspected to possess S-grade talent. You heard that right, S-grade. This is an existence more precious than a national treasure. If it is snatched away by another school, you might as well prepare to roll up your bedding and leave. Director Zhang, please listen to me. This matter is no jest. The fate of our school hinges entirely on this student. Rest assured, even if it means sacrificing my own dignity, I will certainly bring him over. As the chief commander of the examination venue and a representative of the military, Ouyang could not afford to be idle. He understood all too well what an S-grade talent meant for the nation. Such a person is a strategic resource. Consequently, he dialed the military's number in Longhua, reporting the situation with a grave tone. Commander, this is Ouyang. The entire command center was in disarray, with everyone's attention fixated on Su Tian, as if he were the most dazzling star. They had completely forgotten that just moments ago, the formidable Lin Yaojia was lying in a hospital awaiting treatment. Meanwhile, far from the examination venue, Su Tian remained blissfully unaware of all that transpired. Having just defeated Lin Yaojia, his position as the top student in Haitian City was already secured. However, that was not enough. His ambitions extended beyond Haitian City, aiming for the entirety of Southeast Province. Lan Fangfang had yet to awaken, lying quietly on the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment, with a horrifying wound where Lin Yaojia had severed her right arm. Su Tian approached her side, retrieving a vial of red medicine from his pocket, a healing potion uniformly distributed before the examination. He had navigated through the ordeal unscathed. Thus the potion had remained unused. Carefully, Su Tian poured the potion over Lan Fangfang's wound. The moment the potion made contact with the injury, it seemed to be imbued with life, swiftly penetrating the flesh. The gruesome sight of her severed arm began to visibly regenerate, flesh, bones, meridians, and skin gradually reconnecting and mending. This healing potion was concocted from the blood of a mystical beast known as the Healing Leech, renowned for its remarkable self-healing abilities. Its blood is considered the finest remedy for injuries, often employed for urgent battlefield treatment. Under the miraculous effects of the healing potion, Lan Fangfang's once feeble breath began to stabilize, and her pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color. At last, her long eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes. What greeted her was Su Tian's familiar visage, laced with concern. A flicker of confusion crossed Lan Fangfang's eyes, swiftly followed by a tide of memories. She recalled being ensnared by the black serpent, her life hanging by a thread, and Lin Yaojia mercilessly severing her arm. The agony and despair felt as vivid as if they were happening anew. Am I still alive? Lan Fangfang spoke weakly, her voice as light as a feather. Of course, Su Tian replied, breaking into a broad smile that revealed his pearly whites. Just then, her teammates Li Meng, Zhao Kong, and Wang Mo gathered around, excitedly recounting the events that transpired. Fangfang, you really ought to thank Su Tian. If he hadn't arrived in time, we might have all met our end here. Li Meng said, still shaken. Indeed, Su Tian actually defeated Lin Yaojia. Zhao Kong exclaimed, his voice brimming with incredulity. Lin Yaojia? Lan Fangfang's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she knew Su Tian was formidable, she had never anticipated he would be powerful enough to best Lin Yaojia. That guy is truly a beast. Wang Mo interjected. He has beaten Lin Yaojia so soundly that he is probably still lying in a hospital bed now. Wang Mo felt a surge of relief. Lan Fangfang gazed at Su Tian, an indescribable emotion swelling within her. Su Tian's strength surpassed her wildest imagination. She had never expected that the unarmed youth she had casually encountered on the road would turn out to be the top talent of all Haitian City. Had she not crossed paths with Su Tian, or had they not shared this experience, she might have truly faced life or death today. Fate is indeed a wondrous thing. Su Tian, thank you, Lan Fangfang whispered, her voice faint yet brimming with sincerity. No need to mention it, but this place is far too perilous. What are you all doing here? Su Tian asked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the group. Zhao Kong lowered his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. It's all my fault, he murmured, guilt-ridden. Li Ming and Wang Mo fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy. Lan Fangfang regarded Zhao Kong with understanding rather than reproach. Her eyes filled with compassion. She knew he had worked hard, but with limited talent, gaining admission to university was indeed a daunting task. If it weren't for my insistence on bringing you here, we wouldn't have encountered such danger, Zhao Kong lamented, his voice dwindling. You cannot blame yourself for this. I am the captain, and this was my decision to come here, Lan Fangfang asserted softly yet firmly. But I truly don't want to be a burden to everyone. Zhao Kang's voice quivered with emotion. I may not be cut out for this. Suddenly, Zhao Kong halted his sorrowful lament. After all that had transpired, he finally comprehended that not being admitted to university was inconsequential. Gaining entry to a martial arts university and becoming an extraordinary warrior would entail even greater responsibilities and risks. As long as everyone can remain safe, that is what matters most. Will your team accept new members? Su Tian interjected. Chapter 32, Third Stage Beast. Will your team accept new members? Su Tian's voice, although soft, resonated like thunder, startling the group. Lan Fangfang, Zhao Kong, Li Ming, and Wang Mo all froze, momentarily unable to process his words. Su Tian, what did you just say? Lan Fangfang asked, her eyes wide with disbelief, questioning whether her injury had caused her to hallucinate. I said, does your team need more members? I wish to join, Su Tian reiterated, a playful smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the group finally realized they had not misheard. Their mouths agape, they stared at Su Tian as if they had seen a ghost. I must be mistaken. Su Tian wants to join our team? Li Ming pinched himself hard, wincing in pain. Ouch, that hurts. This isn't a dream. How is this possible? Zhao Kong stammered, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Su Tian you. Wang Mo was equally dumbfounded, scratching his head and muttering to himself. Could it be that Su Tian has taken a liking to our captain, seeking a roundabout way to save the day? Wang Mo, what nonsense are you spouting? Lan Fangfang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a reproachful glare. Yet, within her heart, a flicker of doubt arose. Back when they first encountered Su Tian on the road, he had rejected her offer to form a team. At that time, their team was in peak condition, brimming with vigor. But now, she had narrowly escaped death, Zhao Kong was gravely injured, and Li Ming and Wang Mo were utterly exhausted, nearly devoid of combat capability. Under such circumstances, it was astonishing that Su Tian would voluntarily offer to join them. After all, he had single-handedly defeated Lin Yaojia. He alone could sweep through the entire examination venue. Su Tian's joining them now undoubtedly indicated his desire to lend them a hand. The individuals exchanged glances, each reflecting profound shock and elation in their eyes. A warm current surged within their hearts. Although Su Tian had not required assistance when Lan Fangfang had repeatedly offered her help, he held a favorable impression of her. Now, with Zhao Kong merely one low-tier beast away from the university's admission score, lending a hand was a trivial task that would not consume much time. Moreover, before Su Tian acquired the system, he was merely an ordinary person with mediocre talent. He could empathize with the aspirations of those striving to enter a martial arts university to alter their destinies. The yearning for a brighter future resonated deeply within him. Thus, he resolved to temporarily form a team with Lan Fangfang and her companions. Lan Fangfang took a deep breath, striving to quell her excitement. Thank you, Su Tian. Thank me for what? Su Tian replied with a grin. I merely wish to find a few skilled individuals to navigate the perilous path ahead. What do you all think? Lan Fangfang momentarily paused, glancing at the assembled experts, one limping, another who had just lost an arm, and two others severely injured from their battle with Lin Yaojia. She nodded vigorously. The most elated among them was Zhao Kong, whose eyes glistened with tears. He understood that Su Tian's gesture was a favor extended because of Lan Fangfang. Observing their touched expressions, Su Tian felt a mix of amusement and nostalgia. Once, he too had been an ordinary individual striving with all his might for the martial arts examination. Now, he had inadvertently acquired the power to influence the fates of others. This sensation was indeed extraordinary. Captain, when shall we depart? Su Tian beamed at Lan Fangfang. We shall set off immediately. Lan Fangfang snapped back to reality, her eyes ablaze with determination. With Su Tian, their human nuclear weapon, by their side, they pressed on, their sense of security soaring and their pace quickening. Zhao Kong, limping and straining to keep up with Su Tian's deliberately slowed speed, was exerting every ounce of his strength. Soon, they reached the boundary of the examination site. Before them lay a barren hill, devoid of vegetation, exuding an air of desolation. Jagged rocks jutted from the hillside, casting mottled shadows under the sun's radiant glare. The expansive vista revealed a seemingly endless chain of mountains in the distance. A faint earthy scent permeated the air. As they scrutinized their surroundings, they found no trace of any beasts. The eerie stillness was unsettling. Su Tian activated his Asura Killing Eyes, his gaze instantly turning a blood-red hue. As if a sea of corpses floated within, he meticulously observed the flowing life force around him. Wait here. With a whoosh, Tian vanished from their sight. Too fast. Wang Yimou rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to comprehend how Tian had disappeared. Lan Fangfang, equally astonished, marveled at his astonishing strength. Such speed likely surpassed that of some instructors. Before long, Tian reappeared, dragging a severely weakened beast behind him. The creature, massive like a calf, bore a sharp horn gleaming with a cold light, clearly not to be trifled with. A late-stage low-tier beast. Zhao Kong trembled with excitement, his mouth agape, speechless. He knew that even at his peak, he would have been unable to defeat such a creature, let alone in his current injured state. Yet Tian had effortlessly returned with one, as if it were a mere vegetable purchase. His power was truly outrageous. At that moment, the beast lay half dead, bloodied and incapable of movement, its once ferocious gaze now dimmed by fear and despair. Tian hoisted the massive creature with ease, much like lifting a chick. Approaching Zhao Kong, he flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Behold, your dream of attending university is still warm. With that, he casually tossed the beast toward Zhao Kong. The creature thudded heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. It whimpered in agony, unable to rise again. Zhao Kong gazed at the near-lifeless beast, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. He recognized this as Tian's gift, a ticket to the martial arts university. Tian. Zhao Kong looked up, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Stop being sentimental and get to work. Tian patted Zhao Kang's shoulder, grinning. All right. Zhao Kong inhaled deeply, drawing his long knife from his waist, and approached the beast. Trembling, he plunged the blade into the creature's heart. As blood gushed forth, he finally secured enough points to enter university. Just then, a deafening roar erupted, akin to thunder crashing in their ears. Roar. The sound was filled with rage and savagery, as if it aimed to shred everything apart. A terrifying pressure descended from afar, weighing down upon them like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. The color drained from Lan Fangfang's team, their faces turning ashen. A third-tier beast. The sudden roar struck them like a hammer to the heart. Lan Fangfang's complexion paled, her lips quivering. A third-tier beast. We, mere first-tier candidates, are nothing but ants before it. Run. Lan Fangfang made a swift decision. Run. Li Meng stomped his feet anxiously. It's over, we're out of time. Wang Mo's expression was one of despair, his eyes filled with terror. In that critical moment, a figure stepped before them. It was Tian. Unfazed by the third-tier beast, he stood resolutely, like an immovable mountain. You all hide, I shall confront it. Tian declared without turning around. Tian, are you mad? That's a third-tier beast. You will die? Lan Fangfang's voice trembled, tinged with panic. Don't worry, I won't die. Tian flashed a smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth in the sunlight. With a thought, the system interface unfolded before him. Beep, you have accumulated 1,000 points. Do you wish to initiate a tenfold draw? Yes. Beep, congratulations to the host for winning a martial arts value gift pack. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving 500 martial arts points. Would you like to use them now? Use. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5,000 martial arts points. With 5,500 martial arts points, Tian mused, this should suffice for quite some time. He had initially worried that hunting beasts would not be as convenient after entering university. However, this substantial amount of martial arts points would allow him to infuse a considerable number of martial techniques. He had reserved this for his future endeavors at university. But for now, he had more pressing matters at hand, capturing the third-tier beast points. His eyes instantaneously transformed into a sanguine hue, activating the Asura Killing Eye. A terrifying aura erupted from his being, akin to an ancient beast awakening, causing the surrounding air to thicken. A roar resonated. The third-tier demon beast concealed in the shadows finally revealed its true form under the watchful gaze of the crowd. It was an exceptionally massive black-striped tiger, measuring over 5 meters in length, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Its muscles were taut and defined, resembling steel forged into shape, brimming with explosive power. Each step it took exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Along its spine, a row of golden scales shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The golden-scaled black-striped tiger advanced towards the crowd with heavy, powerful strides, each footfall akin to a hammer striking the ground. Its eyes, the size of bronze bells, glimmered with a ferocious light, fixating intently on Tian, who stood resolutely in front of the others. His gaze was filled with bloodlust and brutal intent. A hint of a smile curved at the corners of Tian's mouth, brimming with fighting spirit. Let me witness the true strength of a third-tier demon beast. He exerted his legs forcefully, causing the ground to crack instantly, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, charging directly at the black-striped tiger. Boom. The collision between man and beast produced a deafening sound, reminiscent of two mountains colliding, shaking the earth. A violent shockwave emanated from the epicenter of their clash, forming visible waves of force. Lan Fangfang and the others were thrown off balance by this tumultuous force. Wang Yimou stood in stunned silence, gazing at the astonishing scene, murmuring, is this still a human? Tian was entangled with the terrifying black-striped tiger, their figures intertwining, moving with the speed of lightning, leaving the onlookers dazzled. Relying on the formidable physique of his ancient sacred body, he engaged the black-striped tiger head-on, landing blow after blow without retreat, exhibiting the ferocity of a humanoid beast. Each of Su Tian's punches was imbued with terrifying power, causing the air to erupt with explosive sounds. Every swipe of the black-striped tiger's claws tore through the air with a shrill cry, leaving multiple blood streaks on Su Tian's body. With every impact, a resonant thud echoed, akin to a war drum, sending shivers down the spine. Could Su Tian truly contend with a third-tier demon beast? Lan Fangfang covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Ming and Zhao Kong also stood in dazed astonishment, unable to trust their own eyes. This was nothing short of a humanoid monster. Su Tian's courage only grew with each battle, every punch infused with a dreadful might, eliciting pained roars from the black-striped tiger. Delightful. Bring it on. Su Tian laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. This was his first experience of such an exhilarating fight. The sensation of flesh meeting flesh was utterly addictive. The golden-scaled black-striped tiger was thoroughly incensed. It had never anticipated that a mere first-tier human warrior could withstand its might. This was a profound humiliation. Roar. The golden-scaled black-striped tiger howled at the sky, its voice filled with rage and indignation. As a third-tier demon beast, it had gradually awakened its innate abilities, showcasing extraordinary power. Suddenly, the row of golden scales along its back ignited, emanating a soft glow, as if clad in a golden battle armor. Su Tian raised an eyebrow, sensing an unusual aura. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, swinging his fist once more. With this punch, he unleashed nearly all his strength, the force nearing 10,000 pounds. Capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Boom. His fist struck the back of the golden-scaled black-striped tiger with tremendous force, producing a thunderous noise. However, to Su Tian's astonishment, this formidable blow inflicted no substantial damage upon the golden-scaled black-striped tiger. The golden aura acted as an invisible vortex, absorbing the power of his strike, rendering it null. Roar. The golden-scaled black-striped tiger emitted an enraged roar, swiftly turning to swipe at Su Tian. This claw strike bore down with the force of a thunderbolt. As if intending to pulverize Su Tian into a pulp, Su Tian focused his Asura Killing Eye, his form flickering as he narrowly evaded the attack. Boom. The black-striped tiger's claw smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Its golden scales can absorb and neutralize my strength. Su Tian pondered inwardly. That must be the extraordinary innate ability displayed by demon beasts upon reaching the third tier. I wonder if the Shura goddess Forbidden can counteract the innate abilities of demon beasts? Chapter 34. Third tier, two beasts? Su Tian did not falter. Rather, his fighting spirit surged even higher. He moved like a wraith, swiftly circling the golden-scaled black-striped tiger, seeking an opportunity to strike. Once more, man and beast collided. Fists and claws clashing, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Crack, crack, crack. 10 crisp sounds emanated from within Su Tian, akin to popping beans, clear and melodious. He tightened his fists, preparing his 10-sound explosive fist, a powerful force surging within him. The golden-scaled black-striped tiger sensed this force and instinctively felt a twinge of threat. It emitted a low growl, its golden scales glowing once more, enveloped in a golden halo, akin to a golden eggshell, safeguarding it securely within. Witnessing this, Su Tian's lips curled into a sly smile. Behind him, a colossal blood-red vertical pupil gradually materialized, as if connecting to a hellscape of corpses and blood, saturated with an aura of endless slaughter and annihilation. This was the special skill of Su Tian's S-grade talent, the Shura god S Forbidden. The blood-red vertical pupil slowly rotated, its icy gaze fixated on the golden aura enveloping the black-striped tiger. An eerie scene unfolded. Under the scrutiny of the blood-red vertical pupil, the golden aura surrounding the black-striped tiger began to fluctuate violently, as if assailed by some formidable force. Cracks appeared on the surface of the halo, resembling shattered glass, producing a series of crisp sounds. The fissures multiplied and intensified, until with a resounding bang, the golden halo shattered completely, dispersing into countless motes of golden light in the air. The innate ability of the golden-scaled black-striped tiger was shattered. A glint of brilliance flashed in Su Tian's eyes. The Asura Killing Eye penetrated all illusions, reaching the very essence. He clearly discerned a focal point of vitality converging atop the cranium of the golden-scaled black-striped tiger. There lay its vulnerability. I have found you. A smirk of triumph crept across Su Tian's lips. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the 10 strikes thunder fist resonated once more. This time, Su Tian's fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck mercilessly upon the tiger's skull. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the golden-scaled black-striped tiger emitted a piercing scream, its massive form quaking violently. The vitality within its head surged back like a torrent breaching a dam, violently battering its internal organs. Su Tian's fist collided with the tiger's head, causing stars to explode before its eyes, a cacophony ringing in its skull. The force of the impact sent it staggering backward, its colossal body teetering on the brink of collapse. Its vitality churned tumultuously within. Su Tian, quick-witted and agile, seized the moment. He lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of punches like raindrops, each strike landing squarely upon the tiger's head. The golden-scaled black-striped tiger howled in anguish. It attempted to retaliate, only to find its body momentarily paralyzed by the tumult of rebounding vitality, rendering it utterly immobile. Su Tian pressed on with unrelenting ferocity. The tiger's head, already a relatively weak point in its defenses, was further compromised by Su Tian's monstrous strength, akin to that of a humanoid beast. Bam! 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 A series of thunderous impacts ensued, the tiger's head being battered like a sandbag, swaying from side to side. White vapor erupted from its nostrils, the fierceness in its eyes gradually dimming, replaced by fear and agony. Even with its thick hide and robust flesh, the golden-scaled black-striped tiger could not withstand such a tempestuous onslaught. Horrific gashes marred its once smooth fur, blood seeping forth to stain its golden scales. Such was the extraordinary prowess of the Asura Killing Eyes, an S-level talent that enabled the wielder to subdue foes by discerning their weaknesses, granting Su Tian the audacity to confront an opponent 2 tiers above him. Is this not sheer brutality? Observers like Lan Fongfong, hiding at a distance, were left dumbfounded. Faced with a Tier 3 beast, they had anticipated a battle of equals, envisioning a prolonged struggle of 300 rounds between Su Tian and the golden-scaled black-striped tiger. Yet, it appeared the tide had turned emphatically in Su Tian's favor. Su Tian, invigorated by battle, felt a sanguine glow entwining his fists, each strike resonating with the sound of thunder. The female tiger, gradually succumbing, bore several deep wounds, her golden scales dimming, emitting low growls of distress. At that moment, an even more ferocious aura erupted from the depths of the forest, accompanied by a seismic tremor. A streak of golden lightning cleaved through the air, hurtling directly towards Su Tian. Another one. Su Tian's heart raced, and he swiftly sidestepped. Bang! The golden lightning grazed his body, crashing into a massive boulder, which shattered instantaneously, debris scattering. As the dust settled, an even larger golden-scaled black-striped tiger emerged before Su Tian. This male tiger was a full circle larger than the female, its muscles rippling, golden scales shimmering in the sunlight, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. So it is a pair, Su Tian realized, brushing off the dust from his attire. The newly appeared male tiger, evidently enraged, unleashed an earth-shattering roar that sent tremors through the surrounding trees. It fixed its gaze upon Su Tian, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Su Tian's brutal assault on its mate had thoroughly provoked it. Roar! The male tiger bellowed, propelling itself towards Su Tian like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed far surpassed that of the previous female tiger. Su Tian, unwilling to underestimate the threat, activated the Asura Killing Eyes to their fullest, capturing every movement of the male tiger. He dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Boom! The male tiger's colossal paw brushed past Su Tian, creating a furious gale that gouged a deep trench into the ground. That was close, Su Tian thought, acknowledging that the male tiger's strength and speed eclipsed those of the female. He would need to take this seriously. Before he could catch his breath, the male tiger lunged again, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air towards Su Tian's vital points. Bang! 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 The clash of man and beast erupted once more, fists and claws colliding with explosive force. The male tiger's power was evidently superior. After several exchanges, Su Tian bore several new wounds. This beast is truly merciless. Su Tian gritted his teeth, feeling a heaviness in his chest. Even with the enhancement from the Asura Killing Eyes, Su Tian found himself reaching the limits of the ancient sacred body's output. He still could not fully contend with the male tiger. The golden-scaled black-striped tiger let out another thunderous roar, charging at Su Tian once more. In a flash of golden light, the female tiger joined the fray alongside the male. The two black-striped tigers surrounded Su Tian from either side. Su Tian, now acutely aware of the peril, could not afford to be careless. The male tiger initiated the attack first, its massive paw slicing through the air with a deafening roar as it struck towards Su Tian. Su Tian narrowly evaded the blow, his eyes flashing with determination as he retaliated, unleashing simultaneous punches aimed at one of the black-striped tigers. Boom! Boom! 2 resounding impacts reverberated as the female tiger was forced back several steps. The male tiger leapt high, its massive paw descending with tremendous force aimed directly at Su Tian's head. Su Tian, caught off guard, was violently swatted away. He wiped the blood trickling from his lips. Damn, you leave me no choice. System, allocate points. Chapter 35, allocating points again, breaking through the sacred body. Inside the examination command center, a colossal screen vividly displayed the fierce battle between Su Tian and the golden-scaled black-striped tiger. The previously boisterous command center fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the screen, not daring to blink. This time, armed with previous experience. Several reconnaissance drones captured the action from low altitude. Everyone finally grasped the full scope. In the footage, Tian's blood-red eyes stood out prominently. The colossal blood-red vertical pupil behind him radiating a chilling aura of terror. With a mere glance, he unraveled the tiger's innate racial talent. The once imposing Tier 3 beast. The golden-scaled black-striped tiger appeared before Tian like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless. The seasoned veterans present remained silent, calculating in their minds. Some younger staff members, lacking experience, witnessed Tian's two talents and finally understood. Is this an S-level talent? Someone, trembling, broke the silence. An S-level talent. It truly is an S-level talent. Heaven bless our Dragon Nation. A warrior with an S-level talent has emerged. Our Dragon Nation will rise. The room erupted with excitement. Some even moved to tears. It is known that each S-level talent warrior is a national treasure, capable of altering the fate of a country. Moreover, our Dragon Nation has not seen an S-level talent warrior in decades. Ouyang remained motionless, maintaining his composure. However, his slightly trembling body betrayed him. As the commander of the Dragon Nation's martial examination, he had witnessed his fair share of storms. Yet, at this moment, he could not suppress the overwhelming ecstasy within his heart. An S-class talent. A warrior possessing such a remarkable endowment had emerged in the Dragon Kingdom. What does this signify? He understood all too well. If Tian did not fall, the Dragon Kingdom would once again witness the rise of a supreme-level warrior. Globally, supreme-level warriors are exceedingly rare, numbering no more than a handful. Furthermore, the Asura Killing Eyes talent is exceptionally rare even among S-class abilities. In the fierce confrontations between high-tier beasts and warriors, the most formidable challenge lies in the beast's bloodline talents. While human martial talents awaken randomly, the talents of beasts are inherited through bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the talent. As a member of the military, Ouyang was privy to certain confidential information that ordinary people were unaware of. He knew that during battles between top-tier human and beast forces, due to the disparity in talent, human warriors often found themselves at a disadvantage when facing beasts of the same rank. It typically takes two high-tier human warriors to contend with a single beast of the same rank. This explains why humans have consistently been at a disadvantage in the or-revived Blue Star. With the Asura Killing Eyes, the advantage held by the beasts would cease to exist. The tide of battle would shift. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom would become unstoppable. He could almost envision, in the near future, the Dragon Kingdom standing tall at the pinnacle of the world. Under the aegis of the Dragon Kingdom, the beasts would be purged from the Blue Star. Within the command center, everyone was still immersed in the shock of Tian possessing an S-class talent. Faces flushed with excitement. They envisioned a future where the Dragon Kingdom reigned supreme. Suddenly, another deafening roar of a tiger emanated from the screen, jolting everyone back to reality. As they focused, they beheld the emergence of a second golden-scaled black-striped tiger on the battlefield. This tiger, even larger than the first, boasted more resplendent golden stripes and exuded a more terrifying aura, evidently stronger than its predecessor. The previously jubilant crowd fell silent, their hearts racing with tension, as an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the command center once more. What should they do? A young staff member's face turned pale, his voice trembling. A first-tier warrior could not possibly defeat two third-tier beasts simultaneously. Tian was in grave danger. It was over, it was over. Voices of concern rose within the command center, all expressing their anxiety for Tian's predicament. Quick, contact the third-tier rescue team. Huayan suddenly stood up, shouting loudly. He could no longer remain seated. He could not allow anything to happen to Tian. His suggestion was instantly met with unanimous agreement. The third-tier rescue team, composed of third-tier warriors, was undoubtedly powerful. Wait, Ouyang interjected, interrupting the flurry of activity. Huayan looked at Ouyang in confusion. Without uttering a word, Ouyang swiftly approached the command platform, grasping a special communicator, and solemnly declared, "This is Ouyang. Mobilize the fourth-tier rescue team." What? The fourth-tier rescue team? The fourth-tier rescue team was comprised of fourth-tier warriors. It was only activated in the presence of fifth-tier beasts. The fourth-tier rescue team had rarely been deployed in the history of martial examinations. Among those present, only Ouyang, as the commander-in-chief, held the authority to mobilize it. Even he would need to submit a detailed report afterward. Ouyang's decision left everyone astounded. He understood that if Tian were to perish here, it would be an insufferable loss for the Dragon Kingdom. The fourth-tier rescue team, compared to the third tier, would act with greater speed, arriving on the scene more swiftly to address the current crisis. A brief silence echoed from the other end of the communicator, as if they were equally taken aback by Ouyang's decisiveness. Shortly thereafter, a response came. Received, please sync location coordinates. Tian, amidst the battlefield and facing the threat of two golden-scaled black-striped tigers, remained surprisingly calm, having accessed the system interface. Current martial value, 5,500 points. Please select the attributes to enhance. Ancient Sacred Body, 1,000 points. Martial value infusion and progress. As the martial value was infused, Tian felt a warm current surging from his dantian, rapidly coursing through his limbs, as if countless tiny electric currents danced wherever it traveled. Tian could distinctly sense the astonishing transformation occurring within his body. Each muscle became tauter, seemingly tempered by an invisible force. His bones grew denser, their solidity increasing at an astonishing rate. Even his skin took on a more lustrous sheen, enhancing his attractiveness. If Tian had previously been a raw gem, inherently extraordinary but in need of refinement, now he was a polished jade, beginning to radiate a dazzling brilliance. He could feel his strength, speed, and reflexes significantly elevated once more. With the growth of the ancient sacred body, the chi-si in his dantian began to undergo a violent transformation. The once tranquil chi-si now boiled like water at a rolling boil, churning and surging. At the edges of the chi-si, an invisible barrier began to loosen and expand outward. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed within Tian's body, as if something had been utterly shattered. The barrier of the chi-si vanished completely, revealing a broader and deeper chi-si within his dantian. The new chi-si had expanded to 3 times its previous size. A breakthrough. From first tier 3rd stage, he directly ascended to first tier 6th stage. He had advanced 3 levels. Tian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Enhancement complete. Current ancient sacred body has grown to level 10. The level 10 ancient sacred body began to exhibit terrifying regenerative capabilities, as wounds on Tian's body visibly healed. Just then, the 2 golden-scaled black-striped tigers seemed to sense Tian's transformation. They exchanged glances before simultaneously lunging at him. Tian smiled confidently. He wondered if he could fully master the great desolate prison heaven finger now. Chapter 36. A Finger to Imprison Heaven. Tian felt the vast chi-si of the first tier 6th stage within him, surging relentlessly like the mighty Yangtze River. He took a deep breath. The true chi within his dantian surging wildly, circulating along the meridian pathways of the great desolate prison heaven finger. Would he be able to unleash the true power of the great desolate prison heaven finger now? Tian murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As an ancient sacred body, the amount of true chi within him was 6 times that of an ordinary person. This gave him ample confidence to attempt this formidable martial technique. As the true chi circulated, Tian felt as though his body had transformed into a colossal vortex, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His fingertips began to emit a faint golden light, an ancient, desolate, and domineering aura emanating from his fingertips. Great desolate prison heaven finger. Tian shouted, thrusting his finger forward. Boom. In the sky, a colossal phantom of a finger slowly materialized, blotting out the sun and exuding a terrifying presence, as if it intended to imprison this entire realm. The ethereal silhouette of a finger extended for dozens of yards, its surface adorned with enigmatic patterns that glimmered with resplendent golden light. It hovered silently in the air, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it could descend at any moment and reduce all to mere dust. In the shadow of this colossal finger, the 2 golden-scaled black-striped tigers appeared diminutive, akin to mere ants confronting a towering mountain. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger, the 2 tigers felt an unprecedented weight upon their beings. Their fur bristled, and the golden scales upon their backs radiated a brilliant luminescence, a testament to the pinnacle of their innate abilities. With a fierce roar, the 2 tigers expressed their unwillingness to succumb, their golden auras intensifying into a vast protective dome that encased them securely. Observing this, Tian's lips curled into a subtle, cold smile. With a mere thought, the enormous finger silhouette began to descend slowly under his command. This finger seemed to possess the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, and with each inch it lowered, the surrounding space appeared to buckle under the pressure, emitting ominous cracking sounds. The air compressed to its utmost, creating visible waves that radiated outward. The area occupied by the 2 tigers bore the brunt of this immense force, the ground fracturing beneath them, revealing deep fissures that seemed bottomless. The golden protective dome trembled violently under this terrifying pressure, fine cracks appearing on its surface, as if it might shatter at any moment. A flicker of despair flashed in the eyes of the 2 tigers as they desperately summoned their inner demon energy, striving to resist this overwhelming force. Yet, all their efforts proved to be in vain. Before the absolute power of the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger, their resistance was rendered utterly futile. Ultimately, under Tian's manipulation, the gigantic finger silhouette descended with cataclysmic might, crashing forcefully against the golden dome. With a sharp crack, the protective aura of the 2 tigers shattered in an instant, transforming into countless motes of golden light that dissipated into the air. As their golden aura crumbled, terror filled the eyes of the 2 tigers. Driven by their instinct for survival, they turned to flee. However, something peculiar occurred. No matter how fervently they ran, they could not escape the looming shadow of the gigantic finger. The space around them felt utterly sealed off, as if they were trapped in a cage. The finger silhouette pressed down relentlessly, the specter of death drawing ever closer. The two tigers emitted heart-wrenching wails, their voices rife with despair and defiance. Tinged with a hint of pleading, Tian remained expressionless, aware that every second spent manipulating the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger was an immense drain on his energy. He could distinctly feel his internal energy depleting at an alarming rate, akin to a flood unleashed from its dam, rushing forth uncontrollably. With the disappearance of the golden aura's protection, the two tigers were left entirely exposed to the horrific weight of the finger silhouette. They were left with no recourse but to extend their sharp claws in a desperate bid for resistance. Yet, the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger was akin to an unrelenting meat grinder, instantly pulverizing the tiger's claws, sending a mist of blood that stained the ground. With anguished roars, the two golden-scaled black-striped tigers cried out, their immense bodies trembling violently from the excruciating pain, their golden scales standing on end from the torment. Tian bellowed, channeling his energy to its utmost, causing the finger silhouette to accelerate abruptly, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air as it descended with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The two tigers barely had time to utter a complete cry of despair before their bodies were obliterated under the crushing weight of the gigantic finger. Flesh and blood scattering, bones shattering, and entrails splattering. The once resilient golden scales shattered like fragile glass, splintering in all directions. Meanwhile, the ground beneath them collapsed as if struck by a meteor, forming a bottomless pit. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the shockwave, debris flying, dust swirling, causing the entire forest to tremble in the aftermath. Such was the might of the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger, terrifying in its power. With a single finger, all things were rendered to silence, experiencing the complete execution of the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger for the first time. A surge of inexplicable exhilaration welled up within Tian. However, amidst his excitement, a wave of weakness washed over him, as his internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving his dantian feeling utterly vacant. An S-rank martial technique indeed exacts a tremendous toll. Tian could not help but mutter a remark, promptly settling down into a meditative position and activating the Nine Suns absorbing chi technique. As the technique commenced, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him. Tian greedily absorbed this energy, replenishing the internal energy within his dantian. Gradually, as pure spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, his vitality began to restore, and his complexion regained its former hue. Not far off, a rescue team composed of fourth-tier martial artists raced towards the scene with remarkable speed. They were the fourth-tier rescue team contacted by Ouyang. I say, are we not merely here to pass the martial examination? How did we end up in a real situation? One burly man, bearing a scar on his face, broke the silence. Who knows? It's probably some unfortunate soul who has landed in trouble, replied another slender man with sharp eyes. But to summon a fourth-tier rescue team, this candidate must have quite the background. Could they possibly be the illegitimate child of some high-ranking figure? Speculated a dashing young man, his tone laced with jest. Who cares who they are? As long as we complete the mission and earn our credits, interjected the only woman in the group, a fiery figure clad in tight leather. Haha, Red Sister is right. The scarred man chuckled heartily before adopting a serious demeanor. Although the group bantered lightly, their pace did not waver. As fourth-tier martial artists, their speed approached that of sound. In the blink of an eye, they had covered several thousand meters. Suddenly, the scarred man furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Did you all feel that? There are two exceptionally potent beast auras ahead. I felt it too. The slender man nodded gravely. They are third-tier beasts. And there are two of them. Two third-tier beasts? The dashing young man's expression shifted. We need to hurry. Which candidate can withstand two third-tier beasts? If our fourth-tier rescue team fails on our first mission, it would be a tremendous embarrassment, the fiery woman cautioned. As they conversed, they drew near to their destination. However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning striking, deafeningly loud. Boom, boom. They soon felt the powerful auras of the two third-tier beasts suddenly vanish. What on earth just happened? The dashing young man stared in disbelief, incredulous. Could it be that the two third-tier beasts were eliminated? The slender man swallowed hard. Let us go take a look. The fiery woman inhaled deeply, leading the charge toward the source of the explosion. A number of individuals exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and confusion within their eyes, before they promptly followed suit. They were eager to ascertain the identity of this formidable being, whose prowess was truly terrifying. Chapter 37, The Astonished Rescue Team. Ding. You have slain a third-tier demon beast. The golden-scaled black-striped tiger, earning 50 points. Ding. You have slain a third-tier demon beast, the golden-scaled black-striped tiger, earning 50 points. The system's notification resonated within Tian's mind, causing a surge of delight in his heart. Two third-tier demon beasts had granted him a total of 100 points. Tian, with a satisfied demeanor, opened the system interface to review his information. Host, Tian. Physique, Primordial Saint Body, 10. Cultivation, Martial Artist, First Level. 6th Stage. Talent, Asura Killing Eyes, S-Class. Martial Value, 4,500 points. Points, 100 points. Martial Skills, 10 Echoes of the Back Fist, D-Class Perfected 9 Yang Absorption Technique, A-Class Minor Accomplishment, Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, S-Class Entry Level. Gazing at the system interface, Tian could not suppress a smile. His cultivation had ascended to the 6th stage of the first level, with his martial value remaining at 4,500 points and his points reaching 100. Tian nodded in satisfaction, preparing to close the system interface when a thought struck him. Oh, I should check how my exam scores are faring. He activated the smart wristband on his arm to view his current exam ranking. Examination number, 009527. Name, Tian. School, First High School of Haitianshire. Score, 2,185 points. Ranking, 1. Recent, slain 2 third-tier demon beasts, earning 500 points. Impressive. Originally, he had just over 1,000 points. But with the 2 third-tier demon beasts, each worth 500 points, his score had skyrocketed. It is worth noting that the strength of Haitianshire ranks among the top in the entire Southeast Province. Historically, the provincial champions of Southeast Province have scores hovering around 1,000 points, generally not exceeding it by much. It is noteworthy that Lin Yaojia, with just over 1,000 points, viewed the provincial champion as his own possession. Tian had suddenly amassed over 2,000 points. The provincial championship of Southeast Province was practically assured. Tian mused with delight. In the distance, the air was torn asunder, accompanied by the sound of something cutting through the air, drawing closer with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Tian raised an eyebrow as 4 figures radiating immense power appeared before him. 4th-tier martial artists? Greetings, examinee. We are the rescue team for this examination. We have received a mission to execute a rescue here. May I inquire if you are Tian? Tian nodded, somewhat taken aback, speculating that the command center had assumed he was in a perilous situation, dispatching even 4th-tier martial artists for his rescue. Moments ago, we sensed the presence of 2 third-tier demon beasts here, yet their auras have abruptly vanished. Do you know their whereabouts? The burly man with the scar spoke first, his gaze scanning the ravaged battlefield, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. They're dead, Tian replied calmly, as the scene of him slaying the 2 golden-scaled black-striped tigers had been broadcast nationwide. There was no need for him to conceal the truth. Dead? The scarred man was momentarily stunned, then pressed further. You didn't slay them, did you? It was merely luck. Tian smiled faintly, tacitly affirming the implication. The group exchanged incredulous glances, shock evident in their eyes as they observed the severed limbs of the demon beasts on the ground and the pervasive scent of blood. Realizing that Tian was the sole individual present, unable to conceive of any other explanation, they were left to wonder, could he truly have been the one to kill them? A first-level, 6th-stage martial artist? The rescue team members exchanged bewildered looks, their expressions rife with astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Cough, cough. The scarred man was the first to recover, clearing his throat to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Young brother, your strength is truly impressive. Just fortunate. Tian humbly waved his hand. That cannot simply be attributed to luck, remarked the lean man, shaking his head. Even a 4th-tier martial artist would struggle against the assault of 2 third-tier demon beasts. Right, Hongjia? The scarred man turned to the only woman in the group. I can only conclude that this year's provincial champion of Southeast Province is likely already determined, Hongjia replied nonchalantly, yet her gaze remained fixed on Tian, as if trying to see through him. I am Zhang Yang, a 3rd-year student at Xiang University, the handsome youth said with a cheerful smile, exuding a familiar demeanor. Young brother, with your strength, gaining admission to a prestigious martial arts university would be a breeze. Are you interested in joining us at Xiang University? The 4 4th-tier martial artists, accustomed to being held in high esteem, were now unable to conceal their admiration for Tian, with tones laced with a hint of flattery. After all, who wouldn't want to befriend the provincial champion? In the world of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. The current provincial champion could very well become a significant figure in the future of the Dragon Nation. By the way, young brother, how many points do you currently have? Zhang Yang suddenly recalled something and inquired curiously. 2,185 points, Tian replied nonchalantly, as if it were an inconsequential matter. Over 2,000 points, Zhang Yang exclaimed, nearly biting his tongue in disbelief. This score, not just in Southeast Province, but nationwide, was exceptionally rare. Hiss. The other 3 gasped in unison, their gazes towards Tian now ablaze with fervor. The scarred man chuckled heartily, his large hand patting Tian's shoulder. Well then, it seems we have successfully completed our mission. He grinned broadly. Young brother, there is still an hour left until the examination concludes. You should rest here while we take you back once the time is up. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Tian, having utilized the 9 Yang absorption technique, had restored his internal energy substantially. Standing up, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. The examination isn't over yet. I wish to earn a few more points. What? Zhang Yang was taken aback. You already have over 2,000 points, and you still want more? Isn't that enough? There are likely no demon beasts above second tier left for you to slay in this entire testing area. Tian smiled slightly. It's all right. I'll go hunt some lower tier demon beasts. The scarred man was left dumbfounded, scratching his head. How high must one's score be to be considered high? The martial examination is an 18-hour marathon of intense combat, which is already exhausting. Even a blade would dull after 18 hours of continuous cutting. Who would have thought that Tian, having amassed over 2,000 points and setting a historic record, remained as vigorous as ever? He wasn't even sparing the lower-tier demon beasts. This lad, he was not only a prodigy, but also a diligent one. Even this little opportunity to score points was not to be missed. The rescue team members could only shake their heads in speechless incredulity. Naturally, Tian paid no heed to their thoughts. After all, such a rare opportunity to slay demon beasts and earn points was not something he would easily let slip away. After passing this village, one may find no such shop again. Tian politely greeted a few individuals before his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 38. Jealousy of Wang Nan. As the final moments of the examination ticked away, the examination hall felt as if it had been frozen in time. The majority of candidates had relinquished their futile struggles. They clustered in small groups, some resting against tree trunks with eyes closed, while others exchanged whispers about their exam experiences. Their tones tinged with exhaustion and resignation. The numbers on the leaderboard had ceased to fluctuate, save for one exception. Tian, the name of the first place holder, Tian, firmly occupied the top spot, with scores continuously soaring, far surpassing those of the second-place contender. 3,000 points. One candidate gazed at the leaderboard, unable to restrain an expletive. His voice brimming with shock and confusion. I've toiled endlessly, yet I can barely claim a fraction of his score. Killing chickens? I could slay chickens faster. This score, not just in Southeast Province, but nationwide, is unparalleled. Time trickled by, seemingly stretched to infinity. At last, the jarring electronic alert resonated throughout the examination hall, akin to a celestial announcement, proclaiming the official conclusion of the martial arts examination. Candidates exhaled in relief, rising with expressions of fatigue mingled with a hint of liberation. Some cheered exuberantly, while others hung their heads in disappointment over their unsatisfactory results. Yet, all eyes involuntarily gravitated toward the leaderboard, ultimately fixating on that name that soared above the rest. Tian, 3,125 points. First place, 3,125 points. Am I seeing this correctly? One candidate rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting his own perception. Could this year's top scorer truly be him? Is there any doubt? With such a score, the title of top scorer is undoubtedly his. Candidates gradually exited the examination hall, converging at the assembly point, their conversations buzzing with speculation, each topic orbiting around the miraculous achievements of Tian. Among the crowd, Wang Nan's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. Possessing a C-grade talent, he had narrowly escaped the jaws of a second-tier beast during the examination. His score had precariously landed just below the university admission threshold. He glared fiercely at Tian's name on the leaderboard, his teeth grinding audibly. This was like salt rubbed into his wounds. Impossible. This cannot be true. Wang Nan's voice emerged as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. He abruptly turned, shouting at the surrounding candidates. You've all been fooled by him. I am a classmate of Tian. I know him all too well. With only an F-grade talent, he can't even reach the most basic threshold for martial training. How could he possibly score over 3,000 points? He must have cheated. Wang Nan's words detonated like a bomb among the crowd, igniting a fervor of disbelief among the candidates who had already marveled at Tian's high score. F-grade talent? Is that true? His score seems utterly outrageous. Indeed, F-grade talent. How could that be? Could he really have cheated? Some candidates, already harboring jealousy towards Tian, seized the moment to echo Wang Nan's claims. I said it all along. How could a waste with F-grade talent achieve such high scores? He must have cheated. A thorough investigation is essential. Yes, a thorough investigation. We cannot allow such a scourge to tarnish the integrity of the examination. In no time, murmurs of doubt and even curses erupted among a small faction. As the candidates gradually gathered, a ripple of unrest coursed through the crowd, akin to waves of water, eager to glimpse the legendary first-place victor. Many female candidates' eyes sparkled with infatuation, envisioning this youthful hero in all his splendid glory, with some even concocting romantic scenarios of heroism and rescue. Amidst the eager anticipation, a figure slowly emerged at the examination hall's exit. It was Tian. His countenance bore no trace of emotion, tranquil as a deep well. His once pristine attire was now tattered and torn, revealing powerful muscles through a network of startling gashes. This all contributed to an invisible aura of oppression around Tian, a testament to his countless battles with beasts. He stood there like a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding brilliance. His arrival silenced the once boisterous crowd. All gazes converged upon him, filled with curiosity, disbelief, admiration, and jealousy. Wow, he is so handsome. Is this Tian? I'm in love. His aura is formidable. No wonder he is first. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. The girls whispered. their voices laced with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Among the throng, Lan Fangfang's gaze fell upon Su Tian. She watched the familiar figure, warmth flooding her heart. During the martial exam, when Lin Yaojia had severed her arm, it was Su Tian who had arrived just in time to rescue her. Thanks to the timely aid of healing potions, her arm had begun to mend. She hurried towards Su Tian, a sincere smile gracing her face. Her voice tinged with a subtle shyness. Su Tian, I truly owe you my gratitude this time. Su Tian smiled slightly. No need for thanks. Lan Fangfang, gazing into Su Tian's clear eyes, felt an inexplicable warmth rise within her. She realized her cheeks were flushed. This sensation was entirely new to her. The assembly point was already teeming with people. In addition to the candidates, personnel from the command center had long awaited their arrival. Dressed in crisp uniforms, their epaulets gleaming. Each stood as erect as a javelin. The atmosphere was particularly tense, yet filled with anticipation. High-ranking officials, rarely seen, now emerged, some with hands clasped behind their backs. Others with arms crossed in front, standing at the forefront of the crowd. Their eyes scanned the assembly, seemingly searching for something. Each face bore a hint of excitement and curiosity that was hard to conceal. Su Tian's presence instantly hushed the once lively crowd. A figure appeared before him. The individual was robust, and even his impeccably tailored suit could not conceal his sinewy muscles. He wore a benevolent smile, yet his gaze conveyed an undeniable authority. Most striking was the metal pin to his chest, intricately carved with a lifelike dragon-shaped longsword, gleaming brilliantly under the sun's rays. Su Huayan. He extended his hand, patting Su Tian on the shoulder. Well done. Su Huayan's voice was deep and resonant, tinged with unmistakable admiration. Where's Lin Kuei? At this moment, he was being jostled by a crowd of dignitaries, struggling to gain entry, yet unable to break through. Warm words of congratulations and expressions of concern from all the candidates were evident. Is this truly the same lofty leadership they had known? How could the command center, which monitored the entire examination, not know if Su Tian had cheated? Their current demeanor served as the best endorsement of Su Tian's capabilities. At this moment, the rumors of Su Tian's cheating were utterly debunked. Wang Nin stood among the crowd, blankly staring at the unfolding scene before him. This chapter 39, the martial arts examination concludes, the school erupts. In Wang Nin's gaze, the once lofty and seemingly unattainable figures of power now encircled Su Tian, each countenance radiating admiration. Su Huayan, a pivotal figure in Haitian City, was engaged in animated conversation with Su Tian. Nearby, another man clad in military garb, adorned with gold olive branches encircling 5 silver stars on his epaulets, epitomized supreme honor. Although Wang Nin did not know him, he recognized that this uniform and insignia bore significant weight. Any one of these illustrious individuals could, with a mere flick of their finger, obliterate his family. Wang Nin's heart gradually sank. He realized that the chasm between himself and Su Tian was no longer a mere numerical difference, but an insurmountable abyss he would never bridge. He felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, and all his previous clamoring and skepticism now seemed utterly ridiculous and powerless. The surrounding candidates also took note of the unfolding scene, their gazes shifting from Su Tian to Wang Nin. Those looks pierced him like needles, rendering Wang Nin acutely uncomfortable. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, for at that moment, he had become the greatest of jesters. The accolades from the dignitaries poured forth for Su Tian like a tidal wave, while Su Tian maintained a humble smile, graciously acknowledging each compliment. Suddenly, the crowd parted, creating a pathway for a tall, formidable middle-aged man striding forward. Clad in a sharply tailored military uniform, the 5 silver stars on his epaulets gleamed brightly. His face bore the chiseled features of a warrior, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. He was Ouyang, the chief commander of the martial arts examination in Haitian City. Ouyang approached Su Tian, scrutinizing him from head to toe, a look of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. You must be Su Tian, he pronounced, his voice deep and powerful, imbued with a soldier's distinctive gravitas. Indeed, Su Tian replied, standing tall. Very good, indeed, Ouyang remarked, giving Su Tian a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I have witnessed your performance. You are an exceptionally talented young man. You flatter me. I merely did my best, Su Tian humbly responded. Young man, there is no need for such modesty, Ouyang chuckled. Your prowess is evident to all. I believe your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of us old-timers. With a nod, Ouyang added, go on and rest. I am certain we shall meet again. After a lengthy exchange with the assembled dignitaries, Su Tian prepared to head home when Principal Zhang Ming approached him, beaming with joy. Su Tian, come, ride with me back to school. We have prepared a grand celebration in your honor. Thank you, Principal. Su Tian expressed his gratitude. Surrounded by an entourage, Su Tian entered Zhang Ming's vehicle, which set off towards the school. Inside, Zhang Ming gazed at Su Tian, his eyes brimming with pride and contentment. He recalled the moment a few months prior when Su Tian had approached him with aspirations of participating in the martial arts examination. At that time, Zhang Ming harbored little faith in Su Tian's chances. The martial arts exam was a treacherous gauntlet where countless talented students had met with failure. What made Su Tian any different? Yet, he had persisted with unwavering determination, and Zhang Ming held no significant hopes. However, reality delivered a tremendous surprise. No, a shock. Su Tian not only distinguished himself in the martial arts examination, but also triumphed through a series of challenges, ultimately claiming the title of first in Tian City. He was even poised to become the top student in the entire Southeast province this year. The student Zhang Ming had initially doubted had indeed achieved the remarkable. Not only had he succeeded, but he had done so with exceptional brilliance. Zhang Ming's heart swelled with pride and contentment for having such a student, while a twinge of shame surfaced for his earlier lack of vision. Su Tian, you have truly astonished me, Zhang Ming exclaimed, his tone filled with admiration. Principal, I must also thank you for your guidance, Su Tian replied humbly. Haha, you rascal, Zhang Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Do not be so modest. I cannot take credit for your accomplishments. As they spoke, the vehicle gradually rolled into the grounds of Tian City's first high school. The campus was alive with fluttering flags and the sound of drums, buzzing with excitement. The celebration ceremony was held in the central square, typically a venue for morning exercises and assemblies, now adorned with great splendor. Colorful flags danced in the breeze, each emblazoned with the school's emblem, a soaring eagle. A colossal red banner hung above the podium, inscribed in golden letters, "Warmest congratulations to Su Tian for winning first place in the Tian City martial arts examination." During the exam, the school had organized a live broadcast for the first and second-year students to witness the event. As the only student from the school to reach the top 10, Su Tian naturally became the focal point for all faculty and students, especially when he defeated Lin Yaojia, the top-ranked student with an A-grade talent and unparalleled sword spirit. The entire school erupted in jubilation. Su Tian's name resonated throughout the campus. At this moment, all students and faculty gathered in anticipation of welcoming their hero, Su Tian. As Zhang Ming's vehicle gradually entered the square, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Su Tian, senior, senior. The students waved colorful flags and glow sticks, chanting fervently. Their faces glowed with excitement and adoration. In their eyes, Su Tian was their role model, their idol. In the land of dragons, martial prowess reigns supreme. Each year, the top martial arts student shines brighter than any television star. In the realm of warriors, what is the most lucrative venture? Naturally, it is the weaponry and potion companies, which seek out the top martial arts examinee each year to endorse their products. In this moment, Su Tian was the epitome of such distinction. As the car door opened, Su Tian stepped out, accompanied by Zhang Ming. He smiled and waved to the surrounding faculty and students. At that instant, he became the center of attention, the object of everyone's admiration. Senior Su Tian, you are incredible. Senior, you are my idol. Senior, please give us your autograph. The students rushed forward, surrounding Su Tian in a flurry. Su Tian patiently engaged with them, fulfilling each request with grace. Standing aside, Zhang Ming watched Su Tian being adored by the students, a smile of satisfaction on his face. He knew that from this day forth, for many years to come, Su Tian would become a legend at Tian First High School, his name forever etched in the annals of the school's history. Chapter 40, The Star Effect. The school's celebration ceremony concluded amidst a frenzy of jubilation. Su Tian graciously declined the principal's invitation to dinner and stepped out of the school gate alone. As he crossed the threshold, a throng of reporters, having awaited his arrival like ants drawn to honey, converged upon him. Su Tian, what are your thoughts on achieving first place in the Tian City martial arts examination? Su Tian, what do you consider to be your strengths? Su Tian, what are your aspirations for the future? The incessant clicking of the flashbulbs blinded Su Tian, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. In the face of the reporters' rapid-fire questions, Su Tian maintained a polite smile, patiently responding to each one. After finally managing to navigate through the throng of journalists, he felt more exhausted than after battling a monstrous beast. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 10 in the evening. Upon returning home, Su Tian was too weary to eat, and instead rushed into the bathroom for a hot shower. Bare-chested, he approached the bed, relishing the softness of the mattress before collapsing onto it, quickly slipping into slumber. After 18 continuous hours of exertion, he was utterly fatigued. The following morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Su Tian's face. He slowly opened his eyes to behold a delicate visage. Su Mingling was perched at the edge of the bed, resting her chin on her hands, looking at him with a beaming smile. Today, she wore a white dress adorned with pale blue lace at the neckline and cuffs, her long, raven hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a pure and sweet charm. You're awake? Su Mingling's voice was as melodious as a lark's song. Su Tian rubbed his eyes, still somewhat disoriented. Mingling, what brings you here? I came to see my great hero, she replied playfully, winking at him. Your door only keeps out ordinary folk. It cannot deter a first-tier, 7th-level martial artist. Sitting up, Su Tian suddenly realized he was bare-chested. Sunlight illuminated his bronzed skin, accentuating his sculpted muscles, broad shoulders, a robust chest, and a taut waist, devoid of any excess fat. Unabashed, he donned a pair of shorts, rose from the bed, and sauntered to the wardrobe, casually choosing a clean white t-shirt before slipping into a pair of loose-fitting sweatpants. Su Mingling, seated by the bed, had a clear view, and a faint blush crept onto her exquisitely delicate face. "Shall we go out for a stroll?" Su Mingling suggested, her voice tinged with anticipation. "Absolutely," Su Tian replied with a smile and a nod. The two stepped out of the house, basking in the warm embrace of the sun. As they walked side by side through the bustling crowd, Su Tian felt a pang of nostalgia. He had dedicated countless hours to training for the martial arts examination, leaving little time to spend with Su Mingling. Now that the exam was behind him, it was quite delightful to unwind, observing the carefully adorned girl beside him. Su Tian's heart stirred. This is what youth is all about. On the bustling commercial street, throngs of people surged past, the cacophony of vendors' calls and music intertwining to create a vibrant atmosphere. Su Tian and Su Mingling strolled amidst the crowd, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Suddenly, a boy in a school uniform squeezed through the throng, sprinting towards Su Tian, his face flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration. "Su Tian, hi, I'm your fan," he exclaimed, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. "I watched your martial arts exam video. You were incredible. May I have your autograph?" Producing a notebook from his pocket, he eagerly extended it towards Su Tian, his gaze brimming with hope. Taken aback, Su Tian had not anticipated having a fan. He flashed a radiant smile, accepting the notebook and pen, carefully inscribing his name. "Thank you." Su Tian returned the notebook to the boy, his tone gentle. Thank you, Senior Su Tian." The boy stammered, overwhelmed with joy as he carefully tucked the notebook away. This scene did not go unnoticed by the surrounding crowd. Soon, more and more people recognized Su Tian, converging around him and Su Mingling, creating a tight circle. "Su Tian, can I have your autograph? Su Tian, you're my idol. Su Tian, you're so handsome." Amidst the clamorous voices, each person yearned for a closer encounter with the newly crowned martial arts examination champion. Su Mingling regarded Su Tian, now engulfed by the crowd, wearing an exasperated smile. Su Tian himself felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed that fame could sometimes be a double-edged sword. Noticing the commotion, the mall security quickly arrived to restore order. "Please step back, do not crowd. Maintain order and refrain from pushing." Thanks to their efforts, the crowd gradually dispersed, allowing Su Tian and Su Mingling to escape. Su Mingling grasped Su Tian's arm, hastening away from the throng. "Let us check out that store over there," she suggested, pointing to a boutique named La Parisienne. As they entered the shop, the decor radiated elegance and romance, with soft lighting illuminating each exquisite garment, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. A plethora of new women's clothing dazzled the eye. Su Mingling's attention was immediately captured by a uniquely designed dress, a pale blue number embellished with intricate lace, featuring an innovative neckline that was both graceful and playful. She approached it, admiring the dress with evident affection. A young, fashionable saleswoman approached with a professional smile, enthusiastically introducing the dress's features and styling suggestions. "This is our latest design, incorporating this year's most popular elements, perfect for a woman of your refined elegance." The saleswoman's voice was sweet and gentle. "You may try it on to see how it looks." Listening intently, Su Mingling occasionally held the dress against her body. "Su Tian, what do you think of this one?" she asked, glancing at him in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Su Tian gazed at Su Mingling's reflection, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. "It's stunning, and it suits you perfectly." However, his expression faltered slightly as he noticed the price tag, which nearly equaled the cost of his current living situation. Despite his recent victory in the martial arts examination, it did not alter the fact that he remained financially constrained. Su Mingling had even resorted to utilizing her A-grade, 9-yang qi cultivation technique to assist him, if he could not afford a few articles of clothing. Upon hearing Su Tian's praise, a radiant smile spread across Su Mingling's face. Just then, the shop owner approached, her eyes lighting up with surprise upon seeing Su Tian. "You are Mr. Su Tian?" she inquired tentatively. Su Tian nodded politely, responding with a smile, "Hello." Upon receiving confirmation, the owner became even more animated, quickly retrieving her phone to request a photo with him. "Mr. Su Tian, may I take a picture with you? I'm your fan." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Su Tian did not refuse, willingly posing for a few photographs alongside the saleswoman. Su Mingling selected several more outfits she liked, preparing to check out. "How much is it in total?" she inquired. The shop assistant hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No need for that. Mr. Su's visit to our store is our honor. Consider these garments a gift for your girlfriend." Upon hearing the word girlfriend, Su Mingling's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly shook her head, stammering, "And no, we aren't." The assistant, observing Su Mingling's bashful demeanor, covered her mouth with a chuckle. "Oh my, such a handsome pair. You two truly complement each other." Su Mingling's face deepened in color as she covertly glanced at Su Tian. Her heart raced unexpectedly, and she felt a fierce warmth envelop her cheeks, hastily lowering her gaze. Unable to meet Su Tian's eyes any longer. Chapter 41. Tempestuous winds and rain. Su Tian remained oblivious to the tumult within Su Mingling, gazing gratefully at the store owner. As the top scorer of the martial arts examination, it would have been quite embarrassing had he been unable to purchase even a single piece of clothing. It seems that, at times, fame can indeed prove advantageous. Exiting the clothing store, Su Tian and Su Mingling found themselves laden with shopping bags. Su Tian gently touched the soft, exquisite jacket the owner had gifted him, marveling at its quality. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Honestly, I'm fortunate the owner offered this to us. With the price of this jacket, selling my house might not suffice to afford it." In front of Su Mingling, Su Tian was remarkably sincere, not concealing his awkwardness in the least. Seeing Su Tian's expression, Su Mingling couldn't help but laugh. The city government grants millions in cash each year to the top martial arts examinee. With your score and current notoriety, you can expect even more. Not to mention your burgeoning fanbase online. If weapon and pharmaceutical companies sought your endorsement, the figures would be astronomical. Soon enough, you'll transform into a wealthy individual. Su Mingling feigned a look of disappointment. What a pity the owner waived the bill. I was hoping to charge you handsomely. She covered her mouth, giggling. Oh, come on. Does Miss Su really need to fleece me? Su Tian feigned a heartache. The two strolled along the riverbank after leaving the mall. The originally clear sky had inexplicably darkened. Thick clouds loomed overhead, casting a shadow over the city like a massive black veil. The wind began to whip through, bringing a chill that rustled the trees lining the roadside. Before long, large raindrops began to fall with a patter. Each crystal-clear droplet struck the ground, sending up sprays of water. The river's surface rippled in response. They quickened their pace in search of shelter from the deluge. Su Tian, with keen eyes, spotted a cafe ahead. At its entrance stood a large, open umbrella, providing a refuge from the wind and rain. "We can take cover over there," he exclaimed, immediately grasping Su Mingling's hand and sprinting toward it. Su Mingling, pulled along by Su Tian, hurried after him. Once beneath the shelter, she realized her clothes had become considerably damp, clinging to her form and accentuating her curves. Su Tian casually wiped the rain from his face, his gaze inadvertently drifting over Su Mingling. The pale dress she wore, drenched, revealed her exquisite figure in stark detail. Strands of wet hair clung to her cheeks, droplets cascading down from the ends. Su Mingling, aware of the chill from her wet clothing, glanced down at herself. When she lifted her gaze, she caught Su Tian's slightly daring stare. Her fair complexion instantly flushed. "Stop looking," Su Mingling chided, her voice soft and playful, devoid of any real anger. Su Tian, caught in the act, exhibited no embarrassment. Instead, he praised her candidly. "I can't help it. Your figure is simply stunning." In that moment, honesty became his greatest weapon, dispelling much of the awkwardness and shyness. He pointed toward the curtain of rain in the distance. This rain doesn't seem likely to stop anytime soon. Following his lead, Su Mingling turned her gaze toward the downpour, her earlier shyness gradually dissipating. Indeed, that's just how the weather behaves at times. Suddenly, Su Tian leaned closer to Su Mingling, startling her. "What are you doing?" Su Tian noted the way her damp clothing clung to her, though aesthetically pleasing. He decisively removed the jacket he had just purchased. He draped it over her shoulders with a natural swiftness, shielding her somewhat translucent attire. As he did so, his eyes once again roamed over her form, noting her developing curves with a sense of private satisfaction. In a heavily guarded office within the military headquarters, a high-ranking official adorned with a star insignia sat at his desk, intently watching the screen before him. The footage displayed Su Tian's combat performance during the martial arts examination. Ouyang stood nearby, his excitement palpable as he manipulated the controls. The screen repeatedly showcased Su Tian's fierce battle against the golden-scale black-striped tiger, particularly the moments when he utilized his Asura Killing Eyes, which Ouyang slowed down for emphasis. His gaze was fixed on the screen, riveted by the close-up of Su Tian's eyes. There can be no mistake. The sense of pressure, the sudden surge of murderous intent. Ouyang's enthusiasm escalated as he zoomed in on Su Tian's eyes, his breath becoming rapid, his tone laced with restrained excitement. Most importantly, he has effectively suppressed the bloodline talents of the golden-scale black-striped tiger. On the screen, the enchanting crimson glow emanating from Su Tian's eyes was magnified significantly. He inhaled deeply and continued. This could very well be the legendary S-class talent, Asura Killing Eyes. It has not appeared in the entire Dragon Nation for over a decade. Ouyang's eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing for the dawn of a new era for the Dragon Nation. The official remained silent, his gaze penetrating as he watched the screen. The emergence of any S-class talent signifies a monumental enhancement of national power. The Asura Killing Eyes possess the capability to counteract any martial artist or beast talent. Such an extraordinary ability can dramatically alter the course of battles on high-tier arenas, ensuring the survival of the Dragon Nation's precious advanced warriors to the greatest extent possible. The significance of the Asura Killing Eyes for national strategy is self-evident. The advent of an S-class talent denotes immense potential, yet it may also harbor considerable risks. The official contemplated the implications. Should an S-class talent like Su Tian mature, he would become a national asset. However, if he cannot be controlled, he may pose a dire threat. Thus, careful consideration must be given to Su Tian's training and guidance. Finally, the official spoke, his voice steady and authoritative, breaking the silence in the office. Ouyang, closely monitor this candidate named Su Tian, ensuring he remains unharmed in any way during the upcoming period. His tone bore an unmistakable weight of command. Ouyang, sensing the gravity of the official's silence, felt a twinge of anxiety. He understood the importance of S-class talents and the official's apprehensions. The official continued, furthermore, utilize all available resources to gather comprehensive information about him, including his family background, upbringing, personality traits, and even his reading preferences. Every detail must be meticulously documented. Upon hearing this, Ouyang's heart raced. He comprehended the profound significance of the official's orders. This is not merely a protection for a genius, but rather a strategic arrangement. With a sharp salute, Ouyang responded loudly, "Yes, sir." Chapter 42, Preparing to Compete for Talent. After the martial arts examination concluded, Su Tian indulged in a rare 2-day respite, enjoying delightful outings and meals with Su Mingling. However, it wasn't long before he resumed his training. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Su Tian reflected on his recent encounters with the demon beasts. With the ancient sacred body, his physical form was unparalleled, rendering him nearly invincible among peers. Engaging in battles beyond his tier was also remarkably effortless. Yet, at present, there was a significant issue: the lack of formidable martial techniques. The only skill he had mastered was the D-grade 10 Echoes back fist, which sufficed against average demon beasts and inflicted decent damage. However, against demon beasts of the 3rd tier and above, he found himself at a disadvantage, unable to deal any significant harm. He was left with no choice but to rely on the S-grade Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger. The consumption of the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger was excessively burdensome for a 1st-tier martial artist. High-level martial techniques were predominantly circulated in the market, and it appeared that he would have to wait until university commenced to acquire some advanced skills, Su Tian mused. In addition to martial techniques, Su Tian also needed to elevate his cultivation level. He was currently at the 6th level of the 1st tier, yet the true chi within him remained in a gaseous state, lacking refinement and thus limited in power. Taking a deep breath, Su Tian closed his eyes and began to operate the 9-yang qi gathering technique, channeling the true qi within. As he practiced, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge towards him, entering his body through his mouth and nose. Upon entering, this spiritual energy was swiftly refined by the 9-yang qi gathering technique, transforming into pure true qi and merging into his sea of qi. Su Tian could distinctly sense his sea of qi gradually filling up, with the density of true qi consistently rising. This was a slow process, akin to chiseling away at a stubborn stone with a dull knife. As time passed, the true qi within Su Tian became increasingly refined, its density amplifying. And gradually a drop of crystal-clear liquid appeared at the center of his sea of qi. Is this true essence? Su Tian felt a surge of joy. True essence is the product of liquefied true qi, more refined and powerful than true qi itself. Only by transforming all his true qi into true essence could a martial artist break through to the 2nd tier. Su Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that he had condensed his first drop of true essence so quickly. Truly remarkable, this A-grade breathing technique. Su Tian marveled. With the first drop of true essence, subsequent training became considerably easier. Su Tian continued to operate the 9-yang qi gathering technique, converting more true qi into true essence. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The true essence within his sea of qi grew more abundant, and his aura intensified. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Tian finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He exhaled a long breath, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had reached the 7th level of the 1st tier. At the Tianfu University admissions office, immediately following the martial examination, he returned to the headquarters of Tianfu University. From his years of experience in admissions, he anticipated an intense competition among the 4 top-tier universities for the emergence of such a prodigy, particularly for someone like Su Tian, an S-grade genius who had not been seen in the Dragon Kingdom for over a decade. Lin Kuei could scarcely imagine how fierce the competition for talent would be. Lin Kuei fixated on the screen of his phone displaying the score, a striking 3,125 points. He abruptly stood, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. Who would claim this precious gem, Su Tian? Much would depend on the conditions offered by various universities. Although he had the advantage of his connection with Su Mingling, Lin Kuei still felt an overwhelming pressure. If he failed to recruit Su Tian despite that connection, his career would be in jeopardy. Lin Kuei rushed into the principal's office. Inside, the principal and several leaders sat upright, their expressions somber. Lin Kuei, you're here. Please share the details about that student, the principal stated directly. Nodding, Lin Kuei relayed Su Tian's performance in the martial examination and his own insights in detail. Upon concluding his report, the room fell into silence. Everyone was taken aback by the news. An S-grade talent is the stuff of legends. If Tian truly possessed S-grade talent, it could potentially disrupt the long-standing dominance of the Imperial Capital University in the National Collegiate Martial Arts League. The Collegiate League was a grand event for martial artists across the nation and a battleground for the 4 top-tier universities, with the Imperial Capital University holding the first position for several years. Lin Kuei, what do you think we should do? The principal broke the silence. Principal, I believe we must promptly initiate an S-grade resource application and strive to secure Tian. Lin Kuei's voice was resolute and powerful. Good. I will immediately convene a faculty meeting to discuss this matter, the principal decided without hesitation. A few hours later, the atmosphere in the Tianfu University faculty meeting room was tense yet fervent. University leaders engaged in a heated discussion about Tian. An S-grade talent could determine the development of our university for decades. Indeed, if we can secure Tian, Tianfu University could aspire to claim the title of the nation's premier institution. However, the other 3 universities would undoubtedly seize this opportunity as well. How could they compete? With S-grade resources at our disposal, combined with my connections in Haitian City, I assure you I can recruit a student of S-grade talent. If I fail, I will return home immediately, Lin Kuei declared, slapping the table and issuing a military order. The connections he referred to were, of course, those with Su Mingling. With that relationship and S-grade resources, he had near certainty in Tian's enrollment intentions. Ultimately, after intense debate, the university leaders reached a consensus to approve Lin Kuei's S-grade resource application and to exert every effort to recruit Tian to Tianfu University. Meanwhile, the Imperial Capital University, Shanghai University, and Fengyun University, the 3 most prestigious institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, received news about Tian almost simultaneously. S-grade talent? Is this news credible? The director of the Imperial Capital University Admissions Office frowned deeply as he scrutinized the documents in his hand. Director, while we lack solid evidence, based on Tian's performance in the martial examination and our intelligence analysis, the likelihood is exceedingly high. Immediately contact Tian. I wish to speak with him personally. In the office of Shanghai University, a distinguished middle-aged man slammed the documents he held forcefully onto the table. Tian, we must secure this student at any cost. At Fengyun University, the director of the admissions office hurried into his office. Prepare a private jet at once. I must personally visit Haitian City. Chapter 43, Martial Examination Results Announced, first in the province. As the martial examination results were about to be unveiled, a palpable tension permeated the entire southeast province. Discussions and speculations regarding this year's martial examination champion surged across the internet, their fervor surpassing even the gossip of some popular celebrities. Tian reclined languidly on the sofa, engrossed in his mobile phone as if nothing were amiss. On the screen, an article entitled "This Year's Southeast Province Martial Arts Exam Top Scorer, Can Tian Claim the Crown?" stood out prominently. This piece, crafted by an online media outlet, quickly ignited a fervor across the internet with its thorough analysis of the dark horse Tian, juxtaposed against other prominent candidates, resulting in a meteoric rise in both clicks and comments. The comments section buzzed with activity as netizens passionately voiced their opinions, embroiled in heated debates. Tian, an unfamiliar name, perhaps just another school genius. You upstairs, have you just discovered the internet cafe in the village? You don't know Tian? He.S. the biggest dark horse this year. Rumor has it his martial arts exam results are extraordinary. Extraordinary? How extraordinary can it be? Can he compete with Fang Chun from the Imperial Capital? He has been effortlessly defeating his opponents since the first year of high school. Yi Chun is indeed formidable. But Tian is no slouch either. I've heard that Tian, observing these comments, couldn't help but smile slyly. Tian, why are you so unfazed? The voice of Su Mingling suddenly broke through, laced with urgency and concern. Turning his head, Tian saw Su Mingling standing beside him, her hands clenched tightly. Her delicate features were etched with anxiety. I'm fine. What's wrong? Are you lacking confidence in me? Tian replied, feigning nonchalance. I certainly believe in your abilities. But Su Mingling hesitated. Though she had faith in Tian's prowess, the title of provincial champion held immense significance. The competition this year was particularly fierce, with numerous formidable contenders aside from Tian. The title of martial arts champion was not merely a badge of honor. It symbolized access to abundant cultivation resources. The 4 premier universities would extend olive branches to the provincial champions in pursuit of these future martial arts elites, offering a plethora of generous benefits. Such privileges were crucial for Tian. As the clock's hands inched closer to 12, only the ticking of the second hand punctuated the tense silence. Tian maintained a facade of calm while discreetly glancing at the time in the upper right corner of the screen, his mood reflecting the anxiety emanating from Su Mingling. Finally, the numbers on the phone screen flickered to 12. With instinctual reflex, Tian clicked on the results link. Simultaneously, candidates from across the country flooded the same website, placing immense strain on the server causing the page to load at a snail's pace, heightening the anxiety. Tian focused intently on the spinning loading icon, his palms beginning to sweat. Su Mingling, even more impatient than he, urged him incessantly, "Why isn't it out yet? This is exasperating. Don't fret. The server is just lagging," Tian reassured her. After what felt like an eternity, the page finally refreshed, revealing a few succinct lines of text. Name, Tian. Region, Southeast Province. Candidate number, 0009527. Score, 3125. Provincial ranking, 1. Tian fixated on the bold red 1, momentarily lost in a daze. An indescribable surge of excitement washed over him, yet he stifled his elation, exhaling softly and feigning composure before Su Mingling. "Well, speak up," she implored, her eagerness palpable. Tian pretended not to hear her cries, clearing his throat deliberately. Cough, cough. Su Mingling, unable to wait any longer, seized Tian's phone, her eyes glued to the screen. Upon reading provincial ranking 1, her expression transformed from anxiety to sheer ecstasy. "Ah!" she exclaimed, leaping into the air. Then, before Tian could react, she instinctively embraced him tightly, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Tian, you're amazing. You're first. You're the provincial champion," she shouted, her voice brimming with uncontrollable joy. The sudden embrace caught Tian off guard. The softness of Su Mingling pressed against his chest sent his heart racing, and his breath quickened. For a moment, he felt as though he could scarcely draw air. He could vividly sense her youthful vitality and the delicate fragrance that enveloped him, causing his thoughts to spiral. Hey, ease up, I can't breathe," Tian managed to utter, struggling for breath. "It seems you've matured quite a bit since we last met." Matured? Su Mingling paused, still lost in her overwhelming joy, momentarily oblivious to the implication of his words. "Or have I matured?" She instinctively glanced down at herself, then suddenly recalled something, raising her head sharply. Her delicate face flushed like a ripe apple, the color spreading to her ears. It dawned on her that she was still tightly wrapped around Tian, and due to her excessive excitement, the distance between them was virtually non-existent. She could feel the warmth emanating from him and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. With a mixture of embarrassment and irritation, Su Mingling shot a glare at Tian, her eyes reflecting a blend of playful reproach and bashfulness. "You're insufferable. Can't you be serious for once?" As she spoke, she reluctantly released her grip on Tian. In a fit of vexation, she stomped on his foot, seeking to vent her indignation. Tian winced in pain, yet his smile only widened. His jest had shattered the tension that hung in the air. Suddenly, a faint crimson hue washed over Tian's surroundings. A peculiar red shimmer materialized in his vision. The Asura Killing Eyes had activated autonomously for the first time. Tian's heart raced. He immediately focused, keenly observing the changes around him. Within a 10-kilometer radius, everything appeared transformed. The previously empty space now brimmed with hundreds of red dots, varying in size. Tian recognized these as the vital energies of ordinary individuals. Abruptly, for striking red beams, akin to colossal pillars, pierced his field of vision. Each of these energies was exponentially stronger, exuding an ominous aura. Tian's pupils narrowed. He sensed a palpable hostility emanating from the four sources of energy. Chapter 44. The Sincerity of Tianfu University. What is happening? How dare anyone cause trouble within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom? Could it be that my outstanding performance has drawn unwanted attention? The taller the tree, the harder it falls. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Tian's eyes. In a mere breath, several figures materialized within the room. Tian had long been on high alert, bracing for the worst, adopting a combat-ready stance. The newcomers paused, taken aback by Tian's vigilant demeanor. Having arrived as sixth-tier powerhouses from 10 kilometers away in an instant, they were clearly unaccustomed to such readiness. In such a brief span of time, Tian, as a first-tier martial artist, astonishingly sensed their arrival and was well prepared for combat. Such perceptiveness and responsiveness are nothing short of terrifying. A light cough broke the tense atmosphere within the room. Tian, there's no need to be anxious. We bear no ill intentions. The speaker was an alluring young woman, elegantly attired in a sharp business suit that did little to conceal her curvaceous figure. Her wavy, long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, adding an extra touch of charm. Wang Qian, with her voluptuous thighs, approached Tian with graceful strides and produced an identification document from her bag. The cover of the document bore an ancient design outlined by archaic lines. At its center stood a majestic tower, encircled by 4 shimmering stars, connected by ethereal cloud patterns, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. This was none other than the emblem of Tianfu University. "I am Wang Qian, the admissions director of Tianfu University," she proclaimed, presenting the document to Tian. The other 3 individuals, upon witnessing this, promptly withdrew their aggressive demeanor. The previously hostile atmosphere dissipated instantly, replaced by beaming smiles as they advanced to introduce themselves to Tian. "Greetings, Tian. I am Wang Jiangwo from the admissions office of Imperial Capital University." I am Li Weidong from Shanghai University. I am Zhao Guangming from Fengyun University. Each introduced themselves in turn, all being admissions directors from the four most prestigious martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom, each one a figure of considerable repute. Tian furrowed his brow, his inner vigilance unwavering. In the presence of such top-tier powerhouses, any lapse in caution could render him utterly defenseless. Within the view of his Asura Killing Eyes, he distinctly sensed that although these individuals had concealed their auras, the fleeting hostility he had detected earlier remained vividly clear. The admissions directors also noted the peculiar crimson glint in Tian's eyes. Coupled with prior intelligence, they instantaneously recognized that he possessed the legendary S-rank talent, Asura Killing Eyes. They, being well-versed and knowledgeable, were the first to react. Tian, at this moment, could perceive the emotions swirling around them. Wang Qian understood this implicitly. She realized that under the scrutiny of Tian's mesmerizing red pupils, all malice and deception would be laid bare. This was the unique ability bestowed by the S-rank talent. Asura Killing Eyes. She raised her almond-shaped eyes, glaring sternly at the others, her gaze imbued with a sense of warning, as if reproaching them for their earlier recklessness. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qian donned a professional smile once more and continued, Tian, please don't misunderstand. We were merely sparring outside. She emphasized the word sparring, hinting at something unspoken. Thus, we inevitably carried a bit of the scent of battle. Please do not take it to heart. As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her slightly disheveled collar. We are all here regarding your enrollment matters. The other three nodded eagerly, their faces adorned with polite yet awkward smiles, echoing Wang Qian's sentiments. It was then that Tian noticed the subtle signs of battle upon them. Wang Qian's sharp business suit bore a tear at the shoulder, revealing a patch of her fair skin. Wang Zhengwo's meticulously styled hair now appeared somewhat disheveled, resembling a bird's nest. Li Weidong's glasses were askew, necessitating frequent adjustments, while Zhao Guangming's shoes were speckled with dirt, utterly incongruous with his impeccably tailored suit. Clearly, their so-called sparring had been rather intense. However, they were impressively swift. Having just received their results, they had immediately materialized in front of him. Truly, they were the four leading institutions. Tian chuckled inwardly, but gradually relaxed his guard. He retracted his Asura Killing Eyes, the crimson glow fading to reveal his original clear black irises. So it was, these esteemed educators had come for him, leaving Tian quite flabbergasted. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and said, Thank you for your kind attention. Haha, Tian, you flatter us. Their essay saying, special circumstances call for special treatment. A talent like you is something we are eager to claim. Wang Zhengwo exclaimed with a hearty laugh, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Indeed, Tian, we are here to clarify any questions you may have regarding your college entrance exam registration. Li Weidong adjusted his crooked glasses. In plain terms, they had come to compete, to see who could offer the highest bid. Zhao Guangming chuckled, with an understanding that spoke volumes. The air thickened with tension as the admissions directors once again stood at odds, vying for Tian. To an outsider, such a scene would be utterly jaw-dropping. For an average person, gaining admission to a martial arts university was akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst a tumultuous sea of thousands. Yet here were the directors of four top-tier universities, engaging in a fierce contest for Tian's favor. The dichotomy of the world was vividly illustrated in that moment. The eyes of the admissions directors fixed intently on Tian, akin to famished wolves eyeing a succulent piece of meat. Tian, should you choose to attend Imperial Capital University, we shall reward you with 200 credit points, 10 million dragon coins, a selection of 3A rank martial skills, and personal guidance from a 7th-tier martial artist. Wang Zhengwo made the first offer, his square face radiating confidence as if he had already secured Tian's agreement. In the realm of ordinary currency on Blue Star, the monetary systems of martial artists and civilians do not intermingle. Resources for martial cultivation can only be purchased with credit points. No matter how vast one's wealth, it cannot be exchanged. Li Weidong's glasses gleamed as he stated, At Shanghai University, we offer 300 points, a selection of 5A rank martial skills, and a complete set of C rank equipment. Zhao Guangming, gritting his teeth, declared his terms. At Fengyun University, in addition to credit points, all martial skills shall be available to you free of charge. After the three concluded their bids, they cast triumphant glances at Wang Qian, their expressions rife with provocation. Particularly Wang Zhengwo, who even cleared his throat ostentatiously, exuding an air of assured victory. Wang Director, what sincerity does Tianfu University offer? Li Weidong taunted. No need to rush, Wang Qian coldly interjected, her almond-shaped eyes flashing with cold light. Tian, please hold on. The terms from Tianfu University will be arriving shortly. Ignoring the derisive gazes of the others, she retrieved her phone and awaited a response. After a moment, her phone emitted a series of beeps. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated through the line. It was Lin Kuei. Director Wang, the special resources have been approved, and everything is proceeding as planned. The other three, astute as they were, exchanged glances that hinted at their unease, pondering the implications of the phrase special resources. Wang Qian hung up, surveyed the surroundings, and discreetly shot a glance at Li Weidong, who had just mocked her. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Su Mingling, who was beside Su Tian, and straightened her chest. Recalling the intelligence provided by Lin Kuei, she mused, this must be classmate Su Mingling. The conditions they had just proposed were generous. 2 portions would be offered, one for you and one for classmate Su Mingling. Specifically for you. We shall provide an S-class resource each year. Chapter 45, Farewell, Ouyang. S-class resources? Su Tian's eyes lit up with curiosity as he inquired. Wang Qian smiled slightly and elaborated. For instance, you will eventually require a type of life crystal for your cultivation, which is crafted from the demon cores found within the bodies of demonic beasts. This will aid martial artists in breaking through bottlenecks and enhancing their cultivation levels. The S-class resource corresponds to life crystals derived from the cores of 6th-tier demonic beasts. Hiss. The other 3 gasped in astonishment at the grand gesture of Tianfu University. 6th-tier demonic beasts were equivalent to 6th-tier human martial artists, possessing terrifying strength. The value of life crystals refined from 6th-tier demon cores was truly incalculable. Tianfu University was indeed making a significant investment. Wang Zhangwo smacked his lips, his eyes brimming with envy. They were even offering S-class resources. Li Weidong and Zhao Guangming were equally stunned. They had thought that their own proposed conditions were already quite generous, only to find Tianfu University presenting an S-class resource, which was nothing short of a dimensional strike. The group sighed inwardly. The emergence of Su Tian's S-class talent had taken them by surprise. The preparation of resources seemed somewhat rushed, and they had yet to mobilize the S-class resources themselves, allowing Tianfu University to take the initiative. Su Tian felt a surge of excitement. Not only had Tianfu University offered a resource of a higher grade, but they had also considered Su Mingling, providing a double reward. This level of sincerity was indeed hard to refuse. The admissions directors, being astute individuals, quickly discerned Su Tian's thoughts from his expression. They instantly grasped the nature of the relationship between Su Tian and Su Mingling. Wang Qian observed the flicker of interest in Su Tian's eyes and felt a surge of delight. The intelligence brought by Lin Kuei had proven its worth. It was high time to promote him upon returning. Wait, Wang Zhangwo suddenly shouted. Our Imperial Capital University will also give classmate Su Mingling a reward. The same as for classmate Su Tian. I am applying for S-class resources right now. Our Shanghai University will do the same. Li Weidong quickly added. Our Fengyun University will follow suit. Zhao Guangming gritted his teeth and joined in. Wang Zhangwo, can you have some decency? Wang Qian could no longer contain herself, her chest heaving with indignation as if it might burst free from her blouse. Her originally alluring almond eyes widened in disbelief. She pointed a slender finger at Wang Zhangwo's nose and reproached him without reservation. Do you have no shame? Whatever resources Tianfu University offers, you just have to mimic. What's the matter? S-class resources are not exclusive to you, are they? Indeed, Director Wang. This is quite tyrannical of you. She spat, her fiery personality refusing to hold back. The argument reignited among them. Su Tian, fearing a physical altercation might erupt again, was anxious. His small abode could not withstand the wrath of 6th-tier martial artists. Suddenly, a heavy and forceful knock echoed through the cramped room, resonating with a steady rhythm. The bickering among the admissions directors abruptly ceased. They exchanged glances, sensing a weighty seriousness in each other's eyes. Their gazes collectively turned towards the door, filled with vigilance. As the Asura Killing Eyes manifested, Su Tian perceived a powerful and restrained aura, somewhat familiar. He stepped forward to the door and opened it. Standing outside was a burly man clad in casual attire. Yet his military sharpness remained unmistakable. Commander O? Su Tian tentatively addressed the man before him. Su Tian, my dear fellow, we meet again. Ouyang replied with a slight smile, revealing a friendly demeanor. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the admissions directors. I presume these are the recruitment teachers from the 4 major universities? Are you all competing for talent? Cough cough. Wang Zhangwo cleared his throat awkwardly. We are merely engaged in fair competition. Fair competition? If that is the case, let me join the fray as well, Ouyang chuckled. His words struck the admissions directors as particularly jarring. Their expressions shifted, and the gears in their minds began to turn rapidly. Competing with the military for talent? How could one even compete? The control over the core martial resources of Long Country was firmly in the hands of the military. What leverage did they have to contend? For example, the production line for crafting life crystals was strictly managed by the military. The same went for other cultivation resources. An S-class resource? The military could easily offer 10 portions without batting an eye. Wang Qian had been reveling in the thought that Su Tian was undoubtedly in her grasp. Yet now, an unexpected contender had appeared, threatening to snatch away her prized catch. Her frustration mounted, though she forced herself to maintain a facade of composure. Ouyang observed the nervous expressions of the group with amusement. Teachers, there's no need to be anxious. He waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a relaxed tone. Although the military covets the exceptional talent that is Su Tian, we remain mindful of the bigger picture. After all, The responsibility of nurturing talent still relies on you, esteemed universities. He paused before continuing. Our military's duty is to protect the nation, engaging in battles against demonic beasts on the front lines. While Su Tian possesses extraordinary talent, thrusting him into battle at this juncture would be far too perilous. Therefore, the higher-ups have decided that Su Tian shall be jointly trained by the military and the universities. Joint training? Su Tian was taken aback, looking at Ouyang with confusion. Ouyang nodded slightly, producing a black and gold card along with a medal from his pocket. The so-called joint training means that our military will grant you an additional privilege. The black gold card emanated a subtle dark golden glow. The medal was even more eye-catching. Featuring a circular design with a fierce golden dragon in flight, its eyes adorned with a blood-red gem that shimmered captivatingly. The reverse side of the medal was engraved with the ancient characters for Dragon Soul, elegantly inscribed with a forceful stroke. It bore a resemblance to Su Huayan's dragon sword medal. This is. Su Tian took the black gold card and medal, feeling a cold sensation at the point of contact. This black gold card allows its holder to purchase all martial resources within Long Country at a 20% discount, Ouyang explained, gesturing towards the card. As for this Dragon Soul medal, you may have heard of the Dragon Sword medal. The Dragon Soul medal is quite similar, signifying that you will be a crucial element in our military's future strategic framework. Anyone wishing to understand your worth must first consult with us. Once you achieve military merit, this can be upgraded to the esteemed Dragon Sword medal, granting you even greater privileges within the military. We shall bestow upon you the rank of lieutenant. Lieutenant. Su Tian was taken aback, astonished that he had obtained a military rank so swiftly. Indeed, Lieutenant. Ouyang nodded, his tone imbued with authority. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of the military, enjoying all the privileges of a captain. Naturally, you will also be required to fulfill the responsibilities that accompany such a rank. In the future, we may assign you various tasks, such as hunting demonic beasts, and of course, you will receive corresponding rewards upon the successful completion of these missions. Su Tian had been troubled by the thought of how to earn merit points once he entered university. Now, serendipitously, he could accompany the military to hunt demonic beasts and earn points. He felt immensely satisfied. What are your thoughts? Chapter 46, The Final Decision, Tianfu University. Su Tian gazed at the black gold card and the Dragon Soul medal in his hand, a warm surge of emotion swelling within him. He had been preoccupied with the dilemma of where to earn merit points after entering university, and now the military had presented him with a golden opportunity. Hunting demonic beasts would not only allow him to accumulate points, but also earn military rewards, an exquisite twofold benefit. He lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with excitement, and earnestly declared, I willingly accept the joint training program. I am grateful for your recognition, Commander Ouyang. Ouyang nodded with satisfaction, patting Su Tian on the shoulder. Well done, lad. You have a sense of responsibility. From now on, you are one of us in the military. Do not bring us shame. I will ensure the completion of my tasks. Su Tian saluted, exuding confidence. The admissions directors watched Su Tian and Ouyang, understanding that the so-called captaincy was merely a pretext. The Dragon Kingdom had not seen an S-rank gifted warrior in over a decade. Such an extraordinarily gifted young man was akin to a double-edged sword. If harnessed correctly, he could become a national treasure, defending the homeland. If mismanaged, he might also become a source of devastation, bringing heavy calamity to the nation. Decades prior, a small southern nation had witnessed the rise of an S-rank gifted warrior. Unfortunately, without proper guidance, he strayed onto a treacherous path and ultimately betrayed humanity. The catastrophe he wrought was horrifying, annihilating every inhabitant of that small nation with unspeakable cruelty. This incident had caused widespread alarm and served as a warning to all nations. It was imperative to strictly monitor and carefully cultivate S-rank gifted warriors, ensuring they did not veer into darkness. Thus, the military's bestowal of such a status upon Su Tian served as both a reward and a form of constraint. There is one final matter I wish to discuss with the esteemed faculty, Ouyang said, producing several documents from his pocket and handing them to Wang Zhangwo and the others. What is this? Wang Zhangwo inquired, examining the papers. A confidentiality agreement? Wang Qian read the title aloud softly. The admissions officers, all of whom were sixth-tier powerhouses with formidable mental acuity, swiftly perused the document in mere seconds. The contents were straightforward. Centering on a singular principle, the secret of Su Tian's S-rank talent must not be disclosed to the outside world. The confidentiality agreement for warriors would bear a soul imprint. Any breach would result in severe repercussions to one's essence, ranging from mental trauma to becoming a mindless vegetable. You are all astute individuals, so I shall be direct, Ouyang asserted, his hands clasped before him, leaning slightly forward as an invisible pressure enveloped the group. Su Tian's talent is of paramount importance. It must not be leaked. The emergence of an S-rank talent in a nation draws many discerning eyes, particularly those that can counteract the bloodline abilities of demonic beasts. Some intelligent high-tier demonic beasts may even seek to eliminate Su Tian. Su Tian was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. His encounters had solely involved lower-tier beasts. unaware that higher tier ones could possess intelligence. Ouyang's words served as a sobering reminder. The military has already taken action. All who are aware of Su Tian's talent will sign this confidentiality agreement. Ouyang's voice was deep and authoritative, exuding an undeniable command. Does this include everyone at our 4 universities who knows of this matter? Wang Qian pressed further. Indeed, Ouyang affirmed with a nod. Moreover, from this moment on, the knowledge of Su Tian's S-rank talent will be classified as the highest secret of the Dragon Kingdom's military. Ouyang smiled, retrieving a pair of specially crafted contact lenses from his pocket and offering them to Su Tian. These are military grade, once worn. They will conceal the color of your Asura Killing Eyes when activated. Additionally, we will alter your records to masquerade you as an ordinary university student with merely a B-rank talent. The admissions officers inhaled sharply. When the time is ripe, you shall astonish the world, becoming the sharpest sword of the Dragon Kingdom. Thank you, Commander Ouyang, Su Tian responded courteously. Faced with the olive branches extended by various prestigious universities, Su Tian had already made his decision, and he hesitated not for long. Director Wang, I have made my choice. I shall attend Tianfu University, Su Tian declared. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian's face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a resplendent peony in full bloom. Excellent, 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 she exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice as she produced a contract with a flourish. This is the enrollment contract. Please review it, and if all is in order, kindly sign it. Su Tian observed in astonishment as the contract materialized seemingly out of thin air, reminiscent of a magic trick. Ms. Wang, what is this? Wang Qian smiled gently, lightly brushing her fingers against her shimmering silver earrings. This is a Shumi item, which possesses its own spatial storage capabilities, she explained, her voice melodious. While this item is indeed precious, it is standard for the prodigies at our university. There was a hint of pride in her tone. Given your exceptional talent, I suspect it won't be long before you possess one too. Su Tian took the contract and quickly skimmed through it. The content aligned perfectly with what Wang Qian had previously promised, leaving no discrepancies. He picked up the pen and affixed his signature at the designated space. A fruitful collaboration. Wang Qian extended her hand, shaking Su Tian's warmly. With your talent, you are likely to capture the attention of your mentors. I recommend arriving at the university early. This will allow you to acclimate to the environment, and the cultivation resources available at the university far surpass those in the outside world. Her words resonated deeply with Su Tian, as he was indeed in dire need of cultivation resources, such as high-output combat techniques, akin to the alternative version of the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger. Really? That would be wonderful, Su Tian exclaimed, elated at the prospect of an early arrival at the school. I shall return to the school to report. I look forward to reuniting with you at Tianfu University. Wang Qian winked playfully at Su Tian before turning to leave, her figure exuding a captivating allure. With the decision solidified, Su Tian had officially signed the contract with Tianfu University, and the matter was settled. The other admissions directors, though harboring a tinge of regret, displayed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, they greeted Su Tian with welcoming smiles, eager to engage with him. Now that the military had intervened, Su Tian's future prospects appeared boundless. Who would dare to stand against him? Anyone attempting to oppose Su Tian would surely incur the wrath of military heavyweights. Su Tian, should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I still hold some influence at Imperial Capital University. Director Zhang Jingguo enthusiastically patted Su Tian's shoulder, the force behind it seemingly wishing to pull Su Tian into his embrace. Su Tian, when you come to the Magic City in the future, be sure to seek me out. I shall introduce you to the local customs and culture. Director Li Mingyuan was equally eager, his gaze resembling that of a father-in-law regarding his son-in-law. Director Wang Jiangwo was even more direct, pulling out a business card from his pocket and pressing it into Su Tian's hand. Su Tian, this is my personal contact information. I am available 24/7. Do not hesitate to reach out if you have any inquiries. These recruitment directors, typically high and mighty figures, suddenly transformed into eager well-wishers, vying for Su Tian's favor. After all, who could ignore Su Tian, the current darling of the military? Despite being merely a first-tier martial artist, his S-class talent promised future achievements that no one dared to underestimate. In light of such enthusiastic attention, Su Tian graciously reciprocated, "Thank you, esteemed teachers. I look forward to your guidance in the future." He spoke humbly yet assertively. The directors, pleased with Su Tian's perceptiveness, engaged in further cordial exchanges before reluctantly taking their leave. Chapter 47, Weapon Endorsement? As soon as the recruitment directors departed, Su Mingling remained entranced in a state of immense surprise. Not only for Su Tian, but she herself had just received an unexpected reward. Her fair cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, still reeling from the generous offer from Tianfu University. To entice Su Tian, the university had offered resources double that of other institutions, and even included a bonus for her. It was worth noting that the other 3 universities were not far behind in their competition for the provincial top scholar. Yet here she was, inexplicably receiving treatment akin to that of the provincial champion, all thanks to Su Tian. Oh my, what am I thinking? I'm about to drool. Noticing Su Mingling's dazed expression, Su Tian couldn't resist waving his hand in front of her, teasingly saying, "Hello? Are you contemplating how to express your gratitude towards me?" I. Su Tian feigned a stern demeanor. "Go on. Are you pondering how to thank me? It was Director Wang who insisted on gifting it to you. You need not thank me." He waved his hand dismissively, adding, "However, if you insist on showing gratitude, a sumptuous feast would suffice." Deal. Su Mingling readily agreed without hesitation. After all, she thought, not even purchasing the restaurant would equate to the reward of being the provincial champion. In the heart of the city, within the opulent Zhangxiig Pavilion, the resplendent crystal chandeliers illuminated the restaurant as brightly as day. This establishment was the most luxurious fine dining venue in the city. Su Tian and Su Mingling sat across from one another, the table laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, the air thick with tantalizing aromas. Su Tian, I am truly grateful to you this time. Su Mingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. I never imagined I would receive treatment on par with the provincial champion. Indeed. Su Tian replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I also never anticipated that one day, I, Su Tian, would have Su the little rich girl treating me to a meal. Su Mingling burst into laughter at his jest. Come eat more, she urged, enthusiastically placing a piece of tender, juicy roasted meat onto Su Tian's plate. You must try this restaurant's signature dish. Without hesitation, Su Tian indulged himself. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere remained light and joyful. By the way, when do you plan to report to Tianfu University? Su Mingling inquired, delicately picking apart a piece of fish to remove the bones before placing it in Su Tian's bowl. Director Wang suggested I arrive early to acclimate to the environment and to utilize the school's training resources, Su Tian replied after savoring a mouthful of delectable fish. I am in dire need of training resources, so I intend to head there as soon as possible. I also heard there are many beautiful girls at the university. He winked at Su Mingling, his eyes glinting with playful mischief. Su Mingling, aware that Su Tian was jesting, puffed out her cheeks like an irate little hamster, her big, sparkling eyes glaring at him. What are you thinking, you rascal? All you can think about are beautiful girls. Be careful. If you get defeated by other talented students at the university, you'll have to face the consequences. As she spoke, she waved her small fists in the air, mimicking a threat. Not a chance. Su Tian replied confidently with a smile. Let them come at me. By the end of the meal, Su Tian felt as though he might burst. He had indulged in a feast of rare delicacies, a true banquet indeed. Afterward, he escorted Su Mingling to the entrance of her villa. Once home, Su Tian plopped down onto his bed. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. Immersing himself in his internal energy, he began to circulate the Juyang Qi gathering technique. This A-class breathing method had been practiced countless times within him, now second nature. Spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream, converging in his dantian. Guided by the Juyang Qi gathering technique, the true energy within his body traversed along specific meridian pathways. With each cycle, the density of the true energy increased, its color deepening. This signified that the true energy was becoming more refined and pure, evolving towards true essence. It was a gradual process. Su Tian keenly sensed the subtle changes in his true energy, concentrating fully on its circulation. Time slipped away quietly during his training. By the end of the night, Su Tian had managed to condense several droplets of true essence, drawing ever closer to the 8th level of the first tier. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the morning tranquility, the sound growing progressively louder, interrupting Su Tian's meditative state. Furrowing his brow, he felt a twinge of annoyance at being disturbed. Rising from his bed, he opened the door. Standing before him was a man clad in a sharp black suit. His hair slicked back with an immaculate sheen, and his shoes polished to a mirror finish. He held a refined briefcase, exuding an air of professionalism. Are you Su Tian? The suited man asked, his gaze swiftly scanning Su Tian's modest home. Upon noting the simplistic furnishings, a fleeting look of disdain crossed his otherwise professional facade. I am. What do you want? Su Tian cut directly to the chase. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to maintain an air of courtesy. I am Li Chong, the business manager of Strong Martial Technology Company, Limited. The man produced a business card from his briefcase and handed it to Su Tian. I have come today to discuss a matter with you. Su Tian took the card, glancing at it. Strong Martial Technology Company, Limited? He had never heard of it. He casually set the card aside, replying nonchalantly, go ahead. Recently, our company has developed a new type of weapon with remarkable power. Li Chong explained. We would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for this weapon. Do not worry about the endorsement fee. We can offer you an 8-figure sum. Once you agree, the funds will be transferred immediately. 8 figures? I beg your pardon, but I have no interest. To a martial artist, credit points represent the true currency. Furthermore, the wealth of Su Mingling's family could sustain Su Tian for a lifetime of leisurely living. I apologize, but I am not inclined to endorse your weaponry. Su Tian categorically declined, devoid of any hesitation, while internally he scoffed. Does the current company not conduct background checks? Are they unaware that he has no need for weaponry? To recruit someone who does not wield weapons as a spokesperson is utterly absurd. Will you reconsider? Li Chang's smile faltered, surprised by Su Tian's unequivocal refusal. This endorsement fee was in the 8-figure range. Many individuals would toil a lifetime without ever earning such an amount. The proprietor of Qiangwu Technology is my brother-in-law. If you find the price unsatisfactory, I can certainly increase it. With such wealth, you could escape this dilapidated dwelling and move into a grand villa. You could. Enough, Su Tian interrupted Li Chang. Firstly, I hold no interest in your weapons. Secondly, how did you ascertain my home address? Chapter 48. Increase the price. Li Chang's smile instantly froze. He had not anticipated Su Tian's complete disregard for the 8-figure endorsement fee, nor his inquiry about the address. Li Chang stammered, his gaze wandering. His mind raced. Su Tian must be unsettled by the breach of his privacy. Indeed, that must be it, Li Chang surmised, recognizing that residing in such a rundown place indicated a lack of influence or power. Despite possessing some martial talent, he remained merely a novice martial artist. How broad could his horizons be? Every year, top scorers in college entrance examinations are pursued by major corporations eager to secure endorsement contracts. This fellow is truly a naive bumpkin. Li Chang silently derided him, though he wore a strained smile. Actually, we can procure all your information from the black market. Li Chang grinned, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Oh, is that so? Su Tian's tone grew increasingly frigid, a glint of icy menace flashing in his eyes. You are indeed quite formidable. Su Tian sneered. In Li Chang's perception, Su Tian's reaction appeared to be one of intimidation. As the brother-in-law of the company's owner, he had become accustomed to arrogance. Having discerned Su Tian's vulnerability, the ugliness of Li Chang's character was now laid bare. His already duplicitous smile twisted even further. Moreover, Li Chang huffed through his nostrils, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice. We can access information on all your relatives and friends. He purposely paused before continuing languidly. Therefore, it would be wise for you to comply, rather than defy me. Li Chang was merely an ordinary person, yet he understood the laws of Longwu well. Martial artists cannot recklessly act against ordinary citizens. It is an unyielding rule. This was the source of his audacity in confronting Su Tian. In his eyes, Su Tian was merely a fledgling martial artist. Regardless of his talent, he would ultimately have to submit to a powerful company like Qiangwu Technology. Would Su Tian dare to act? The moment he did, he would violate the law. According to regulations, he would face immediate expulsion from university. Li Chang reveled in his perceived superiority. Had he known this would unfold, he wouldn't have bothered in the first place. It is not too late to sign with us now. It's merely a matter of the endorsement fee. A flicker of cold light crossed Su Tian's eyes, yet a playful smile graced his lips. With a mere thought, his Asura Killing Eyes activated discreetly. The military-grade contact lenses impeccably concealed the transformation of his pupils, imperceptible to outsiders. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Su Tian's eyes, pressing down on Li Chang like a tangible force. This killing intent was as solid as substance. Li Chang felt an icy dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head, as though an ancient beast had set its sights upon him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, his blood nearly congealing. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. What are you doing? Li Chang stammered, his eyes wide with terror, his voice quaking uncontrollably. Su Tian seemed to transform into a deity of death, exuding a suffocating aura that made breathing a struggle. I warn you, martial artists cannot recklessly act against ordinary people. That is the law of Longwu. You cannot lay a hand on me. Li Chang stuttered, a hint of a whimper in his tone. I have not laid a finger on you, Su Tian retorted with a cold laugh. Li Chang felt as though he was suffocating beneath Su Tian's imposing presence. As if he had been thrust into a frigid abyss, drenched in cold sweat, his teeth chattering. Why you? Li Chang gazed at Su Tian in horror, struggling to articulate himself, but his tongue felt tied, rendering him incapable of forming a coherent sentence. He staggered backward, desperate to distance himself from this demon. Suddenly, Li Chang let out a piercing scream as he lost his footing at the stairway, tumbling down from the first step to the last. My back. He groaned in agony, sprawled on the ground, his once pristine suit now soiled and covered in dust. A large yellow stain marred his trousers, the stench of urine wafting through the air. Su Tian stood at the threshold, looking down at the conspicuous yellow puddle with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, before slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Li Chang struggled to rise, a sharp pain coursing through his back, making him feel as though it might break. He glanced down at his damp trousers, inhaling the acrid odor, his face flushed with embarrassment and fury. Su Tian, you will pay for this, he seethed, his eyes brimming with malice. After uttering a venomous threat, he scurried away in disgrace. Finding a secluded corner, Li Chang's rage surged. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me, Li Chang. I want to purchase all the information on Su Tian's acquaintances. Yes, all of it. The more detailed, the better. Money is no object. After hanging up, Li Chang remained unsatisfied. Damn it, do you think just because you are a martial artist, I would fear you? With just a minor scheme, I can easily ruin your reputation in Haitian City. In a dimly lit studio, Dozens of mobile phone screens flickered with a ghostly blue light, tangled data cables resembling a spider's web, buzzing softly. The air was thick with the acrid scent of instant noodles mingled with cheap cigarettes, while the corners were cluttered with various debris, a few cockroaches scurrying about unabashedly. Under the dim light, a disheveled man with greasy hair and a scruffy beard leaned against an esports chair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the computer screen. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the silence. "Hello?" The long-haired man answered lazily, his voice hoarse and deep. "It's me, Li Chong. I need you to help me tarnish someone's reputation. The more vile, the better." On the other end of the phone, Li Chong spoke through gritted teeth, his voice laden with resentment. The long-haired man exhaled a puff of smoke, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, who is unfortunate enough to have provoked our esteemed young master Li? Tian." Li Chong spat the name venomously, as if he were intent on devouring him whole. Tian. The long-haired man raised an eyebrow, straightening in his seat. Upon hearing the name, he felt not fear, but rather a thrill of excitement at the prospect of a significant undertaking. TSK. He is the champion of the martial arts examination in Haitianshire. Basking in the limelight. What? Do those of your profession still concern themselves with such matters? A cruel voice came from the phone. What I mean is it will cost more. Chapter 49. The 9 Suns Breathing Technique. Great perfection. Let's talk. How much? Name your price. Li Chong said impatiently, his sole desire to swiftly exact revenge on Tian, wishing to delay not a moment longer. Since young Master Li has spoken, I shan't hold back. This task is quite challenging, and the risks are substantial. It will require no less than 1 million. Are you robbing me? The long-haired man scoffed. 1 million. Not a cent less. Do you take me for a fool? Li Chong couldn't help but curse. 1 million was no small sum. Though he was a minor leader in the company, parting with such an amount caused him considerable pain. Now, young Master Li, one cannot speak so lightly. This is Tian we are discussing, an extraordinary individual, demanding an extraordinary price. If you find it too steep, you are welcome to seek someone more capable. The long-haired man spoke leisurely, exuding an air of confidence over Li Chong. After a moment of silence, Li Chong gritted his teeth and made a monumental decision. Fine. 1 million it is. But you must ruin him, tarnish his reputation, make him a pariah, a target for all. Rest assured, young Master Li. This matter is in my capable hands. I guarantee his name will be synonymous with disgrace for eternity. The long-haired man grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He extinguished his cigarette, sat up straight, and cleared his throat. First, we shall fabricate some scandalous material about him. The more explosive the better. Exam cheating, brawling, abandoning his partners, whatever will capture attention. Then we will deploy our army of online trolls to disseminate this information across major forums, social media, and video platforms, saturating the digital landscape with his name and the accompanying slander 24 hours a day. That is not enough. A glint of malice flickered in the long-haired man's eyes. We must initiate a manhunt, digging into his ancestry, exposing everything, interpreting and analyzing supposed dark histories, embellishing them until he is utterly unable to clear his name. In the end, young Master Li, you can present yourself as an innocent victim, revealing Tian as a bully among martial artists. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Li Chong nodded vigorously, the darkness on his face lifting, replaced by a perverse excitement. Why wait? Let us proceed as you suggested, the sooner the better. I will transfer the money to you immediately. Just watch, young Master Li. In less than 3 days, I assure you, Tian will become the biggest joke in Haitianshire. The long-haired man declared confidently. Excellent. I await your good news. Li Chong laughed heartily. After hanging up, the long-haired man lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, his gaze turning sinister amidst the swirling smoke. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Brothers, we have a significant job ahead. Stay sharp. Tian lounged on the sofa, toying with the dragon's soul medal in his hand. The medal was heavy, glimmering under the light, providing a solid sense of reassurance. Tian understood that the security he felt stemmed from the military backing represented by the medal. Oh, I suppose I've latched onto a powerful ally in the military now, he smiled to himself. However, he was also aware that the military could only offer him protection, ensuring his growth remained as safe as possible. For instance, they would amend his records, downgrading his S-class talent to an unremarkable B-class, preventing excessive exposure. Simultaneously, the military would tightly regulate online sentiment, ensuring Tian remained out of the spotlight. In essence, they aimed to keep him low profile, inconspicuous until he became the sharpest sword of the Dragon Kingdom. As for resources, Tian knew he could not demand excessive privileges. The military had numerous martial artists who needed resources as well. Therefore, after entering university, he would still need to strive for his own share. Ultimately, one must possess strength. Tian sighed, tossing the medal onto the coffee table with a crisp sound. So, system, enhance my abilities. With a thought, Tian connected with the system, infusing the 9 Suns breathing technique with martial values until it reached perfection. The progression of martial arts training was categorized as entry, proficient, minor accomplishment, mastery, great accomplishment, and perfection. After some time of practice, Tian was still dissatisfied with the speed at which the true chi of the Nine Suns breathing technique transitioned to liquid form at the minor accomplishment stage. Injecting martial values. 150 martial values consumed. Nine Suns breathing technique upgraded to mastery. 250 martial values consumed. Nine Suns breathing technique upgraded to great accomplishment. 400 martial values consumed. Nine Suns breathing technique upgraded to perfection. Martial values injection completed. Nine Suns breathing technique has reached perfection, totaling 800 martial values consumed. Current remaining martial values, 3,700. Initially, Tian had only used 200 martial values to elevate the Nine Suns breathing technique from entry to minor accomplishment. Yet, advancing from minor accomplishment to perfection had cost him a staggering 800 martial values. However, this investment was exceptionally cost-effective. For an A-class martial technique, it would typically take an ordinary person decades to reach perfection. Tian, however, had accomplished it in under 10 seconds through this enhancement. In the following days, Tian plunged into a frenzy of training. The effects of the Nine Suns breathing technique at perfection were remarkably evident. Previously, Tian could only liquefy about 10 drops of true essence in a night. Now, he was able to liquefy over 100. However, as an ancient sacred body, the volume of true chi within Tian had reached a terrifying level. Converting all that true chi into true essence still required a considerable amount of time. As Tian continued his training, days passed. He slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance shining within them, his entire demeanor radiating vitality. Having concluded several days of rigorous training, he exhaled a long breath of stale air. The breath lingered in the air, solidifying as it shot forth like a sharp blade. Emitting a soft whistle, Tian turned his gaze inward, diving into his chi sea. The once empty expanse of the chi sea had now become filled. At its center, crystalline droplets of liquid floated serenely. These liquids emanate a concentrated and pure wave of energy, formed from the liquefaction of true chi, known as true essence. Surrounding the true essence, wisps of gaseous true chi linger, continuously transforming into true essence at a slow yet unceasing pace. In its perfected state, the A-grade 9-yang breathing technique begins to reveal its truly extraordinary efficacy. Even without cultivation, it autonomously converts true essence. At present, the majority of true chi within Tian's sea of energy has been liquefied into true essence. He is merely a step away from reaching the 8th level of the first stage. The prowess of this A-grade breathing technique is already formidable. One can only imagine how astonishing an S-grade technique would be. A faint smile of satisfaction graces Tian's lips. It is nearly time. Time to head to the university. Stretching languidly and breaking free from his meditative state, he felt rejuvenated, invigorated with newfound strength. Grabbing the phone from the coffee table, he noticed a flurry of missed calls. All from Su Mingling. Had something happened? Chapter 50, The Online Turmoil. Tian muttered, recalling that he had silenced his phone to focus on his cultivation. He quickly returned Su Mingling's call, which was answered almost instantaneously, her urgent voice bombarding him like a rapid-fire barrage. Tian, you finally answered. I just returned from a trip with my father, and you didn't pick up my calls. I was almost frantic. Tian was taken aback. What was going on? Had the sky fallen? The sky hasn't fallen, but you have. You need to check online. Your glorious deeds are all over the place. Su Mingling's tone was serious. My glorious deeds? Tian was even more bewildered. Hanging up, he opened his phone's browser. As soon as he entered, various shocking headlines assaulted his eyes. Shocking. The top scorer of the martial arts examination in Haitian City achieved success through cheating. A beastly heart beneath a human facade. Tian bullies the weak and commits all manner of evil. Tian, the fall from genius to scum. Tian abandons multiple young women, leading them to abortion. Tian immediately recognized these as fabrications spread by online trolls, a cold smile creeping across his face as he surmised the orchestrator behind it all. Who else could it be but that clown Li Chong? He opened a short video app, and a clip with millions of likes was promptly suggested. The thumbnail bore the word tragedy, compelling one to click and explore further. In the video, a familiar figure emerged, Li Chong. His face was bruised and bandaged, tears streaming down as he wept before the camera. Wah! Someone please stand up for me. Li Chong sobbed, his voice rasping. Tian, relying on his martial prowess, bullied me, an ordinary person. I kindly offered him a chance to endorse our product, and even offered him payment. Not only did he refuse my good intentions, but he also left me severely injured. Look, this is the hospital's diagnosis. He displayed a crumpled paper bearing the words multiple soft tissue contusions. Although the specifics were unclear, it was enough to stir the imagination. He even threatened me, saying if I dared to report him, he would kill my entire family. Li Chong grew more animated, tears and snot marring his face. I'm so scared. His performance was heart-wrenching, embodying the image of a helpless and pitiable victim. The comments section overflowed with denunciations of Tian, vitriol spilling from the screen. Tian is far too arrogant. Does he believe he can act with impunity just because he is a martial artist? Killing an entire family? How is that different from a bandit? He must be severely punished. And he is the top scorer in the martial arts examination? He is unworthy of being a martial artist. I strongly urge the relevant authorities to intervene and give the victim justice. Support. Tian must pay the price. He must realize that in this society, he cannot act as he pleases. This has been shared across all major platforms. Let more people see the true face of this demon. Brothers, charge forth. For justice. For justice. Such is the nature of public opinion. 3 men can create a tiger, and the words of the many can melt gold. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, it is all too easy to be led astray, especially with Li Chang's seemingly irrefutable evidence, which only served to bolster belief in his claims. Observing the torrent of insults online, Tian remained unperturbed, even finding it somewhat amusing. He tossed his phone aside, as if the venomous remarks were of no concern to him. In truth, the various online comments had no bearing on him at present. In this world, martial artists and ordinary individuals exist on parallel planes, seemingly intersecting, yet starkly distinct. On Blue Star, the lives of ordinary people bear little difference from those in Tian's past life, working daily, unwinding online, and absorbing the deluge of information. Meanwhile, martial artists race down a different path, either enhancing their realms through cultivation or honing their skills in battles against beasts. They are indifferent to the happenings in the world of ordinary people, solely attuned to the fluctuations of their own realm. As a martial artist, Tian, of course, would not concern himself with the online squabbles. Moreover, those who spread such rumors would inevitably face their reckoning. What occupied his thoughts now was the need to gather his belongings and report to Tianfu University. Tian dialed Wang Qian's number, and her gentle voice came through the line. Hello, is this Tian? Teacher Wang, it's me. May I come to the university now? Of course. The school is ready for you, and we welcome you at any time. I will come to pick you up. No need, teacher. I can take the high-speed train. I've already purchased my ticket. Wang Qian's voice brimmed with delight. Very well, I shall see you at the train station. Thank you, teacher Wang. You're welcome. After hanging up, Tian began to pack his belongings. As a martial artist, his daily life revolved solely around cultivation, leaving him with surprisingly few personal items. Before long, he had everything ready. With a calm demeanor, he set off toward the train station. Little did he know, on the other side of Haitian City, chaos was brewing. At the military's information department, a spacious and brightly lit hall filled with rows of computer screens glowing with a ghostly blue light. The sound of keyboards clattering filled the air amidst a tense, yet orderly atmosphere. This was the military's information hub, tasked with monitoring and processing various online information to ensure cybersecurity. A few cybersecurity officers were intently focused on their screens, their fingers flying across the keyboards. One officer, noticing the rolling data streams on the screen, began to sense something amiss. He quickly retrieved information regarding Tian and conducted a thorough search. In a hushed voice, he remarked, currently, negative news about Tian is spreading like a virus. Various shocking headlines and maliciously edited videos flood across major platforms. Isn't this the top scorer from this year's martial arts examination? Tian? An officer wearing glasses adjusted his frames, a hint of astonishment in his tone. With so much negative information, someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Another security officer furrowed his brow, his expression grave. This matter is far from simple. It must be reported immediately. The head of the information department, Zhang Tian, hastily approached, a seasoned expert in cybersecurity. What is going on? Zhang Tian inquired. Captain Zhang, you must see this. A deluge of negative information regarding Tian has suddenly surfaced online, and it continues to escalate. Zhang Tian cast a quick glance at the screen, and his expression darkened instantly. He swiftly perused several pieces of information. As the head of the information department, he had, to some extent, heard various tidbits regarding Tian from higher-ups. All he knew was that Tian was of significant importance to the military. To target him in such a despicable manner, they truly treated the information department as mere idle onlookers. Immediately trace the source of this information. Identify who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Zhang Tian commanded decisively. Several security officers sprang into action, initiating the pursuit of the information's origin. 30 seconds later, one of the officers reported, Report. We've found it. The source of the information is in Haitian City, a network of hired trolls operating under the name One Hand Covers the Sky. Zhang Tian's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his brow still tightly knit. As a veteran in cybersecurity, he understood that the studio was merely a hired gun. The crucial task now was to uncover who financed this operation. They must be uprooted entirely. Continue the investigation. Ascertain with whom this studio has been in contact recently. I want every detail laid bare. A flurry of intense keyboard clattering ensued. Chapter 51, Military Response. In the Ministry of Defense building, smoke lingered in Ouyang's office. His brow was furrowed, the cigarette in his hand burnt down to the filter. Ouyang had been appointed as the primary liaison for Tian, overseeing all matters pertaining to him. He had been made aware of the negative online information about Su Tian the moment it emerged. A persistent cloud of worry hung over his face. The military had invested immense effort, employing numerous strategies and negotiating with various factions, to finally secure a confidentiality agreement regarding Su Tian. The aim was to allow this S-class prodigy to develop in a discreet environment. Yet now, a torrent of negative information had erupted online, clearly orchestrated and premeditated. This was an affront to him and the entire military, igniting Ouyang's fury. It was time to take decisive action. He crushed the cigarette but into the ashtray with a fierce determination, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Enter," Ouyang commanded in a low tone. The door swung open, revealing Zhang Tian, the head of the information department, whose expression mirrored that of Ouyang's discontent. "I have come to report a series of recent developments regarding Su Tian," Zhang Tian stated, handing a document to Ouyang. Just moments ago, the information department had thoroughly investigated the One Hand Covers the Sky studio. Zhang Tian had compiled all the information into a report to present to Ouyang. Fully aware of Su Tian's extraordinary status. "Just as well, I was about to seek you out. This saves me a trip," Ouyang remarked, swiftly reviewing the document. "Li Chang, Qiangwu Technology Company." Ouyang's gaze turned increasingly frigid. The document clearly indicated that the Troll Studio employed various encrypted transfer methods. The technicians in the information department had traced the transactions, ultimately intercepting crucial information. All clues pointed to the fact that the individual who transferred funds to the Troll Studio was none other than Li Chang, the business manager of Qiangwu Technology Company. "Captain O, based on the current information, we suspect that the individual attempting to maliciously manipulate public opinion is likely this Li Chang. However, we need more time to verify the final outcome," Zhang Tian reported, his tone tinged with caution. After all, the online realm is fraught with deception, necessitating further confirmation. "Well done," Ouyang acknowledged with a nod of approval. "There is no need for such meticulous verification. Regarding Qiangwu Technology Company, I will send a few young operatives to investigate. Everything will be clarified. However, your department must remain vigilant in monitoring online sentiment, particularly concerning those who spread falsehoods. Take necessary measures when warranted." "Understood." Su Tian boarded the high-speed train to Tianyang City, the carriage buzzing with life and activity. He casually chose a window seat, closed his eyes, and began to rest. The journey from Haitian City to Tianyang City, home to Tianfu University, would take approximately 4 hours, providing him with ample time to recuperate. The train glided smoothly along its route, filled predominantly with ordinary passengers. They were either engrossed in their phones or engaged in hushed conversations. Recently, the rumors surrounding Su Tian had stirred considerable commotion online, naturally becoming a topic of discussion during their journey. "Hey, have you heard? That top scorer from the martial arts exam in Haitian City, who scored over 3,000 points, has had a lot of dirt dug up on him recently." A middle-aged man, slightly overweight and wearing glasses, said conspiratorially, his voice low yet audible enough to catch the attention of those nearby. "Is that true? In this day and age, who can tell what's real and what's not?" A stylishly dressed young woman, her makeup impeccable, casually tossed her hair, her tone laced with disdain, clearly unimpressed by such gossip. "Oh, young lady, you don't understand. Let me tell you, I have insider information. I've heard that martial artists are not like us ordinary folks. After long periods of training and battling fierce beasts, their psyche inevitably becomes distorted. This Su Tian is probably just as the rumors suggest, not a good person. How can you say such things?" The young woman bristled at his words, her brows furrowing in indignation. "What evidence do you have to claim his psyche is distorted? And probably, it sounds more like baseless speculation. Besides, if it weren't for those martial artists battling those beasts, we wouldn't have our peaceful lives today. If it weren't for them, who knows how many times we ordinary people would have been devoured by beasts." "Hey, young lady, are you defending him just because he is somewhat handsome?" The bespectacled man, sensing her unwavering support for Su Tian, retorted with sarcasm. "Let me tell you, just because someone is good-looking doesn't mean they're a good person. They might be hiding all sorts of vile deeds." The young woman was rendered momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushed with anger as she struggled to find a retort. The surrounding passengers had also turned their attention to the escalating argument, casting curious glances. Some whispered amongst themselves, while others wore expressions of anticipation. As a martial artist, Su Tian was keenly aware of the chatter around him, yet he chose to disregard the trivial gossip, preferring to remain silent. "Moreover, once I disembark from the high-speed train, I find myself in an entirely different realm from these individuals. Why squander breath in conversation?" At that moment, the bespectacled man inadvertently cast his gaze upon Su Tian. His pupils dilated suddenly, and he instinctively gasped in astonishment. Was that not Su Tian, the very martial arts examination champion recently besmirched across the internet, sitting so near? After a fleeting moment of shock, a glimmer of cunning flickered in the man's eyes. He realized this was an unparalleled opportunity. Su Tian's name and visage promised an avalanche of attention. Any casual snapshot posted online could attract a deluge of followers. With this thought, the man's heart raced, and he cautiously retrieved his phone, adjusting the angle as he stealthily aimed it at Tian, commencing the recording. His hand trembled slightly, a mixture of nerves and exhilaration, fearful of missing any detail. Upon completion of the video, he eagerly opened his social media app, uploaded the footage, and accompanied it with a sensational title, Shocking. The martial arts exam champion Tian, reviled across the internet, spotted on the high-speed train. Is he plotting revenge against ordinary citizens aboard? Chapter 52, Remedial Measures. In the office of the chairman of Chengwu Technology Company in Haitian City, Wang Liyuan felt as though he were suffocating. His corpulent frame sank deeply into the leather executive chair, resembling a mass of melting fat. The luxurious leather seat had become saturated with the sweat beneath him, exuding a foul odor. Earlier that morning, a group of young men clad in military uniforms had stormed into his company, their expressions as grim as the depths of winter, their gazes sharp as blades piercing through him. A few terse words plunged Wang Liyuan into an icy abyss. His incompetent brother-in-law, Li Chong, had actually hired online trolls to defame a certain Tian. And this Tian was not only the martial arts examination champion of Haitian City this year, but also someone under military protection. Wang Liyuan felt his heart racing to the brink of escape, fully aware of the military's significance. Not only was his small Chengwu technology company insignificant, but even 10 such companies would be no more than ants before the military. Tian, Wang Liyuan muttered the name repeatedly, his voice trembling as if a duck were being choked. That fool, that imbecile. The more he pondered, the angrier and more terrified he became. Envisioning the destruction of the company he had painstakingly built, all due to Li Chong's folly. No, I must devise a plan. Wang Liyuan slammed his hand on the desk, forcing himself to regain composure. He understood that panic would only expedite his demise. He needed to concoct a solution swiftly, or it would all be over. Li Chong, that incompetent buffoon, always idle and never attending to serious matters. Now he has landed me in such a dire predicament. Wang Liyuan cursed through clenched teeth, wishing he could drag Li Chong over and deliver a few resounding slaps, then toss him into a den of monsters as fodder. What now? What now? Wang Liyuan was as agitated as a fly in a hot pan, pacing back and forth in his office. After a lengthy pause, his gaze sharpened. It could only be handled this way. As night descended, the bustling commercial street of Haitian City illuminated with neon lights, teeming with life. Within the alluring bar, the atmosphere was electric, with deafening music, vibrant lights, and a writhing crowd, creating a spectacle of debauchery. Li Chong occupied the most conspicuous booth, embracing two heavily made-up young women, a glass of expensive champagne in hand, his face alight with pride and arrogance. Having recently orchestrated a successful online smear campaign against Tian, the martial arts champion, he reveled in the cacophony of insults flooding the internet, eager to celebrate his triumph. Splendid work. Cheers, my darlings, to our grand victory, Li Chong proclaimed, raising his glass, eliciting a chorus of cheers from those around him. He downed the champagne in one gulp, carelessly tossing the empty glass to the floor, where it shattered with a crisp sound. Brother Chong is mighty. Brother Chong is impressive. The crowd lavished him with flattery, and Li Chong, lost in his own elation, chuckled heartily, as if he were the sovereign of the world. At that moment, a figure appeared at the bar's entrance, Wang Liyuan, the chairman of Chengwu Technology Company. Wang Liyuan immediately spotted Li Chong in the booth, ensconced with two women. He took a deep breath, suppressing his seething anger, and forced a smile as he approached Li Chong. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? Li Chong inquired with a hint of surprise, his speech slightly slurred from intoxication. I came to see you. I've heard you've accomplished something significant lately? Wang Liyuan clapped Li Chong on the shoulder, his tone revealing nothing amiss. Hey, brother-in-law, you've heard about it? That kid Tian dared to disrespect our company. So I made sure he understood my prowess. Excellent work. Truly worthy of being my brother-in-law. Wang Liyuan commended, giving a thumbs up. Come, let us step outside to talk. It's too noisy in here. Sure, as you say, brother-in-law. Li Chong followed Wang Liyuan outside, releasing the two women from his embrace. Let us get in the car and find a place where we can enjoy a drink together. Wang Liyuan draped an arm around Li Chong's shoulders, presenting a camaraderie. All right. Li Chong, in high spirits, felt vindicated. His brother-in-law had always underestimated him, but now he had finally earned his respect. Li Chong climbed into Wang Liyuan's car, a discreetly luxurious black sedan. The interior was suffused with a subtle scent of sandalwood, instilling a sense of tranquility. Li Chong reclined against the leather seat, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Wang Liyuan's car sped through the bustling city, weaving through the shadows of neon lights. Brother-in-law, where are we headed? Li Chong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, noting that the vehicle was veering off into increasingly desolate areas, with fewer buildings and more barren landscapes. Wang Liyuan offered no response, merely pressing the accelerator, hastening their pace. The car surged forward like an arrow, racing along the empty road. Brother-in-law, could you say something? There aren't any places to drink around here. Li Chong's voice carried a note of unease as he began to sense something amiss. This remote area seemed devoid of any establishments for drinking. Wang Liyuan suddenly turned to face Li Chong, his smile fading, replaced by a dark and fierce expression. Li Chong, do you know the magnitude of the trouble you've caused this time? His voice was frigid. Brother-in-law, Li Chong began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, sobering up as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The surroundings became increasingly desolate. The wild grass by the roadside towered over him, and the wind howled, echoing like a lament. Even the car doors were locked tight. Brother-in-law, what are you planning to do? Li Chong shouted in terror, desperately tugging at the car door. But it remained resolute. Do you have any idea who that Tian is? How dare you hire online trolls to slander him? Are you seeking a premature demise? Wang Liyuan bellowed, his voice reverberating within the confines of the car like a series of thunderclaps, causing Li Chong's eardrums to thrum painfully. I didn't know. Li Chong stammered, his complexion ashen and his legs trembling, collapsing into his seat like a puddle of mud. It was only now that he comprehended the gravity of his predicament. He had indeed stumbled upon an iron wall. No, a steel barrier. Realizing it was too late for regrets, Wang Liyuan slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a screeching halt that pierced the stillness of the night. He withdrew a silenced pistol from his breast pocket, its metallic sheen glinting ominously in the dim light. In the past, I have tolerated your reckless behavior within the company, but this time, if not handled properly, my very life may be at stake. Please, brother-in-law, no. I was wrong, I truly was. I beg you spare me. Li Chong, in a state of sheer terror, wept profusely, his face smeared with tears and snot. At this point, it is too late. Wang Liyuan slowly raised the pistol. Chapter 53, Wang Liyuan's Clarification. The high-speed train raced ahead, the scenery outside flashing by in a blur. Inside the carriage, a bespectacled man fixated intently on his phone screen, a grin stretching across his face, nearly reaching his ears. The video he had posted about Tian, accompanied by a sensational title, was virally spreading across the internet, garnering hundreds of thousands of likes within mere hours. His follower count surged, and the comments section overflowed with vitriolic insults directed at Tian, each voice more acerbic than the last. In his quest for greater attention, the bespectacled man shamelessly embellished the narrative in the comments, inciting fervor and depicting Tian as an irredeemable monster. This is going to blow up, he mused to himself, envisioning his ascendance to internet fame and the pinnacle of success. His face radiated with delight, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Next stop, Tianyang Station. Passengers preparing to disembark. Please get ready. The announcement interrupted his reverie. The train gradually came to a halt at the platform, and the crowd began to surge forward as Tian joined the throng to exit. The bespectacled man, realizing he could not let this golden opportunity slip away, discreetly activated a live stream on his phone, directing the camera towards Tian. He altered the title of the live stream to on-the-spot coverage of the psychopathic murderer Tian, adding a cautionary note. This individual is extremely dangerous. Everyone, run. He stealthily trailed Tian, incessantly murmuring into the camera. Look, everyone, this is the murderer Tian. He's just disembarked. We don't know where he plans to wreak havoc next. Stay cautious. Impressive. He dares to stream this? This guy seems suspicious. Watch out, streamer. Brothers. Shower the streamer with gifts to bolster his courage. In the live stream, comments flooded in, and the bespectacled man reveled in the increasing viewership and gifts. His heart soaring with joy, he intensified his efforts, even edging closer to Tian in an attempt to capture clearer footage. However, the man's petty maneuvers could not escape Tian's keen perception. Tian halted abruptly, turning around, his gaze piercing like a hawk's, locking onto the bespectacled man. Startled, the man nearly dropped his phone, stumbling back a few steps, stammering, what do you want? I am live streaming. Don't do anything reckless. Live streaming? Tian scoffed. Are you spreading rumors? I am not spreading rumors. You are a murderer. The bespectacled man feigned composure, yet his trembling voice betrayed his anxiety. Oh, is that so? Tian advanced menacingly towards him. Then pray tell, whom have I killed? I. The bespectacled man found himself cornered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What do you intend to do? I have many fans. Dare you touch me? He blustered, attempting to use his meager follower count as leverage against Tian. As Tian closed in, the overwhelming aura of a martial artist sent chills racing up the man's spine. Panic ensued. He was utterly terrified. Help! Murder! The murderer is going to kill. His shrill cries echoed through the expansive train station, drawing the attention of nearby passengers, who paused to gawk in curiosity. The uninformed onlookers swiftly pulled out their phones, and through comparisons, they soon recognized the young martial artist before them as the infamous Tian. Under the bespectacled man's exaggerated antics and provocation, the crowd quickly encircled Tian, accusations washing over him like a tidal wave. Is this the murderous fiend Tian? He looks so unassuming, yet he's so vile. Indeed, in today's world, martial artists think they can bully anyone at will. Many began to document Tian's alleged crimes with their phones. Amidst the cacophony of accusations, Tian remained composed, his demeanor imbued with an air of indifference. His gaze swept over the crowd, and as if propelled by an unseen force, they parted to grant him passage. Some, trembling in fear, instinctively took a few steps back, their faces pale with trepidation. "What's your intention? Do you mean to attack all of us?" One brave soul called out. Tian paid no heed and continued his advance. Just then, a rotund figure tumbled forth from the crowd, rolling and scrambling like a bowling ball crashing through pins. It was Wang Liyuan. "At last, I found you. Mr. Su," he lamented, a woeful expression etched across his face. "Please wait. I came to apologize." Tian paused, glancing back with a dispassionate gaze. "You are?" "I am Wang Liyuan, the head of Changwu Technology." Upon hearing the name Changwu Technology, Tian's expression turned frigid. Li Chang is associated with Changwu Technology. Wang Liyuan felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed the shift in Tian's demeanor, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Changwu Technology?" Tian echoed, his tone icily sharp. "So what is your connection to Li Chang?" Wang Liyuan's face drained of color as he stammered. "Li Chang is my brother-in-law." Wang Liyuan, acutely aware of the formidable background of the man before him, could hardly fathom the repercussions of incurring his wrath. Terrified, he collapsed to his knees before Tian. "Mr. Su, it is all due to my incompetent brother-in-law. He must have lost his mind to engage in such nonsense. I truly had no idea he would employ trolls to spread rumors about you." Wang Liyuan's desperate kneeling stunned the onlookers, leaving them in disbelief. "What is happening? Is this real? Could it be that what this portly fellow claims is true?" Though uncertain of the truth, the crowd raised their phones to document the unfolding drama. The entire subway station was lined with hundreds, if not thousands, of cameras, all trained on Wang Liyuan, ignoring the peculiar gazes surrounding him. Wang Liyuan's sole focus was to quell Tian's fury. In the face of the raised smartphones, he shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice resonating with such intensity that it seemed to demand the attention of every person in the high-speed rail station. "I, Wang Liyuan, swear to the heavens. All the statements circulating online about Mr. Tian are utterly false. It is all the doing of my incompetent little brother-in-law, Li Chang, whose mind has clearly been muddled. He has bribed online trolls to spread these rumors. How can you prove you are not a pawn? What evidence do you possess?" The voice came from a bespectacled man who was live-streaming the encounter. "You speak nonsense." The bespectacled man was agitated. He could not allow Tian to clear his name, as he still sought to capitalize on defaming Tian for views. "What proof do you have to substantiate your claims? I see you as nothing more than a hired hand for Tian." His voice was shrill. Wang Liyuan regarded the bespectacled man, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. He could hardly comprehend how there were still individuals so obstinate in this day and age, intent on walking into the line of fire. Did he not understand the terrifying background that Tian possessed? "Proof? Of course I have it." Wang Liyuan scoffed, retrieving his phone from his pocket and playing a recorded message. "Hello? It's me, Li Chang. I need you to help me tarnish someone's reputation. The more scandalous, the better. Oh, who is unfortunate enough to have crossed paths with young Master Li? Tian. All right, 1 million it is. But you must ensure his reputation is utterly destroyed. Make him a pariah, someone everyone loathes. Rest assured, young Master Li, I will handle it. I guarantee he will be remembered in infamy for eternity. First, we need to fabricate some damaging information. The more explosive, the better. Exam cheating, fights, betrayal, whatever grabs attention." How did Wang Liyuan come into possession of this recording? It was only natural. After dealing with Li Chang, he had approached the military. Everything was at the behest of the military. As the recording played from Wang Liyuan's phone, the crowd erupted in chaos, their expressions shifting faster than pages in a book, as if they had never uttered a word against Tian. "I knew it. Tian, doesn't he look like a bad person? This reversal is too swift. I haven't even finished my sunflower seeds." The cost of slander has become alarmingly low in this era. The most detestable were those who simply followed the crowd, believing every whisper they heard. The discussions surged, and the tide of public opinion swiftly turned against the bespectacled man. The most uncomfortable of all was the bespectacled man. As Wang Liyuan played the recording, he was live-streaming the entire ordeal, broadcasting his own downfall. Now, the very supporters who once rallied behind him had turned against him, bombarding the screen with insults. "Trash streamer, sacrificing his integrity for views. I've unfollowed. What a disgrace. Refund my gift money. I've reported you, no thanks." The bespectacled man stared at the torrent of vitriol on his screen, his face shifting from pale to green with despair, realizing he was utterly finished. Not only had he failed to gain views, but he had also wrecked his own career. However, time did not afford the bespectacled man much opportunity for regret. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the edge of the crowd. 2 uniformed police officers parted the throng and made their way inside, their presence amplifying the already agitated crowd. "Who is Zhang Wenxiang?" One of the officers called out, his voice booming. Upon hearing his name, the bespectacled man's heart sank. He knew he was in deep trouble. He dared not respond, his gaze darting as he sought a place to hide. But the 2 officers had already locked onto him. "We are from the Tianyang Police Department. We have determined that you have disseminated false information online and maliciously manipulated public opinion, resulting in a severe social impact. You are suspected of a crime. Please accompany us. The other officer stated, flashing his badge. Officer, I didn't spread rumors. The bespectacled man attempted a final struggle. Whether or not you spread rumors is not for you to decide, but for the evidence to dictate. With a click, cold metal was fastened around the bespectacled man's wrist. No, you can't arrest me. Take him away. With a command from the officer, the two policemen flanked the bespectacled man, escorting him out of the crowd. Wang Liyuan observed the bespectacled man being led away, his heart unperturbed, merely shaking his head lightly. If one does not court disaster, one will not meet it. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of approval. Serves him right for spreading rumors. Justice served. Well done, officers. The bespectacled man was taken away, still protesting his innocence. But the surrounding crowd had long ceased to pay him any mind. Such a scene was captured by countless witnesses present, compounded by the fact that the bespectacled man had been live-streaming. Soon, the video was uploaded to various social platforms, rapidly climbing the trending charts. Henceforth, the rumors surrounding Tian would crumble under their own weight. The tide of public opinion underwent a complete 180-degree turn. The initial skepticism and hostility transformed into admiration and respect. Some individuals even rushed to request Tian's autograph. Faced with this sudden surge of enthusiasm, Tian could only smirk coldly. The crowd encircled Tian. The very same people who had lambasted him just moments ago now transformed into a different tableau, as if the previous events had never transpired. Step aside. He uttered only 2 words, his tone frigid and piercing. Exiting the high-speed rail station, Tian inhaled the mingling scents of exhaust fumes and the tantalizing aromas wafting from nearby food stalls. He scanned the surroundings, searching for Wang Qian's figure. Suddenly, a flash of vibrant red caught his eye. It was a red SF-90 straight ale, its fiery exterior resembling a pulsating flame, parked serenely by the roadside. The car's low profile, sleek lines, and fierce contours exuded an undeniable muscular appeal. Many in the crowd had already pulled out their phones, snapping pictures of the supercar with fervor. As the door swung open, a long, fair leg emerged, followed by Wang Qian, adorned in sunglasses as she stepped out of the vehicle. Today, she wore a form-fitting black sheath dress that accentuated her enchanting curves, while beneath the hem, her long legs drew all eyes. On her feet were red high heels, perfectly complementing the crimson supercar. The moment she exited the car, she captivated everyone's attention, radiating like a dazzling star, the center of focus wherever she went. Tian, Wang Qian called out, her voice melodious. Tian spotted Wang Qian standing by the red Ferrari, waving at him. He smiled and approached. Teacher Wang. Sorry to keep you waiting. This sports car is stunning. As a martial artist, I don't drive often. It's been gathering dust. I finally found an opportunity to take it for a spin. Let us get in. Just as Tian was about to enter the car, a portly figure suddenly barreled out, like a rolling meatball, right in front of him. Mr. Tian, please hold on. Wang Liyuan arrived breathlessly before Tian. His face adorned with a sycophantic smile, his plump visage flushed from exertion, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Tian raised an eyebrow, observing the perspiring figure of Wang Liyuan. Is there something you wish to discuss? He inquired, his tone indifferent. Wang Liyuan, bowing slightly, retrieved a ring from his pocket and presented it to Tian. Mr. Su, this is but a modest token of my appreciation. I implore you to accept it. Tian glanced at the ring, noting its construction from a profound black metal, intricately adorned with elaborate engravings. What is this? Tian asked, his curiosity piqued. This is a Sumi ring, Wang Liyuan hastened to explain. It harbors a space of approximately 2 cubic meters, capable of storing various items, proving exceedingly convenient. Chapter 55, Tianfu University. Tian regarded the Sumi ring offered by Wang Liyuan, a whirlwind of thoughts stirring within him. Such an item is quite rare within martial circles. After all, who would not desire a treasure that facilitates spatial storage? Wang Liyuan's willingness to present such a valuable gift as an apology suggested he had invested significantly in this endeavor. Wang Liyuan had intentionally traveled to the high-speed train station to clarify rumors and had now returned to present such an exquisite gift. One cannot help but commend the astuteness of this rotund man, as his actions undoubtedly conveyed his sincere contrition. Tian, you should accept it. Wang Qian softly urged from the side. With the Sumi ring, your future endeavors will be considerably more convenient. Tian observed the beaming Wang Liyuan and nodded, extending his hand to accept the ring. Thank you. Upon receiving the ring, Wang Liyuan felt a weight lift from his chest. This ring, acquired at great expense during an auction, was a sacrifice he willingly made for Tian. He felt a sense of relief wash over him, realizing that Tian's acceptance symbolized the resolution of past grievances, thereby securing his own safety. Money could be regained, but a life was singular. Mr. Su, you are too kind. This is simply my obligation. Wang Liyuan wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Tian nodded and turned to the sleek red sports car behind him. I shall not intrude further upon your time, Mr. Su. Wang Liyuan respectfully stepped aside, watching as they departed. The red Ferrari roared to life, swiftly vanishing from his sight. As Wang Liyuan gazed at the receding vehicle, a sense of relief enveloped him. This tribulation had finally passed, leaving him with lingering apprehension. Inside the car, Tian sat in the passenger seat, examining the Sumi ring in his hand. The ring, entirely black and chilling to the touch, felt akin to obsidian while shimmering with a metallic luster. As he infused his mental energy into it, a space of roughly 2 cubic meters manifested within his perception. Though not expansive, its convenience meant he could forego cumbersome bags and future outings. With a mere thought, a bottle of mineral water placed in the car vanished, only to reappear in his hand when he summoned it back. Fascinating, he mused, finding the experience reminiscent of the depictions in novels from his previous life. He proceeded to store all the items he carried into the ring. In the event of prolonged conflict on the monster-beast battlefield, the supplies within the Sumi ring would ensure his survival. However, this particular ring only accommodates 2 cubic meters, limiting its capacity, Wang Qian remarked as she drove. Should you venture onto the battlefield, you might require a more substantial space, necessitating the acquisition of advanced spatial crystals for an upgrade. Spatial crystals? Tian recalled having heard of life crystals before, crafted from the demon cores and blood of monster beasts. Indeed, spatial crystals are rare minerals imbued with spatial power. Wang Qian elucidated. You can exchange for them using credit points, though they do not come cheaply. Tian nodded in understanding, recognizing that if the Sumi ring was costly, the crystals for upgrading it would be even more so. Wang Qian then elaborated on the function of credit points, which aligned closely with Tian's prior knowledge. They serve as the hard currency for martial practitioners to trade for supplies. As their conversation unfolded, the red Ferrari glided onto a wide boulevard, flanked by verdant trees, creating a serene ambience. We have arrived. Wang Qian slowed the vehicle, pointing towards an imposing entrance ahead. Welcome to Tianfu University. Tian looked up to behold a grand archway, emblazoned with the words Tianfu University in an elegant calligraphy that exuded majesty. Flanking the arch were 2 towering spires, each adorned with a grand flag that fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the university's distinctive emblem. What a magnificent sight! Tian exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, Wang Qian replied, her pride evident. Come, let me show you around. The red Ferrari smoothly entered the gates, revealing a vast plaza at its center, dominated by a monumental sculpture of a warrior wielding a long sword, meticulously crafted to lifelike perfection. The sculpture, carved from an unknown black stone, bore the marks of time, yet emanated an aura of reverence. Tian studied the figure closely. It depicted a warrior clad in ancient battle armor. Surrounding the plaza were buildings of diverse architectural styles, each radiating its unique essence. To the east stood a row of classical pavilions, with curling eaves and intricate carvings that exuded a timeless charm. To the west lay a modern complex of towering structures, their glass facades glistening brilliantly under the sun. Although Tian had seen images of this premier martial arts institution online, witnessing it in person was a profoundly awe-inspiring experience. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Wang Qian inquired, her smile inviting. Absolutely incredible. Tian replied, his excitement genuine. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Wang Qian responded. Let me take you to your dormitory. Thank you, Teacher Wang, Tian replied with a smile. Wang Qian expertly maneuvered the red Ferrari, gliding along the plaza's edge. The vehicle gradually approached the western side, where the modern dormitory complex awaited. As Tian sat in the passenger seat, he curiously gazed at his surroundings through the window, noting the futuristic design of each building that filled the area. This is the student dormitory area. Wang Qian's voice drew Tian from his thoughts. He keenly sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy here was significantly denser than outside. Such rich spiritual energy. Wang Qian beamed, her charm captivating. The school has indeed invested heavily in the student accommodation, not to mention the numerous expensive gathering arrays. But the very ground you stand on is a spiritual vein transported here by the school's powerful figures. Tian inhaled sharply, his breath caught in awe. A spiritual vein. It is said that a single spiritual vein is sufficient to establish a university for ordinary martial artists. Tianfu University has actually relocated an entire spiritual vein merely to provide accommodation for its students. Such extravagance is utterly beyond comprehension. It is no wonder that countless individuals vie fervently for admission to the prestigious university. Just this fact alone has left the outside world utterly envious. And this is merely the outer region. Wang Qian's voice carried a hint of pride as she said, Now, I will take you to the heart of the accommodation area, where the school has meticulously prepared dormitories for you. Tian nodded. Given the grandeur of the outer accommodation zone, one could only imagine the opulence of the core area. His anticipation grew ever stronger. Chapter 56, The Overachiever. Upon entering the accommodation area, Wang Qian decelerated the vehicle, the Ferrari's engine purring softly and steadily, ensuring not to disturb the students' rest. Nevertheless, it took them over an hour to reach the core accommodation zone. The sheer expanse of a single accommodation area was staggering. It was hard to fathom just how vast the entire campus of Tianfu University must be. The towering buildings gradually faded from view, replaced by uniquely designed villas. These villas were not traditional structures. They resembled futuristic abodes from a science fiction film. The silvery gray metallic exteriors reflected the sunlight, with sharp geometric lines outlining a profile brimming with technological sophistication. Massive floor-to-ceiling windows served as transparent walls, offering a tantalizing glimpse of the interiors. Surrounding the villas were lush greenery, creating a striking contrast with the cold metallic texture, manifesting a unique harmony of beauty. This is the accommodation area prepared for geniuses like you. Wang Qian gestured ahead, positioned above the spiritual vein's spiritual eye. The concentration of spiritual energy here was over tenfold that of the outer regions. Ordinary students wishing to reside here were required to pay 10 credit points each month. Su Tian raised an eyebrow. 10 credit points? He recalled the Shumi ring that Wang Liyuan had compensated him with, worth merely a few hundred credit points. This meant that staying here for a year would cost him a whole Shumi ring. Wang Qian detected the surprise in his tone and stifled a giggle. This is the spiritual eye location of the core area. 10 credit points is already quite reasonable. Consider this. Cultivating here for a single day is equivalent to 10 days of arduous training outside. No matter how you calculate it, this arrangement is quite advantageous. Wouldn't you agree? Others who wish to pay may not even secure a spot. The school has waived your accommodation fees for 4 years. Su Tian stroked his chin, acknowledging the validity of Wang Qian's argument. He turned to gaze out the window, noticing that each villa maintained a considerable distance from one another, ensuring exceptional privacy. Moreover, each villa was equipped with a private cultivation room. So are you satisfied? Wang Qian asked, her tone tinged with playful teasing. Su Tian grinned broadly. Absolutely satisfied. That's wonderful. Wang Qian parked the car in front of a villa. This is your dormitory. Step inside and take a look. Su Tian alighted from the vehicle, examining the villa up close. The metallic exterior was not ordinary steel, but a special alloy that emitted a faint blue glow. It felt cool to the touch, yet possessed a surprisingly gentle texture. He pushed open the grand door, and a surge of rich spiritual energy enveloped him, invigorating his senses. The interior decor was minimalist yet exuded luxury, with an array of high-tech devices at his disposal. In the center of the living room floated an energy sphere radiating a soft glow, providing power to the entire room. A colossal screen adorned the wall, capable of displaying various information. Su Tian could not suppress an exclamation of wonder. He felt as though he had stepped into a science fiction film. In this world of revitalized spiritual energy, not only had paths to becoming a martial artist been developed, but technology on Blue Star had also experienced an explosive renaissance. Every building within the school was constructed to withstand potential beast attacks, a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Wang Qian pointed at the large screen on the wall. I have already completed all the enrollment procedures for you. This connects directly to the school's intranet. You can access school information here. I mainly wish to discuss your mentor. Mentor? Su Tian began, but Wang Qian interrupted with a smile. The school places significant importance on your mentor selection. Before your arrival, the mentors from various colleges convened to specifically discuss this matter. Su Tian's interest piqued. Oh, what was the outcome of their discussion? They reviewed your previous combat videos, and your hand-to-hand combat style against formidable beasts truly caught the attention of the mentors. It even led to a renowned mentor across the school expressing a desire to take you under their wing. Who is it? Su Tian inquired, a sense of anticipation building within him. Wang Qian paused, her tone becoming more serious. Jiang Chenglong, famously known as the Overachiever. Overachiever? Su Tian echoed the nickname, stroking his chin. Sounds a bit juvenile. Wang Qian rolled her eyes. Once you learn of his experiences, you won't find it juvenile at all. Oh, what experiences? He urged, eager to hear more. A former 8th tier martial artist, he was renowned throughout the Dragon Nation. While at the 8th tier, he attempted to forcibly create an S-level martial technique, defying the odds, but as a result, his cultivation was damaged, and he has since fallen to the 7th tier. Wang Qian spoke with a mix of regret and admiration. Su Tian gasped in disbelief. An 8th tier martial artist? That is a being at the pinnacle of martial arts in the Dragon Nation. To create his own S-level martial technique, he willingly sacrificed his rank. What audacity! His resolve truly lives up to the title of Overachiever. When this incident occurred, it sent shockwaves throughout the martial arts community in the Dragon Nation. Some claimed he had gone mad, others said he was too obsessed, while many admired his courage. In any case, opinions were varied. The path of martial arts is inherently rebellious, Su Tian reflected. The martial techniques currently employed by practitioners have all been refined and elevated over generations. To create a truly S-level martial technique undoubtedly requires the dedication and effort of countless martial artists across eras. No 8th tier martial artist is a fool. They all understand the challenges involved. Thus, such courage is not possessed by everyone, especially for those at higher tiers. At this stage of martial practice, no one is willing to gamble their cultivation. Yet, even now, he has never abandoned this ambition and continues to strive towards it. It is said that through years of effort, his daylight body refinement technique has already surpassed the A-level martial techniques. Daylight body refinement technique? Could it be some form of body refining cultivation method? Su Tian's mind raced, realizing that it might be perfectly suited for his ancient sacred body. Until now, the growth of Su Tian's ancient sacred body had relied on the infusion of martial values. However, as the ancient sacred body developed, the required martial values increased proportionally. If there existed a body refining technique that could assist in advancing his ancient sacred body and conserve some martial values, it would be nothing short of perfect. What do you think of this overachiever? Of course, if you are dissatisfied, we can arrange for other mentors for you, Wang Qian inquired, her exquisite phoenix eyes blinking playfully. I have a question. Feel free to ask. During the initial meeting, were there any other instructors who expressed a desire to take me as their disciple? Wang Qian reminisced, seemingly recalling an amusing scene. She shook her head. No. For once Jiang Qinglong began to speak, the other teachers tacitly refrained from voicing their intentions. Chapter 57. Can beasts also eat? Su Tian took a brief tour around the villa. It was furnished with an extensive array of everyday items. And the furniture was of a high standard, characterized by a minimalist yet grand aesthetic, exuding an air of understated luxury. In the wardrobe of his bedroom, he even discovered several sets of training attire prepared by the school, crafted from lightweight and breathable materials, pleasing to the touch, adorned with the emblem of Tianfu University. After taking a moment to rest, Su Tian approached the wall and activated the enormous screen. As the display illuminated, a sleek interface emerged before him, revealing the internal network of Tianfu University. He swiftly navigated through it, quickly grasping the division of the university's faculties. Tianfu University comprises 3 main colleges: the Combat College, the Technology College, and the Logistics College. Each college is further subdivided into various departments. For instance, the Combat College is segmented into the Martial Arts Department, the Support Department, and the Equipment Department. The Technology College encompasses departments such as Mechanical Engineering, Energy Engineering, and Information Engineering, among others. The Logistics College includes the Medical Department, Resource Department, and Support Department, etc. Su Tian is currently affiliated with the Martial Arts Department of the Combat College. Previously, Su Tian had not delved deeply into the intricacies of this world. He had assumed that the technological advancements here were on par with those of the world he had traversed from. After all, on the surface, both the urban architecture and the quotidian lives of the people bore striking resemblances to the world he remembered. However, it now appeared that this was far from the truth. The existence of a dedicated college for technology at Tianfu University indicated that technology plays a pivotal role in humanity's struggle against the beasts. In fact, the technologies employed in the battle against these creatures likely surpassed Su Tian's comprehension. He clicked on the introduction to the Technology College and began to read attentively. The multitude of departments within the Technology College overwhelmed him. Mechanical Engineering, Energy Engineering, Information Engineering, Space Engineering, and Biological Engineering. It seemed imperative to familiarize himself with the technological standards of this world, Su Tian mused. Su Tian also found relevant information about teacher Jiang Qinglong on the official website. It was mentioned that he had a dojo at Tianfu University, known as the Xianhuang Dojo. It appeared that seeking to become teacher Jiang's disciple would require a visit to this dojo. After tidying up his room, he felt a twinge of hunger. Conveniently, he discovered the location of the dining hall within the internal network. First, he would satiate his hunger, and then he would proceed to the Xianhuang Dojo to seek mentorship. With a chuckle, Su Tian rose and exited the villa. The dining hall of Tianfu University was situated in the heart of the campus, a sprawling circular edifice. As Su Tian stepped through the entrance, he realized that it differed vastly from his preconceived notion of a traditional dining hall. It resembled a grand food plaza instead. The interior space was exceedingly expansive, with a ceiling soaring several meters high, constructed from countless transparent crystalline materials. At the center stood a massive circular bar, surrounded by an array of uniquely designed tables and chairs for students to dine at. Behind the bar, orderly rows of intelligent food distribution windows displayed various dish options. The air was filled with an enticing medley of aromas, featuring familiar traditional dishes alongside exotic flavors he had never encountered. Approaching one of the food distribution windows, Su Tian scrutinized the menu. Besides the usual rice, noodles, and stir-fried dishes, the menu featured numerous dishes made from beast meat, steamed armored rhinoceros, braised swift wolf legs, and stir-fried phantom chicken feet. Purchasing these dishes required the use of credit points, generally ranging from 1 to 5 points. Upon enrollment, the school had provided him with 200 credit points, coupled with the black gold card given to him by Ouyang, which granted a 20% discount wherever he went. Indulging in a meal of beast meat was quite feasible. Without hesitation, he ordered a serving of steamed armored rhinoceros and braised swift wolf legs, drawn by their enticing appearances. The total cost amounted to 5 credit points. He was eager to discover the flavor of this beast meat. Before long, the indicator light at the food distribution window illuminated, signaling that his selected dishes were ready. Carrying his tray, he found an empty seat and began to relish this sumptuous feast of beast meat. The armored rhinoceros meat was firm yet surprisingly tender, imbued with a subtle sweetness. The swift wolf legs were even more chewy, each bite yielding a delightful springiness. As Su Tian savored his meal, he could also sense changes within his body. The consumption of beast blood and flesh stirred a gentle warmth in his dantian. A stream of pure energy flowed from the meat, gradually nourishing his physique. Evidently, the beast meat had undergone special processing, removing impurities and retaining only the essence beneficial for martial artists. Su Tian keenly perceived an increase in the total amount of true essence within him. Although it was merely a slight enhancement, if he were to consume beast meat consistently, even small gains would accumulate into significant progress. With a voracious appetite, Su Tian polished off every morsel on his plate, leaving not a drop of sauce behind. Satisfied, he released a contented belch, feeling the warm currents flowing within him. Indeed, the credit points had been well spent. Not only did the meal enhance his cultivation, but its flavor exceeded that of ordinary food by a considerable margin. After finishing his meal, Su Tian followed the directions provided on the internal network toward the Xianhuang dojo. Along the way, he observed that the campus environment of Tianfu University starkly contrasted with his preconceived vision of a university. Instead of clusters of lecture halls and libraries, he encountered various martial training venues, each distinct in style. Passing through a lush grove, an ancient architectural complex came into view. At the entrance stood a towering stone tablet, intricately engraved with the three characters, Xianhuang Dojo. The stone was neither gold nor jade, emanating an aura of antiquity and solemnity. Scattered students were engaged in martial arts practice, their fists and feet clashing with resonant thuds, accompanied by sporadic exclamations of surprise. Su Tian watched with great interest, noting that these students exhibited considerable prowess, all being at least second-tier martial artists. He pondered how he might meet Teacher Jiang. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a colossal machine, reminiscent of the force-testing device he had previously utilized. However, this machine was evidently larger and more intricate. Its base was constructed from a dark metallic material, robust and substantial, adorned with numerous arcane inscriptions. At the top of the cylindrical structure was an apparatus resembling a punching target, seemingly crafted from a special material. At that moment, a youth with bronze skin approached and stood before the machine. My Might of the Giant Rock has finally reached perfection. This time, I shall undoubtedly earn Teacher John's recognition. His voice instantly captured the attention of several onlookers. Chapter 58, The Might of the Giant Rock. The young man strode purposefully towards the machine, standing approximately 185 meters tall with a robust physique. His bronzed skin glimmered with an earthy hue under the illumination. Is that Wang Lu? He's back again. This fellow is becoming a regular at the Xianhuang Taoist Temple, checking in every month. I wonder if he will succeed this time. I have my doubts. After all, Teacher Jiang is known for her discerning eye. The murmurs of the onlookers rose and fell, clearly indicating their familiarity with the youth named Wang Lu. Unperturbed by the surrounding chatter, Wang Lu stood before the machine, slightly spreading his legs and sinking his body just enough to assume a standard horse stance, bellowing with fervor. Power of the Giant Rock. With a fierce roar, his biceps swelled dramatically, veins protruding, as a layer of granite-like patterns emerged upon his skin. A heavy, steady aura emanated from him, and the earthy-hued true essence coursed through his muscles, glimmering with a soft radiance. He stood there, immovable as a mountain, creating an illusion of towering grandeur. With a mighty shout, Wang Lu unleashed a punch. The fist, accompanied by a howling wind, tore through the surrounding air, producing a thunderous crack as it struck the punching target. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated, causing the entire machine to tremble slightly. The digits on the machine's display flickered before finally settling at 500. Su Tian observed the number with a furrowed brow. Given the aura he had just emitted, it seemed implausible that his strength was only 500 pounds. A tall girl in martial arts attire nearby caught Su Tian's muttering. She realized he was mistaking the punching power testing machine for a mere brute strength tester. Casting a disdainful glance at Su Tian from the corner of her eye, a hint of obvious contempt lingered in her gaze. This is a punching power testing machine, distinctly different from those you might encounter outside that merely gauge raw strength. The unit here is Dan. This metric is far more precise and comprehensive than a simple strength test, reflecting an individual's punching momentum, force, and explosive power. Moreover, this machine adjusts its calculations based on the tester's current realm. Compared to those crude strength testers, the results from this machine are considerably fairer and more accurate. After her explanation, she shot another sidelong glance at Su Tian, her expression suggesting he was utterly inexperienced. Her attention swiftly returned to Wang Lu, her tone tinged with envy. Just last month, he had only managed 400 Dan in punching power. In the mere span of a month, he had remarkably increased by 100 Dan. Though the power of the Giant Rock was merely a B-level talent, it endowed him with a unique advantage in this regard. I wonder if his current performance will impress Teacher Jiang. Wang Lu's display was indeed impressive. His punch, delivering 500 Dan of force, elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding crowd. Many nodded in acknowledgement of Wang Lu's prowess. Satisfied, a subtle smirk creased Wang Lu's lips, revealing a hint of pride. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the back of the crowd. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, descended from the second floor of the Xianhuang Taoist temple. His stature was upright, his features lean, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Could Wang Lu's performance have caught Teacher Zhang's attention? The crowd buzzed with excitement as all eyes fixated on the middle-aged man. Su Tian scrutinized the individual with curiosity. The man seemed to have cultivated some hidden power, rendering his true realm indiscernible. Yet, under Su Tian's Asura Killing Eyes, the vitality and strength within him were distinctly visible. Is this Teacher Zhang? He doesn't seem as formidable as I had imagined, Su Tian pondered. Although this man possessed considerable strength, it was merely on par with Wang Qian, hardly qualifying him as a top-tier powerhouse. Could my Asura Killing Eyes be mistaken? His voice was not loud, yet in the hushed crowd, it resonated distinctly. The tall girl, who had earlier dismissed Su Tian, nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens upon hearing his words. Internally exasperated, she restrained the impulse to chastise him and retorted, "Are you foolish? How could Teacher Zhang possibly be here in person? This is Secretary Li, the head of the Xianhuang Taoist temple, and also Teacher Zhang's secretary." Su Tian, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head. So that is how it is. With Secretary Li's arrival, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, their eyes filled with envy and curiosity. It appeared that Wang Lu was truly on the brink of greatness. Someone murmured in awe, "Indeed, with Secretary Li present. It's almost certain this is Teacher Zhang's intention. After all, he was Teacher Zhang's direct disciple, with an unlimited future ahead. It was fortunate that this lad persisted in coming every month to check in. It seems to have finally paid off." The crowd buzzed with excitement, convinced that Secretary Li's appearance signified Teacher Zhang's endorsement of Wang Lu, a harbinger of his impending apprenticeship. Wang Lu's face radiated joy. His chest puffed out as if he had already been accepted as a disciple by Teacher Zhang. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, he hurried over to Secretary Li, his tone laced with flattery. "Hello, Secretary Li, I am Wang Lu." However, contrary to Wang Lu's envisioned scenario, Secretary Li merely offered him a polite nod before bypassing him entirely. Wang Lu's smile instantaneously froze, as though doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving him awkwardly rooted in place, engulfed in embarrassment. He stared blankly at Secretary Li, confusion and disbelief swirling within him. Wasn't he here to see me? Unfazed, Secretary Li continued through the crowd, making his way to an inconspicuous corner where Su Tian stood, a warm smile gracing his face. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. The previously boisterous assembly now as quiet as a pin drop. Every eye widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. Even the tall girl, who had previously scoffed at Su Tian, gaped in astonishment, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, questioning whether she was mistaken. "What is happening?" she murmured, her tone brimming with confusion. Approaching Su Tian, Secretary Li's smile broadened, and he slightly bowed, speaking respectfully. "Hello, classmate. You must be Su Tian." "Hello, Secretary Li, I am Su Tian," he replied. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in an uproar, all eyes now fixated on Su Tian, filled with shock, curiosity, and jealousy. Wang Lu, struck as if by lightning, felt utterly humiliated. Chapter 59, The Invitation from Jiang Chenglong. Under the gaze of all, Secretary Li smiled faintly and addressed Su Tian, "Classmate Su Tian. Teacher Zhang has been waiting for you for quite some time." His words carried a note of reverence. The crowd could hardly believe their ears, a tempest of astonishment swirling within them. What? Teacher Zhang was actually waiting for him. What on earth is happening? It is widely acknowledged that Teacher Zhang possesses a notoriously discerning eye, with countless A-grade gifted students failing to capture his attention. Yet, today, an exception has been made. Who could this remarkable youth before us be? Whispers and murmurs filled the air as the crowd regarded Su Tian with a blend of astonishment, curiosity, and a barely concealed tinge of envy. The tall girl who had previously derided Su Tian as a mere bumpkin now dared not lift her gaze, hoping desperately that this was merely a figment of her imagination. Her emotions churned tumultuously within her, a cacophony of conflicting feelings. To earn Secretary Li's courteous treatment and to make Teacher Jiang Chenglong wait, what kind of formidable backing must this youth possess? The memory of her earlier disdain for Su Tian ignited a fiery blush on her cheeks, wishing she could vanish into the ground. She hoped fervently that the youth before her would not hold her previous remarks against her. Su Tian, for his part, appeared entirely unfazed, and she wondered if he would truly let it slide. Surely he would, wouldn't he? With her head bowed, she could not bear to meet his eyes again, her heart heavy with regret and anxiety. Su Tian was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated Secretary Li's prompt arrival as soon as he set foot in the dojo. It seemed that the moment he entered, they were already aware of his presence. In other words, every movement within the dojo was under their vigilant observation. Was this the nature of top-tier power? Despite Secretary Li being a 6th-tier martial artist, he treated Su Tian with exceptional courtesy. Although surprised by Li's demeanor, Su Tian maintained a composed exterior, giving a slight bow infused with just the right amount of respect. He had come specifically to pay his respects to teacher Jiang and humbly requested Secretary Li to guide him. It was indeed an honor. A broader smile spread across Secretary Li's face as he gestured aside. Amidst a sea of envious gazes, he led Su Tian through the throng. With a soft click, they ascended the staircase to the second floor. As soon as Su Tian stepped onto the second floor, Secretary Li snapped his fingers lightly. The sharp sound resonated, and Su Tian felt an invisible force envelop him, as if he were caught in a vortex, the surroundings blurring into indistinctness. The very fabric of space began to visibly warp, ripples undulating through the air. He squinted, observing intently. Was this the power of spatial manipulation? Secretary Li nodded with a smile. What they had just passed through was the publicly accessible area. Within this dojo, there were core regions that were not open to the public, necessitating the use of spatial techniques for separation. Su Tian internally marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of the elite. In the blink of an eye, the scene around them transformed dramatically. The prior second-floor hall vanished, replaced by an elegantly antiquated chamber. The walls were adorned with several ink-wash paintings, their vigorous strokes exuding a profound artistic spirit. At the center of the room stood a wooden table, upon which a tea set was displayed, the fragrance of tea wafting gently, soothing the senses. Just as Su Tian was admiring the room's decor, a towering figure materialized silently. He was imposing, with sinewy muscles reminiscent of a human bear. His thick eyebrows resembled blades, and his piercing eyes radiated intensity. Standing casually, he emanated an oppressive aura akin to a mountain's majesty. Through his Asura Killing Eyes, Su Tian discerned the man's vital energy. It was fair to say that this individual possessed the most potent life force he had encountered thus far. To describe him as an ocean would not be an exaggeration, especially in comparison to the illustrious teacher Jiang Chenglong. This is Su Tian, Secretary Li introduced. Jiang Chenglong's gaze was piercing as he appraised Su Tian, a slight smile gracing his lips, hinting at a deeper meaning. I have reviewed all your documentation. He paused, fixing his gaze upon Su Tian's eyes. I am aware of your talent. His tone was calm, implying that he was already informed of Su Tian's S-grade aptitude. However, I place little emphasis on innate talent. Jiang Chenglong's tone shifted, revealing a glimmer of admiration. What intrigues me more is your combat style. He stepped closer to Su Tian, his expression scrutinizing. Fighting barehanded against demonic beasts, the physical condition must be quite impressive. Here, physical prowess is paramount. Thus, would you be willing to demonstrate? Su Tian felt the powerful pressure emanating from Jiang Chenglong, a slight tremor of apprehension coursing through him, yet he maintained a facade of calm. May I inquire, Master? How should I demonstrate? Jiang Chenglong smiled, turning to Secretary Li, who was now holding a sleek black spear, standing straight with the weapon gleaming coldly. Let us engage in a spar, Su Tian. With a smile, Secretary Li twirled the spear gracefully, producing a subtle sound as it cut through the air. I see you are currently at the 8th level of the first tier. I will suppress my strength to the 2nd tier, allowing you a slight advantage. He paused, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Without exceeding a certain level, it would be impossible to gauge the depths of your genius. The difference between a 2nd-tier martial artist and a 2nd-tier suppressed by a 6th-tier master is significant. Firstly, a 6th-tier master inherently possesses more extensive experience and combat awareness, which cannot simply be suppressed. Secondly, those who reach the 6th tier are also geniuses in their own right, capable of battling above their tier even when at the 2nd tier. Thus, although Secretary Li's level would be suppressed to the 2nd tier, it was not inconceivable for him to match some ordinary 3rd-tier martial artists. Su Tian nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Then I humbly request your guidance, Secretary Li. Seeing Su Tian's acceptance, Jiang Chenglong stroked his beard with satisfaction. Just be mindful not to damage the tea set I recently purchased, he indicated toward the table, adding, let us move to another location. Jiang Chenglong led the two to a spacious terrace. The terrace was expansive, the ground paved with solid bluestone, devoid of any obstructions. Jiang Chenglong stood to the side, arms crossed, observing the two with keen interest. He did not say much, merely nodding slightly to signal that they could commence. With a clear view of the entire dojo, Secretary Li slammed the spear against the ground, producing a resounding thud that reverberated beneath their feet. He assumed a stance. The spear tip aimed directly at Su Tian, his eyes sharp, an intense aura erupting forth instantaneously. Su Tian, be cautious. Chapter 60, Spear Soul, Breakthrough. As Secretary Li's words fell, the spear in his hand shot forward like lightning, the tip slicing through the air towards Su Tian's chest with ferocity akin to that of a galloping tiger. The black spear now shrouded in a faint azure glow of true essence. Secretary Li, though amiable in demeanor, had no intention of holding back in this initial strike. Observing from the sidelines, Jiang Chenglong's eyes glimmered with approval. Su Tian's pupils dilated suddenly. He could sense the formidable power behind the thrust and dared not underestimate it. The speed of the spear was astonishing, imbued with an unparalleled sharpness. Activating his Asura Killing Eyes, Secretary Li's movements crystallized in Su Tian's vision. He swiftly tracked the trajectory of the spear's tip. With a powerful push off the ground, the solid bluestone surface shattered beneath his foot. Tian surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at the tip of Secretary Li's gun. Just as the tip was about to make contact with his chest, Tian's body twisted at an astonishing angle, perfectly evading the impending strike. Simultaneously, his right fist clenched, emanating a faint golden glow as his true essence surged, and he delivered a powerful punch towards Secretary Li's chest. Boom! The sheer force of the punch sliced through the air, creating a shockwave that reverberated in its wake. This blow was both succinct and effective, devoid of any superfluous movements. Driven solely by an unwavering momentum, it represented the optimal solution through the lens of the Asura Killing Eyes, a testament to Tian's honed combat awareness cultivated through life and death struggles. Secretary Li's eyes flickered momentarily with surprise. His initial attack bore the essence of a sneak assault. He had not anticipated Tian's ability to evade his strike and respond with such swiftness. With a flick of his wrist, he retracted the long gun and swept the barrel in an attempt to block Tian's fist. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as fist met gun barrel, unleashing a powerful gust of energy. The collision of their immense forces caused the surrounding air to erupt, forming a vacuum. Tian felt a slight tingling in his arm as Secretary Li's strike was infused with countless streams of subtle energy. Had he been an ordinary person, these energies would have disrupted the flow of his true essence, or worse, damaged his meridians. Thus, he would have needed to divert his focus to circulate his true essence in order to dispel these energies, inadvertently leaving him vulnerable to Secretary Li's next assault. This was the extraordinary aspect of Secretary Li's techniques. However, Tian was no ordinary individual. His ancient sacred body had matured to level 10, and the density of his physique had reached an unfathomable level, denying these energies any chance of infiltration. The myriad energies could only scuttle along the surface of his body, finding no purchase. With a mighty roar, Tian's vital energy erupted, akin to a ferocious beast awakening. The energies surrounding his body dissipated entirely. Secretary Li's brow twitched. Impressive. No wonder Teacher Jiang regarded this genius highly. Such a formidable display of vitality and a robust physique perfectly aligned with Teacher Jiang's preferences. Secretary Li involuntarily took a few steps back, shaking out his slightly sore arm. This young man possesses remarkable strength. Secretary Li marveled. Again, Tian, let me remind you that my martial talent is classified as A-grade gun soul. Utilizing firearms and martial techniques will yield significant enhancements. I am about to unleash my martial talent. Thank you for the reminder, Secretary Li. I look forward to your guidance, Tian responded, brimming with fighting spirit. Upon witnessing this, Secretary Li ceased holding back, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously sharp and powerful demeanor shifted to an aura of profound tranquility. He stood there like a perfectly straight long gun. This was the gun soul state. With fluidity, he brandished the long gun, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea. Suddenly, he shouted, and with a fierce flick of his wrist, the gun tip manifested multiple indistinguishable projections, enveloping Tian entirely. Secretary Li refrained from employing any martial techniques. Yet under the enhancement of the gun soul, the speed and destructive power of each shot were magnified several-fold. Without martial techniques, it surpassed any martial technique. Tian understood that should he activate the Asura God's prohibition, Secretary Li would immediately exit the gun soul state. However, that would be rather dull. What he sought was to showcase his true strength. As the Nine Suns breathing technique reached its zenith, his true essence radiated a soft, golden hue. With a surge of energy, Tian's vital force erupted fully. In that instant, he reached the pinnacle of his state. Clang! He struck with his fist, landing heavily on Secretary Li's gun, successfully parrying another blow. The two engaged fiercely, exchanging blows in a contest of unparalleled intensity. Each of Tian's punches harbored terrifying power, causing the air to resonate with explosive sounds. Secretary Li's long gun was equally fierce. Observing from the sidelines, Jiang Qinglong was captivated. He was thoroughly impressed by this student. Without weapons, Tian could hold his ground against Secretary Li, who was a practitioner of a higher realm. It was worth noting that Tian had yet to utilize the legendary S-grade Asura Killing Eyes Asura God's prohibition. Meanwhile, Secretary Li had already propelled his A-grade gun soul to the pinnacle of a second-tier warrior. Thus, the distinction between the two became evident. Yet, Jiang Qinglong refrained from calling a halt, as he had discerned something intriguing. In the midst of battle, Secretary Li was equally astonished. Although the two appeared evenly matched, he could distinctly sense that he was gradually losing ground. This young man was continuously growing stronger. What could possibly be happening? Amidst the fierce battle, Tian bore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Under Secretary Li's rigorous training, his true essence was further compressed. The last remnants of his true energy gradually liquefied into true essence. At present, Tian regarded Secretary Li as a sparring partner. He aimed to break through during this fight. The barrier of the first tier's ninth level was shattered in an instant. The second tier was within reach. Secretary Li, engaged in battle, finally realized. This young man viewed him as a whetstone. With a congenial demeanor, Secretary Li, upon this revelation, felt not a shred of displeasure. Rather, he experienced a sense of gratification. He, Li Minggao, was willing to pave the way for young geniuses, especially for a prodigy like Su Tian. Secretary Li unleashed another strike. The gun enveloped in a pale blue true essence, emitting a soft humming sound. The gun shot forth like a dragon. This strike was swifter than any previous. Su Tian, undeterred, advanced instead of retreating. He forcefully propelled himself off the ground, soaring high into the air. Mid-flight, he twisted his waist, his right leg striking out like a steel whip, slicing through the wind and aiming directly for Secretary Li's wrist. This kick was imbued with tremendous force and impeccable timing. Should it connect, Secretary Li might sustain an injury. Just as their strikes were poised to collide, Jiang Qinglong intervened. He suddenly appeared between them, effortlessly extending his hands. His left hand, with fingers aligned like a blade, gently tapped the tip of Secretary Li's gun. Buzz! The long gun's hum ceased abruptly, rendered immobile. His right hand formed a fist, striking Su Tian's incoming leg with just the right amount of force, neutralizing the tremendous power behind it effortlessly. Bang! Su Tian landed lightly on the ground, and scathed. Secretary Li also retracted his long gun, standing respectfully to the side. If this continued, young man, you might have broken through to the second tier, and then how could you continue practicing my Day Sun Forging Body technique? Jiang Qinglong, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Su Tian with admiration. Chapter 61, Day Sun Forging Body Technique. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Jiang Qinglong exclaimed thrice, clearly in high spirits. He strode toward Su Tian, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his eyes filled with appreciation. As a first-tier warrior, his physique had already reached such a formidable level. It was likely that no one else at Tianfu University could surpass him in this regard. It is as though the Great Sun Forging technique has been tailor-made for me. Su Tian's heart stirred. He had previously heard Wang Qin mention the Great Sun Forging technique, a martial art created by Master Jiang. He quickly inquired, Master Jiang, what did you mean when you said that if I break through to the second tier, I will no longer be able to cultivate it? Jiang Qinglong elucidated. The Great Sun Forging technique, unlike ordinary martial arts, requires the use of supreme yang materials for foundation building. If you break through to the second tier, you can still establish a foundation, but the efficacy will significantly diminish. Only when I lay the groundwork for you can you then achieve a seamless breakthrough to the second tier, ensuring optimal results. Su Tian suddenly understood, realizing the rationale behind it. Jiang Qinglong then posed a question, Su Tian, would you be willing to take me as your master and cultivate the Great Sun Forging technique? Su Tian was taken aback, then filled with immense joy. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he performed a formal apprentice ceremony. Student Su Tian pays his respects to the master. Jiang Qinglong laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. He patted Su Tian on the shoulder, increasingly satisfied with him. Since you have become my disciple, I shall impart the Great Sun Forging technique to you. Thank you, master. Su Tian exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Qinglong retrieved a crystal-clear jade stone from his shumi ring and handed it to Su Tian. This is a martial technique crystal. You shall inscribe the methods of the Great Sun Forging technique within it. Martial technique crystal? Su Tian had seen such a high-end item before. During his time in Su Huayan's training room, he had come across this means of storing martial techniques. It appeared that more sophisticated martial arts were stored using martial technique crystals. He promptly accepted the crystal and pressed it against his forehead. Instantly, a torrent of vast information surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. In a short while, the methods and operational pathways of the Great Sun Forging technique were vividly etched into his mind. Moments later, the martial technique crystal in Su Tian's hand shattered with a crisp sound, disintegrating into fine powder that scattered in the wind. Su Tian was somewhat surprised. Su Huayan's martial technique crystal had required a password for access. Master Jiang had directly utilized a single-use crystal, evidently of a much higher grade. It was indeed a case of read and burn, but it was understandable, given that it was his original creation. Jiang Qinglong chuckled. The Great Sun Forging technique requires the use of supreme yang materials for foundation building. The school's resource department should have some for exchange. You may go and inquire. The recommended foundation materials are all recorded within the martial techniques. You can refer to them. However, there is no need to rush. There are still 2 months before school starts. Use this time to cultivate it to a proficient stage while gradually gathering some supreme yang materials. Su Tian nodded. By the way, Jiang Qinglong seemed to remember something suddenly. You have just become my apprentice, and I have yet to prepare a gift for you. He stroked his chin, appearing somewhat troubled. I wonder what you might like. Su Tian scratched his head. Noticing Su Tian's silence, Jiang Qinglong waved his hand. How about this? I shall give you 1,500 credit points. You can purchase whatever you need. Su Tian was taken aback. 1,500 credit points was no small sum. He only had 200 credit points at present. Take it. This is what you deserve, Jiang Qinglong stated. You are my disciple, Su Qinglong. We cannot have you lacking. Su Tian felt warmth in his heart. His master had a truly generous character. Thank you, master. Su Tian accepted the 1,500 credit points without further hesitation. Then I shall take my leave. Su Tian bid farewell to Jiang Chenglong. Jiang Chenglong waved his hand, signaling Secretary Li to escort him out. Secretary Li smiled as she approached Su Tian. Classmate Su Tian, this way please. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over Su Tian as the surrounding space distorted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the second floor of the Xianhuang Daoist trial area. Secretary Li's figure had long since vanished. Leaving Su Tian standing alone in the empty corridor, he turned to head downstairs. Just as he reached the staircase, a cacophony of discussions erupted from the hall on the first floor, clearly audible to Su Tian. What do you think about that, Su Tian? What is his background? How could Master Jiang take a liking to him? Who knows? He probably got in through the back door. I think so too. He looks rather handsome. But he seems like a pretty boy, not at all the type to possess physical strength. Exactly. Master Jiang's standards are notoriously strict. How could he possibly meet them? Perhaps he possesses some extraordinary talent. Let us not jump to conclusions. What extraordinary talent could he possibly have? Is he really going to be better than Wang Lu? Various doubts and speculations filled the air, and Su Tian's previously good mood became somewhat complicated. He understood that the reason for their remarks was pure jealousy. After all, becoming Jiang Chenglong's disciple was a dream they all aspired to. They had toiled for so long in training, only for someone who had scarcely practiced to suddenly meet Master Jiang, who wouldn't feel a twinge of imbalance in their hearts. He initially planned to disregard the idle chatter and focus on returning to cultivate the great sun forging technique. However, just as he was about to descend the stairs, his peripheral vision caught sight of a leaderboard. It displayed the top 10 scores from the punching power testing machine. The top score was around 700 Dan. A record breaker can earn 100 credit points? Su Tian's eyes lit up, and a plan formed in his mind. A playful smile crept onto his lips. Let us see if I truly possess the strength. With that thought, Su Tian no longer hesitated and strode purposefully towards the hall on the first floor. As he approached the punching power testing machine, the crowd that had previously been abuzz with conversation fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Su Tian, filled with doubt, curiosity, and perhaps a hint of disdain. What is he trying to do? Surely he doesn't intend to test his punching power? That would be interesting. We'll soon find out if he has any real strength. Just watch. He is bound to embarrass himself. The bronze-skinned Wang Lu also directed his gaze towards Su Tian, feeling deeply dissatisfied. Why should a newcomer receive Master Jiang's favor? What level of skill does he possess? The surrounding whispers resumed, but this time they were hushed, as if afraid Su Tian might overhear. Su Tian naturally heard every word clearly, yet he remained unfazed, offering only a faint smile. He stood before the punching power testing machine, warmed up his muscles, took a deep breath, and assumed a standard boxing stance. Among the crowd, the tall girl who had previously scoffed at Su Tian now stood nearby, her expression a mix of complexity. She had initially thought Su Tian would simply leave. She never expected him to choose to stay and test his punching power. This guy, does he really intend to prove himself? She mused inwardly. Does he truly possess that kind of strength? However, this time she displayed considerably more wisdom, opting for silence instead of voicing her innermost thoughts. Assuming the role of an observer, amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, Su Tian made his move. Chapter 62. 1200 Dan, credit points credited. With a sudden burst of energy, Su Tian unleashed a powerful punch, his fist cutting through the air with a whistling sound, striking the punching bag with tremendous force. Boom. The resounding impact caused the entire machine to tremble violently, shaking incessantly. This scene captivated the attention of everyone present. It seemed that Wang Lu's previous punch, measured at 500 Dan, had only elicited a slight quiver from the machine. Could it be that Su Tian truly possessed such strength? All held their breath, eyes wide, fixated on the rapidly changing numbers on the display panel. 100, 200, 300, 400. The digits raced upwards, swiftly surpassing Wang Lu's previous record. Each increment felt like a jolt to Wang Lu's heart. As Su Tian's punch force exceeded 500 Dan, Wang Lu's heart shattered. 500, 600, 700. The numbers continued to ascend, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Had he truly broken the record? My heavens, this is utterly outrageous. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room, as everyone was left in awe by Su Tian's display of power. The tall girl among them gaped in disbelief, her mouth agape. Su Tian indeed possessed such terrifying strength. 800, 900. The numbers kept climbing, ultimately settling at a jaw-dropping figure. 1,200. 1,200 Dan. My goodness. He had actually achieved a punch force of 1,200 Dan. This was a staggering 700 Dan beyond the second-place contender. Precisely the strength of Wang Lu. The crowd turned their gaze toward Wang Lu, their expressions laden with incredulity. It seemed to say, no wonder you were not favored by Teacher Jiang. If you possessed this level of strength, you would have already succeeded in becoming his disciple. The entire hall erupted in a frenzy, as Su Tian's performance completely captivated everyone present. No, my friend, you truly possess strength. The looks they cast upon Tian were now devoid of prior disdain and skepticism, replaced instead by profound respect and admiration. Tian retracted his fist, a subtle smile gracing his face. He turned around, surveying the crowd with a lingering gaze on Wang Lu, as if to say, "I have achieved greatness." Then, he strode out of the hall, leaving behind a group of awestruck onlookers, along with a heartbroken Wang Lu. "This guy is simply incredible," Wang Lu murmured to himself, utterly convinced. Exiting the Xinyuan Daoist trial area, Tian took out his phone. Since the device was already linked to his personal student card, the screen lit up, revealing 2 new message notifications. A gentle tap of his fingertip unveiled the contents. Both were notifications of credited credit points. One was a transfer of 1,000 credit points from Jiang Chenglong, accompanied by a note, "A gift from your teacher, strive diligently in your training." The other was an automatic notification from the system, announcing a reward of 100 credit points for breaking the Punch Force record. "Wow, I've suddenly become wealthy." A faint smile crept across Tian's face, lifting his spirits. His teacher truly was generous, and with this unexpected windfall for breaking the record, it seemed he might have the opportunity to shatter even more records in the future. Now, with approximately 1,800 credit points, and the potential for an 80 discount with his black gold card, he could perhaps acquire some foundational cultivation items. Tian's thoughts shifted as a familiar panel materialized before him. He scanned it meticulously, examining his attributes. Host, Tian, Physique, Ancient Sacred Body, 10. Cultivation, Martial Artist Level 1. 9th Stage. Talent, Asura Killing Eyes, S-Class. Martial Value, 3,700 points. Points, 100 points. Martial Techniques, 10 Echoes Back Fist, D-Class. Perfected 9 Suns Breathing Technique, A-Class. Minor Success in Great Desolation Prison Sky Finger, S-Class. Beginner Day Sun Forging Body Technique, A-Class. Beginner. Tian contemplated, his gaze settling on the Martial Technique section, ultimately resting on the Day Sun Forging Body Technique, A-Class. Beginner. A-Class. Tian raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Previously, through Wang Qian, he had learned that teacher Jiang had attempted to elevate this martial technique to S-Class. Although he ultimately failed, it was unexpected that the system had awarded it an A rating. Clearly, teacher Jiang had invested significant effort in enhancing this technique, successfully taking that crucial step beyond an ordinary A-Class martial technique. Thus, it merited the system's A rating. Teacher Jiang truly is an impressive figure. A sense of admiration welled up within Tian for his new instructor. To have created an A-Class technique demonstrates a level of talent and perseverance that is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. An S-Class body refinement technique. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Tian's eyes. Perhaps one day, his teacher could indeed achieve this. With such thoughts, a surge of fervor ignited within him. It appears I must work diligently, lest I squander my teacher's imparted knowledge. System, allocate points. Infuse martial value into the Day Sun Forging Body Technique, advancing it to minor success. Infusing martial value into the Day Sun Forging Body Technique. 50 martial value points consumed. 9 Suns Breathing Technique upgraded to beginner stage. 150 martial value points consumed. 9 Suns Breathing Technique upgraded to proficient stage. 250 martial value points consumed. 9 Suns Breathing Technique upgraded to minor success stage. Martial value infusion complete. Current martial value remaining, 3,250 points. Note, the current martial technique is incomplete and can only be cultivated to the major success stage at most. Tian raised an eyebrow, confirming his prior suspicions. Indeed, this martial technique is incomplete. Once teacher Jiang develops a perfected version of the Day Sun Forging Body Technique, this martial technique may very well achieve S-Class status. Regaining his focus, Tian decided to visit the resource center to see if there were any items of utmost yang essence suitable for foundational cultivation. He had previously checked the map on the school's official website and, as a martial artist, he easily committed the layout to memory. The resource center was situated in the southwestern area of the school, comprised of several imposing silver-gray buildings, exuding an air of grandeur. An electronic display board hung at the entrance, scrolling through the latest resource information and promotional activities. Upon entering the resource center's hall, Tian was greeted by an entirely different world. The spacious and brightly lit area was divided into functional zones, with a dazzling array of products neatly displayed in transparent showcases, emanating subtle energy fluctuations. Massive electronic screens adorned the walls, continuously showcasing detailed descriptions and usage instructions for various resources, allowing students to peruse at their leisure. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs and spiritual energy filled the air, invigorating the spirit. Numerous students busily explored the various sections, some meticulously examining the components of potions, others consulting on weapon specifications, while others engaged in spirited negotiations, creating a lively atmosphere. Tian made his way directly to the materials section. He approached an electronic screen and conducted a search for fire attribute materials. After a brief loading period, all fire attribute materials were presented before him. Heart of the Blazing Flame Demon Lion, 300 points. Demonic Core of the Solar Bird, 500 points. Golden-Eyed Fire Ape Essence Blood, 350 points. Chapter 63. Purchasing Materials, Life Crystals. Tian stood amidst the dazzling array of materials, his mind swiftly perusing the foundational records within the great sun-forging body scripture. The selection of foundational substances is primarily determined by their compatibility with oneself, followed by the body's capacity to endure. Theoretically, the more materials, the better. Yet, excessive greed leads to inefficiency. For an ordinary individual, 1 type suffices, 2 types are optimal, and 3 types represent the absolute limit. Yet, is 3 truly the limit for an ordinary person? Tian pondered. As a primal sacred body, his threshold should surely extend beyond mere 3 materials, should it not? His fingers gently tapped against the electronic screen before him, producing a crisp, clicking sound. If he were to establish a solid foundation, he must strive for perfection, to fully unleash the potential of his primal sacred body. His gaze swiftly scanned the screen, meticulously selecting the foundational materials suited to him: the heart of the scarlet flame demon lion, the demon core of the sunfire bird, and the essence blood of the golden-eyed fire ape. Tian continued scrolling down. After a brief moment, he finally completed his selection of materials, which included the heart of the scarlet flame demon lion, the demon core of the sunfire bird, the essence blood of the golden-eyed fire ape, the feathers of the crimson crow, the saliva of the sun dragon, and the sunflower. In total, 6 materials of utmost yang energy. In truth, these substances did not represent the limits of his physical form, but rather the constraints of his financial resources. The total cost of the 6 materials, combined with certain discounts from the resource center, amounted to 200 credit points. Tian had spent 5 credit points on a meal of beast meat in the cafeteria, leaving him with 795 credit points. At this juncture, the advantages of the black gold card became apparent. Tian produced the black gold card and swiped it on the machine. The 200 credit points transformed into 760 credit points, just sufficient for his purchase. Tian chuckled, his fingers gliding swiftly across the electronic screen to confirm his purchase and payment. A seamless series of actions unfolded effortlessly. 6 materials of utmost yang energy. He must establish his foundation in one fell swoop. Tian mused. A prompt appeared on the screen. Items are being packaged. Please proceed to window 3 to collect them shortly. Concise and clear, with remarkable efficiency. Tian crossed his arms and leaned against a nearby pillar, surveying the resource center's hall. Students moved about hurriedly, each one preoccupied in their quest for cultivation resources. Some excitedly displayed newly acquired weapons. Others furrowed their brows in contemplation of potion prices, while a few argued passionately over costs. A true tapestry of human experience. After approximately half an hour, a faint hum of motors resonated from afar, gradually approaching. A compact forklift skillfully navigated through the crowd, making its way towards him. The forklift was laden with a substantial amount of materials, all wrapped in uniform silver packaging, tightly secured. The forklift came to a halt, and a robust worker wearing a cap leapt down, calling out to Tian. Are you Tian? Your materials have arrived. Please sign for them. Tian approached, gazing at the small mountain of materials before him, momentarily taken aback. Although the materials he purchased were not voluminous, the specialized packaging to preserve their essence accounted for much of the bulk. Tian accepted the electronic tablet from the worker, glanced at it, and after confirming its accuracy, signed his name. What a lavish expenditure. The worker, unloading the goods, could not help but inquire, a hint of envy in his eyes. Students who made such grand purchases at the resource center were either exceptionally gifted or hailing from affluent backgrounds. Either way, it was a cause for admiration. Not too bad. Could you help me unload these materials? Tian replied with a smile, gesturing at the materials on the ground. The worker adeptly maneuvered the forklift, unloading the packages one by one, neatly arranging them before Tian. These materials had been treated with special methods to ensure their essence remained intact, best utilized promptly for optimal effect. The worker wiped the sweat from his brow while advising, make sure to use them soon for the best results. Understood, thank you. Tian replied. The unloading commotion, though subtle, drew the attention of those in the resource center's hall. Moreover, the towering stack of silver packages was visually striking. What's going on? Which wealthy individual is shopping in bulk? Wow, that's a lot. It looks like all materials. Who has the audacity to buy so much at once? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, all eyes drawn towards the scene, curious about the commotion. Many directly approached, eager to discern who was behind such extravagant spending. Tian had not anticipated such a stir. Observing the envious gazes of his peers, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Classmate, what have you purchased? One student inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, filled with admiration. Just some cultivation materials, Tian replied casually, not wishing to disclose too much. So much. The student was evidently taken aback by Tian's response, his tone shifting. Dude, what realm are you aiming for? Such an exaggerated amount. The student scrutinized Tian. You seem to be only at the first stage, right? Will you even use all this? Don't waste it. Su Tian chuckled, not directly answering, only ambiguously stating, it should be sufficient. Sufficient? I didn't even use this much when I broke through to the third stage, an upperclassman remarked. Just then, Su Tian suddenly recalled something, his eyes lighting up. Before enrollment, teacher Wang Qian had mentioned preparing an S-grade resource as a welcome gift for him. It was purported to be a life crystal refined from the cores of 6th-tier demon beasts, possessing extraordinary effects. He had nearly forgotten amidst his training. Today, being at the resource center, he could inquire about it. With this thought, Su Tian expressed his gratitude to the worker, then gestured for the forklift operator to set the materials aside. He then navigated through the crowd towards the service window. The resource center had several service windows, and Su Tian casually chose one with fewer people. Behind the window sat a bespectacled staff member, appearing refined, diligently attending to business on the computer. Hello. How may I assist you? The staff member looked up, immediately donning a professional smile, exuding warmth. Hello, the school promised me a life crystal, and I would like to inquire about it, Su Tian stated forthrightly. Life crystal? The staff member hesitated momentarily, then quickly regained composure, asking, May I ask which teacher you are a student of? Life crystals are typically special resources requested by teachers for their students. I am Su Tian. Here is my student card. Su Tian presented his student card. The staff member swiftly typed on the keyboard, seemingly searching for information. After a brief moment, he looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he regarded Su Tian. You are Su Tian? Please wait a moment. I have confirmed that teacher Wang Qian has indeed applied for an S-class life crystal on your behalf. Kindly hold on while I process the collection procedures for you. The staff's demeanor became noticeably more enthusiastic, and their movements grew increasingly agile. Skillfully, they operated the computer, verifying Su Tian's identity information. Upon confirmation, they retrieved a delicate silver box from a small conveyor belt beneath the window. Su Tian, your life crystal is ready. Please proceed to window 3 to sign for it. Thank you. I understand, Su Tian replied, nodding before making his way back to window 3. After the system recognized Su Tian's pupil, a silver box was conveyed along the belt. Upon lifting the box, Su Tian felt its icy coolness and substantial weight. Intricate mystical patterns adorned its surface, indicating its considerable value. He sensed a powerful energy emanating from within the small box. Let me see what the S-class resource entails, Su Tian thought excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Chapter 64, The Illusion of the Great Sun. He opened the box, and a rich aura of life surged forth to greet him. At the center of the box lay a crystal, resplendent and translucent. The crystal was oval-shaped, roughly the size of a longan, displaying a faint emerald green hue reminiscent of the finest jade, emitting a gentle glow. Countless tiny points of light flowed slowly within the crystal. Is this the life crystal? Su Tian's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. He could feel that this small crystal contained an immensely powerful energy, far exceeding that of the foundational materials he had previously purchased. As he gazed at the crystal before him, suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind, and the system activated automatically. A line of text appeared on the crystal. Would you like to convert it into martial value? Su Tian's heart skipped a beat. What? The life crystal can also be converted into martial value? He understood that martial value had extensive uses, but it was typically acquired only through lotteries. Now, the prospect of converting a life crystal into martial value suggested an additional avenue for obtaining it. This was indeed splendid news. With a gleeful expression, Su Tian unhesitatingly opted for conversion. Ding! One life crystal has been reclaimed and converted into 1,000 points of martial value. The system's notification made the corners of Su Tian's mouth curve upwards. The martial value he had previously expended was now fully replenished. The advantage of martial value lay in its immediate applicability. Once sufficient martial value was infused into martial techniques, they could be instantly cultivated to perfection. This was precisely why Su Tian had been accumulating martial value, to avert unforeseen circumstances. Regaining his focus, Su Tian surveyed the pile of 6 different foundational materials before him, his brow furrowing slightly. How on earth am I going to transport all of this? His Shumi ring had a capacity of merely 2 cubic meters, which couldn't accommodate even 1/10 of these materials. Thus, he was left with no choice but to resort to the most primitive method. Approaching the heap of materials, Su Tian grasped the bottommost box with both hands, straightening his back. The 6 large boxes were easily lifted by him, akin to stacking blocks, and he secured them steadily upon his shoulders. Bearing the mountainous load of materials, Su Tian strode out of the resource center, drawing astonished gazes from onlookers. He moved swiftly, his form agile, displaying no hint of exertion. Though the materials were heavy enough to necessitate a forklift for transport, for Su Tian's current strength, carrying them at a brisk pace was a mere trifle. As he sprinted, he attracted a multitude of bewildered and intrigued glances from passersby. Look over there. What is that? It seems like several large boxes are flying. Flying boxes? Clearly, it's a person running while carrying them. My word, that guy is truly formidable. I wonder if the resource center offers home delivery? Throughout his journey, Su Tian garnered countless astonished and puzzled expressions. After returning to the dormitory with his boxes, he refrained from rushing to the Xianhuang dojo. although he had achieved a minor success with the Great Sun Forging technique. To emerge from seclusion immediately after refining an A-class technique seemed rather ostentatious. He truly had no idea how to explain this to Teacher Jiang. Thus, he decided to wait a day. After all, with 2 months remaining until the start of the semester, he didn't wish to remain stagnant at the first level of martial artist for that duration. That would be an utter waste of time. In the following 2 days, Tian remained diligent, continuing his cultivation within the dormitory. He solidified his mastery of the Great Sun Forging technique while honing his skills. On the 3rd day, Tian once again hoisted the large boxes, confidently making his way towards the Xianhuang dojo. Upon entering the first level of the trial area, he instantly became the center of attention. From a distance, the sight of several large boxes floating in the air was quite comical. As spectators focused their gaze, they discerned the diminutive figure of Tian beneath the enormous boxes. Beneath the weight of several massive boxes, Tian's stature appeared remarkably small, reminiscent of an ant carrying food back to its nest. Upon recognizing Tian, the crowd was unfazed. After all, it was hardly surprising that someone capable of delivering 1200 Dan of punch strength could carry several tons with ease. However, many students who were absent that day were left perplexed. Who is that? They look so formidable. One student inquired, watching Tian's retreating figure. You don't know? That's Tian, the new student taken in by Teacher Jiang, replied an older student, his tone tinged with envy and admiration. What? When did Teacher Jiang start accepting students? The student was even more astonished. What should I do now? You? Just go about your business. Tian ascended to the 2nd floor, aware that to reach Teacher Jiang Chenglong's exclusive area, he would need to seek assistance from Secretary Li, employing spatial techniques for guidance. He stood there, resembling a small mountain. Before long, Secretary Li emerged from the undulating space, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes upon seeing Tian's large boxes. Tian, are you here to see Teacher Jiang today? Secretary Li inquired. Tian nodded. Could you please assist me with directions? As a professional secretary, Secretary Li did not question further, though he was puzzled about what Tian was carrying. Hadn't Teacher Jiang indicated that he should return only after mastering the Great Sun Forging technique? Follow me, Secretary Li said, activating the spatial technique once more. And with a ripple of spatial energy, the two arrived in Teacher Jiang Chenglong's exclusive area. Teacher, Tian has arrived, Secretary Li announced. Jiang Chenglong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing the voice. Seeing Tian and the large boxes behind him, his brow arched slightly in surprise. He distinctly remembered instructing Tian to refine the Great Sun Forging technique to proficiency before returning. How had he come back so quickly? And why was he carrying those boxes? Had he miscommunicated? Or had Tian misunderstood? Tian, what brings you here today? Is there something you need? Jiang Chenglong's tone was laced with curiosity. Teacher, didn't you say you would help me establish the foundation for the Great Sun Forging technique? Tian pointed at the large boxes behind him, grinning widely. I have gathered all the materials. Jiang Chenglong gazed at the towering boxes, his confusion deepening. Did I not say to come to me only after you have mastered the martial technique? Jiang Chenglong chuckled helplessly. This young man was indeed impatient. Mastering this martial art could not be rushed. Achieving merely foundational proficiency would yield limited results. Tian smiled slightly, refraining from further explanations. He directly began to channel the Great Sun Forging technique. In an instant, a searing aura radiated from Tian, resembling a small sun that distorted the surrounding air. A golden phantom of the sun rose majestically behind him. Chapter 65, The Ancient Sacred Body, Breakthrough. Jiang Chenglong's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the gradually ascending golden sun phantom behind Tian. His heart surged with tumultuous waves. This was the hallmark of having achieved minor success in the Great Sun Forging technique. Merely 3 days prior, Jiang Chenglong had imparted this technique to Tian. Today, he was able to manifest the sun phantom. This indicated that in just 3 days, Tian had elevated this A-grade martial art to the minor success stage. How could this be possible? As the creator of this technique, Jiang Chenglong was acutely aware of its rigorous demands. Even among A-grade martial arts, it ranked among the most challenging. Even those with exceptional talent would require months of arduous practice to reach minor success. Yet, Tian had accomplished this in just 3 days. During the recent meeting regarding Tian's mentor assignment at the school, Jiang Chenglong had already anticipated the young man's talent. It now seemed necessary to re-evaluate his assessment. As a 7th-tier martial artist, Jiang Chenglong momentarily found himself lost in thought. Beside him, Secretary Li, who possessed remarkable composure, was witnessing Jiang Chenglong's rare display of astonishment for the first time. Having followed Jiang Chenglong for many years and witnessed countless prodigies, he had never encountered someone like Tian before. Secretary Li felt a sense of relief for not having inquired about Tian's intentions earlier. Otherwise, he might have appeared naive, much like the current Jiang Chenglong. Tian, observing their shocked expressions, felt a surge of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. Teacher, what do you think? Is my Great Sun Forging technique satisfactory? Su Tian scratched his head, feigning modesty as he inquired. Jiang Qinglong regained his composure, casting a deep gaze at Su Tian, suppressing his astonishment as he replied, "Not bad, reminiscent of my own early days." He paused, then turned his attention to the large boxes behind Su Tian, asking, "Are these all the materials you prepared for foundation building?" "Indeed." Su Tian beamed. "6 types?" Jiang Qinglong's lips twitched. This young man truly had audacity. "Hee, the more materials, the better the effect, right?" Su Tian remarked, scratching his nose. Jiang Qinglong was rendered speechless. Was this young man genuinely oblivious, or merely pretending? Utilizing 6 types of materials for foundation building was no longer a question of efficacy, but rather one of survivability. If mishandled, it could result in fatality. Just as Jiang Qinglong contemplated offering a word of caution, he suddenly recalled that this young man had managed to advance the Great Sun forging technique to minor success within 3 days. Jiang Qinglong took a deep breath. All the words he wished to convey coalescing into a single statement. "Very well. If the situation becomes dire, I shall assist you in extracting the excess materials." With a wave of his hand, the space before them rippled like water, and Su Tian felt a dizzying sensation. When he regained his focus, he found himself in an entirely different realm. They stood within a vast cavern, its walls composed of unknown black rock, shimmering with an eerie cold light. At the center of the cavern was a colossal circular platform, adorned with intricate runes. Surrounding the platform floated 6 enormous luminous orbs, each radiating distinct hues, illuminating the cavern as brightly as day. "This is my exclusive training chamber, named the Xiang Cave." Su Tian gazed around, his heart stirring with excitement. A 7th-tier martial artist training space was indeed extraordinary, albeit somewhat antiquated in style. "Let us commence," Jiang Qinglong declared, stepping to the center of the platform, gesturing for Su Tian to present the materials. Su Tian complied, opening the 6 large boxes one by one. The heart of the flame demon lion, the demon core of the blazing sun bird, the blood essence of the golden-eyed fire ape, the feathers of the red crow, the saliva of the sun dragon, and the sunflower. As the 6 materials emerged, the temperature within the cavern rose several degrees, and a potent aura of masculinity permeated the air. Jiang Qinglong surveyed the 6 materials before him, feeling a wave of trepidation. This young man truly possessed audacity. Each of these materials was of the utmost yang and vigor. Most individuals would be fortunate to endure 3, yet he intended to use all 6 simultaneously. "Are you certain you wish to utilize these 6 materials?" Jiang Qinglong reiterated for confirmation. "Absolutely." Su Tian nodded without hesitation. Jiang Qinglong shook his head in resignation. This young man was indeed a fearless newcomer unafraid of tigers. "Very well, if you are insistent, then I shall assist you." As he spoke, a crimson essence surged around him, igniting. The 6 foundation-building materials floated in the air, subjected to the scorching flames of his essence. Instantly, the runes on the platform began to flicker, and the 6 luminous orbs grew even brighter, enveloping the entire cavern in a golden glow. "Remove your shirt and lie down on the platform," Jiang Qinglong instructed. Su Tian complied, stripping off his shirt to reveal his well-defined physique, then reclined on the platform's center. The moment he lay down, he felt an immense pulling force emanating from the platform. Simultaneously, 6 beams of light shot forth from the luminous orbs, enveloping him within their embrace. Under the illumination of the beams, Su Tian's meridians became visible, tracing the contours of his body. At the same time, Jiang Qinglong's crimson essence flickered, intense and dominating. The 6 foundation-building materials hovered in the air, succumbing to the flames of the essence, producing a sizzling sound. The heart of the flame demon lion thumped wildly. The demon core of the blazing sun bird radiated blinding golden light. The blood essence of the golden-eyed fire ape bubbled and churned. The feathers of the red crow ignited. The saliva of the sun dragon swirled in the flames, and the petals of the sunflower exuded a peculiar fragrance. The 6 supreme yang materials quivered in the air, as if yearning to escape. Yet, under the confinement of Jiang Qinglong's potent essence flames, not a trace of energy leaked. Gradually, the 6 foundation-building materials, refined by Jiang Qinglong's essence flames, transformed into the purest energy. Jiang Qinglong's expression turned serious as he flicked his fingers, directing the essence extracted from the 6 materials into Su Tian's body. "Now, channel the Great Sun forging technique. The next step is crucial. You must endure," Jiang Qinglong commanded, channeling his essence and dividing the flames into countless small flickers, all entering Su Tian's body. Although the essence extracted from the fusion of the 6 materials had been scorched by the essence flames, it retained the primal ferocity of the original beasts. The 6 materials signified that 6 distinct beast phantoms would unleash their ferocity at the weakest points within Su Tian's body. The essence fire that Jiang Qinglong unleashed was intended to assist Su Tian in refining them within his body. Su Tian felt an overwhelming torrent of energy surge through his limbs and bones. Roar. In the distance, a deafening lion's roar was followed by a piercing bird's cry. Roar. Caw. Howl. The phantoms of 6 monstrous beasts manifested one by one. Jiang Qinglong, observing from the side, felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress a bead of cold sweat for Tian. Just as the 6 beast phantoms were about to unleash their ferocity within Tian, he suddenly experienced an extraordinary sensation erupting from deep within his being. This feeling was all too familiar to him. It was the sensation of the ancient sacred body evolving. Chapter 66. Ancient True Essence. Tian activated the Great Sun Body Forging technique, and a golden sun phantom appeared behind him, instantly pacifying the 6 frenzied beast phantoms significantly. Under the radiance of golden light, the once menacing and clawing beast phantoms appeared to become surprisingly docile. This was the remarkable power of the Great Sun Body Forging technique. However, in the face of the 6 beast phantoms, the power of the sun phantom was noticeably diminished. In the next moment, the now subdued beasts unexpectedly pivoted in unison, charging towards the most vulnerable part of Tian's body, the Qi. This is bad. Jiang Chenglong's expression changed dramatically, as his spiritual energy had been constantly monitoring the changes within Tian. The very scenario he had feared most was unfolding. The 6 beast phantoms intended to destroy Tian's Qi. The Qi was fundamental to a martial artist. Once it was destroyed, all of one's cultivation would be rendered futile, potentially even endangering one's life. He intended to intervene, forcibly separating the beast phantoms, only to discover that Tian's Qi had also undergone a transformation. The once white Qi was now visibly transforming into a brilliant gold at a rapid pace. Tian was enveloped in golden light, harmonizing with the sun phantom behind him, resembling a golden-skinned arhat. This, Jiang Chenglong's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon. Just as his mind raced with uncertainty, the 6 beast phantoms charged ferociously into Tian's Qi. The previously tranquil Qi suddenly erupted into towering waves. The 6 beast phantoms rampaged within the golden Qi, seemingly searching for a weak point. The beasts roared skyward, their cacophony reverberating, shaking the Qi. However, despite the frenzied assault of the 6 beast phantoms, the golden Qi remained utterly unperturbed. Suddenly, a powerful suction emerged within the golden Qi, firmly ensnaring the 6 beast phantoms. Roar, caw, howl. The 6 beast phantoms emitted terrified cries. Struggling in vain against the unyielding pull, a colossal wave surged from the golden Qi, engulfing all 6 beast phantoms entirely. From that moment on, the beasts fell silent. What is happening? Jiang Chenglong was utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time he had witnessed such an extraordinary foundational establishment process. Although the sun phantom of the Great Sun Body Forging technique played a certain role during the foundation, it was evident that all the beast phantoms were suppressed by Tian's golden Qi. This was truly unprecedented. As the 6 beast phantoms were devoured by the golden Qi, Tian's Qi grew even more resplendent with golden brilliance. The sun phantom behind him became increasingly solidified. Thunderous roars reverberated within Tian's body, and his aura began to rise steadily. He successfully broke through to the second tier. Ding! The ancient sacred body has reached the level of minor completion, awakening the ancient true essence. The system's prompt echoed timely. The ancient sacred body had achieved minor completion. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth transformed dramatically. The previously clear sky had become shrouded in dark clouds, thickening and lowering as if to press upon the very heads of the people below. A series of muffled thunder roars rolled through the clouds, reminiscent of the growls of ancient behemoths. Streaks of lightning cut through the sky, illuminating the dim world in a blinding white. Just then, a beam of golden light pierced through the gaps in the clouds. This golden light, though faint, carried a sacred and warm aura. Soon after, a second, third, and increasingly more beams of golden light burst forth from the clouds. These golden rays converged, gradually forming a colossal sphere of light. The orb grew brighter and larger, eventually transforming into a golden sun that slowly ascended above the Xianhuang Dao field. The golden radiance bathed the earth, enveloping everyone within the Xianhuang Dao field in its luminous embrace. They felt a warm and sacred energy welling up from within their hearts. Jiang Chenglong, a 7th-tier martial artist and a teacher at Tianfu University, frequently perused ancient texts. This was a celestial phenomenon. Jiang Chenglong gaped at the golden sun in the sky, waves of astonishment crashing through his mind. In his decades of life, he had never witnessed such a magnificent celestial event. Moreover, the source of this phenomenon was none other than Tian. He harbored a vague suspicion. In just 3 days, Tian had cultivated the Great Sun Body Forging technique to minor completion, triggering a celestial phenomenon during his foundational establishment. Tian's innate talent was surely beyond mere S rank. He immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Secretary Li, Jiang Chenglong called out urgently. I'm here. Secretary Li rushed over, instantly closed the trial area of the Xianhuang Dao field and clear out all outsiders. Yes. The students within the Xianhuang Dao field gazed out at the golden sun, its light nearly illuminating every corner of the place. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Such a massive sun. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Could it be that an extraordinary genius is about to break through? No way. How could a breakthrough cause such a commotion? I feel a bit frightened. Perhaps we should leave here quickly. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Secretary Li appeared. Attention everyone, the Xianhuang Dao field is temporarily closed. Please evacuate immediately. Secretary Li's voice resonated through the Xianhuang Dao field via true essence. Why? It seems something significant is happening. Let us go, let us go. We shouldn't cause any more trouble here. Although the students were somewhat reluctant, they complied and departed the Xianhuang Dao field. In no time, all outsiders were cleared from the Xianhuang Dao field. Jiang Qinglong's expression turned grave. He took a deep breath, his true essence surging wildly. Around his body, a faint halo began to manifest, and with a low shout from Jiang Qinglong, the halo suddenly expanded, enveloping the entirety of the realm where the Xianhuang Dao field was situated. The golden sun in the sky was concealed by the light barrier, rendering it undetectable from the outside. The might of a seventh-tier martial artist was showcased to its fullest extent in that moment. The Xianhuang Dao field returned to tranquility. Jiang Qinglong exhaled deeply, a smile of uncontainable joy breaking across his face. The great sun body forging technique was the martial skill he had devoted his entire life to creating. At the dawn of the creation of the martial arts technique, he had never envisioned that someone, during the foundational stage, would invoke celestial phenomena. It can be said that Su Tian's foundation building transcended that of any practitioner of the great sun body forging technique, even surpassing the original creator of this method. Jiang Qinglong harbored a profound premonition within himself. This martial art, in Su Tian's hands, would be evolved to a state of perfection, truly ascending to the pinnacle of S-rank martial techniques. Chapter 67. Renting a room, 600 credit points? Jiang Qinglong gazed at Su Tian with eyes filled with admiration, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, truly remarkable. He patted Su Tian on the shoulder, his tone unabashedly filled with gratification. I eagerly anticipate your ascent to the zenith of martial arts. Feeling Jiang Qinglong's expectations, Su Tian experienced a surge of warmth within his heart and respectfully replied, Thank you for your guidance, master. Jiang Qinglong laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. You, my young friend, possess extraordinary talent. I dare not take credit for it. By the way, the celestial phenomena triggered by your foundation building are quite significant. It would be prudent to keep such matters confidential. Su Tian comprehended Jiang Qinglong's intent and nodded in agreement. I understand, master. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Tian took his leave from Jiang Qinglong and Secretary Li. He returned to the trial zone alone. The entire area was devoid of any presence, the silence almost eerie, with only the echoes reverberating through the corridor. Su Tian walked to the center of the room, closed his eyes, and turned his attention inward. Within his qi, the once white mist had entirely vanished, replaced by a resplendent golden ocean, where golden true essence surged, exuding vast waves of energy. This was the awakened primal true essence following the minor completion of the ancient sacred body. With a mere thought, a strand of golden true essence gradually overflowed from the qi, flowing through his meridians to his palm. He slowly opened his hand, and a sphere of golden radiance coalesced in his palm, resembling a small golden sun, radiating a gentle warmth. This golden true essence was starkly different from the previous white true essence. Not only had its color changed, but its texture was also far more solid and substantial. Su Tian could distinctly feel that the density and energy intensity of this primal true essence far exceeded that of the previous essence. In simple terms, the golden primal true essence had become significantly heavier. Out of curiosity, Su Tian resolved to test the might of this primal true essence. He approached the punch force testing machine in the corner of the room, a device he had used previously. His earlier full force strike registered approximately 1200 Dan. He wondered how much his punch force would reach upon utilizing the primal true essence. Taking a deep breath, he gently covered his fist with the golden true essence, which instantly spread like a golden armor enveloping his hand. He did not employ any martial technique or gather energy. He merely delivered a casual punch upon the target. Bang! A muffled impact resonated as the punch force testing machine jolted violently, the target shaking vigorously. The numbers on the display began to leap rapidly, soaring as if propelled by a rocket. It swiftly surpassed 1,000 Dan, continuing to ascend. Ultimately, it settled on a staggering figure, 2,500 Dan. Su Tian stared at the number on the display, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. He had merely delivered a casual punch, and yet it yielded such a terrifying value? The power of this primal true essence was indeed astonishing. A casual strike equated to double his previous peak punch force. It was worth noting that this precise punch force testing apparatus had adjusted for the current tester's martial realm. This meant the augmentation was entirely attributable to the primal true essence, independent of any realm considerations. Su Tian inhaled sharply, his mind racing. The minor completion of the ancient sacred body truly lives up to its reputation. He could scarcely imagine how formidable he would become upon achieving the major completion of the ancient sacred body. No wonder it was said that a fully realized sacred body could rival an emperor. Returning to the present, Tian excitedly set off toward his dormitory. His accommodation was a standalone villa in the student housing area, a privilege bestowed upon him by Tianfu University. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of his dormitory. However, he noticed someone standing there. The figure, with their back to him, was tall, clad in a black tracksuit, and wore a cap pulled low, nearly obscuring half of their face. They were lurking at the entrance of Tian's dormitory, seemingly searching for something or perhaps waiting for someone. Tian furrowed his brow, a hint of caution rising within him. The individual's behavior was decidedly suspicious. Yet, upon reflection, he reminded himself that this was Tianfu University, heavily fortified with vigilance and populated by experts. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to cause trouble here. Furthermore, the man before him was at the first-tier level. Consequently, Tian chose not to take any action, continuing toward the dormitory. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, the man abruptly turned around. When he saw Tian approaching steadily, his steps measured, the man instinctively lowered his cap further, almost concealing his eyes. "Are you also here to rent a room?" he asked cautiously, a trace of barely perceptible tension in his voice. As he spoke, he scrutinized Tian from head to toe, seemingly trying to glean something from his attire and demeanor. The man's name was Tian Hui, a freshman like Tian. He had longed to possess a dormitory in the core area of Tianfu University. After all, a room in the core area would greatly enhance his cultivation. However, the dormitories here were exceedingly coveted. It took more than just money. One also needed connections and strength. After considerable effort and utilizing various contacts, he had discovered that the building before him had been specifically opened for a certain first-year genius. Tian Hui felt a rush of excitement. He had been waiting there for quite some time, hoping to discuss the rental with the owner upon their arrival. He had even prepared a well-crafted proposal and a generous sum of rent, determined to secure this dormitory. Upon seeing Tian, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. From certain rumors, he had learned that this genius possessed strength around the first-tier 8th level. Thus, upon encountering Tian, who was at the second-tier level, he instinctively assumed Tian was another senior interested in renting a room. Oh no, a competitor. Tian Hui thought anxiously. Tian, hearing Tian Hui's words, felt a slight stir within himself. Initially, he had assumed the man was looking for trouble, but it turned out he was there to rent a room. This visit to the fantastical dojo had made him acutely aware of the importance of credit points. The school had assigned him the entire villa for reasons of privacy. Hence he had no roommate. The villa's spacious interior meant that an additional occupant would not make a difference. Renting out the dormitory in exchange for credit points was indeed a commendable idea. He regarded the young man before him, who introduced himself as Tian Hui, and asked nonchalantly, "Are you interested in renting this dormitory? What price are you willing to offer?" Tian Hui, noticing Tian's evident interest in the dormitory, felt a surge of anxiety within him. Was he testing me, perhaps contemplating a counteroffer? Why not boldly propose a high price to intimidate him, compelling him to retreat? Gritting his teeth, he raised a hand and gestured a 5, declaring, "I am willing to offer 50 credit points per month." Upon uttering these words, he fixated intently on Tian's expression. To demonstrate his sincerity, Tian Hui continued, "Moreover, I can pay the entire year's rent up front." He thought to himself, "Surely this will dissuade you." That amounts to 600 credit points, a considerable sum for a second-tier warrior. He could hardly believe that this senior could outbid him. Tian, upon hearing Tian Hui's offer, subtly raised an eyebrow in surprise. 50 credit points a month? This price was indeed pleasantly unexpected. Wang Qian had previously informed him that the typical rent for a dormitory in the core area hovered around 10 credit points monthly. Tian Hui had thus proposed 5 times the standard rate, which was truly a windfall. Satisfied internally, Tian maintained a calm facade, his expression unyielding. Tian Hui meticulously observed Tian's demeanor. Noticing Tian's indifferent countenance, anxiety began to gnaw at him. Was he truly unfazed by such a generous offer? It seemed he was confronting a formidable opponent. The more Tian Hui pondered, the more convinced he became. Gritting his teeth, he lamented inwardly. "Wait, I apologize, I misspoke earlier. I intend to offer 60 credit points per month, paid in full for the year." A flicker of skepticism crossed Tian's eyes, swiftly caught by Tian Hui. Excellent. He is beginning to waver. Tian Hui rejoiced internally. However, Tian's thoughts were quite different. Is this child not very bright? Why is he raising his offer? Nevertheless, since the young man insisted on increasing his bid, Tian thought it prudent to acquiesce. Seeing Tian's lack of significant reaction, Tian Hui's heart raced. Just as he began to feel anxious, Tian suddenly spoke. "Since you wish to rent, let us first inspect the property." After saying this, Tian turned and walked towards the villa's entrance. Tian Hui was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Inspect the property? Now, the owner had yet to arrive. How could they proceed? Confusion clouded his mind, but he instinctively followed Tian's lead. Did this senior perhaps know the owner? Or did he have other means? Xia Tianhui was filled with uncertainty. Watching Su Tian walk ahead, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Surely he did not intend to forcibly enter someone else's dormitory? With that thought, Xia Tianhui hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to halt Su Tian. Senior, this may not be appropriate, he urged, his tone laced with caution. After all, this is someone else's dormitory. Entering without the owner's permission seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Su Tian halted before the villa's grand entrance, disregarding Xia Tianhui's objections, and directly approached the iris recognition system situated beside the door. This was a high-end apartment. Equipped with stringent security measures, entry required successful iris recognition verification. With a calm demeanor, Su Tian leaned closer to the scanning area. The system emitted a soft glow. Swiftly analyzing Su Tian's iris data, a crisp electronic chime resonated. The heavy doors of the villa began to part slowly. Xia Tianhui was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He stared in awe at the slowly opening doors, incredulity washing over him as he glanced back at Su Tian. Could it be? The iris recognition system opened without delay. This individual could access the villa through iris recognition? A lightning bolt of realization struck Xia Tianhui's mind. He was the owner of this dormitory. He was Su Tian. Xia Tianhui's mind went blank, a cacophony of thoughts swirling within. The intelligence had stated that the dormitory owner was only at the first-tier 8th level. How could this be? Had he ascended to the 2nd tier in such a short span? The speed of his cultivation was simply astonishing. Xia Tianhui felt like a fool, having previously regarded Su Tian as a rival and offering 6 times the fair price. Reflecting on it now, it was akin to shooting oneself in the foot. The pain was excruciating, 720 credit points, enough for several months of training. What is the matter? You appear unwell, Su Tian inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity as he noted Xia Tianhui's peculiar expression. Regaining his composure, Xia Tianhui stammered, no. It's nothing, senior. Are you Su Tian? His voice trembled slightly, laden with disbelief. Su Tian raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seems you are quite well informed. Xia Tianhui scratched his head awkwardly. Had he known that this was the very individual he was dealing with, he would not have feigned ignorance and foolishly inflated his offer. Was he not effectively digging his own grave? Embarrassed, he admitted, I didn't know it was you. So Su Tian waved his hand, interrupting Xia Tianhui. No need for explanations. Since you are genuinely interested in renting, let us proceed inside. Utilizing the Asura Killing Eyes, Su Tian discerned the fleeting embarrassment and regret on Xia Tianhui's face, leading him to form a subtle conjecture. He chose not to confront it directly, simply stating, let us take a look inside. Following Su Tian into the villa, Xia Tianhui felt a tumult of emotions. As he surveyed the surroundings, he discreetly observed Su Tian's demeanor. Should he attempt to negotiate the price down? Su Tian guided Xia Tianhui through a brief tour of the villa's interior before they arrived in the living room. Su Tian settled onto the sofa, gesturing for Xia Tianhui to sit as well. Are you satisfied with the house? He broke the silence, his tone calm. Xia Tianhui nodded eagerly, exclaiming, I am immensely satisfied. This house is simply magnificent. After a moment's pause, as if resolute, he declared, I will adhere to my previous offer, 720 credit points for the year, paid in full. Su Tian regarded Xia Tianhui's determined gaze with surprise. This young man displayed commendable resolve. Given his earlier regret, Su Tian had anticipated he might press for a lower price. To his astonishment, Xia Tianhui remained steadfast in his original offer, which significantly improved Su Tian's impression of him. Since you are so earnest, I shall rent the house to you. Su Tian replied with a smile. Here are the 720 credit points. Please accept. Xia Tianhui promptly initiated a transfer via his mobile device. Su Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He gazed at Xia Tianhui and remarked, now that you have rented my abode, we are neighbors, so there is no need for such formality. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Xia Tianhui, a freshman in the Mechanical Engineering Department of the Science Institute. I am Su Tian, also a freshman, studying in the Martial Arts Department of the Combat Academy. A pleasure to meet you. Xia Tianhui replied warmly. To have secured accommodation in the core area of Tianfu University, one must not be an ordinary individual. To produce 720 credit points at once is no small feat. Su Tian smiled amiably. Are your parents advanced martial artists? Su Tian recalled the wealthy Su Mingling. Her father was also an advanced martial artist. No, my parents are both scholars. Chapter 69. Defeating you is no challenge. Scholars? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. During high school, he believed that martial artists were the mainstream in this world, only to discover upon entering Tianfu University that the number of students in the Science Institute was not in the least inferior to that of the Martial Arts Academy. It seemed that scholars held considerable significance in this realm. Given that Xia Tianhui's parents were scholars, the ability to present 720 credit points might also be related to that. Su Tian inquired with keen interest, what do they research? A glimmer of pride flickered in Xia Tianhui's eyes, his tone shifting to one of excitement. My parents primarily specialize in the field of materials, utilizing materials from demon beasts to develop various equipment and items that enhance a martial artist's prowess. He paused, as if fearing Su Tian might not comprehend, and added, "You see, for us martial artists, besides self-cultivation, equipment is also of paramount importance." Upon hearing this, curiosity sparkled in Su Tian's eyes. Sensing Su Tian's interest, Xia Tianhui became even more animated, launching into an elaborate explanation. For instance, the bones of demon beasts can be refined into high-strength alloys, which are used to forge battle armor with formidable defensive capabilities. Additionally, the blood of certain special demon beasts possesses unique properties that can be utilized to create special potions. As Su Tian listened to Xia Tianhui's exposition, he felt a sense of astonishment. He had previously focused solely on his training and was not well versed in these equipment and items. It appeared that in this world, beyond combat, technology was an indispensable aspect. The materials field in which Xia Tianhui's parents were involved merely scratched the surface of the technological advancements in this realm. After exchanging a few more words, the matter of the 720 credit points for renting the house faded from Xia Tianhui's mind. Su Tian found Xia Tianhui to be quite genuine and straightforward in his thoughts. The two clicked well, and Xia Tianhui casually began to call him a Tian. Su Tian, in turn, found this young man rather amusing, direct, and without ulterior motives. "A Tian, your training speed is simply remarkable. I heard you were only at the 8th level of the first stage not long ago, and now you've reached the 2nd stage?" Xia Tianhui scratched his head, curiosity evident on his face. Su Tian smiled, not providing a direct response, merely stating, "It's nothing extraordinary, just a stroke of luck." "A Tian, what is your martial arts talent? Students of average talent do not qualify to reside here." It's hardly worth mentioning. In the ensuing days, Su Tian dedicated most of his time to the Xianhuang training grounds. With Secretary Li as an excellent sparring partner, Su Tian was not about to squander such an opportunity. "Su Tian, ever since you broke through to the 2nd stage, your strength has skyrocketed," Secretary Li said, gently wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. He had already suppressed his strength to the 3rd stage, yet he still found it challenging to cope. Su Tian's fists, enveloped in golden true essence, felt immensely heavy with each strike. Every blow seemed as if a small mountain was crashing down upon him, leaving him to grapple with the intensity. The most critical aspect was that this was merely Su Tian's casual strike. Secretary Li could only inwardly curse. What a freak. "Secretary Li, I appreciate your hard work and training with me these past few days." Su Tian retracted his fist, allowing the golden true essence to gradually dissipate, his aura retracting like a sheathed sword. Secretary Li smiled faintly, putting away his long spear. "You are too modest, Su Tian. As a student of Professor Jiang Chenglong, this is my duty." The two were engaged in an intense sparring session within a dedicated combat room in the Xianhuang training grounds when suddenly, a commotion erupted from the entrance, shattering the tranquility. "Who is Su Tian? Step forward if you dare." A brash voice rang out, laden with provocation, reverberating throughout the training area. Su Tian furrowed his brow, halting in his tracks and exchanging a glance with Secretary Li, his expression somber. Trouble was brewing. As the crowd surged, a tall, haughty young man emerged, clad in a black training suit, exuding the aura of an 8th-level 2nd-stage martial artist, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Behind him trailed a throng of onlookers, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Who dares to be so arrogant in the Xianhuang training grounds, seeking trouble with Su Tian? Do they not know he is a new student of Professor Jiang? Some scoffed. Others, upon closer inspection, recognized the newcomer. It seems he truly possesses that strength. "That's Du Jinan." Du Jinan crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance over the crowd, his eyes brimming with contempt. Whispers erupted among the onlookers. "Du Jinan? He is a prized disciple of Professor Wang Mingxian, known for his formidable strength." Professor Wang Mingxian? No wonder. Some students recalled. Previously, when the university leadership assigned the Xianhuang training grounds to Professor Jiang, Professor Wang had objected fiercely, leading to a fierce battle between the two. Indeed, that incident caused quite a stir. The entire combat academy is aware of it. It is said that Professor Wang returned in defeat, and now he seems intent on having his student regain honor. Su Tian and Secretary Li were just stepping out of the combat room when they overheard the discussions. Piecing together the unfolding narrative, it appeared that a longtime acquaintance of his mentor could no longer contain himself. "I am Su Tian," he stated calmly, his gaze as tranquil as a deep well. Du Jinan sneered, stepping forward, unleashing a powerful aura that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. "I am here to issue you a challenge. Do you dare to accept?" Du Jinan's lips curled into a scornful smile as he surveyed the surroundings, relishing the spectacle that was about to unfold. He was fully prepared, having brought along a cadre of eager spectators. He brimmed with confidence, believing that should Su Tian falter out of fear to accept the challenge, the name Su Tian would surely headline the Tianfu University Forum the following day. Not only would Su Tian face humiliation, but it would also be a resounding slap in Professor Jiang Chenglong's face. Wow, Du Jinan is truly imposing. Indeed, he knows how to choose his moment. He has been training with Professor Wang for a while Su Tian has just recently become a disciple. It's the perfect time to confront him. I fear Su Tian might be at a disadvantage. He is merely at the first level of the second stage. How could he possibly contend with the 8th level of the second stage Du Jinan? The murmurs crescendoed, and most were skeptical of Su Tian's chances. After all, the disparity between the first and 8th levels of the second stage was indeed vast. Some even began speculating whether Su Tian might simply concede. As avoiding embarrassment was preferable to enduring a beating, Su Tian slowly stepped out of the crowd, positioning himself directly opposite Du Jinan. He paid no heed to the surrounding discussions, nor did he concern himself with Du Jinan's arrogant demeanor. He merely regarded Du Jinan with a tranquil gaze. With the utmost composure, he uttered the most audacious words. Defeating you is hardly a challenge. Chapter 70. The Martial Arts Library. However, having accepted your challenge this time, what shall I do if every Tom, Dick, and Harry decides to challenge me next? Upon hearing these words, Du Jinan's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, convinced that Su Tian was merely posturing, trying to save face. What's the matter? If you're afraid to accept the duel, just say so. There's no need for excuses. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that those around them could hear, aiming to humiliate Su Tian further. Su Tian offered a faint smile and shrugged. You're at the second level, 8th stage. I'm at the second level, 1st stage. This is quite the predicament for me. Du Jinan felt an increasing sense of superiority upon hearing this, believing he had completely unraveled Su Tian's facade. Su Tian appeared tough, but was, in reality, a bundle of nerves, merely a stubborn duck refusing to yield. His eyes glinted with disdain. I could consider suppressing my cultivation level, but only if you plead with me. Su Tian regarded him as if he were a fool. No, you misunderstand. What I mean is, you must pay. Pay in credits. Su Tian interjected smoothly, his tone calm. Given the vast disparity in our strengths, it would hardly be fair to fight without compensation. Du Jinan was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Su Tian's implication. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what Su Tian was orchestrating. I am at the second level, 1st stage. You are at the second level, 8th stage, a full 7 stages apart. Su Tian waggled a finger and continued. The difference of 1 stage is worth 100 credit points. Therefore, for this 7-stage disparity, I shall require 700 credit points. If you can provide me with 700 credit points, I will accept your challenge. What say you? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at these words. It turned out to be a negotiation. Du Jinan's expression fluctuated between anger and confusion. He had initially intended to leverage the crowd to force Su Tian into accepting the duel, yet now it seemed Su Tian was leading him by the nose. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the inherent unfairness of this challenge. Su Tian was not even demanding a duel of equal ranks. Requesting compensation in credits seemed quite reasonable. At this moment, if Du Jinan were to refuse Su Tian, where would his reputation go? He became akin to a creature caught in a trap, with no clear way out. He scoffed, thinking to himself, it's merely 700 credit points. Does this brat think I, Du Jinan, cannot afford it? Consider it an advance payment for your coffin. Very well. 700 it is. I accept your terms. Du Jinan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Su Tian with a venomous glare. Splendid. Then it is settled. 3 days from now, I shall await you at the central training ground of the school. I hope you won't shy away. Du Jinan had prepared extensively for this encounter, spreading the word to ensure that more students would witness this event. The more spectators there were, the more humiliating it would be for Su Tian. The harder he could strike at Jiang Qinglong's face. With a disdainful snort, Du Jinan left, while the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. 3 days from now, at the central training ground, I must witness this spectacle. Indeed, I must bring my roommate along. It was reminiscent of the legendary duel between Teacher Jiang and Teacher Wang. I cannot miss this. The murmurs were filled with excitement and anticipation. Secretary Li leaned against the door of the operations room, keenly observing the clash between Su Tian and Du Jinan, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. He silently mourned for Du Jinan. It was absurd. A person suppressed from the 6th level to the 3rd level would find it quite arduous to face Su Tian. And Du Jinan, at the 2nd level, 8th stage? Secretary Li could only think of one term, seeking death. He tilted his head slightly, reflecting on Su Tian's cunning. In just a few words, he had not only adeptly countered Du Jinan's verbal assault, but had also turned the tables, compelling Du Jinan to part with 700 credit points. Secretary Li approached Su Tian, patting him on the shoulder, his eyes twinkling with amusement, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Everything was left unsaid. He chose not to elaborate, merely sharing a knowing smile. Those who understood, understood. He regarded it as a minor episode and did not take Du Jinan's challenge to heart. Turning away, he said, "Shall we continue?" Unexpectedly, Su Tian shook his head. "That will be all for today. I need to prepare thoroughly for my duel with Du Jinan." This left Secretary Li momentarily speechless. "Wait, buddy. I am struggling to defeat you even when suppressed to the 3rd level. Du Jinan, at the 2nd level, 8th stage? How much preparation do you require?" Countless question marks flooded Secretary Li's mind. Su Tian, perceiving Secretary Li's bewilderment, smiled lightly. "I suddenly recalled that Teacher Wang promised me an A-class martial art upon enrollment. and today is the perfect day to collect it. I could practice it over these 3 days, and it would come in handy for the duel. Secretary Lee's mouth twitched slightly. This kid gave off an innocent aura, yet was cunning and quite capable of underhanded tactics. He offered yet another silent tribute to Du Jinan. However, 3 days might not suffice to master an A-class martial art, right? As these words left his lips, Secretary Lee suddenly wished to retract them. He remembered that Su Tian had managed to cultivate the Great Sun body forging technique to a minor success within 3 days. After bidding farewell to Secretary Lee, Su Tian made his way directly to the martial arts library of the school. This library, rather than a mere repository of books, resembled a fortress brimming with technological prowess. The entire structure was supported by a massive alloy framework, its exterior enveloped in a transparent energy shield. Inside the library, the shelves did not hold traditional paper books. Instead, they housed martial arts crystals that shimmered with a soft glow. Selecting martial arts techniques here required only a few taps on an electronic screen. Su Tian filtered through all available A-class martial techniques: Gale Sword Technique, Earth-Shattering Slash, Demon-Subduing Spear. The names of these techniques flashed before him, and Su Tian frowned slightly. It was evident from their titles that they necessitated the use of weapons, which did not align with his needs. He could find no techniques involving unarmed combat, such as fist techniques or palm techniques, in the A-class section. However, upon reflection, this was to be expected. Purely relying on fists or palms to unleash an attack powerful enough to meet A-class standards was quite rare. Thus, few would create techniques based on such concepts. It seemed that pursuing such a niche path might not be advantageous. This was indeed a dilemma. Just as Su Tian grappled with his choices, a girl with a high ponytail quietly appeared before him. She wore a well-tailored black uniform that hugged her petite form, her long legs accentuated by black stockings, making her exceedingly eye-catching. With glossy black hair and black-framed glasses perched on her nose, she exuded an air of intellect. Clutching a thick book, she gazed at Su Tian with wide, sparkling eyes. "Classmate, have you encountered any difficulties?" Chapter 71, The Librarian Lin Wei. The girl's voice was crisp and melodious, a delight to the ears. Su Tian turned around to see a young woman, a library staff member, with a stack of thick tomes. One of the books pressed awkwardly against an inappropriate area, causing the already tumultuous section to become even more distorted. Su Tian quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. There is indeed a slight issue." "What issue?" "Perhaps I can assist you," the girl replied, her large eyes blinking innocently. "I'm Lin Wei, a student from the Martial Arts Department of the Logistics Academy, and I work part-time at the library. I have a basic understanding of the martial techniques here. I'm looking for an A-grade offensive martial technique that does not rely on weapons." But Su Tian scratched his head. "It seems there aren't any available. An A-grade martial technique that doesn't depend on weapons?" The girl echoed, seemingly deep in thought. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Su Tian inquired. Lin Wei paused momentarily, her long eyelashes fluttering, a hint of confusion flashing across her large eyes. How could anyone need such a martial technique? Can he really fight with bare hands against monstrous beasts? How strange. She curiously scrutinized the young man before her, tightening her grip on the books as she pondered. She was generally familiar with the martial techniques cataloged in the library, and indeed, offensive techniques that did not rely on weapons were exceedingly rare. Even if they existed, most were of B or C grade, with the grades being particularly scarce. She displayed a troubled expression and softly remarked, "A-grade martial techniques that do not require weapons are indeed quite uncommon. I need to think about it." Noticing Lin Wei's troubled demeanor, Su Tian shook his head. Just then, Lin Wei's eyes suddenly brightened as if a thought had struck her. She exclaimed excitedly, "Wait. I just remembered. I've been restoring an ancient text that contains martial techniques which might meet your requirements." She set down the book she was holding and carefully retrieved a scroll wrapped in special material from a corner of the bookshelf. The ancient text recorded a martial technique called the 8 Desolations Shocking Heaven Seal, which, when cultivated to its zenith, was said to have the power to shake mountains and rivers, its might boundless. Lin Wei cautiously unfurled the scroll, revealing ancient characters that had become somewhat fragmented over the course of time. It was said to be a martial technique passed down from ancient times when material technology was not advanced, hence such techniques were more prevalent. However, this ancient text is incomplete. I am currently attempting to restore it, and so far, I have only managed to recover a portion of its content, making it far from whole. Lin Wei glanced at Su Tian with a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing the name 8 Desolations Shocking Heaven Seal, Su Tian felt a flicker of interest. He lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, and asked, "May I take a look at this martial technique?" "All right. But you must be careful. This ancient text is quite fragile, and the incomplete portions may affect your cultivation. Be prepared for that," Lin Wei cautioned. Su Tian received the scroll and opened it carefully, revealing a line of transparent text that sent a jolt through him. Detected that the current martial technique is incomplete. Would you like to use martial value for restoration? 8 Desolations Shocking Heaven Seal. Incomplete A grade. Restoration requires 1,000 points of martial value. He raised his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Lin Wei, his tone laced with excitement. This martial technique perfectly aligns with my needs. Seeing the spark of enthusiasm in Su Tian's eyes, Lin Wei smiled. It seems you also find this martial technique extraordinary. In fact, I have been researching it. But the restoration progress is quite slow. Why don't we try working on it together? Perhaps we can restore its original glory more swiftly. Su Tian raised an eyebrow. Is your martial arts department specifically focused on restoring martial techniques? Restoration is merely one aspect of our work. Primarily, we study the theoretical knowledge of martial techniques, analyze their principles, and then repair or optimize those that are incomplete or flawed, thereby enhancing their quality. That sounds impressive. Su Tian understood Lin Wei's point, realizing it was fundamentally about theoretical research on martial techniques. Lin Wei continued, in truth, restoring martial techniques is a lengthy endeavor that requires extensive theoretical knowledge and practical experience. I've set a small goal for myself, to fully restore the 8 Desolations Shocking Heaven seal within 3 years. She clenched her fist, her eyes brimming with confidence. Su Tian remained noncommittal. I have an opportunity to receive an A-grade martial technique for free. If I choose this 8 Desolations Shocking Heaven seal, would that be permissible? It is permissible, but it is incomplete. That's all right. Su Tian replied decisively, without a trace of hesitation. His choice surprised Lin Wei. She had anticipated he would deliberate more carefully. After all, practicing an incomplete martial technique carried significant risks with minimal rewards. Typically, only students from their martial arts department would consider such a technique for research, while those from the martial Tao department would find it unworthy. This young man seemed rather extraordinary. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her. Are you certain you want to select it? This martial technique is truly incomplete, Lin Wei reiterated. Yes, that's the one. Su Tian responded succinctly, unwavering in his decision. All right, follow me. Lin Wei bit her lip, recognizing Su Tian's determination, and refrained from further questioning. Perhaps he had his own reasons. She led him to the library's registration desk to process the paperwork for acquiring the martial technique. After entering Su Tian's student ID and confirming his pupil information, she handed him the ancient scroll and cautioned, this martial technique is quite old. Exercise utmost care while cultivating it. Su Tian took the scroll, its surface cool to the touch. He thanked Lin Wei and prepared to leave. Just as he turned, he suddenly halted and looked back at Lin Wei, asking, by the way, the great sun body forging technique I've been practicing is also an incomplete martial technique. Can it be repaired here? Lin Wei paused, contemplating for a moment. The great sun body forging technique, I believe I've heard of it. Isn't it a self-created technique by one of the teachers at our school? If that's the case, I'm afraid I cannot assist you. As a self-created technique embodies an individual's understanding of their martial path. If their journey remains incomplete, the martial techniques they create will also be lacking. We can only restore those techniques that were originally whole but became flawed during transmission. I see. Su Tian nodded, acknowledging the reason in Lin Wei's words. He felt no disappointment. He had merely inquired on a whim. If the martial arts department could truly accomplish such restoration, then Teacher Jiang would not have had to exert so much effort. Thank you, Lin classmate. I shall take my leave now. I need to return home to diligently practice this technique in preparation for the duel in 3 days. All right, see you later, Su classmate. Lin Wei watched Su Tian's departing figure, her mind swirling with thoughts. She felt that something was amiss. Information flashed rapidly in her mind. The Great Sun Body Forging Technique. Wasn't that a unique martial technique created by teacher Jiang Qinglong from the Combat Academy? Could it be that Su Tian is a student? Su Tian. That name seemed familiar. Lin Wei's body jolted as she suddenly recalled hearing her roommate mention it. 3 days later, a duel between Jiang Qinglong's student and Wang Mingxuan's student is set to take place. Jiang Qinglong's student is none other than Su Tian, a second-tier first layer against a second-tier 8th layer. Is he truly intending to utilize the incomplete 8 Desolations Tremor Seal to confront the formidable Du Jinan? Surely, this cannot be serious. This is nothing short of a jest. What is even more critical is that Su Tian chose this perilously high-risk martial technique due to her recommendation. The mere thought of it fills Lin Wei's heart with an inexplicable sense of guilt. What shall be done? Chapter 72, 8 Desolations Tremor Seal. Host, Su Tian. Physique, Ancient Sacred Body, 15. Cultivation, Martial Artist, 2nd tier, 1st layer. Talent, Asura Killing Eyes, S-Class. Martial Value, 4,700 points. Credits, 100 points. Martial Techniques, 10 Echoes Connecting Fist, D-Class Perfected 9 Yang Qi Gathering Formula, A-Class, Perfected Great Desolation Capturing Heaven Finger, S-Class Entry Level. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su Tian's first action was to examine his information panel. After closing it, he retrieved the 8 Desolations Tremor Seal imprint scroll that Lin Wei had bestowed upon him. Before him appeared familiar translucent letters. 8 Desolations Tremor Seal, incomplete A-Class, requires 1,000 points of martial value for restoration. Restoration, 1,000 martial value points consumed to complete the 8 Desolations Tremor Seal. In an instant, a surge of white light flooded the paper. rendering the text on the scroll clear and whole, filling in many previously missing parts. Tian hastily scanned the contents of the paper, and with his formidable mental prowess, he firmly imprinted all the information pertaining to this martial technique into his mind. 8 Desolation's Tremor Seal, perfected, capable of transforming true essence into shockwave power, which can shake mountains and rivers upon eruption. When cultivated to the utmost, it can shatter the void. Tian meticulously absorbed the information regarding the technique, his understanding deepening. The essence of this martial art lies in the word shockwave. True essence is no longer a mere energy output, but can spawn shockwave power. Much like waves, it overlaps and cascades endlessly. With each shock, the strength accumulates, ultimately unleashing a force potent enough to shatter all. When mastered to perfection, it enables simple control over gravity within a confined space. With a thought, Tian infused martial value into the 8 Desolation's Tremor Seal, striving for complete mastery. 50 martial value points consumed. 8 Desolation's Tremor Seal cultivated to entry level. 100 martial value points consumed. 8 Desolation's Tremor Seal cultivated to proficient level. 200 martial value points consumed. 8 Desolation's Tremor Seal cultivated to minor accomplishment level. 250 martial value points consumed. 8 Desolation's Tremor Seal cultivated to mastery level. 400 martial value points consumed. 8 Desolation's Tremor Seal cultivated to great accomplishment level. 500 martial value points consumed. 8 Desolation's Tremor Seal cultivated to perfection level. The 8 Desolation's Tremor Seal has been cultivated to perfection level. Total consumption, 1,500 martial value points. Current remaining martial value, 2,200 points. Tian attempted to circulate his true essence according to the technique's route. He extended his palm, as if an invisible drum was being struck rhythmically. Without any motion from him, the air before his palm was instantaneously disturbed, creating a circle of white shock waves. He rose, exited the dormitory, and proceeded to the internal training room of the villa, seeking out a specially crafted training dummy. This dummy, infused with a unique alloy, could absorb the majority of impact forces. Taking a deep breath, Tian slowly raised his right hand. The true essence coursed within him, and he could feel the muscles in his palm engorge with blood. Suddenly, he struck down upon the dummy with great force. Bang! With a muffled thud, an invisible shockwave erupted from the center of his palm, radiating outward. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed from within the dummy. Following this, cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the dummy, resembling a spider's web. Even the walls of the training room trembled slightly, emitting a low humming sound. Tian could distinctly sense that this power was not simply brute strength, but a penetrating shockwave capable of delving into the very essence of materials to obliterate them. With just a casual strike, the shockwave power was already evident. Should he unleash his full might, toppling a mountain would not be beyond his capabilities. He was exceedingly pleased with such results. A faint smile graced Tian's lips. Secretary Li, here I come. The following days were spent tormenting Secretary Li. In the blink of an eye, the day of the duel with Du Jinan arrived. During these days, Du Jinan had fervently promoted the event, eager for the entire school to know of his impending battle with Tian. He even boasted that he would represent his sect to reclaim honor and rectify past humiliations at the Xianhuang dojo. Under Du Jinan's promotional efforts, the turnout was astonishing. On the day of the duel, the central trial arena was already overflowing with spectators, a throng so dense it was impassable. The enormous circular arena, constructed from specially forged alloys, was surrounded by towering stands, resembling a colossal arena. Encircling the platform were energy shields designed to protect against the martial artist's true essence attacks, preventing any collateral damage to the surrounding audience. The stands buzzed with excitement, voices rising in a cacophony of chatter. Tian is truly unfortunate. He became a disciple of teacher Jiang Chenglong. Yet, how fortuitous, not long after becoming a disciple, Du Jinan seeks him out. Isn't this a blatant attempt to slap teacher Jiang Chenglong in the face? What can one say? Tian has no choice but to accept this battle representing his sect's honor. If he were to surrender, how would teacher Jiang Chenglong feel? Sighing, one could not help but feel relieved that they had not been able to become a disciple of teacher Jiang, lest they find themselves standing on the stage, about to face a beating. Various voices intertwined. Almost everyone was inclined to believe that Du Jinan would easily secure victory, while Tian would be left battered and bruised, losing face for his sect. Tian and Xia Tianhui walked side by side into the trial arena. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Xia Tianhui's brow furrowed, his concern deepening. He quietly pondered within himself. Tian's talent might be formidable, yet Du Jinan, being a disciple of Wang Mingxian, surely possesses considerable talent as well. What is more, in the trial arena, talent counts for little. Only tangible strength matters. How could Tian, at the second-tier first layer, possibly contend against Du Jinan at the second-tier 8th layer? Xia Tianhui's heart brimmed with anxiety over the outcome of the battle. He discreetly tugged at Tian's sleeve, whispering, Tian, are you truly all right? Tian patted Xia Tianhui on the shoulder, a confident smile gracing his lips. Do not worry, old Xia. Watch as I earn another wave of credits today. Seeing Su Tian's calm demeanor, Xia Tianhui felt somewhat reassured, yet he couldn't help but murmur, don't overexert yourself. If it becomes too much, just surrender. It's better to preserve oneself than to face unnecessary peril. Su Tian chuckled, offering no reply as he quickened his pace, striding directly towards the arena. In the front row of the stands, a girl in a fitted uniform had already taken her place. This girl was none other than Lin Wei. The tailored uniform accentuated her alluring figure, and the black stockings wrapped around her long legs, enhancing her striking sensuality. Her high ponytail swayed gently with each breath, and behind her black-framed glasses, a pair of beautiful eyes intently focused on the entrance of the arena. Her delicate face etched with worry. From time to time, she bit her lip, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the hem of her garment. Standing in the stands, Lin Wei's feelings of guilt reached a peak. Chapter 73, A Single Move to Defeat. Overwhelmed by guilt, Lin Wei tightly clenched the edge of her clothing with her fair fingers, the soft fabric already soaked with perspiration. She never anticipated that the person who came seeking martial arts that day would be Su Tian. Her intention had merely been to collaborate with him to repair this martial technique. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Had she known it was him, she would have staunchly refused to recommend that incomplete Ba Huangzhen Tianyin. This flawed A-grade martial technique not only lacked power, but also posed a training difficulty far exceeding that of ordinary martial arts. Moreover, Su Tian was merely at the first level of the second stage, yet he was to face Du Jin, who was at the 8th level of the second stage. This was simply, Lin Wei dared not dwell on it further. If Su Tian were to lose, would she not become a sinner? The more she thought, the more self-reproach consumed her, her small face reflecting her anxiety, causing even her ample bosom to tremble slightly. Alas, it's all my fault. I should have stopped him when I had the chance, Lin Wei lamented as she stamped her foot in frustration. Amidst Lin Wei's tumultuous emotions, Su Tian strode confidently onto the stage. On the platform, Du Jin had long awaited, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, projecting an air of superiority. Su Tian approached the stage leisurely, standing opposite Du Jin. You truly dare to come. Du Jin scrutinized Su Tian from head to toe, his gaze filled with disdain, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. The hatred he harbored for Su Tian had grown wild and unruly, fueled not only by the feud between their teachers, but also by the fact that Su Tian had swindled him out of 700 credit points. For him, 700 credit points was no trivial sum. To this day, he remained baffled by Su Tian's audacity to demand such an amount from him. Senior Du, you're joking. For those 700 credit points, I had no choice but to come, Su Tian casually retorted, inadvertently rubbing salt into Du Jinnan's wound. You. Du Jinnan's face stiffened in shock. He had not expected Su Tian to dare mention this matter. Utterly shameless. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity in strength. Du Jinnan roared, his aura suddenly erupting, showcasing the might of his second stage 8th level prowess. A palpable sense of oppression enveloped the arena, rendering the surrounding air heavy with tension. As Du Jinnan unleashed his energy, the atmosphere ignited, electrifying the spectators in the stands, who eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation of the impending battle. Go, Senior Du. Crush him. Victory to Senior Du. Senior Du. Let Su Tian know the boundaries of his capabilities. These voices were undoubtedly from the cheerleaders Du Jin had brought along, who now fervently shouted their encouragement. Silence. A booming voice suddenly resonated, like thunder crashing through the arena, instantly overpowering the cacophony. A burly middle-aged man appeared at the center of the stage, his face stern and his gaze piercing, an aura of authority dominating the scene. He was the designated referee for the school's central trial arena, established to ensure fairness in competitions and to prevent any potential chaos during bouts, as young individuals, fueled by vigor, could unleash unforeseen violence. I am the referee for this match. Allow me to briefly explain the rules. Both parties may employ any means necessary, but must not endanger each other's lives. If one party concedes, or I determine that one has lost the ability to fight, the match will conclude. Should the situation spiral out of control, I will intervene and declare a victor based on the circumstances. Is that understood? Though directed at Su Tian and Du Jin, the referee's voice echoed through the arena. Understood. Su Tian and Du Jin replied in unison. Excellent. Now, the referee's gaze swept over both competitors, ultimately resting on Su Tian. Begin. Before the referee's words had fully settled, Du Jin shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing from sight in an instant. So fast, gasped a spectator in the stands, evidently astonished by Du Jinnan's speed. A glint of cold light flashed as a long blade appeared before Su Tian, its edge aimed directly at his throat, the speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. A sinister smile crept across Du Jinnan's face. It's a B-grade martial technique. Gale Slash. Su Tian is in danger now. Who would have thought Du Jinnan would open with such a lethal move? With the strength of the second stage 8th level combined with a B-grade martial technique, how could Su Tian possibly withstand this attack? The audience buzzed with speculation. The long blade in Du Jinnan's hand, as thin as a cicada's wing, sliced through the air, creating a series of piercing sounds. A fierce wind whipped through the arena, stirring up clouds of dust that enveloped both combatants. Du Jinnan's energy surged violently, infusing the long blade with power. The air thickened, forming white blade lights extending 3 meters long, shooting towards Su Tian from all directions, akin to a colossal cage. The convergence of the blade and the blade lights created an inescapable net, sealing off all of Su Tian's retreat routes. In the stands, Lin Wei's heart raced to her throat, her hands clasped tightly together, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Confronted by Du Jinnan's relentless assault, golden ancient true essence flickered like flames upon Su Tian's right hand. Clenching his fist, Su Tian unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The blade lights exploded just 50 centimeters from Su Tian, unleashing a tempest upon the platform. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out like lightning, deftly pinching Du Jinnan's blade between 2 fingers. Clang. A sharp metallic clash resonated, yet Su Tian remained unmoved. A tremendous force surged from the blade. But no matter how hard Du Jinnan strained, his long blade could not advance an inch. Terror gripped his heart. How could Su Tian possess such terrifying strength? Before he could react, Su Tian lifted his right leg, delivering a whip-like kick that struck fiercely at Du Jinnan's waist. The impact shattered the air. Du Jinnan felt a ringing in his ears, followed by a searing pain radiating from his midsection. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. With a loud thud, Du Jinnan crashed against the edge of the platform, kicking up a cloud of dust. I must be seeing things. Su Tian just countered Du Jinnan's gale slash with a single strike. Indeed, he hasn't even employed any martial techniques. How did Su Tian achieve this? It feels as though he merely used a punch and a kick, and Du Jinnan is already on the ground. What happened to the supposed disparity in realms? Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the stands. Everyone was stunned by this scene, unable to trust their own eyes. This one-sided situation left Lin Wei utterly bewildered. Chapter 74, The Reversal Elixir. Lin Wei stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She specialized in martial techniques and was not particularly adept at combat. She hadn't even clearly seen what had just transpired. All she witnessed was Su Tian's nonchalant punch, which effortlessly neutralized Du Jinnan's lethal strike, followed by a whip-like kick that sent Du Jinnan flying, as if he were a mere top. Was it truly that easy? Lin Wei murmured to herself. Having anticipated a grueling battle where the two would at least be locked in a standoff for some time, she had even mentally prepared herself for the possibility of Su Tian's defeat. To her astonishment, Su Tian had won with such ease, without even employing any martial techniques. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Lin Wei let out a long sigh of relief, patting her heaving chest, a smile of unburdened joy illuminating her face. The scenario she had envisioned had not materialized. Su Tian hadn't even used martial techniques. If he didn't employ martial techniques, then it was of no concern to her. All her worries had been unfounded. In the arena, Du Jinnan struggled to rise from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He glared intently at Su Tian, his eyes filled with shock and bitterness. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Du Jinnan roared within. How could I, a second stage 8th layer, be defeated in one blow by someone at the first stage? Especially in front of so many witnesses. You must have employed the secret technique that Jiang Chenglong taught you. Du Jinnan had initially prepared himself for a moment of glory and the accolades from teacher Wang Mingxian. Yet, unexpectedly, what awaited him was nothing but humiliation. Endless humiliation. Du Jinnan felt as if his face had been ground into the dirt, his dignity shattered into pieces. He could not accept such a defeat, nor could he bear becoming the subject of ridicule. Su Tian, you are not the only one with secret techniques. A glimmer of madness flickered in Du Jinnan's eyes as he summoned a syringe from his sumi ring. Removing the cap, he plunged the needle into his own veins. A crimson potion surged into his bloodstream. His entire aura shifted dramatically. His muscles began to writhe uncontrollably, veins bulging like coiled dragons. Su Tian, this is all your fault. Du Jinnan let out a thunderous roar, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. That is a reversal essence. Gasps erupted from the audience. The reversal essence, a pill capable of forcibly enhancing one's cultivation in a short span, comes with severe side effects. Minor effects may lead to regression, while severe cases could damage one's foundation or even threaten life itself. Under normal circumstances, no one would resort to such a potion at school. It is only used in dire situations when surrounded by monstrous beasts, a last-ditch effort. Has Du Jinnan lost his mind? He is actually consuming the reversal essence. Is he willing to risk his life just to win? Someone stop him. Where's the referee? The audience erupted into chaos, accusing Du Jinnan of cheating and demanding the referee intervene. The referee's brow furrowed in concern. He wanted to step in but restrained his impulse. The rules did not explicitly prohibit the use of potions, and his criteria for intervention were based on the life or death of the combatants. He could only intervene when one party was severely injured. Thus, the referee chose to observe, discreetly increasing his true essence output, ready to act at any moment. Third stage. Du Jin Nen has actually broken through to the third stage. Su Tian is truly in danger now. Why hasn't the referee intervened yet? A person under the influence of the reversal essence cannot control their power. At this rate, Su Tian may suffer severe injury or even death. The audience held their breath, their eyes glued to the arena. This was no longer mere entertainment. Lives were at stake. Lin Wei's heart, which had just settled, twisted into knots once more. Under the influence of the reversal essence, within mere breaths, Du Jinnan's strength had surged to the third stage. His aura became increasingly ferocious, deviating from the stability typical of martial artists. It was a harbinger of uncontrollable power. Su Tian, I will see you dead, Du Jinnan bellowed, swinging his long knife once more to unleash a gale slash. The true essence surged violently along the blade, forming white arcs of light extending 5 meters long, 2 meters longer than before. The number of arcs doubled, densely packed, blotting out the sun. The entire arena was enveloped in this blinding light, the air sliced apart, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. The audience gasped in horror, many too afraid to witness the spectacle unfolding in the arena. Su Tian, yield to me, Du Jinnan sneered, commanding the multitude of arcs from all directions to strike at Su Tian. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Su Tian remained unperturbed, slowly raising his right hand as golden ancient true essence surged forth once more. Facing this cataclysmic assault, a slight smile graced Su Tian's lips. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of the 8 Desolations' quaking heaven seal. The golden ancient true essence roared within him, flowing along the path of the 8 Desolations' quaking heaven seal. Ultimately, it coalesced into a resplendent golden light in Su Tian's right hand. He gradually raised his hand, fingers clenched into a fist. 8 Desolations' quaking heaven seal. Su Tian roared, his right fist crashing down onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The surface of the arena visibly trembled with each strike, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. Simultaneously, cracks spread like a spider's web across the arena. The ground shattering. An invisible wave of Zhendong Li surged from deep within the earth, converging in all directions. Ultimately, centered around Su Tian's fist, it erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. The two immense forces collided with a thunderous crash. Crack, crack. The multitude of arcs shattered upon contact with this Zhendong Li, fragmenting like fragile glass and dissipating into the air. Yet, this Zhendong Li did not cease. It surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, crashing into Du Jinnan. Despite his protective true essence bolstered by the reversal essence, now at third stage strength, it crumbled like paper before this Zhendong Li. The once radiant true essence shield trembled violently, soon cracking like glass struck by a boulder, ultimately shattering into wisps of true essence that scattered across the world. Du Jinnan spat blood, his internal organs and the essence within his veins thrown into chaos. His body, though not subject to any tangible attack, felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, embedding him deeply into the ground. The arena was now a scene of devastation. The previously smooth alloy surface was riddled with countless fissures, resembling a vast spider's web. Deep within the cracks, the color of earth was faintly visible. Smaller stones were crushed into dust by the Zhendong Li, scattering into the air. The audience fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 75, An Unprecedented Insight. Su Tian's steps were steady as he advanced toward the deeply embedded Du Jinnan. With each step, Du Jinnan's already chaotic breath quickened further. The violent power granted by the reversal essence was rapidly waning, replaced by a tide of exhaustion and pain. I cannot lose. He yearned to rise and reclaim the last remnants of his dignity. Su Tian approached Du Jinnan, towering over him with an imposing presence. Slowly he raised his hand, his movements gentle yet imbued with an invisible sense of oppression. Du Jinnan felt as though an unseen mountain had suddenly descended upon him, his bones crying out under the unbearable weight. The 8 Desolations' shock heaven seal had reached a consummate stage, capable of subtly altering gravity. At that moment, the gravitational force surrounding Du Jinnan had intensified tenfold. He was as if crushed beneath an invisible giant, his limbs and body feeling as though they were infused with lead. Standing up was an insurmountable challenge. Even moving a finger seemed excruciatingly arduous. He struggled to lift his head, but his neck muscles were as rigid as stone, allowing him only to barely shift his eyes, which were bloodshot and locked onto the approaching Su Tian, filled with not only shock, but also an unmistakable terror. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Du Jinnan's throat emitted fragmented syllables. Under the ferocious influence of the reversal essence potion, he found himself utterly overpowered by Su Tian's overwhelming presence. He keenly felt that the disparity in strength between himself and Su Tian was not something that mere potions could bridge. Shall we continue? Su Tian spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in Du Jinnan's ears. I concede. The referee, suppressing his own astonishment, stepped into the center of the arena, his voice booming throughout the venue. I declare that Su Tian is the victor of this match. After a brief pause, the referee's gaze shifted to the pale-faced Du Jinnan. and he spoke with a grave tone. Du Jinan, as per the pre-match agreement, you are required to pay Su Tian 700 credit points immediately. When Du Jinan booked the arena, the credit points had already been transferred to the referee's account. This was a school regulation designed to prevent either party from having second thoughts. The audience was initially engulfed in an eerie silence, which soon erupted like a volcano. Gasps and discussions boiling over. Everyone was profoundly astonished by the prowess Su Tian had displayed. A newcomer of the second stage, first level, had decisively defeated Du Jinan, who had consumed the reversal essence potion. It was known that after taking the potion, Du Jinan's strength had reached the third stage. This meant that Su Tian had, with his early stage second-level strength, effectively countered a third-level warrior. Moreover, it was a swift, decisive victory. The sheer terror of such power was beyond description. Is he for real? How can he be this formidable? Indeed, this brother appears refined, yet fights like a beast in human form. I had sensed Su Tian would triumph. After all, he is a student of teacher Jiang Chenglong. A weakling would not pass muster with him. Du Jinan had suffered a tremendous loss. Having used the reversal essence potion and still losing, how could he possibly maintain his standing in the academy? Various voices intertwined, filled with incredulity and excitement. Especially those who Du Jinan had specifically invited to witness history. They now felt acutely embarrassed, their toes digging into the ground. They had come to watch the humiliation of Jiang Chenglong's disciple, but instead bore witness to a one-sided massacre, with Du Jinan being the one embarrassed. The rapidity of this plot twist left their minds reeling. In a corner of the stands, Secretary Li's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was most aware of Su Tian's extraordinary combat prowess. Yet, each time Su Tian appeared, he managed to surprise him anew. This time, the martial technique he employed was remarkably unique, capable of unleashing such formidable power without reliance on any weapon. He had never heard of such a thing. This boy remains as monstrous as ever, Secretary Li mused, watching Su Tian on the stage with keen interest before departing the trial grounds. Surely, Teacher Jiang was also anticipating the match's outcome. Lin Wei stood there in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. The 8 Desolations, Shock Heaven Seal. Su Tian had indeed executed the 8 Desolations, Shock Heaven Seal, and it was the complete version. She distinctly remembered that the book titled 8 Desolations, Shock Heaven Seal, Su Tian borrowed from the library, was merely a fragmented edition. How could this be possible? Lin Wei murmured to herself, waves of astonishment surging within her. Images of a few days prior surfaced in Lin Wei's mind. When Su Tian had been searching for martial techniques in the library, he had appeared so nonchalant, and she had thought he was merely a novice. Not comprehending the profundities of this technique, it now seemed he possessed absolute confidence in his own comprehension. Lin Wei was all too familiar with the 8 Desolations, Shock Heaven Seal, having delved into numerous ancient texts to grasp its essence. She had even consulted professors specializing in this field at the academy. It was precisely for this reason that she understood the daunting difficulty of mastering this technique. Not only did it require a robust foundation of true essence, but it also demanded an exquisite control over the power of shockwaves. Su Tian's earlier punch, seemingly simple and brute, was actually imbued with remarkable technique. Particularly, the gravitational suppression that erupted at the final moment encapsulated the mastery of the shockwave power to its zenith, externalizing into gravity control. This was not something achievable by mere beginners. Only through perfecting this martial technique could one achieve such effortless grace. In just 3 days, Su Tian had not only repaired this martial technique, but had even cultivated it to perfection. What level of comprehension was this? The more Lin Wei pondered, the more astonished she became. The strength Su Tian exhibited had completely surpassed her understanding of a newcomer's capabilities. She even felt that the academy's instructors who specialized in martial techniques might not possess the same level of mastery as Su Tian. She felt an odd sensation. Sending Su Tian to the combat academy would be a gross misallocation of talent. It was essentially a disservice to the students. Naturally, all these thoughts were merely Lin Wei's one-sided fervor for martial techniques. In an instant, her gaze towards Su Tian was filled with a complex mix of emotions, respect, curiosity, and perhaps a hint of indescribable admiration. Xia Tianhui, brimming with excitement, raised his phone high. He had recorded the entire battle of Su Tian. Initially, he had felt a pang of anxiety for Su Tian. Now, reflecting on it, he realized how foolish he had been to worry about the safety of such an extraordinary individual. He promptly uploaded the recently captured video to the Academy forum. The title strikingly bold with a touch of exaggeration. Shocking. Newcomer Su Tian obliterates a third-level drug user in one punch. Mysterious martial technique showcases its might. I refuse to believe this won't go viral. I must hurry and get Su Tian's autograph. Once he becomes a sensation throughout the school, I can sell it for a pretty penny. I need to think carefully about how to recoup my rent. Not only could he sell autographs, but he could also sell merchandise, perhaps even the training gear Su Tian had worn. With these thoughts, a sly grin crept across Xia Tianhui's face. Chapter 76, Martial Technique Research Society. As anticipated, once the video was uploaded, the Academy forum erupted in a frenzy, likes and comments flooding in like a tidal wave. I regret not attending. I thought such a one-sided match wouldn't be worth my time. Had I known, I would have fought for a front row seat. How could he lose even after taking the potion? Du Jin has embarrassed himself beyond measure. All that money spent on the reversal essence potion was for naught. His mentor must be humiliated as well. Who is this young man? He is so handsome. Is there any way to contact him? A friend of mine wants to add him. Could it be that the friend you mentioned is actually yourself? Su Tian's name, akin to a tempest, swiftly swept through the entire academy, becoming known to an unprecedented number of individuals in a remarkably short span. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Martial Arts Research Society diverged sharply from the clamor of the forums. The society comprised students from the martial arts department, distinct from those in the martial arts discipline. Although they did not engage in battles with demonic beasts, the institution imposed stringent graduation requirements upon them. Teamwork and the optimization of a martial technique of B grade or higher within 4 years of university were essential for graduation. The team led by Lin Wei opted for an obscure martial technique known as the 8 Desolations Shocking Heaven Seal. Each member of their team was a seasoned tech enthusiast, engrossed solely in theory and technology, oblivious to the happenings outside their confined realm. Lin Wei sat upright, her delicate features betraying a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. The holographic projection before her displayed the fragmented remnants of the 8 Desolations Shocking Heaven Seal, its intricate patterns and obscure annotations interwoven like a perplexing labyrinth. The energy conduction pathways of the shock core required further optimization. The current scheme's energy loss rate was excessively high and needed to be improved by at least 5 percentage points. As for the arrangement of the outer shock runes, I believe we could explore the Plum Blossom Matrix, which might enhance the stability of the shock frequency. Team members engaged in spirited discussions, passionately debating the various details of the technique's restoration, as professional terminology and formulas danced in the air, igniting sparks of inspiration. Only Lin Wei appeared somewhat detached, her gaze wandering, occasionally glancing out the window with a vacant expression, lost in her thoughts. Senior Lin Wei, what do you think? Do you have any additional insights regarding the optimization plan for the core runes? A bespectacled team member inquired, noticing her prolonged silence. Startled, Lin Wei snapped back to reality, realizing she had spaced out, and offered an apologetic smile. Well, I still need to ponder this. Her team members exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. As the leader of the Martial Arts Research Society, Lin Wei's understanding and comprehension of the foundational theories of martial arts were unparalleled at Tianfu University, earning her accolades even from numerous professors. It was indeed unusual for her to admit needing more time to think. Senior Lin, you don't seem quite yourself today. Are you feeling unwell? Another member asked with genuine concern. Typically, during meetings, Lin Wei was articulate and quick-witted, the absolute core of the team. Today, however, her frequent missteps and distracted demeanor were decidedly out of character. Lin Wei rubbed her temples, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. It's nothing. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night, and am a bit fatigued. She paused, casually mentioning, by the way, do you think it's possible for someone to restore a fragmented martial technique within 3 days? Senior Lin Wei, have you been under too much stress lately? Perhaps you should take a break. There's no rush on the martial technique restoration, the bespectacled boy suggested, adjusting his glasses, his tone laced with sincere concern, believing Lin Wei was pushing herself too hard. Indeed, Senior, you usually prioritize efficiency and data analysis. How could you suddenly pose such an implausible question? Another female team member chimed in, striving to express her thoughts delicately. The rest of the team nodded in agreement, wearing benevolent smiles, clearly perceiving Lin Wei's words as a jest or a product of fatigue. In their perspective as tech aficionados, martial arts research was a meticulous and protracted endeavor, where even the slightest optimization necessitated countless simulations and experiments. The notion of restoring a fragmented martial technique in 3 days was preposterous. Even grasping a mere tenth of the content on the imprint would be a feat worthy of genius. Lin Wei gazed upon her team's confident faces, uncertain whether to disclose the reality of the situation. After all, she herself had taken considerable time to accept this truth. Such an outcome implied that all their efforts thus far would be rendered futile and would severely undermine their professional standing. After much contemplation, Lin Wei resolved to share everything with them. Taking a deep breath to organize her thoughts, she gestured toward the holographic projection screen behind her. I'm not joking. Please take a look at this video. She projected the video uploaded by Xia Tianhui onto the large screen. The cacophony of background noise instantly filled the research room, capturing everyone's attention. Is this the arena from the trial grounds? Someone recognized the filming location. Who are these two? What's so fascinating about this combat video? Indeed, I have little interest in it either. On the screen, a visibly discernible shockwave radiated from Su Tian's fist, abruptly expanding outward, causing the arena floor to become riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. This is... The team members widened their eyes, fixated on the screen, their smiles gradually solidifying into expressions of shock and confusion. As fervent enthusiasts of martial arts research, they possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the operational characteristics of various martial techniques. The power fluctuations emanating from Tian's punch were all too familiar to them. It was unmistakably the 8 Desolations' shocking heaven seal. Impossible, someone exclaimed, their voice cracking. Isn't the 8 Desolations' shocking heaven seal incomplete? Moreover, there is only one copy in the entire university, and it's in our possession. Another member instinctively rebutted, disbelief evident in their tone. Just days prior, Tian had borrowed the imprint of the fragmented manual. The incomplete imprint, Linwei added. The group fell silent, continuing to watch the video, seeking any clues to disprove their findings. When they beheld the faint, intricate shock runes manifesting on Tian's fist, all doubts washed away like a receding tide, leaving only profound astonishment. It was indeed the 8 Desolations' shocking heaven seal, and it appeared to be the complete version. The bespectacled boy's eye sharpened behind his lenses. Look at the shock frequency of his fist and the operation method of the true essence. This is undoubtedly the 8 Desolations' shocking heaven seal. I've been studying this martial technique for a year. There's no way I could be mistaken. Another team member exclaimed excitedly, his tone resolute. But how could this be? He's just a freshman. Moreover, 3 days ago, didn't Senior Linwei mention he had just borrowed the fragmented imprint? To go from borrowing a book to mastering it in 3 days is sheer fantasy. Everyone fell silent, staring blankly at Tian, who appeared effortlessly composed on the screen. Their minds a void, completely bereft of analytical thought. The elite members of the Martial Arts Research Society, who prided themselves on being the cream of the crop, had dedicated themselves to restoring the 8 Desolations' shocking heaven seal, poring over countless ancient texts and conducting numerous simulations and experiments, yet remained at an impasse. Meanwhile, Tian, a mere freshman who had borrowed a fragmented imprint, had nonchalantly completed what they regarded as an insurmountable martial technique and even applied it in practice. Linwei gazed at the astonished expressions of her team members, yet she felt no sense of schadenfreude. Instead, a complex emotion stirred within her, difficult to articulate. She had always believed that her passion and talent for martial arts were unparalleled at Tianfu University. It was only today, upon witnessing Tian, that she came to the realization there are always those beyond one's ken and realms beyond one's imagination. The bespectacled boy from the Martial Arts Research Society swallowed hard, his voice dry as he inquired, "You knew about this all along?" Linwei nodded slowly. Her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at Tian's figure on the screen, and softly replied, "Yes, I have known for quite some time." Chapter 77, The Method of Mental Training. Within the Martial Arts Research Society, shock, bewilderment, and disbelief mingled on the faces of its members. Some stood frozen, clearly still reeling from the tremendous impact. Others exhibited a complex expression, their hearts awash with an indescribable sense of frustration. The pride they once took in their expertise and efforts now seemed trivial in the face of such overwhelming talent. Is it truly possible that the complete version of the 8 Desolations shockwave seal has been restored? The boy with glasses murmured, his eyes losing focus as if his faith had crumbled. All the efforts he had poured in over the past year, countless sleepless nights, now felt like a cruel joke. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Someone roared, laced with a tinge of bitterness and despair. They were unwilling to accept or believe this reality, which weighed heavily on their hearts like a boulder. After a brief period of chaos, the bespectacled boy gradually regained his composure. Perhaps this is an opportunity? A voice tinged with excitement suggested, laced with a hint of hope. If he has truly restored the 8 Desolations shockwave seal, then his understanding of martial arts must far exceed our imagination. If only we could have him join our research society. Indeed, another member exclaimed, eyes bright with determination as they turned to Linwei. Senior Linwei, we should invite him to join the Martial Arts Research Society. No, we must seek his guidance. We should learn from him about the restoration of martial arts techniques. Yes, Senior, echoed another, their tone eager and expectant. Having such an illustrious figure on our team would propel us to new heights. Not only would we dominate the entire university, but our contributions would also lead among the 4 major universities. Others chimed in, their voices filled with urgency and anticipation. Frustration was swiftly replaced by an obsessive desire for knowledge, as their inner tech enthusiasts quickly adjusted their attitudes. A girl suddenly interjected with a hint of gossip. Moreover, Tian and Senior Linwei seem quite compatible. Why don't you invite him out for a meal, Senior Wei? It would be a great opportunity to discuss this matter in depth. At this remark, the previously serious atmosphere shifted to something more nuanced. Several boys exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into conspiratorial smiles. Linwei observed the abrupt change in her team member's demeanor, her lips twitching slightly. This was the true portrayal of tech enthusiasts, pure and direct, with clear objectives. Once they recognized value, they pursued it without hesitation. She rubbed her temples and said nonchalantly, "Let us assess the situation first." Her tone was devoid of emotion, yet her gaze inadvertently drifted back to Tian's figure on the screen, imbued with a hint of inscrutable complexity. Meanwhile, Xia Tianhui and Su Tian were walking back to their dormitory. Xia Tianhui, buzzing with excitement, eagerly pulled at Su Tian. Tian, Tian, you're famous. You're really famous. My messages are overflowing. Countless girls want to add me as a friend, asking for your contact information, although they only want to inquire about you. Still, finally, I, Xia Tianhui, have a day where I'm being pursued by girls. Is that even possible? Su Tian replied, smiling wryly at Xia Tianhui's exaggerated expression. This guy certainly had a unique perspective. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xia Tianhui could hardly contain himself as he opened his phone, showcasing the incessant stream of friend requests and messages, chattering incessantly. Look. Hello, senior. Is the boy in the video your friend? Hey, handsome, could I get your friend as contact? I want to get to know him. I'm begging for a boost. Tian, you're simply my lucky star. My accommodation fee of over 700 credits was worth it. Su Tian waved his hand, signaling Xia Tianhui to calm down. All right, settle down. It's all superficial. But Xia Tianhui remained immersed in his enthusiastic conversations with the girls, unable to extricate himself. Once in his room, Su Tian shut the door. Isolating himself from Xia Tianhui's clamor, he walked to the window, gazing at the sky outside, replaying the battle from the arena in his mind. The perfected 8 Desolations shockwave seal is indeed formidable, Su Tian murmured to himself. The power of a single punch is astonishing, shattering Du Jinin's full force attack at the 3rd tier with ease. Coupled with the amplification of the ancient true essence, it should be capable of effortlessly slaying 3rd tier demon beasts. Speaking of demon beasts, Su Tian recalled that it had been a long time since he had slain any. His system's lottery points had remained stagnant for quite some time. However, being at the 2nd tier, 1st level was still too low. He could not fully unleash the true power of the 8 Desolations shockwave seal. He sensed that the strength contained within the seal was far beyond what he currently exhibited. Akin to a child wielding a massive axe, only able to tap into a fraction of its potential. To truly master this formidable martial technique, he needed to continuously elevate his own realm. In the following days at the Xianhuang Daoist Hall, Su Tian could still be seen tirelessly honing his skills. After the battle in the arena, his understanding of the 8 Desolations shockwave seal deepened considerably. Each punch he delivered bore a hint of the momentum capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. The air roared under the force of his strikes. Unable to endure the pressure, injecting martial value merely allowed Su Tian to execute the perfected version of the 8 Desolations shockwave seal. In true combat, he needed ongoing refinement to maximize the impact of his strikes. After completing a set of punches, Su Tian withdrew his fists, exhaling a breath of stale air. He then made his way to Jiang Qinglong's office, gently knocking on the door. Come in, came Jiang Qinglong's steady voice from within. Su Tian entered to find Jiang Qinglong seated at the tea table, savoring his brew. Teacher Jiang, Su Tian greeted respectfully. Jiang Qinglong looked up, a smile gracing his features upon seeing Su Tian. How has your training been lately? I feel I've made considerable progress, especially in mastering true essence, Su Tian replied. Teacher, I would like to consult you about how a 2nd-tier martial artist can advance to the 3rd tier. Hearing this, Jiang Qinglong's eyes glimmered with understanding. He smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated Su Tian's inquiry. For a 2nd-tier martial artist to ascend to the 3rd tier, the most crucial aspect is to strengthen one's mental power and integrate one's spiritual will into the true essence. Spiritual will? Jiang Qinglong elaborated. You can think of mental power as formless, while will is the core and direction of that mental power. You need to condense your robust mental power to form a resolute will, and then infuse this will into your true essence. He continued. Once your true essence is infused with spiritual will, it will undergo a qualitative transformation, no longer being mere energy, but possessing your spiritual characteristics. This type of true essence can be projected outward, detached from the body for attacks, and even influence the surrounding environment. The 9 Yang Qi cultivation method you have mastered is only capable of harnessing energy from the 1st to the 2nd tier. To advance from the 2nd to the 3rd tier, one must engage in mental training techniques. Chapter 78, Ouyang's Mission. After explaining to Su Tian, Jiang Qinglong turned his palm, revealing a martial arts crystal in his hand. He presented it to Su Tian with a solemn expression. This is my personal treasure, known as the Divine Mind Technique. It is an A-grade mental training method, perfectly suited for your current circumstances. Su Tian accepted the martial arts crystal with both hands, feeling an overwhelming surge of psychic energy emanating from it. A shiver coursed through him, for he understood that the Divine Mind Technique was no ordinary item. He had previously searched through the library, where he discovered that A-grade mental training methods are rare and exorbitantly priced, usually requiring at least 2,000 credit points. Jiang Qinglong had evidently prepared this in advance for him, demonstrating his genuine concern for Su Tian's development and ensuring he had everything needed for his training. This starkly illustrated the disparity between students with mentors and those without. Taking a deep breath, Su Tian looked up, his gaze filled with gratitude as he performed a deep bow to Jiang Qinglong. Thank you, teacher. I will certainly dedicate myself to my training. Jiang Qinglong nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Su Tian's expression of gratitude was sincere. Despite possessing S-grade talent and extraordinary comprehension, he remained humble, a quality Jiang Chenglong greatly admired. Bidding farewell to Jiang Chenglong, Su Tian walked back to his dormitory, warmth surging within him. He cherished the nurturing and care he received from Jiang Laoshi, vowing to repay this kindness in the future. At that moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, emitting a series of urgent buzzes. Typically, Su Tian set his phone to silent mode during training, so he wondered why it was ringing now. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID, which displayed a series of encrypted symbols. A look of confusion crossed his face. Who could be calling from such a number? After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hello? He spoke softly into the phone. A faint crackling sound followed, and then a deep voice emerged. Is this Su Tian? Su Tian recognized the voice immediately. It was Ouyang. This is Ouyang, the caller stated succinctly. Su Tian, how have you been? How is university life treating you? Before Su Tian could respond, Ouyang continued. I need you to immediately proceed to military base number 37 at the Dragon Kingdom border. There is a task that requires your attention. The details will be disclosed to you upon your arrival at the base. We have already arranged your plane ticket for tomorrow morning at 8. After the martial arts examination, Su Tian had signed an agreement with Ouyang. The military would provide him with certain protections and privileges in exchange for his assistance with various tasks. This was the purpose of Ouyang's call. Hanging up, Su Tian realized that his university life would soon be interrupted once more. Yet, he felt a surge of excitement. Engaging in combat with others, even with someone like Du Jinan, required him to exercise restraint to avoid endangering their lives. Only when facing ferocious beasts could he unleash his full potential. The thrill of battle awaited him. Furthermore, and most importantly, he would have the opportunity to earn more credits. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Xia Tianhui still engrossed in animated conversation with some girls, his fingers dancing over his phone screen as a broad grin stretched across his face. Punctuated by intermittent chuckles, Su Tian approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Old Xia, I might need to step out for a while. Xia Tianhui, absorbed in his chatter, did not look up as he replied. Where to? Bring me back some local specialties, preferably snacks that the girls love. Su Tian shook his head in exasperation. This guy was entirely preoccupied with the opposite sex. I'm heading to a rather distant place and may be gone for a spell. Only then did Xia Tianhui lift his head, noticing Su Tian's serious demeanor. He ceased his playful banter and asked with concern, Is something the matter? Do you need help? No, it's just some personal matters. Don't worry about it. Su Tian smiled, preferring not to elaborate. Besides, you wouldn't be able to assist much. Tian you. Afterward, Su Tian visited Jiang Chenglong's office to bid farewell. Upon learning of Su Tian's impending journey, Jiang Chenglong did not press for details, but simply advised him to prioritize his safety and assured him that he could seek help if faced with any difficulties. Though Su Tian remained silent, Jiang Chenglong could surmise that it was likely related to military matters, given the confidentiality agreement they had signed. Once everything was settled, Su Tian arrived at the dormitory building and spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance, a graceful silhouette adorned in black stockings that accentuated her long, beautiful legs. It was Lin Wei. She had applied a light layer of makeup today, enhancing her already striking features. Su Tian, wait a moment. Su Tian halted. Oh, it's you. Lin Wei, what is up? Lin Wei's face lit up with a sweet smile upon seeing him. I was wondering if you'd like to join me for a meal. Though her request seemed slightly hesitant, given their limited acquaintance, Su Tian, now a prominent figure in the university, did not decline. He felt grateful to her for assisting him in locating the 8 Desolations Thunder Seal. The two made their way to a nearby restaurant, ordering several exquisite dishes. During their meal, they quickly fell into conversation. Lin Wei discovered that Su Tian was quite easy to get along with. Su Tian, you are truly impressive. You managed to use the complete 8 Desolations Thunder Seal. How did you accomplish that? Anticipating her question, Su Tian had prepared a response, smiling as he shared. Perhaps I have a natural affinity for this martial technique. During my training, I entered a state of enlightenment, and it lasted for 3 days. When I awoke, I found I had mastered the complete version of the 8 Desolations Thunder Seal. Though this explanation was somewhat far-fetched, it was plausible enough considering Su Tian's remarkable talent. Lin Wei listened intently, her eyes brimming with curiosity. By the way, Su Tian, would you be interested in joining our school's martial arts research society? We have students who specialize in martial arts research, and it would be a great opportunity for us to exchange knowledge and improve together. Lin Wei suddenly extended the invitation, looking at Su Tian with hopeful eyes. The Martial Arts Research Society? It sounds intriguing, Su Tian mused. However, remembering his upcoming mission to the border, he felt he wouldn't have time for club activities. With a hint of regret, he shook his head. Thank you for the invitation, but I might have to decline. I'm heading out tomorrow and may be away for a while. Oh, you're going far? Lin Wei replied, surprised and a trace of disappointment in her voice. Yes, just some personal matters, Su Tian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief pause, Lin Wei smiled brightly again. That is all right. We can talk more when you return. The doors of the Martial Arts Research Society will always be open for you. She raised her drink, gesturing towards Su Tian. I wish you a safe journey and a swift return. Thank you. Su Tian raised his glass in response. Chapter 79, Spiritual Refinement. Su Tian boarded the plane heading to the border of the Dragon Kingdom. The cabin was unexpectedly tranquil, save for the faint hum of the engines. He adjusted his seat, closed his eyes, and the intricate pathways of the soul meditation technique surfaced in his mind. This method of spiritual cultivation, bestowed upon him by teacher Jiang, had yet to be thoroughly studied, and now seemed the perfect time for such a pursuit. System, allocate points. Su Tian silently intoned. Infuse the soul meditation with martial values. Perfecting its mastery. 50 martial values consumed. Soul meditation upgraded to the introductory stage. 100 martial values consumed. Soul meditation upgraded to the proficient stage. 200 martial values consumed. Soul meditation upgraded to the minor accomplishment stage. 250 martial values consumed. Soul meditation upgraded to the mastery stage. 300 martial values consumed. Soul meditation upgraded to the major accomplishment stage. 400 martial values consumed. Soul meditation upgraded to the perfected stage. 1,000 martial values consumed to fully cultivate the soul meditation. Current remaining martial values, 1,200 points. Familiar words materialized. Su Tian had successfully cultivated the soul meditation to its perfected state. As the name suggests, this spiritual cultivation method hones one's mental fortitude. Unlike true essence cultivation, which enhances physical strength and energy, spiritual refinement delves deeper, unlocking the latent potential of the human soul. Those endowed with formidable spiritual power possess acute perception, lucid thinking, and can even influence the operations of true essence and the execution of martial techniques. Common methods of spiritual cultivation often involve visualizing specific objects, such as mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, utilizing these images to sharpen one's mental resolve. The soul meditation, however, is unique in that it focuses on visualizing a delicate and ethereal lotus flower. The lotus, emerging untainted from the mud and washing itself in clear waters, symbolizes purity and resilience of spirit. Visualizing the lotus not only enhances spiritual power, but also refines one's mental state, allowing the practitioner to maintain clarity and remain unaffected by external distractions. With the soul meditation perfected, Su Tian immediately entered a state of visualization, embarking on his first genuine exercise of spiritual power. Following the technique's principles, he slowly sketched the outline of a lotus flower in his mind. The lotus's depiction varies in completeness depending on the stage of the soul meditation. At its perfected state, it manifests as a vividly lifelike lotus bloom. Initially, the lotus appeared somewhat nebulous, akin to flowers obscured by mist. However, as he infused it with his spiritual energy, the lines of the lotus gradually crystallized, the petals unfurling in layers, ultimately revealing a resplendent and immaculate lotus. The lotus hovered at the center of his spiritual sea, emitting a gentle yet radiant glow. As the lotus slowly rotated, it invigorated Su Tian's spiritual energy, intensifying its essence. His once scattered thoughts felt as though brushed by a gentle breeze, becoming clear and serene. He endeavored to project his spiritual energy outward. Instantly, everything around him sharpened into focus, each detail becoming exquisite. The vibrations of the plane, the flow of air, even the breathing of the passengers seated ahead became distinctly audible. Previously, during his physical refinement, his hearing had sharpened to perceive these sounds. This time, however, it was a perception rooted in the spiritual realm. Moreover, Su Tian sensed a notable acceleration in his cognitive speed, a manifestation of his brain's heightened activity. The transition from a second-tier martial artist to a third-tier one marks a significant watershed, beyond the requisite accumulation of true essence. A crucial element lies in comprehending and mastering spiritual will, integrating it with true essence to achieve a transformation. In this moment, with the soul meditation perfected and his spiritual power surging, he faintly brushed against the fringes of spiritual will. He attempted to merge this slight essence of spiritual will into his true essence. Patiently, he guided the spiritual will, gradually allowing it to permeate and fuse. Everything unfolded seamlessly, the natural consequence of Su Tian's mastery of the soul meditation. Generally, it takes individuals over a month to visualize the outline of a lotus. The flow of time in the spiritual realm differs from that of the physical world. It is said that some martial artists specializing in spiritual power can experience a dream that spans a millennium. At its perfected state, the soul meditation can also slow the passage of time in the spiritual realm. Compared to the real world, the ratio is approximately 1:5. The plane continued its steady flight. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. 8 hours of flight had elapsed in Su Tian's spiritual world, equivalent to 3 days. As the plane gradually descended and ultimately came to a gentle halt on the ground, Su Tian slowly opened his eyes. A profound sense of clarity washed over him. His spiritual power had undergone a metamorphosis akin to a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon. Exiting the cabin and inhaling the slightly chilled air of the border, Su Tian felt his senses sharpened. The surge in spiritual power had directly propelled his realm, discreetly achieving the second tier, second layer. Upon disembarking, Tian noticed a soldier clad in crisp military attire, standing erect not far away. The soldier's visage was resolute, his gaze sharp, exuding an aura of ironclad discipline. As Tian approached, the soldier promptly stepped forward, executing a formal salute. "Lieutenant Su, greetings. I am the soldier dispatched from Base 37 to escort you," he proclaimed with a resonant and commanding voice, marked by the distinctive clarity of a military tone. Tian returned the salute, signaling for the soldier to dispense with formality. The soldier then turned and led Tian towards a military off-road vehicle parked beside the airport runway. It was a heavy-duty off-roader, entirely painted in deep green, with robust lines that conveyed a sense of power. The sturdy armor, thick all-terrain tires, and a uniquely designed weapon mounted atop completed its formidable appearance. Tian climbed aboard the military vehicle, and the soldier expertly started the engine, which emitted a deep rumble. The off-road vehicle pulled away from the airport runway. Through the window, the airport gradually receded from view, replaced by a desolate landscape. The stony expanse of the Gobi Desert was strewn with gravel, devoid of any vegetation. The vehicle crossed the threshold of the Dragon Kingdom's border. Suddenly, the scene ahead shifted dramatically. The once clear sky was enveloped by a shroud of grayish-white mist. The fog thickened, rapidly diminishing visibility. Everything around became shrouded in obscurity. The soldier firmly grasped the steering wheel, calmly explaining, "Lieutenant Su, this is the mist characteristic of the beast-infested area. Ordinary individuals can easily lose their way in this fog and may even encounter danger. Only martial artists can discern direction through their spiritual power." Tian nodded slightly, scanning the surrounding mist. Just as the soldier had stated, his spiritual energy allowed him to navigate clearly within the fog. He could even sense the latent ferocious energy contained within the mist. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the silence of the fog. The sound approached rapidly, imbued with a palpable sense of aggression. The soldier's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately looked up towards the sky. Amidst the swirling mist, a shadow swiftly approached. It was a colossal flying beast, its gaping maw lined with menacing fangs, lunging ferociously at the off-road vehicle. Chapter 80, The Armor-Piercing Beam. Tian's mental prowess was formidable. The moment the piercing shriek echoed, he accurately discerned the beast's position and strength. A second-tier beast, its aura frenzied and its speed rapid, yet to him, it was merely child's play. The soldiers within the vehicle possessed only first-tier martial prowess and were evidently no match for the monstrous creature. "There's a second-tier flying beast in the sky. Find a place to halt the vehicle, and I shall confront it," Su commanded. The soldier hesitated for a brief moment, instinctively pressing the brake, bringing the military off-roader to a steady stop amidst the fog. "Lieutenant Su, there's no need for you to intervene. I can handle it," the soldier replied resolutely. No sooner had he spoken, the mist roiled violently, and the flying beast was already upon them. Its wings unfurled, stirring up fierce winds. A second-tier beast could easily overturn this vehicle. Without further ado, the soldier deftly manipulated several buttons on the control panel. Above, an oddly shaped weapon on the roof suddenly emitted a deep humming sound, and a faint blue glow flickered from its muzzle. The soldier's gaze sharpened as he pressed a red button with conviction. Whoosh! A shrill sound pierced the air. Instantly, a dazzling blue beam shot forth from the weapon atop the vehicle, slicing through the fog with pinpoint accuracy, striking the lunging beast. The beam's velocity was astonishing. The second-tier beast had no time to emit a cry of agony before it was pierced through. A charred scent permeated the air as the massive carcass of the beast plummeted from the skies, crashing heavily to the ground, now a smoldering corpse. The soldier smiled faintly, a hint of pride shimmering in his eyes. "This is the armor-piercing beam cannon, specifically designed to combat beasts. It can penetrate the defenses of third-tier monsters," he explained, skillfully retracting the beam cannon back into its compartment atop the vehicle. "Armor-piercing beam cannon?" Tian's eyes flickered with intrigue as he gazed at the uniquely designed weapon. Previously, he had gleaned some information about the technological advancements in this world from Tianwei. Today marked his first tangible encounter with the authentic level of technology in this realm, which exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that confronting beasts would solely rely on martial artists. Yet he was astonished to discover the remarkable progress of technological weaponry on Blue Star. It felt reminiscent of something out of a science fiction film. Today is truly fortuitous. We chanced upon a second-tier beast right after leaving the airport. This will yield quite a few credit points," the soldier remarked while deftly unfastening the ropes and buckles securing the beast's corpse. He proceeded to the front of the vehicle, opening a concealed toolbox from which he retrieved a specially crafted alloy dagger and several sturdy grappling hooks. "Lieutenant Su, please hold on. I will move this beast's corpse to the roof," the soldier called out, beginning his task. He first secured the grappling hooks firmly to the beast's claws, then heaved, lifting its heavy body slightly. Following this, he skillfully utilized the dagger to swiftly sever the hard skeletal structures at the joints, removing portions of the beast's wings and head to lighten the load. Though the soldier's cultivation level was modest, his agility was impressive. His movements were efficient and precise. clearly indicative of rigorous training. Moreover, his proficiency in dismembering the beast suggested frequent encounters with such creatures. After considerable effort, he finally hoisted the beast's carcass onto the roof rack of the vehicle, securing it firmly with a specialized net. He wiped his brow and, with a satisfied smile, declared, "All done, Lieutenant Sue. This windwing bird, having been pierced by the armor-piercing beam, is missing parts and should fetch about 50 credit points." Credit points? Do you also need to purchase your own cultivation resources? Sue inquired. Indeed. Even at the most fortified military bases, there are places for resource exchange. We must earn our own credit points to redeem resources. The reason is straightforward. The overall supply of cultivation resources is limited, making it impossible to distribute evenly. We must allocate resources to those with talent and significant contributions, the soldier articulated. Sue nodded in agreement with the soldier's perspective. Credit points, in essence, served as a mechanism for assessing contributions. The military off-road vehicle towed the windwing bird's carcass into a veritable jungle of steel. The mist seemed to dissipate under some unseen force, unveiling the true visage of the base. Towering metallic walls loomed like a steel fortress, their summits adorned with electrified barbed wire, pulsating with a disquieting blue light. Every so often, a high watchtower stood sentinel, armed soldiers scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Specialized searchlights rotated continuously, casting beams of light into the depths of the distant mist. At the base's entrance, several armored vehicles formed a formidable line, their cannons pointed forward, exuding an air of lethal intent. As the off-road vehicle passed the checkpoint, the sentry soldiers saluted with meticulous precision. Upon entering the base's interior, the scene opened up magnificently. Wide thoroughfares crisscrossed, various military vehicles traversed incessantly, their engines roaring in a cacophony. Enormous warehouses stood in neat rows, soldiers in uniforms hurriedly bustling about, their movements both busy and orderly. Above, transport helicopters soared past. Suspended beneath them were massive containers, destined for various sectors of the base. Lieutenant Sue, I will first retrieve the carcass of this windwing bird, and then I shall take you to meet Colonel O, the soldier said apologetically. The off-road vehicle finally halted before a colossal structure. The soldier adeptly unloaded the windwing bird's carcass from the roof, towing it with a trailer as he guided Su Tian into the exchange center. Upon entry, a potent odor of blood assaulted their senses, even with air purification devices. It was impossible to eradicate entirely. Su Tian observed a throng of individuals in the hall, the majority clad in military uniforms, all queuing patiently. The most striking sight was a mountainous pile of beast corpses heaped in one corner of the hall, presenting an array of various creatures, some as large as trucks, others as small as domestic pets. Lieutenant Sue, over here, the soldier beckoned, leading Sue to an available counter where he placed the windwing bird's carcass on the ground. Could you kindly assess the credit points for this windwing bird? He requested. The staff behind the counter, a stern-looking middle-aged man, gave the windwing bird's corpse a cursory glance. He skillfully retrieved a scanner, scanning the carcass several times before operating a nearby screen. Second-tier windwing bird, damage from the armor-piercing beam cannon, integrity at 75. Can be exchanged for 42 credit points. Yes, that seems reasonable. The soldier agreed to the transaction. Su Tian's gaze swept across the hall, revealing a scene bustling with activity. Heavy trucks, laden with an assortment of beast corpses, rumbled into the warehouses. The soldier pointed at the industrious workers, explaining, "These beast corpses are treasures. Different parts and species serve various purposes. The flesh of beasts is rich in energy, constituting a vital food source and the primary material for refining energy essences. Additionally, the blood and internal organs of beasts, after special processing, can be transformed into a variety of potions and cultivation aids." The soldier continued, "Our military possesses the most advanced techniques for handling beasts and resource conversion, equipped with a comprehensive production line for cultivating resources. From the disassembly and refinement of the corpses of monstrous beasts to the processing and manufacturing of various cultivation resources, everything is accomplished in an integrated manner. It is no exaggeration to assert that our military serves as the largest supplier of cultivation resources on Blue Star. It is precisely due to our mastery of these core technologies and resources that the military can exert absolute control over various martial arts organizations. After all, cultivation resources are indispensable necessities that every martial artist cannot bypass. Without the military support, no martial arts organization can make any progress." Su Tian observed all this silently, gaining a more intuitive understanding of the technological level of this world and the power of the military. The advanced technological weaponry, efficient resource conversion capabilities, and absolute control over cultivation resources reveal that the military plays a far more significant role in this world than he had previously imagined. Chapter 81, The Elimination Squad. The soldiers skillfully processed the corpse of the windwing bird, exchanging it for credit points, and said to Su Tian, "Lieutenant Sue, please follow me. Colonel O is waiting for you in his office." The two traversed the bustling exchange center and arrived at a relatively quiet building. The soldier brought Su Tian to the door of an office and knocked. Come in. A steady voice emanated from within. The soldier pushed the door open, gesturing for Tian to enter while he remained outside. The office was spacious and well-lit, simply decorated. A massive desk occupied most of the room, covered with documents and various electronic devices. A middle-aged officer, clad in a crisp military uniform adorned with the insignia of a colonel, sat behind the desk, engrossed in the files. He lifted his gaze, and, upon meeting Tian's eyes, a smile instantly blossomed on his face. Tian, my dear student, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Oh, here at the military base, I should address you as Lieutenant Su. Colonel O, you are too kind. Tian replied courteously. Ouyang nodded, beckoning Tian to take a seat. No need for formality. Please, sit down. The reason I summoned you here urgently is to assign you a task. Colonel, I await your instructions, Tian said, settling into his chair with a calm demeanor. Ouyang set aside the document in his hand, leaning slightly forward as his expression turned serious. Recently, the activity of monstrous beasts in the mountains surrounding the base has been unusually frequent, and their numbers have noticeably increased. We have already conducted several rounds of firepower coverage to clear the areas near the base, but in slightly more distant regions. The interference of fog makes it challenging for heavy weaponry to strike accurately, leaving the threat of monstrous beasts unresolved. He paused before continuing. More importantly, we suspect that the abnormal activity of these beasts may be due to other underlying causes. To ensure the safety of the base, we need to organize an elite squad to venture deep into the mountains and eliminate these beasts. Ouyang's gaze fixed intently on Tian, his tone grave. Furthermore, we have decided that you will lead this squad in the execution of the mission. Not a problem. I will ensure the task is completed, Tian replied without hesitation. He had been seeking a means to harvest monstrous beasts for credit points. Slaying these beasts would not only yield points for the system's lottery, but also allow for the recycling of their corpses in exchange for credit points, which he was in dire need of. Excellent. Admiration flickered across Ouyang's face. I have already selected a team of experienced soldiers for you. They are all elite members of the base and will fully cooperate with your actions. Ouyang called out towards the door. Wenshun, you may come in now. The soldier stationed outside, Wenshun, promptly pushed the door open, standing at attention with a swift and standard salute. Colonel, Wenshun, this is Tian, Lieutenant Su. Ouyang introduced, pointing towards Tian. He will be the captain of this elimination squad. Wenshun eyed Tian with a hint of surprise before quickly masking his expression and saluting again, his voice booming. Greetings, Captain. In truth, he had been puzzled on the way here. Why was Tian, so young, granted the rank of lieutenant? While it was indeed commendable to possess second-tier strength at such a young age, it hardly seemed sufficient for a lieutenant's title, let alone the captain of this elimination squad, which included third-tier martial artists. Would he be able to command the team effectively? Lieutenant Su, this is Wenshun, one of the squad members and a seasoned veteran of the base with considerable experience, Ouyang added, providing a brief introduction of Wenshun to Tian. Hello. Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Wenshun, please take Lieutenant Su to meet the team members, get acquainted, and familiarize yourselves, Ouyang instructed. Understood, Colonel. Wenshun saluted again, then turned to Tian, gesturing for him to follow. Captain, please come with me. Tian rose and followed Wenshun out of Ouyang's office. The corridor was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling scene outside the exchange center. Wenshun walked ahead, his pace slightly quickened, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Once they exited the building housing Ouyang's office, Wenshun could no longer contain himself and spoke, his tone laced with concern. Captain, please don't mind my prying. Tian glanced at him, signaling him to continue. Wenshun gathered his thoughts before slowly articulating. The vice-captain of this squad is Wang Yan, a third-tier martial artist renowned for his formidable strength within the base. His abilities are unquestionable, but he tends to be rather straightforward, often speaking his mind without sugarcoating. He hesitated for a moment, covertly gauging Tian's expression before proceeding. Moreover, Wang Yan has been around longer, so he might have reservations about you being so young and taking on the role of captain. After all, aside from me, the other members are all late second tier, with some having lingered at the peak of the second tier for quite some time. Wenshun's voice grew softer, clearly anxious about saying something that might offend the newly appointed lieutenant. He genuinely wished to caution Tian about Wang Yan's stubbornness, fearing that if he felt discontent, he might openly challenge him. His concern was not for Tian's well-being, but rather for the potential discord between the two that could affect the unity of the squad and the execution of their mission. Are you suggesting that he may not accept your authority? Tian inquired calmly, having understood Wenshun's apprehensions, his expression inscrutable. Wenshun scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. It's not that he would outright refuse. It's just that Vice Captain Wang places great emphasis on strength. If he happens to say something unflattering, I hope you can be understanding. He is not a bad person, just a bit too blunt. Wenshun endeavored to explain, hoping to prepare Tian psychologically for Wang Yan's demeanor and to foster an understanding of his character, thereby averting potential conflicts. After all, the upcoming mission would require them to fight side by side, and any rift in their relationship would be detrimental to all involved. Tian absorbed Wenshun's words, comprehending the unwritten rules of power dynamics. In any environment, the principle of strength reigns supreme, while the military values potential, seniority, and practical experience hold equal significance. A second-tier lieutenant leading a group of more seasoned soldiers could indeed raise eyebrows. I understand, Su Tian replied gently, his tone composed. Seeing Su Tian's reaction, Wen Shun felt a measure of relief. He had been concerned that this young lieutenant might possess an inflated ego, unable to accept candid truths. It now seemed that Captain Su was far steadier than he had anticipated. In no time, the two arrived at a training ground. On the training ground, four soldiers awaited in silence. Wen Shun cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Is everyone present? This is our new captain, Su Tian, Lieutenant Su." Upon hearing this, the four immediately ceased their conversations and turned their attention towards Su Tian. He, in turn, scrutinized them. Dressed in immaculate uniforms, their postures were erect and their gazes sharp, revealing them to be elite soldiers. Among them, 3 were at the late stage of the second rank, accompanied by Wen Shun, who was at the peak of the first rank. Standing at the forefront was a burly man with a muscular build, a buzz cut, and a grotesque scar etched across his face. This was Wang Yan, the individual Wen Shun had mentioned. He scanned Su Tian from top to bottom, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing. Following this, a flicker of skepticism and disdain appeared in his eyes. As a soldier, he did not express this openly, merely standing still with a quiet demeanor. Su Tian maintained a calm expression as he approached the front of the line, his eyes sweeping over the group before he spoke in a low voice. "Greetings, everyone. I am Su Tian, and I will be your captain for the upcoming mission, leading you deep into the mountains to eliminate the demon beasts." Wang Yan grinned, revealing a slightly mocking smile, and said in a deep voice, "Hello, Captain. I had heard that a young and capable lieutenant was coming to the base, but I did not expect you to be so young." The emphasis he placed on the word young was laden with significance. A subtle atmosphere of tension enveloped the group. Although the others remained silent, their eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt, clearly questioning whether this youthful captain could truly lead them through the mission. After all, venturing into the mountains was no trivial matter. Wen Shun stood to the side, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he furtively glanced at Su Tian, fearing that this impetuous young lieutenant might react to Wang Yan's provocation. After all, who in the team was unaware of Wang Yan's temperament? Su Tian's gaze remained steady as he met Wang Yan's eyes, perceiving the palpable air of skepticism surrounding him. The third rank of strength was still insufficient in his presence. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind sparring with Wang Yan to establish his authority as captain. However, with the mission looming, unity within the team was paramount. Moreover, dueling was strictly prohibited in the military. There was no need to disrupt the rules over such trivial matters. A subtle smile graced his lips as a flicker of crimson glimmered in his eyes, and the Asura Killing Eyes were quietly activated. In an instant, an intangible aura of oppression and murderous intent descended upon the group. Wang Yan's smile faltered, the sudden wave of pressure causing him to shiver involuntarily. As a third-rank warrior, he quickly regained his composure, channeling his true energy to dispel the oppressive sensation. The other team members turned pale, their breaths quickening as if they were struggling to draw air. The realization dawned upon them, the prior underestimation and skepticism evaporating. They recognized that their newly appointed captain's true strength might not be as simplistic as it first appeared. Although Su Tian might not surpass Wang Yan, he was more than capable of handling the rest of them. Only Wang Yan, standing at the forefront, bore a grave expression, his emotions inscrutable. As the crimson flicker in Su Tian's eyes faded, so too did the oppressive atmosphere. The training ground's ambience had transformed entirely, the earlier tension dissipated, replaced by an eerie silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths. Su Tian retracted his gaze and spoke with an air of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. "Now that everyone is present, let us convene a strategy meeting. Wen Shun, please make the necessary arrangements. We will meet in the conference room in 10 minutes. "Yes, Captain." Wen Shun snapped to attention, his voice resonant. Despite being merely a first-rank warrior, he dared not offend anyone. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Wen Shun hastily projected a satellite map onto the large screen and laid out several documents regarding the demon beasts, all while discreetly observing Su Tian's expression. The other team members trickled into the room, their gazes occasionally flitting towards Su Tian, ultimately resting on Wang Yan, as though awaiting this elder brother's cue. Wang Yan approached the table, casting a cursory glance at the map before folding his arms and taking a seat, adopting a stance of detached observation. Su Tian, however, paid little heed to these subtle gestures. He stepped to the forefront of the conference table, his gaze calmly sweeping the room as he began, "Everyone, I am aware that you are all seasoned warriors, so I shall dispense with pleasantries. I would like to hear your insights, based on your experiences. What do you believe will be the greatest challenges we face in penetrating the mountains to eradicate the demon beasts?" Wen Shun responded first, pointing to a region shrouded in shadow on the map, his expression grave. "Captain, the greatest challenge will likely be the mist deep within the mountains." "The mist?" Su Tian raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to elaborate. When Chun explained, this mountain range is perpetually enveloped in a peculiar fog, severely limiting visibility. At times, its density can even disrupt mental probing. What complicates matters further is that this mist can significantly hinder satellite reconnaissance, leaving us unable to ascertain the movements and precise numbers of the demon beasts within the mountains, forcing us to advance blindly. Another team member chimed in, moreover, the mist can distort our sense of direction, making it easy to become lost in the woods. During my last mission, I almost lost my bearings in the fog. At this moment, Wang Yin spoke up, his voice deep and powerful. Indeed, the mist is a significant nuisance. But the more perilous factor lies in the nature of the demon beasts. In such an environment, their senses become remarkably acute. Any misstep could lead to them detecting us prematurely. He let out a cold laugh and added, furthermore, once we begin hunting the demon beasts, the scent of blood will linger in the air, masked by the mist, which will only serve to attract other lurking demon beasts like a beacon. At that point, we may find ourselves besieged by hordes of them. Wang Yan's words thickened the tension in the conference room. Tian listened intently to their analyses, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop as he fell into contemplation. The mist was indeed a formidable obstacle. Losing satellite support was akin to losing one's sight. Everything became unpredictable. The prospect of attracting an onslaught of demon beasts due to the scent of blood elevated the level of danger significantly. The demon beasts surrounding Military Base 37 were not to be compared with those encountered during the martial examination. The Black Wind Mountain Range during the examination was a designated area delineated by humans within their living quarters, where the number and rank of demon beasts were strictly controlled. In contrast, the mountains surrounding Base 37 were entirely uncontrollable. No one could ascertain the actual number of demon beasts present. Additionally, the storage space of the Shumi Ring was limited. Once their supplies ran out, they would find themselves in a dire predicament. Tian's brow furrowed. The mist was indeed the greatest barrier. Without visibility, navigating was akin to a blind man grasping an elephant, exponentially increasing the danger. Suddenly, his brow relaxed. Solutions were not absent. After a discussion of various other matters, the meeting came to a close. Following this, Wen Shun led the others to collect their special combat uniforms. They made their way to the military supply depot. Within the warehouse, a neat array of metallic boxes stood in orderly fashion, each emblazoned with a uniform identification number. Wen Shun, well acquainted with the surroundings, expertly guided them to their designated area, where he opened the boxes to reveal a set of technologically advanced special combat suits. The suits, predominantly cloaked in an enigmatic black hue, boasted a surface that shimmered with a metallic sheen while remaining surprisingly lightweight and flexible. The streamlined design conformed closely to the body, with the joints crafted from a unique flexible material that ensured both agility and comfort. Embedded within the chest and shoulder areas were diamond-shaped armor plates forged from a special alloy, derived from the bones and scales of formidable beasts. The helmet, with its futuristic design, enveloped the head entirely. Its visor was a transparent crystalline screen, revealing a complex array of electronic components within. Extending from either side of the helmet were slender antennas, employed for signal reception and transmission. This Night Owl special combat suit represented the pinnacle of our base's technological advancements. Wen Shun proclaimed as he presented a suit to the group. Constructed from high-strength composite materials, it was lightweight yet robust, capable of effectively withstanding the claws and fangs of second-tier beasts. An integrated temperature control system allowed it to adapt to various extreme environments. The helmet featured night vision, thermal imaging, communication capabilities, and air purification functions, with the visor automatically adjusting light levels to ensure clear visibility. The combat boots contained a miniature power system, providing additional propulsion to enhance jumping and running abilities. As Chapter 83, Asura Killing Eyes, unfolded, the eager individuals hastily opened their boxes and donned the Night Owl suits. The alloy of the beast seemed oddly light, almost ethereal, to warriors with exceptionally refined physiques. Wearing the suit felt less like being encased in protective armor and more akin to donning ordinary clothing. Wang Yin was the first to grasp the helmet, placing it upon his head as the visor illuminated with an eerie blue glow, exuding a strong sense of futuristic technology. He swung his fist through the air, marveling at the unrestricted movement of his joints, a satisfied expression gracing his face. What an exceptional piece of equipment, Wang Yin exclaimed, inspecting the combat boots with keen interest. Activating the miniature power system, he felt a buoyant force beneath his feet. The other team members eagerly tried on their suits, expressing their astonishment. This helmet is incredibly cool. It makes me feel like a special forces soldier from a movie. One member exclaimed while preening in front of a mirror. What do you mean feel? Don't you already look the part? Another chimed in. And these power boots are amazing. I feel like I could leap over 10 meters effortlessly. A different team member attempted a few jumps, his face alight with joy. Tian picked up his own combat suit, gently caressing the diamond-shaped armor before stowing it away in his ring. Yet, he found himself deep in contemplation. This Night Owl combat suit, if enhanced with armor-piercing beams, could potentially enable any adult in the Dragon Nation to be equipped to confront ordinary second-tier warriors should the day of battle arise. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Even more terrifying was the realization that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. None could fathom the extent of the Dragon Nation's hidden strengths. After bidding farewell to his companions, Tian made his way to the dormitory provided by the military. Upon closing the door, tranquility enveloped the room. The dorm was sparsely furnished, featuring a single bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, standard military accommodations. He settled cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate the mind god technique. His consciousness descended into the sea of awareness, where a crystalline lotus gradually unfurled, radiating a gentle glow. As the petals of the lotus turned, peculiar energies surged forth from the void, nourishing his mental strength. Tian felt his mental power gradually coalesce and expand, a sensation both enigmatic and soothing, akin to a profound mental massage that dispelled all fatigue. As the mind god technique progressed, the lotus's radiance intensified and solidified. The sea of awareness expanded, becoming ever more boundless. When Tian opened his eyes once more, the night had given way to the following evening. Under the accelerated flow of time dictated by the perfected mind god technique, Tian's mental strength had indeed been refined for 5 days. Second tier, third level. He reveled in the fullness of mental power within his sea of awareness, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, an unexpected delight awaited him. With a mere thought, he activated the system. Host, Tian. Physique, Ancient Sacred Body, 15. Cultivation, second tier, first level. Talent, Asura Killing Eyes, S-Class. Martial value, 1,200 points. Credits, 100 points. Martial techniques, 10 Echoes of the Back Fist. D-Class Perfected 9 Sun Chi Gathering Technique. A-Class Perfected Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger, S-Class Beginner. Tian selected the Asura Killing Eyes option. Talent, Asura Killing Eyes, S-Class. Growth progress, 1011. Description, upon activation, combat capabilities are enhanced by 50. Gaining perception of vital energy within a radius of 10 miles, and acquiring the special skill Shura Divine Ban, with a coverage area of 10 meters. After the martial exam, Tian had focused his efforts on advancing his realms and martial techniques, having made little progress on his S-Class martial talent. Unexpectedly, today, with the rise of his mental power, the Asura Killing Eyes experienced a resurgence in growth. In one-on-one confrontations, Tian found no need to activate the Asura Killing Eyes, as he could effortlessly overwhelm his opponents with sheer strength. However, now that he faced unknown numbers and realms of beasts, the true terror of the Asura Killing Eyes would soon be revealed. System, infuse 1,200 points of martial value into the Asura Killing Eyes. 300 points of martial value consumed, elevating Asura Killing Eyes to level 15. 300 points of martial value consumed, elevating Asura Killing Eyes to level 17. 300 points of martial value consumed, elevating Asura Killing Eyes to level 19. 300 points of martial value consumed, elevating Asura Killing Eyes to level 20. Upon activation, combat capabilities are enhanced by 100. Gaining perception of vital energy within a radius of 50 miles, and acquiring the special skill Shura Divine Ban, with a coverage area of 100 meters. Unlike the ancient True Yuan's doubling effect on true energy, the Asura Killing Eyes enhance combat capabilities based on fundamental physical abilities such as muscle output, combat awareness, and bodily control. Now, with the activation of the Asura Killing Eyes combined with the amplification from the ancient True Yuan, Tian felt confident in effortlessly defeating third-tier beasts. Under the suppression of the Shura Divine Ban against the bloodline talents of the beasts, he could even contend with fourth-tier beasts. According to the original plan, tomorrow marked the commencement of their first extermination operation against the beasts. Today, the other members of the squad had already proceeded to the military supply center to collect and calibrate their gear and supplies, making final preparations for the impending battle. Tian did not rush there. Instead, he ventured alone to the periphery of the military base. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the undulating mountains shrouded in a thick veil of white mist, the distant low growls of beasts echoing faintly, rendering the scene both mysterious and profound. This mountain range was the designated target area for their upcoming extermination mission. Standing beneath the watchtower of the base, Tian's penetrating gaze pierced through the fog. Calm and resolute. Let me see what this beastly mist truly conceals. With that, his figure melded into the night, vanishing into the encroaching white mist ahead. The mist enveloped him like a living entity, swiftly consuming his form, leaving only faint wisps swirling around the edge of the observation tower at the perimeter of the base. The following morning, sunlight dispersed the thin fog surrounding the base, yet the distant mountains remained shrouded in a dense white mist, seemingly unchanged since time immemorial. The members of the squad gathered early on the training field. Wen Chun meticulously polished his assault rifle, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the entrance of the base. Betraying a hint of anxiety, Wang Yin stood at the front of the line, arms crossed, his countenance dark and silent. Other team members huddled in small groups, whispering to one another, the atmosphere thick with tension. Minutes ticked by, the appointed hour-long passed, and still, there was no sign of Tian. Wenchun, are you certain the captain said to assemble this morning? One of the team members could no longer contain his curiosity, his voice tinged with doubt. Wenchun nodded vigorously, affirming, absolutely. The captain explicitly stated during yesterday's meeting that we should gather here at 8 in the morning. But it's already 8:30. Where's the captain? Another team member murmured, unease creeping into his gaze. Wang Yan finally broke his silence, snorting heavily and grumbling. I told you. Putting a greenhorn in charge as captain is utterly unreliable. When it counts, he falters. What a waste of time. Wenchun's expression darkened, and he quickly interjected in Tian's defense. Vice Captain Wang, perhaps the captain is delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Let us wait a little longer. He might be here any moment. Wait. Wait for what? The beasts want to wait for us. Wang Yan retorted, his tone sharp and laced with impatience. I bet he is just scared. He spoke so bravely in the meeting about penetrating the mountains to hunt the beasts, but when it's time to act, he has gone soft. His words only served to amplify the tension within the squad. While no one openly sided with Wang Yan, many began to exhibit subtle signs of doubt and wavering resolve. After all, Tian was undeniably young and lacked the credentials to inspire confidence. Furthermore, his continued absence only exacerbated this sense of mistrust. Wenchun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, opened his mouth to say something more, but found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 84, The Armored Vehicle. As time passed, the atmosphere in the training field grew increasingly tense. Wenchun anxiously rubbed his hands together, stealing glances at the entrance every few seconds. Wang Yan pressed his lips tightly together, silent and radiating an oppressive aura that deterred anyone from approaching. Wenchun, if you keep staring like that, your eyes might pop out. Wang Yan finally broke the silence. Another team member chimed in, barely concealing his own frustration. It's already 8:30. This is 30 minutes overdue, and we haven't seen a trace of the captain. What if something really has happened? Let us just wait a bit longer. Wait until when? Until the beasts throw us a victory banquet? Military orders are as solid as a mountain. And with such a poor sense of time, I wonder how this lieutenant even got his rank. Wang Yan's voice rose in volume, nearly erupting in anger. Instantly, the atmosphere within the squad turned icy. Wait. I say there's no need to wait any longer. Wang Yan suddenly raised his voice, his gaze sweeping over the group with an authoritative tone. Now, in my capacity as vice captain, I command that we move out. No more waiting. His proclamation stirred unrest among the squad. Several veterans exchanged glances, their expressions uncertain. After all, Wang Yan was a third-tier warrior with considerable seniority and respect within the team. Yet, Tian was appointed captain by the colonel. It felt inappropriate to abandon the plan so hastily. Wenchun, drenched in sweat, was about to intervene when Wang Yan shot him a warning glare. The sharpness of Wang Yan's eyes, imbued with the pressure of a third-tier warrior, silenced Wenchun's protests. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, and it seemed the squad would indeed follow Wang Yan's lead, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the direction of the base entrance. The group instinctively turned to look. A figure emerged from the distance, racing towards them. As the silhouette drew closer, it became unmistakably clear. It was Tian, the captain they had been waiting for. Dressed in a sleek black night owl special operations suit that clung to his form and accentuated his tall stature, Tian appeared somewhat disheveled. His combat uniform was stained with dirt and grass, and a light mist coated his helmet visor, as if he had just emerged from the depths of the forest. The squad stood in stunned silence, astonished at the sight of Tian, unable to find their voices. Wang Yan's frown deepened, his previously fierce demeanor frozen in disbelief and confusion. Captain, Wenchun was the first to react, joyfully exclaiming as he hurried forward. The other team members quickly followed suit. Captain, what happened? One of them could not suppress his curiosity, his tone laced with uncertainty. Tian came to a halt, scanning the group with his gaze. Apologies for my tardiness, everyone. Captain, did you venture into the mountains last night? Wenchun cautiously inquired, his tone tentative. Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth. Yes. I spent some time in the mountains last night to familiarize myself with the terrain. At this revelation, an uproar ensued among the squad. Last night, the Misty Mountains? Surely, they had not misheard. Was Tian not familiar with the 37th military base? Did he dare to plunge into the treacherous Misty Mountains alone, and at night no less? Given the murky conditions that rendered visibility nearly non-existent, and knowing that the beasts were particularly active in the mountains, he had actually entered alone. Moreover, his current appearance suggested that he had spent the entire night there. This was beyond belief. Even Wang Yan, who had just moments ago displayed disdain, could not help but be moved. His gaze, now complex, reflected a significant shift in his prior scorn and skepticism. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful lieutenant captain possessed such audacity and initiative. It must be noted that even veterans, who had the terrain etched in their minds, would hesitate to venture alone into the mist-shrouded mountains at night. Yet, Tian had done so, and evidently emerged unscathed. This transcended mere bravery. It was a testament to his capabilities. I apologize for making you wait, Tian continued, breaking the silence that had settled over the training field. Any delay is my responsibility. Now, let us proceed. In accordance with their plan, Wenshun drove up in a military green all-terrain armored vehicle. This vehicle resembled not merely a mode of transportation, but rather a colossal beast of steel. The armor plating was extraordinarily thick, its surface not smooth metal, but rather layered with the scales of beasts. Just looking at it instilled an overwhelming sense of security. The windows were not made of ordinary glass, but of multiple layers of specialized crystals. The team filed in, settling into the spacious interior of the vehicle. The engine roared to life, emitting a deep growl as it sped out of the base, racing towards the east, the direction of the misty mountains. Sitting in the somewhat bumpy armored vehicle, Wang Yin occasionally cast a sidelong glance at Tian in the passenger seat, his brow furrowed, his expression far from pleasant. Tian's audacious venture into the mist-laden Yunwu mountain range caught him by surprise, even igniting a flicker of admiration deep within his heart. However, admiration aside, Wang Yin remained unable to comprehend Tian's motives. Was it to assert his own bravery? To instill fear in the hearts of his team members? From Wang Yan's perspective, such actions verged on recklessness. The fog obscured vision, and malevolent beasts lurked in the shadows, with the night brimming with peril. Tian, venturing forth alone, risked encountering high-ranking demonic beasts or falling prey to a swarm of adversaries. Would that not be tantamount to courting death? Even those of great strength are not immune to injury, which could jeopardize their subsequent mission. In the military, trust among comrades is forged through prowess and battlefield performance. A single reckless act might momentarily astound, but true respect is earned by leading the team to complete missions successfully and achieve victory. Wang Yan's gaze returned to Tian. The young captain's demeanor remained serene, his eyes steady. What was he truly thinking? Doubts swirled within Wang Yan, casting a deeper shadow upon his countenance. He acknowledged Tian's courage. Yet a competent leader requires more than mere bravery. One must possess a calm intellect, meticulous planning, and an astute judgment of battlefield dynamics. The vehicle jostled along the treacherous mountain path, producing a dull thud. Seated in the passenger seat, Tian unfurled the electronic map, his fingertips gliding across the screen as he spoke in a composed tone to the others in the back. Today's mission plan was to eliminate as many demonic beasts as possible from the eastern flank of the base. The previously relaxed atmosphere within the vehicle instantly turned tense. Most? Wang Yin raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with skepticism. Captain, when you say most, what exactly do you mean? Tian traced a wide circle on the map, encompassing a substantial area on the eastern side of the base. This is the target area, starting from our current position to the depths of the mountain range, with the aim of accomplishing the extermination by the end of today. Wenshun, gripping the steering wheel, faltered momentarily, causing the armored vehicle to sway slightly. He steadied the vehicle and glanced at Tian, unable to restrain himself. Captain, isn't that a bit rushed? We are still unfamiliar with the conditions inside the mountains. And this fog. He gestured towards the window, where thick white mist enveloped everything in a hazy shroud. The visibility is severely compromised, and with the rugged terrain, we won't be able to travel at a decent speed. Just the round trip could consume an entire day. Wang Yin let out a derisive laugh, his tone unabashedly blunt. Rushed? This is nothing short of absurd. Captain, you familiarized yourself with the terrain last night, didn't you? You know how treacherous the roads are, and yet you expect us to clear out most of it today? Do you think we're merely sweeping the backyard of the base? At this moment, all of Wang Yan's pent-up frustration erupted. He raised his voice, his tone laden with unmasked reproach. Military operations are no trivial matter, and commanding troops is far from mere theoretical discourse. You haven't even grasped the basic situation, yet you dare make grand claims. It's sheer nonsense. Are you toying with the lives of our comrades? Though the other team members did not directly echo Wang Yan's sentiments, their expressions clearly mirrored skepticism and disapproval. After all, Tian's plan sounded exceedingly perilous, bordering on the fantastical. In the eyes of these seasoned veterans, it was a mission that seemed utterly unattainable. Wenshun attempted to ease the tension, trying to mediate. Vice Captain Wang, I'm sure the captain has his own considerations. Considerations? I perceive he has none at all. Wang Yin interjected, dismissing Wenshun's attempt at diplomacy with a firm tone. Wenshun, as a veteran, you should know that on the battlefield, blind confidence is far more perilous than incompetence. His chaotic command will only lead us to ruin. Faced with Wang Yan's doubts and misunderstandings, Tian chose not to respond, merely offering a faint smile. For soon, he would demonstrate his capabilities, making it clear to Wang Yin who was truly acting foolishly. Tian gradually closed his eyes, a vivid map unfurling within his mind's eye. The terrain of the area was distinctly outlined, with annotations indicating the number and ranks of the demonic beasts present.